My name is Marin. I woke up feeling like I had been pulled from the bottom of the ocean. My head throbbed with a sharp pain, and the air around me smelled of mold, wet earth, and burnt fat. I quickly realized I was no longer Yang, the man who died from overwork in my past life. I was now Marin, a young man living in a miserable mud hut. Looking around, I saw a thin, dirty boy named Hans watching me with fear in his eyes. My memories told me that he was a neighbor who saw my family as his only support. My home was tiny and freezing, with wind through cracks in the walls and a roof that leaked when it rained. It was the hard, poor life of a medieval serf. When I looked at my reflection in a bowl of water, I saw a teenager with messy brown hair and deep blue eyes. I was thin, but I had a bit of muscle from training with a bow. Suddenly, my stomach growled so loudly it sounded like thunder. I was starving. The only food left in the house was 2 loaves of black bread. This wasn't normal bread. It was as hard as a stone and mixed with sawdust and pebbles. I had to soak a piece in cold water just to make it soft enough to chew. It tasted sour and felt like sand between my teeth, but I forced it down to gain some strength. I shared the rest with Hans, who was even hungrier than I was. As I watched Hans eat, I felt the heavy weight of my new reality. My father was dead, and I was responsible for this boy. We had almost nothing, and winter was coming. If I didn't find a way to change things, we would both starve. My eyes landed on my father's old hunting bow hanging on the wall. I knew that the bow was my only chance to survive this cruel world. After eating, I felt some warmth return to my body. I took my father's old mulberry longbow from the bed. As soon as I touched it, a blue screen appeared in my vision, showing me the bow's stats and range. This data gave me a strange sense of safety. I gathered a few arrows, some were just sharpened wood, while others had iron tips, and led Hans out into the cold, snowy yard. In my old life, I knew about modern bows with sights and stabilizers, but now I had to rely on pure instinct. I tried to shoot a dead tree 10 meters away, but my new body was weak and underfed. My arms shook as I pulled the string, and my first shot missed the tree completely, landing in the dirt. I felt embarrassed, but then the blue screen showed me a message. It gave me a correction tip, telling me exactly what I did wrong with my elbow and fingers. This was incredible. With this instant feedback, I could learn much faster than anyone else. I adjusted my posture and fired again. This time, the arrow hit the tree. I practiced until my fingers were red and my muscles were sore. My stamina was low, so I could only take about 10 strong shots before getting tired. I told Hans we were going hunting. He was terrified of goblins, but I used logic to calm him down. I explained that goblins usually attack rich farms, not poor villages like ours, and the village chief would have warned us if any were nearby. To help Hans feel brave, I gave him a small iron skinning knife. He looked at it like it was a treasure. I checked my own hunting knife using my special ability. The system warned me that the handle was rotten and the blade might fly off during a fight. I quickly wrapped it with leather cord to make it safer. Feeling prepared and armed with data, I slung my quiver over my shoulder. I wasn't just a poor orphan anymore. I was a hunter. We left the hut and headed toward the dark forest to find food. I entered the black pine forest with caution, feeling my senses sharpen in the damp, heavy air. Hans was terrified, but I kept us moving carefully. My special ability soon highlighted a glowing purple plant near a rotten log, serpent's tongue grass. My data panel confirmed it was a rare magical herb that could strengthen our bodies and heal injuries. I knew these were worth a fortune, enough to support us for months. Despite the extreme bitterness, I made Hans and myself eat one each. Immediately, a wave of heat spread through me, easing my exhaustion and permanently increasing my constitution. Feeling stronger, I tracked a large hare through the brush. Using my archery assist, I adjusted for the wind and waited for the perfect moment. I fired an iron-tipped arrow, pinning the rabbit to the ground. It was my first real trophy, and the pride I felt was immense. We also gathered safe mushrooms to go with our catch. Before leaving, I discovered deep scratches on a pine tree and a strong musky scent. My system warned me that a 300-pound wild boar was nearby. Knowing my current bow couldn't pierce its thick hide, I decided to head back immediately. It was a reminder that greed could be deadly in this forest. Back at the hut, I locked the door and started a fire. I used my skills to skin the rabbit perfectly and cooked a rich stew with the mushrooms. For two people who had been starving, it was the best meal of our lives. As we sat by the fire, I told Hans to move into my hut permanently. I knew I needed a partner for the big plans I had for the winter. After giving Hans another piece of the magical herb to build his strength, I checked my system panel. My archery and skinning levels had improved, and my physical stats were rising. As the snow fell outside, I lay down with my knife in hand, finally feeling like a survivor with a real future. I woke up with tears in my eyes after a vivid dream of my past life as Yang. In that dream, I lived a quiet, ordinary life until the very end. Waking up to my cold mud hut was painful, but it helped me finally say goodbye to the past. I am now Marin, and I am determined to survive. I took the magical herbs I found to the village chief, Ode. He was a retired adventurer who recognized the value of the plants immediately. In exchange, he agreed to teach me real combat archery. He explained that the world is huge, ruled by empires and kingdoms, and that power is divided into levels. He offered to teach me one of 3 special skills. I chose Precision Strike because it works perfectly with my ability to see an enemy's weak points. I trained hard under his strict gaze, and my skills improved rapidly. He even promised me his high-quality purplewood bow once I became strong enough to draw it. But survival requires more than just training. We needed food and wealth. I decided to hunt the massive wild boar I had seen in the forest. It was too dangerous to fight head-on, so I used my mind. Hans and I spent a whole day digging a deep pit on the boar's path. It was exhausting work, but the physical labor actually made me stronger. We camouflaged the trap with branches, leaves, and crushed fruit to lure the beast in. For 4 days, we waited and practiced. I stayed patient, knowing that a hunter must wait for the right moment. On the 5th day, we heard a terrifying roar. We reached the trap and found a huge, enraged, ironhide boar trapped at the bottom. It was a mountain of muscle and sharp tusks, charging the walls of the pit in a fury. My system identified its weak points, but also warned me of its incredible strength. Hans wanted to shoot it immediately, but I stopped him. It was nearly dark, and the beast was still too energetic. I decided to leave it there overnight to let hunger and cold wear it down. I told Hans we would return in the morning with spears and iron arrows. Tomorrow, the hunt will end, and we will finally have the resources we need to thrive. The morning fog still hung over Krome's village, wrapping it in a gray silence. Marlin and Hans knocked early on the village chief's door. Old Ode came out wearing a worn sheepskin coat, holding 2 long spears and a bag of arrows. The spearheads were a bit rusty but still sharp, and the quiver held 20 well-kept iron-tipped arrows. "Take them," Ode said, giving Marlin a deep look. "The spears are for protection, not for fighting bears. That wild boar. If you're not sure, don't take the risk." The experienced old ranger clearly guessed their plan, but he didn't stop them. Young eagles must learn to fly on their own. "Don't worry, Grandpa Ode," Marlin said, feeling the weight of the weapons. "Tonight, I'll bring you the best piece of meat for your drink." Ode paused, then chuckled and waved his hand. "Go on, you rascal. Just don't lose your life." Back at the trap deep in the forest. After a long night of struggle, the scene at the bottom of the pit was exactly as Marin had expected. The once fierce black-maned iron boar now lay in the muddy water, breathing heavily. Its bristly hair, once sharp as steel needles, was covered in mud, and its once bright, blood-red eyes had grown dull. Cold, hunger, and a night of endless thrashing had drained all its strength. "This is the moment." Marin stood at the edge of the pit, looking down at the huge beast. He didn't rush to shoot, but calmly gave orders to Hans. "Hans, take the spear and poke its back. Don't use too much force, just annoy it a bit. Make it move and turn its head." "Got it." Hans, now braver after several days of training, laid down by the pit's edge. Holding the spear with both hands, he carefully reached down and jabbed the boar's hind leg. Roar! The boar cried out in pain and tried to rise, but its weak limbs made it slow. It lifted its head angrily, baring its tusks and roaring at the 2 figures above. This was the moment Marin had been waiting for. It raised its head. Its eyes were exposed. Marin gripped the purple wood bow he had borrowed from the village chief. Though he couldn't draw it fully, at this distance its power far exceeded that of his usual bow. He took a deep breath, and the world seemed to slow around him. Skill activated. Precision Strike. LV.0, LV.1. There were no bright lights or special effects, only pure focus. Marin felt his heartbeat stop. The sound of wind and birds vanished. In his vision, the boar's cloudy left eye grew larger and clearer, every detail visible. A faint red crosshair appeared naturally in his sight. In that instant, he and the bow became one. He released his fingers. From the purple wood bow let out a deep, heavy sound. The arrow shot out like a black flash, cutting through the air in a straight line, too fast for the eye to follow. There was no suspense. The sharp iron-tipped arrow struck the boar's left eye with perfect accuracy, ending the fight in an instant. The wild boar didn't even have time to let out a final cry. Its huge body suddenly stiffened, then fell heavily into the muddy water at the bottom of the pit, splashing dirty water everywhere. Its limbs twitched a few times, then went completely still. System message: Black-maned ironhide boar, LV.4 defeated. Perfect weak point strike. Damage overflow. Skill precision strike learned and activated, LV.1. Skill archery proficiency greatly increased, now LV.3, max/limit. Although they had killed the boar, a new problem appeared. How were they going to get this 400-pound, about 180 kilograms, beast out of a 3-meter-deep pit? Hans looked at the dead boar and scratched his head. Brother, should we cut it up and carry it out piece by piece? No. If we cut it up, the hide will lose its value, Marin said, shaking his head. A complete boar hide, especially one like this, toughened by years of rubbing against pine resin, can sell for a good price at the armor shop in town. So what do we do? The two of us can't lift it. Use your head. Marin pulled 2 thick ropes from his backpack. He jumped into the pit, ignoring the foul smell, and tied the boar's legs and body tightly with the rope, making a complex knot. Then he climbed out and found a sturdy tree near the trap. He looped the other end of the rope over a high branch, creating a simple pulley system. Hans, come pull this, Marin said, handing him the rope. He then took a long, strong stick and used it as a lever for winding. I'll count to 3, ready? 1, 2, 3, pull. System message: strength check in progress. Success. With both of them pulling, and the help of the pulley and lever, the huge body slowly began to rise from the pit. The rope creaked under the strain. 20 minutes later, thud, the massive boar finally landed on the ground. The 2 men collapsed, breathing hard, but when they looked at the mountain of meat before them, their eyes shone with greedy satisfaction. So much meat. It's all meat. Hans touched the wild boar's rough hide, unable to stop his mouth from watering. Don't just stand there, Marin said after resting for a moment. He stood up, cut 2 tree trunks, and make a simple sled. We need to get back to the village before the smell of blood brings wolves. When the sun hung high in the sky, the village of Cromers was in an uproar. The serfs working in the fields and the women washing clothes by the river all stopped what they were doing, staring in shock toward the village entrance. There, Marin and Hans were dragging a sled made of branches. On it lay a huge wild boar, black as coal, its sharp tusks still glinting coldly even in death. Heavens! Is that the giant boar from the Black Forest? Wasn't that the one even bears avoided? Marin did that? Impossible. After Jack died, didn't he almost starve? Look at the boar's eye. 1 shot. That's a true marksman. Whispers spread like wildfire. In their eyes were shock, envy, and above all, respect. In this world that worshipped strength, anyone who could bring down a beast like that was naturally seen as powerful. Marin's face stayed calm as he dragged the prey straight to his small yard. He knew that from this moment on, no one would dare treat them as helpless orphans again. Just as he reached his gate, the old village chief, Ode, came hurrying over with his cane. He looked at the boar, then at the bloody hole in its left eye, silent for a long time. Finally, he raised his head and looked at Marin with a complicated expression. Good boy. A perfect shot. You've really learned. Just lucky, Marin said with a modest smile. Luck is also a kind of skill. Ode patted his shoulder, raising his voice so the gathered villagers could hear. According to the Empire's law, any beast hunted outside the Lord's hunting grounds belongs to the hunter. This boar is Marin's trophy. The troublemakers who had been eyeing the prize backed off awkwardly after hearing the chief's words. Marin closed the gate, shutting out the noise outside. He didn't rest. Instead, He immediately began to prepare the boar. Hans, boil some water. Make it really hot. Got it. Skinning, draining the blood. Even though most of it had already clotted, it still needed to be handled, and removing the hide. With his level 2 skinning skill, Marin's hunting knife moved as if it had a life of its own. He carefully cut through the fat beneath the skin, trying not to damage the hide. Half an hour later, a thick, tough, and complete boar hide with a strong pine scent was laid out before him. Next came the butchering. The wild boar weighed about 400 pounds. After removing the organs, bones, and hide, there were still nearly 200 pounds of clean meat left. Seeing the table, and even the floor piled high with fresh red meat, Hans trembled with excitement. Big brother, there's so much meat. We won't finish it even by next year. No more hard black bread for us. But Marin was thinking further ahead. If we can't finish it, it'll spoil. And we don't just lack food. We lack money, salt, and proper gear. Marin picked up the 2 tusks, each as long as a dagger, and pointed at the boar hide. Hans, tonight we'll eat well. Cook the best and hind leg meat. The rest, rub with ash and salt, if we have any, and smoke it into preserved meat. Tomorrow morning, I'm heading out. Heading out? Hans was surprised. Where to? Marin's eyes shone as he looked toward the road leading beyond the village. To town. To Whitestone Town. No one here can afford the hide or tusks, but in town, at the Adventurers Guild or the shops, they're worth real money. I'll trade them for our first bit of wealth, for real armor and sharp swords. And Marin touched the warm panel on his chest. I want to see the outside world, to find out what these so-called professionals are really like. Hans swallowed hard, his eyes firm. Big brother, I'm coming with you. I want to see if the bread in town is really white. Marin smiled. Of course it is, soft, with milk and honey. That night, the small, shabby house was filled with the long-lost smell of cooked meat. It wasn't just the scent of food, it was the scent of hope. Lying in bed, Marin looked at the newly unlocked skill tree on his panel, quietly planning his next steps. At dawn, the sky was just beginning to lighten. The air in Chrome's village was so cold it felt mixed with shards of ice, stinging the lungs with every breath. Frost covered the dead grass in a thick layer, crunching sharply underfoot. Marin stood in the yard, watching the wooden cart piled high with wild boar meat, his breath turning white in the air. This weather really makes things easier, he said. He had worried that so much meat would spoil without smoking, but last night's sudden drop in temperature had solved the problem. The near-freezing air worked as a natural preservative. The dark red meat felt cold and stiff to the touch, the blood completely frozen. Big brother, it's all packed. Hans tied the last hind leg with a rough rope, his face flushed with excitement. The huge boar hide was rolled up and placed on top, while the 2 tusks were carefully wrapped in burlap. Let's go to the village chief's house. They pushed the creaking wooden cart toward the stone house on the hill, walking into the faint morning light. The sealed armor before they could knock, the old village chief, Ode, was already standing at the door. He had changed out of his usual worn wool coat and was wearing a faded linen hunting outfit. A well-kept dagger hung at his waist, and a travel pack rested on his back. Seeing Marin's thin clothes, Ode frowned. Come in. The old man turned and walked into the dim house. Marin signaled Hans to watch the cart outside and followed him in. The room smelled of pine resin and old tobacco. Ode went to the bed, pulled out a dusty oak chest, and coughed as he opened it. Inside lay a neatly folded leather armor. He took it out and handed it to Marin. Take it. Marin accepted it with both hands. It was a half-body leather armor, heavy and solid. It wasn't new or shiny, but full of the marks of time. The dark brown leather was covered with fine scratches and worn spots, some areas darkened by years of sweat. Yet the important parts, the chest and shoulders, were reinforced with hardened cowhide plates. The rivets, though dull, were still firm, and the buckles were made from tough animal sinew. Though old, it gave off a strong sense of reliability. I wore this when I was young. A faint look of remembrance flashed in old Od's cloudy eyes. That was 30 years ago. I spent 10 gold coins at the border of the Aquitaine Kingdom to have a dwarf craftsman make it for me. It once stopped a goblin's poisoned arrow and resisted a warg's claws. Now I'm old, my back is bent, and I can't wear this tough thing anymore. If I keep it, the bugs will just eat it. Take it. Marlon's heart trembled. In this world where supplies were scarce, a real piece of advanced armor was worth more than a wild boar. This is too valuable, Grandpa OD. Stop talking and put it on. OD glared at him. You're going to Whitestone Town, and who knows what kind of thieves you'll meet on the road. If you die, that's fine, but don't lose my bow. He hadn't given Marlon the bow yet, but his meaning was clear. Marlon stopped refusing. He took off his torn coat and put on the leather armor. As he tightened the belt, a new sense of firmness wrapped around his body. The armor seemed made for battle. It didn't hinder his movements and protected his vital organs well. Appraisal activated. Item: hardened leather armor of the Seasoned Ranger. Old, quality, fine, green, defense, 8 to 12 durability, 35-80 traits, lightweight, specially tanned, barely affects agility. Tough, provides extra protection against sharp weapons. Historical affix: veterans shelter. The armor carries the instincts of its former owner, slightly increasing the wearer's chance to dodge surprise attacks. Good stuff, Marlon murmured, touching the deep claw mark on the chest piece, as if feeling the echoes of an old battle. Enough showing off. OD picked up his travel bag, the same one he had used in his adventuring days. It was patched many times, but still sturdy. Let's go. You're coming too? Marlon asked in surprise. What? Think these old bones will slow you down? OD snorted and locked the door. Whitestone Town is full of all sorts. You two youngsters, carrying something this valuable, you'd be stripped clean before you even reached the gate. He paused, looking into the distance. Besides, it's been a long time since I've smelled that cheap ale from the Copper Jug Tavern in town. I'll take this as a little trip to the edge of civilization. And so, the strange trio set out on their journey. In front was little Hans, thin and small, wearing clothes that didn't fit and pushing a wooden cart piled high with meat. In the middle walked Marin, a sharp-eyed young man in worn leather armor with a quiver on his back. Behind them followed an old man with white hair. He walked with a limp, yet his steps were steady, and his eyes often swept over the grass by the roadside. The distance from Cromeridge Village to Whitestone Town was about 30 kilometers. The road was far from smooth. The muddy path had hardened and cracked from frost, making the cart wheels bump and shake. It was the perfect chance for old Ode to teach. Look over there, Ode said, pointing at a birch tree with its bark stripped away. That wasn't done by deer. A person cut it with a knife. The marks are fresh. Someone passed by within half a day. Judging by the footprints, they weren't carrying much. Could be a scout or a thief. Marin, remember this. In the wild, it's not just beasts you must watch out for. People can be even more dangerous. Marin silently took note, his sharp gaze scanning every trace along the road. Trace: human footprints, worn leather boots. Trace: discarded apple core, about half a day old. What once seemed like meaningless details now began to form clear clues under Ode's guidance. First sight of Whitestone Town by afternoon. The sun was leaning west, stretching their shadows long across the ground. After crossing the last low hill, the view opened wide. On the distant plain lay a gray-white town, resting like a lazy giant turtle. Whitestone Town. It was named for its walls, built from pale stone quarried from nearby mountains. Though only a little over 3 meters high and covered with moss and climbing vines, to Marin it was a symbol of civilization. Wow, what a big wall. Hans stopped pushing the cart, his mouth wide open. It's taller than the village chief's courtyard wall. Ode smirked. Country boy, this is just a small town. If you saw the capital's walls, your jaw would drop to the ground. Though his words sounded harsh, his eyes softened slightly. As they drew closer, the road grew busier. There were shepherds driving flocks of sheep, traveling merchants carrying heavy packs, and a few mercenaries on thin horses with swords hanging at their sides. The cold, fresh smell of grass and trees in the air has disappeared, replaced by a complex scent of horse manure, cooking smoke, spices, and lively voices. That is the smell of prosperity. At the city gate, 2 guards dressed in half-plate armor, holding spears, lazily lean against the frame, checking the people coming and going. When they saw the pile of wild boar meat on the cart, as tall as a small hill, and the large black pigskin on top, their eyes widened instantly. Wow, such a maned pig. One of the guards, a bearded man, stepped forward and tapped the frozen meat with his spear handle. Where did you get this? Malin was about to speak, but Odin stepped ahead first. He took out a crumpled bronze badge from his pocket, waved it around, then skillfully handed a few copper coins to the guard. "These are my juniors. Lucky find, a good deal," Odin said in a deep, rough voice, with a tone of seasoned confidence. The guard glanced at the badge. Though worn, it was still recognizable as the old symbol of the Adventurers Guild, then weighed the copper coins in his hand. His stern expression softened into a friendly smile. "Ah, so an experienced adventurer bringing in newcomers. All right, go ahead. But you need to set up your stall in the East Market District. Don't block the road." "Thanks." They passed through smoothly. As they entered the city, the noise hit them. The streets were lined with two-story buildings made of wood and stone, with various signs hanging. A tavern with a picture of a wine glass, a blacksmith shop with a hammer, and a bakery with the smell of fresh bread drifting out. Hans's eyes couldn't keep up, looking left and right, almost pushing the cart into a ditch. Malin, though calm on the outside, was also overwhelmed inside. Every person and item here was like flowing data to him. Bakery owner, level 1 commoner. Item, white bread, quality. Normal, price, 5 copper coins. Patrol guard, level 5 warrior. "Don't stare so much." Odin patted Malin on the back and pointed to a large building deep in the street, marked with a shield and crossed swords. "We need to go there first, the Adventurers Guild. That's not just any wild pig, so only they can afford the skin and tusks." And Odie looked at Malin's chest armor. "You should also see what a real, professional, looks like." Pushing open the heavy oak door, a wave of heat hit him, mixed with the smell of cheap beer, roasted meat, and sweat. This is the Adventurers Guild in Whitestone Town. The first floor is a large tavern and quest hall. The lighting is dim, with only a few huge whale oil chandeliers giving off a warm yellow glow. The hall is full of all kinds of people. There are drunken men in worn leather armor loudly bragging about killing some goblins. Mysterious figures in hooded cloaks sitting alone in the corner, cleaning their daggers, and several mercenary teams around round tables, arguing fiercely over loot. Malin took a deep breath and stepped into this world full of energy. He instinctively activated universal appraisal to check the strength of the people around him. But the result shocked him. When his gaze swept to the tall, strong man at the counter with a giant sword, he didn't see a familiar data panel. Instead, there was a cloud of gray mist. Appraisal failed. Target strength is far above the host, or they have mental shielding. Forced appraisal may alert the other person. It is recommended to stop. He then looked at the woman in the corner wearing a long robe. Again, a cloud of mist. Before he could examine her closely, she seemed to sense something, suddenly turned her head, and shot a cold, snake-like glance at Malin. Malin felt as if a needle had pricked his mind, and cold sweat broke out instantly. He quickly looked away. It seems the golden finger isn't all-powerful. Malin silently warned himself. In this extraordinary world, level suppression is absolute. His proud appraisal, I might just be a clumsy way to peek at the strong. Only when his gaze fell on some waitresses carrying trays and a few obvious rookies did the familiar data reappear. NPC, Tavern Waitress, LV.1 Civilian. Professional, Rookie Warrior, LV.2. Don't stare randomly. Otter seemed to notice Malin's unusual behavior and lowered his voice to warn him. Some folks have bad tempers and don't like strangers staring. Stay close and follow me. The first gold deal. Otter led Malin and Hans through the busy crowd to the far right of the counter, where a sign read, Material Recycling. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged man with sparse hair and single-lens glasses, looking tired as he flipped through a ledger. Same as usual, Otter? The man asked without looking up, clearly an old acquaintance. This time it's not me. It's these two kids, Otter said, pointing to Malin behind him. Malin stepped forward, placing the large bundle on the counter and unwrapping it one by one. When the 2.5-meter-long tusks, shaped like curved blades, and the intact, dark-glossed pigskin appeared on the counter, the noisy surroundings quieted for a moment. The middle-aged appraiser pushed up his glasses, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He stood up, tapped the tusks, and carefully examined the pigskin's cut. Wow. Black-maned iron-hide wild boar. Judging by the wear on these tusks, it was at least a 400-pound beast. He looked at the young Malin, then at Otter behind him, seeming to understand something. Well processed. Skilled skinning, No damage to the fat layer underneath, and the tusk roots are intact. He took out a piece of sheepskin parchment and quickly did some calculations. 2 tusks make good dagger material, worth 16 silver coins. This hide can make 2 sets of fine leather armor, worth 1 gold and 4 silver coins. As for the meat, he glanced at the pile of meat on Hans's cart. The guild's kitchen can take it, but not for much. Let's say 10 silver coins. Total, 2 gold and 10 silver coins. This price made Malin's heart race. In Chromie Village, an ordinary farmer's yearly income was at most 1 gold coin. 2 gold and 10 silver coins was a huge sum. Wait, Otter suddenly said. He slowly pulled a cloth bag from his old hunting coat pocket and tossed it onto the counter. Add this in too. The cloth bag spilled open, revealing a dried, green ear. The left ear of a goblin scout. Mallowan's pupils shrank. The cut on that ear was clean and straight, clearly made with a single slash. When did the village chief? Hey, I knew you'd be up to something, you old, the appraiser said with a smile. A regular goblin's ear is worth 2 silver coins. Not much, but every bit counts. Total of 2 gold coins and 12 silver coins. Do we have a deal? Deal, Mallowan nodded. Soon, a heavy pouch of money was handed to Mallowan. The crisp sound of the coins clinking was the sweetest music he had ever heard. Temptation and clarity stepping out of the stuffy guild hall. The fresh air outside felt especially clear. Holding a large sum of money, Hans felt light and almost floated as he walked, as if walking on cotton. Big brother, we're rich. What should we buy? A big sword? Or should we buy all the bread from that fragrant bakery? Although Mallowan was excited too, he still had the mind of an adult. He glanced at Odin and saw the old man looking at him with a half-smile. Grandpa Village Chief, these 2 silver coins are yours, Mallowan said, counting the money from that ear, and tried to give it to Odin. Keep it, Odin waved his hand. Just as travel expenses for running errands for me. And he pointed to the many shops lining the street. This money, in this money-hungry place, is barely enough to buy a water droplet. Towns are better than villages, but they still eat people alive. What? Are you enchanted by this place? Want to stay and be a city person? Mallowan looked at the well-dressed citizens and the exquisite goods in the shop windows. Honestly, he nodded, then shook his head. Yes, I want to. But not now. Mallowan clenched his purse, his eyes clear. Right now, I'm just a fat sheep holding a purse. Without strength, I can't protect this money. I want to buy a better sword, Mallowan said. A spear is too heavy, and a bow is useless up close. I need a melee weapon. He looked toward the blacksmith shop nearby, where several gleaming long swords hung. But Odin shook his head. Don't go to those shops that cheat newcomers. Those mass-produced iron swords can break after a few hits on bones, and they're way too expensive. Save your money, Odin said mysteriously, and buy practical daily items like salt, spices, and sewing supplies. Regarding the weapons, I still have a curved sword from my youth. It's not a magical weapon, but it's better than these broken pieces of metal. I'll give it to you when I go back. Malin felt a warm feeling inside. Although the old man was stubborn, he truly had no complaints about him. A full return the next hour turned into a shopping spree for both of them. Of course, it was a controlled spree, with Malin keeping his reason. They bought a big bag of fine salt, a luxury in the village, a roll of sturdy linen cloth to make clothes for Hans, some needles and thread, a flint, a new iron pot, and a full bag of white bread and dried sausages. Finally, Malin also found an old, crumpled, universal language and literacy manual and a few pieces of old sheepskin paper in the corner of the grocery store. Do you want to learn to read? Audie looked at these 2 items with admiration. Good. An adventurer who can't read will always be just cannon fodder, unable to understand even the mission orders. As the sunset's glow spread over the way home, the broken wooden cart, which was once filled with bloody wild boar meat, was now piled with items representing civilization and comfort. Hans was biting a half piece of white bread, happily humming an unknown tune. Malin walked in the middle, his old leather armor shining red in the sunset. Audie was at the back, watching their figures with a faint, almost unnoticed smile. Come back with me first, get that curved sword ready, and then learn to read all those words. The old man's voice drifted on the wind. Malin stopped and looked back at the quiet, distant Whitestone town. The grayish-white town looked peaceful and vast in the dusk, like a sleeping giant. I will come back, he silently promised in his heart. The morning sun struggled to pierce through thick clouds, casting a few stingy rays of light on the muddy path of Cromare village. The air already carried the coldness of winter, and every breath turned into white mist instantly. But inside Malon's repaired, thatched hut, there was an unprecedented, warm happiness filling the space. The oak wood in the fireplace crackled loudly, and in the iron pot, something they had just bought from Whitestone Town yesterday, boiled a thick meat stew. The soup no longer contains the small, sad bits of meat from before. Instead, it has large pieces of smoked wild boar meat, served with pine cone mushrooms gathered from the edge of the forest. The most important thing is that Malon sprinkled a little salt into the soup. The sight of white crystals melting instantly in the hot soup seemed magical to Hans. Slurp, ha! Hans held a soft white bread, carefully tore off a corner, dipped it into the rich broth, then took a bite. The bread soaked up the soup, and the aroma of the fat combined with the saltiness exploded on his taste buds. The little boy closed his eyes happily, tears almost forming at the corners. Wow, Brother Malon, is this how city folks live? It's so delicious. I feel like I've been living like a groundhog before. Malon sat across from the fire pit, carefully sharpening his father's old hunting knife with a new whetstone. Next to him on the ground were the old leather armor Odin gave him and a quiver of iron-headed arrows. Hearing Hans, Malon smiled and tore half of his own bread to hand over. Eat more if it's good. You need to eat enough to have the strength to work. Yes, yes. Hans took the bread and gobbled it down. Watching Hans happily eat, Malon felt a small sense of pride. 2 gold coins and 55 silver coins was a lot of money, enough for them to enjoy a comfortable winter and even the next one. But he was very aware. Last night, when he returned to the village, he noticed the jealous and greedy looks hiding in the shadows. Although the village chief's warning kept everyone at bay for now, it was like a piece of meat in front of a pack of wolves. Hans, when you finish eating, pack up the things at home. Hang the meat high on the beams. Malon put away the whetstone, stood up, and dressed in his leather armor neatly. Then come with me to the village chief's house. Go do what? Go to town again. Hans's eyes lit up. No, Malon shook his head, his expression serious. Learn some skills. Just eating white bread won't protect these. From today, we need to turn the meat we eat into strength and knowledge. In the village chief's yard, Odin still looked lazy, sitting on a wooden stool, basking in the not-so-warm sun. Seeing Malon and Hans walk in fully armed, though only Malon wears leather armor, the old man raised his eyelids slightly. You're here? You look well fed. I could smell the meat and flour from afar. Malon respectfully bowed. Village chief, we're here for our appointment. You said yesterday you would teach me how to use a curved sword and also help us learn to read. Humph, your memory is quite good. Alder stood up, dusting off his pants. Today, he didn't use his crutch, and his lame leg didn't seem to affect his stance. He slowly walked under the eaves, took a long sword with a scabbard from a covered wooden rack, and threw it to Malon. Malon reached out to catch it. The sword was heavier than he expected. The scabbard was made of hard wood with iron plates, heavily worn. He held the grip wrapped with non-slip leather and slowly drew the sword. Clang, a slightly rough metallic sound. This was a typical Aquitaine-style cavalry curved sword. The blade was about 80 centimeters long, with an elegant yet deadly curve. The blade wasn't mirror-shiny but had a dull gray-white color, covered with fine signs of use and polishing marks. The sword wasn't razor-sharp but had a fierce, bloodthirsty aura. Identification activated. Item. Old cavalry curved sword of alder quality. Fine, green. Material. Tempered steel. Hardwood handle attack power. 10 to 15. With bonus when swinging. Features. Leverage cut. The curved design helps with forceful strikes, increasing swing speed by 10%. Blocking tool. The thick back and guard can effectively block light weapons. Evaluation. A retired soldier's trusty weapon. Though not flashy anymore, it remains reliable. In skilled hands, it's much more deadly than fancy decorative swords. Nice sword, Malon said sincerely. Nonsense. This is the one that rolled with me through heaps of corpses, Alder said, drawing his close-fitting dagger from his waist and holding it in reverse grip. His whole demeanor instantly changed. The lazy attitude disappeared, replaced by a cautious, wolf-like alertness and sense of danger. Malin, you have a talent for archery. You learn precise strikes very quickly, but on the real battlefield, especially when facing small creatures like goblins and kobolds who like to swarm, archers are easy targets once they get close. Ode stared into Malin's eyes. A curved blade is not a sword. It doesn't need fancy stabbing moves. The essence of a curved blade is cutting and sweeping. Come on, use your strongest force and cut me. Malin hesitated. This, afraid of hurting me, Ode sneered. Your moves are so weak, you can't even touch my clothes. Come on. Feeling the youthful spirit rise, Malin no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath, grabbed his blade with both hands, raised it over his head, and, relying on his recently improved strength, shouted loudly and slashed diagonally at Ode's shoulder. The strike was powerful and loud, carrying the sound of wind. However, just as the blade was about to touch Ode, the old man simply shifted slightly to the side, taking a small step forward and to the left, as if slipping. Malin saw a flash, and his target disappeared. Next, a huge force struck his right wrist. Snap! Ode sharply struck Malin's wrist joint with the handle of his dagger. The pain made Malin loosen his grip, and his curved blade clattered to the ground. Too slow. Too stiff. Ode's voice boomed like thunder. Who told you to stand straight and swing your sword? Are your feet nailed to the ground? Malin clutched his swollen wrist, sweating from the pain, but he didn't cry out. He quickly picked up his blade and stepped back a few paces. Again, watch my footwork. This time, Malin learned his lesson. He no longer swung with full force, but left a little power, testing a sweeping strike. Ode remained calm. He leaned back to dodge the blade, and at the same time, his dagger shot out like a venomous snake, lightly tapping the side of Malin's curved blade. A clever move was executed. Malin felt his sword uncontrollably swing outward, leaving him wide open. In the next second, the cold edge of the dagger was pressed against his neck. You've died twice, Ode said softly, retracting his dagger. The next hour was basically Malin's day of suffering. He repeatedly launched attacks, only to be interrupted, disarmed, or pressed against vital points by Ode from impossible angles and methods. His wrists, arms, and thighs had several bruises, which were the result of Odin tapping him with the handle of a knife or the tip of his foot. But Malin's eyes were shining brighter and brighter. He was learning through practice. He observed how Odin used his injured leg as a pivot to turn quickly, and how he used a short weapon like a dagger to counter the longer sword's reach. This kind of real combat training was 100 times more effective than boring sword drills. Finally, after being knocked down again, Malin gasped and managed to get up. A pleasant voice sounded in his ear. System tip. After intense combat practice, you have understood the basics of swordsmanship. New skill acquired. Curved Sword Mastery LV.1, 0/100. Feature activated. Basic block. You can defend more effectively with your weapon. Huff. Huff. Malin leaned on his sword, breathing heavily. Sweat soaked his shirt under the armor. Though exhausted, the feeling of mastering new skills made him very excited. Odin looked at the disheveled Malin with a faint, hard-to-notice smile of satisfaction. That's enough for this morning. You're smarter than I thought. You at least know to stand straight when you get hit. Odin put away his dagger. Take a break, wash your face. This afternoon, we'll change location and do some thinking. In the afternoon, the training moved to Odin's sturdy oak table inside his house. On the table was the Universal Language Literacy Manual that Malin bought from the town. Next to it were several yellowed pieces of old sheepskin parchment, filled with handwritten notes and simple maps. The room was dimly lit, and Odin lit an oil lamp. For a professional, muscles are important, but if you're illiterate, you're just a high-level cannon fodder, Odin said, pointing at the book with the whip he had used to discipline Malin many times. If you can't read the mission scroll, understand the map, or decipher the forbidden symbols on a magic scroll, you'll die without knowing why. Compared to the morning's physical combat, this mental challenge was like for Hans. Is this God Deus? Hans stared at the twisted symbol on the sheepskin parchment, feeling it was a tangled mess that made him dizzy and eyes hurt, more painful than facing a wild boar. Village chief, can you really recognize this thing? Malin adapted quickly. Although the writing system in this world is completely different from that of the previous life, combining both phonetic and ideographic elements into a complex script. His high mental attribute score of 2.1, due to the soul being a combination of two lives, makes his memory and understanding far better than normal. He absorbs every letter's pronunciation and spelling rules like a sponge, listening carefully to OD's explanations. During the literacy lesson, OD not only teaches the alphabet, but also shares common knowledge about this world. He writes a large word on parchment, Imperium. Our land under our feet belongs to the great Est Empire. OD's voice turns a bit serious. It's a huge power, stretching from the Sunset Sea in the west to the Misty Mountains in the east. Here, we are just a small, unimportant border region in the southeast corner of the empire. He then writes two more words, tax. Some ask why no one has come to collect taxes from our village for many years. OD looks at Marin, seeming to see through his previous doubts. It's simple. It's not worth it, the old man sneers. Sending a team of tax officials and guards from the nearest tax point costs more than what our entire village can earn in a year, considering food, drink, and possible beast attacks. The clever lords have long forgotten about this remote place. As long as we don't cause big trouble, like forming a cult or summoning spirits, they're happy to let us fend for ourselves. That's both good and bad, OD says thoughtfully. No oversight means freedom, but it also means we have to rely on ourselves when danger comes. Marin listens quietly, his feather pen awkwardly copying the characters onto rough paper. These pieces of information are more valuable than gold, forming the basic framework of his understanding of this world. By the afternoon, Marin has learned over 20 common words and basic spelling rules. Meanwhile, Hans is already sleeping at the corner of the table, drooling on half a piece of parchment, only to be awakened by OD's whip, clutching his head and muttering, "That's enough for today." As evening falls, OD's out the oil lamp. Learning to read and write doesn't happen in a day. Go home, read more, and practice writing. Malin, you can leave that curved knife with me first. I'll sharpen and take care of it, and you can take it back tomorrow. Thank you, Grandpa Village Chief. After saying goodbye to Oda, the two walk home. The cold night wind away the tiredness of the day. Hans still feels annoyed about learning to read. Big brother, I'm really not cut out for that. I think I'm better at digging holes. Malin smiles and ruffles his younger brother's messy hair. It's okay, take your time. Just learn to write your name and understand the guild's bounty notices. I'll handle the rest. Back at the dark, thatched hut, Malin skillfully starts a fire. After dinner, still delicious meat soup and bread. Hans climbs into the warm haystack and falls asleep quickly. Today's mental and physical work has exhausted him. Malin sits alone by the fire, using the flickering flames to take out his literacy manual again, gently touching the rough pages with his finger. He closes his eyes and lets his mind sink deep inside. A faint blue system panel appears in the darkness. Name, Maluan race. Human, border resident of the Est Empire. Status, free citizen of Chromie Village. Tentative, level, LV. 2 basic attributes. Strength, 1.2, slightly stronger than an average adult man, able to use a hunting bow and wield a curved sword more steadily. Agility, 1.3, through combat and training, your reaction speed and coordination have improved significantly. Constitution, 1.1, a good diet of meat and herbs has helped you recover from subhealth, increasing your stamina. Spirit, 2.1. The fusion of 2 souls and learning have made your perception and learning abilities much better than normal. Combat skills, archery, LV. 3, 1/300. Special trait, precise strike LV.1. Curved sword mastery, LV.1, 10/100. Special trait, basic block, life skills. Skinning, LV.2, 80/200. Reading and writing in common language. LV.0, 25/100. You are a beginner, able to recognize some simple words. Special abilities. Item appraisal, unique. Future sight, unique. Cooling down seeing these slightly better attributes compared to when I first crossed over. Maluan takes a deep breath. LV.2, just a little stronger than an ordinary person. In front of the village chiefs, unsheath a dagger. I am still powerless. Not to mention the strong ones in the town's guild who can't even see through an appraisal eye. Still not enough. Maluan clenched his fist, feeling the sharp pain from new blisters caused by practicing with his sword. Outside the window, the wind seemed stronger, faintly mixed with the howling of some beast, sounding not far from the village. Winter has arrived, and this winter will surely be turbulent. On the third morning of Frost Moon, Chromie Village awoke under a dull gray sky. When Malwin opened the door, a layer of white frost covered the threshold, shining coldly in the faint morning light. His breath formed a brief cloud in the air, then was torn apart by the cold wind. Hansa was already up, tiptoeing as he wiped the frost off his bow arm with a rag. Upon hearing the noise, he turned his head, and a smile appeared on his red, frozen face. "Big brother, the water jar isn't frozen. I've lit the fire." Malin nodded, walked to the corner of the room where a wooden rack stood, and used a wooden ladle to splash cold water on his face. The icy cold made him fully alert. He looked at the old curved knife hanging on the wall. Its sheath was made of hardwood with iron, worn enough to show the wood grain, but the non-slip leather wrap on the handle was still secure. Audie gave it to him after yesterday's training, saying, "A knife needs the owner's sweat to listen." The meat stew was bubbling in the iron pot. Malin sliced 2 pieces of rye bread, not white bread. That was too fancy. Soaked them in the soup. The smell of fat was especially precious in the cold room. Hans leaned in, eyes fixed on the rolling meat chunks in the pot. "Finish eating, then go to the village chief," Malin said. "Today, after practicing moving targets, we'll continue learning the common language." Hans shrank back. "Yesterday, I couldn't hit that scarecrow. That's why you need practice." After the meal, the two dressed up neatly. Malin tied the curved knife at his waist, adjusting it to the most comfortable position. His leather armor had become a bit tighter since he first put it on. The worn spots on the shoulders were patched with cut pieces of wolf fur, rough but adding extra protection. The hunting bow was carried on his back, and in the quiver, besides 5 iron-headed arrows, there were 7 hard wooden arrows he made himself. The arrowheads were sharpened flint stones tied to the shafts. They weren't as sharp as iron, but enough to hunt rabbits and foxes. Audie's yard was at the west end of the village, next to the forest. When they arrived, the old man was already there. He wasn't sitting on the wooden stool as usual, but standing in the middle of the yard, holding a bundle of sharpened wooden sticks, inserting them one by one into the frozen ground. The sticks were uneven in height, forming an irregular array from 10 to 30 steps away. Just in time, Audie said without looking up, "Imagine these targets are goblins, short, quick, and good at hiding. Hans, you stand over there." He pointed with his chin to a tree at the corner of the yard. "Today, you won't shoot arrows. Use this." He threw a net made of grass rope, filled with a dozen pine cones. Hans caught the net, blinking in confusion. "Malin, you come from that side of the yard. Pass through these wooden stakes, and cut each mark I drew on the stakes with your curved knife. Hit the mark, don't just touch it. Hans, when he passes, throw pine cones at him. Throw them at his body, don't hold back." Malin looked at the stakes. The marks are drawn with charcoal on the stakes. Some are at chest height, some at knee level, and one even above shoulder height. That one simulates an enemy riding a horse. The gaps between the stakes are narrow, just enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. "Begin," Audie said, stepping back under the eaves, arms crossed. Malin took a deep breath and drew his curved sword. The blade shimmered with a dull gray-white in the morning light. Its elegant curve now looked heavy and real. He stepped into the stake maze. His first step was toward the nearest stake on his front right, where the mark was at waist level. He turned sideways, swung his sword, and made a quick arc. Snap. A fresh scratch appeared on the stake, slightly off the mark by half a hand's width. Too deliberate. Audie's voice came from under the eaves. "A curved sword isn't an axe. You need to follow the flow, like water flowing around stones." Malin pressed his lips together and kept moving forward. The second stake was on his front left, with the mark at shoulder height. He adjusted his step, slightly turned his body, and this time, instead of a straight chop, he made an upward flick. The blade precisely cut through the mark, and wood chips flew. But just then, a pine cone flew in from the side and hit his back. It didn't hurt, but it made him hesitate. "Stay focused on the battlefield," Audie shouted. "Hans, throw faster. Are you not hungry?" Hans clenched his teeth and reached into his net bag, grabbing another pine cone and throwing it with force. This time, he aimed at Malin's head but missed, flying past his ear. Malin forced himself to ignore the flying pine cone and focused on the next stake. The mark was at knee level, very low. He had to squat slightly and chop downward. Another pine cone came, hitting his right wrist where he held the sword. It wasn't a strong hit, but it caused his blade to tilt, striking the stake below the mark. Keep your wrist steady. If a mosquito bites you, you can't hold your sword. If you face a goblin's short spear, you'd be dead. Sweat beaded on Malin's forehead. He adjusted his breathing and moved forward again. The stakes grew closer together, the marks more tricky, and Hans's pine cones more accurate. Seems the boy found a trick, throwing at just the right moment when Malin swung his sword. Twice, the pine cones nearly hit his face, but he narrowly dodged by turning his head. Sweat soaked his shirt, turning cold in the chilly air. Malin felt his right arm start to ache, but his movements became smoother and more fluid. He stopped using his eyes to focus on each mark. Instead, he used his body to feel the position of the wooden posts and used the curve of his knife to find the marks. He swung, blocked, using the back of the knife to deflect flying pine cones, stepped sideways, spun around. His movements gradually formed a continuous flow. When he finally cut the last wooden post, one taller than his shoulder, the blade left a deep wedge-shaped cut, perfectly placed. He put away his knife and took a deep breath. White mist puffed out from his mouth and nose, stretching in the morning light. The yard was silent for a moment. Ode walked over from under the eaves, looked at the knife marks on the posts. The earliest cuts were crooked and rough, but they became more precise and cleaner as he went along. He showed no particular expression, just nodded slightly. 34 posts, 28 marks hit, and 11 pine cones hit me, he said. It's okay. Marin wiped sweat from his forehead. He knew that, okay, from Ode was actually a compliment. Take a 15-minute break. Then switch to the bow, Ode said, turning to Hans. You go pick up the pine cones. Count how many you hit. Hans looked unhappy as he went to gather the pine cones, muttering softly, I hit so many times. The archery practice moved to the edge of the woods. Ode hung several woven rings on a horizontal branch of an old oak tree, tied with a long rope, holding the other end in his hand. Moving target, he said simply, tugging the rope. The grass rings started to sway, some side to side, some up and down, some spinning. 50 steps. Shoot through the rings without touching the edges. Marin knocked an arrow on his bow. 50 steps wasn't far, but the moving rings were much harder than a fixed target. He drew the bowstring, aimed at a swinging ring. The arrow flew, grazing the edge of the ring, and hit the trunk behind. Too slow, Ode said. When the ring swings to the left, you need to aim at its right side. Arrows take time to reach. Hans, come see. He took Marin's bow, casually pulled out an arrow, not even fully drawing the bowstring. The ring was swinging, and he shot without looking. Just raised his hand and let the arrow fly. It passed through the center of the ring, still with momentum, and stuck into the bushes farther away. Hans opened his mouth in surprise. Practice makes perfect, Ode said, tossing the bow back to Marin. Keep going. 100 arrows, hitting 70 is passing. Marin started shooting. In the first round of 10 arrows, he only hit 3. He stopped, closed his eyes, and recalled Odin's recent actions, not aiming, but feeling. It was about predicting the path of the grass ring, calculating the arrow's speed, and coordinating hand, eye, and breath. In the second round of 10 arrows, 5 hit the target. In the third round, 7 hit. Sweat dripped down his chin, leaving dark spots on the frozen ground. The pain in his right arm spread from his shoulder to his fingers. Each draw of the bow felt like tearing muscles, but he clenched his teeth and shot arrow after arrow. Odin occasionally tugged the string, changing the rhythm of the grass ring's movement. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes stopping suddenly, and then speeding up again. Malin had to focus completely, pushing his beast instinct to the limit, not just looking with his eyes, but sensing with his whole body where the grass ring would move next. System message. During dynamic shooting training, your focus and spatial awareness improve. Your archery experience points increase significantly. Archery LV 3, 210/300. The precision strike trait is enhanced, increasing hit rate on moving targets at medium distance by 15%. By the 50th arrow, Malin's right hand was raw, blood staining the bowstring. but he had pierced through 35 grass rings. Odin called a halt. Hand, he said. Malin extended his right hand. The skin was torn open, blood and sweat mixed, covering his palm lines. Odin took a small clay jar from his pocket, scooped out a dark green ointment, and applied it to Malin's wound. The ointment was cold and sharp, with a strong herbal smell, but the pain quickly eased. A ranger's hand can't be wasted, Odin said simply, wrapping Malin's hand roughly with a dirty cloth. Keep practicing tomorrow. Hans, it's your turn. Hans's face turned pale. I also want to shoot at moving targets. You shoot at fixed targets. Odin pointed to a wooden stake stuck in the snow 20 steps away. 50 arrows, 30 hits. Miss, no meat tonight. At noon, the three ate in Odin's house. Meat soup, black bread, and some pickles. Odin took out a small wine flask, took a sip himself, then handed it to Malin. Drink a little, to boost your blood flow. Malin took it, took a small sip. The strong liquor burned his throat, but after drinking, a warm feeling spread from his stomach. He handed the flask to Hans, who licked his lips, carefully tasting a drop, and immediately stuck out his tongue from the spicy burn. After eating, Odin did not start training immediately. He sat on a wooden stool by the fire pit, carving a stick with a small knife. The shavings curled in the fire, turning black and rising as blue smoke. Malin, he suddenly spoke, his voice deep amid the crackling of the burning wood. Do you know why I chose you? Malin put down his water bowl. Because I'm good at archery. Many people are good at archery, Odin said without looking up, continuing to carve. When I was young in the guild, I saw elves who could shoot through a coin 200 steps away, and half-elves who could shoot a volley of arrows from a short bow to hit 10 flying birds. You're still far from that. He paused, the knife carving a deep groove into the stick. I chose you because you have something in your eyes. Odin looked up. His yellowish eyes reflected the firelight like two amber stones. It's not about accepting fate or greed. It's about not giving up. You want to survive, to live well. That's why you grit your teeth, bleed, and repeatedly draw that broken bow in the freezing weather. Malin was silent. The firelight lit up his young face, revealing the fine lines carved by wind and frost. Cromer village is too small, Odin continued, his gaze drifting to the cloudy sky outside the window. So small that it's not on the Empire's map, so small that the tax collector doesn't come for 10 years. But the village is still here. Why? Because some people are rooted here, like grass in a stone. No matter how hard, they keep living. He turned his eyes back to Malin. I am old now. This leg. He patted his right leg. Pain keeps me awake on rainy days. I can teach only so much, protect only so much. But the village needs people to guard it. In winter, there are hungry wolves. In spring, goblins. In summer, bandits. And in autumn, who knows what will come? Your father, old Jack, is a good hunter, but he only guards his own home. You are different. Odin's voice was soft but heavy, like a hammer hitting the heart. You see a bigger place. That's why I teach you skills, give you the knife, and teach you how to tighten and loosen the bowstring. Not to thank me, but so that in the future, when you can shoot an arrow through a leaf at 150 steps, or escape unscathed when 20 goblins attack, you will go somewhere for me. Malin sat up straight. Od said that the stick in his hand had been carved into a straight, smooth arrow shaft. My 4 brothers and I took on a task to clear out a goblin den. That's where it was. He put down his small knife, looked at the arrow shaft in the firelight, then kept carving. We made a mistake. We were too confident and too eager. We went into the cave at night, hoping to catch the goblins sleeping all at once. But there was more than just goblins inside. Od's hand was steady as he scraped thin shavings of wood. There was something else. A dark, shadowy mass that moved fast, like a shadow, with claws that could tear through armor. We were ambushed. The room was so quiet that you could hear the tiny sounds of wood shavings falling into the fire. The bow and arrows didn't work inside the cave. It was too dark to see. We stood back to back, guarding all night. When the arrows ran out, we used curved knives. John, our shield bearer, was the first to fall. He was dragged into the darkness, only able to shout a warning. Then Lena, our healer, tried to use her holy symbol to chase away the darkness, but something bit her neck from behind. Od's voice was flat, like he was talking about someone else. I and my 2 remaining brothers rushed outside. Roy, the thief, was in front. When we got close to the entrance, the ground suddenly collapsed. He fell into a pit filled with sharpened stakes. I turned back to help him, but I was bitten on the leg. He patted his right leg. My bones were broken. I couldn't stand. Caden, the last dwarf warrior, carried me and ran as fast as he could. He paused, looking into the fire. I stayed outside the cave all night, listening as the sounds inside gradually faded away. When dawn came, I crawled out with my life. Later, the guild came looking for us, but only Roy's dagger was left near the trap. Everything else was gone. OD looked directly at Marin. In his dull yellow eyes, something was burning, cold and hot at the same time. 10 years have passed. Every winter, when my leg hurts, I think of them. I think of John bragging about his family's shield being so strong, of Lena whispering a prayer before healing, of Roy sneaking my wine and me hitting him. He raised the arrow shaft, blew gently on it, and the wood shavings floated away. I taught you this skill so that one day you can go into that cave, clear out whatever is inside, and then find something of theirs, anything. A bone, a torn cloth, a button. Bring it back and bury it where you can see the sunrise. Ode's voice was soft, but like it was carved into stone. This is the reward I want. Not money, not gratitude. It's a promise to my brothers, a clear explanation. Malin looked at the old man. The firelight flickered on his face, and his wrinkles were deep like cuts. This old man, who always scolded, always looked stern, and used his cane to hit them, carried a heavy burden in his heart for 10 years. I understand, Malin said, his voice clear in the quiet room. Clear out the nests and bring them home. No vows, no passionate promises. Only a heavy promise, falling into the fire pit and burning with the wood shavings. Ode looked at him for a moment and slowly nodded. He threw a sharpened arrow shaft to Malin. Your arrows are too rough. Use this. Tomorrow, I will teach you how to wrap the feathers. Hans stood nearby, eyes red, whispering, Village chief. I want to go too. I will help my older brother carry things. Ode glanced at him. Rarely did he scold, and he only said, first, be able to draw a 30-pound bow. Outside, the cold wind howled, sweeping snowflakes against the wooden window. Inside, the fire crackled, warm but brief. Malin held the smooth arrow shaft, feeling a slight warmth from the wood in his palm. Far away, Old Black Mountain hid behind winter fog, like a sleeping giant, and the place called Howling Cave was waiting for him in the dark. He clenched the arrow shaft tightly. It was still early, but one day he would go. Before that, he needed to become strong enough. Strong enough to draw a tougher bow, wield a faster knife, see clearly in the dark, and survive in desperate times. The night was still long. The training had just begun. 15th day of Frost Moon, the training entered a new stage. Ode was no longer satisfied with wooden posts and grass rings in the yard. Early morning, he threw 2 bundles of arrows wrapped carefully in oilcloth at Malin's feet. Real feathered arrows, with neatly trimmed gray goose feathers, straight shafts, and iron arrowheads shining coldly in the morning light. His language skills had also improved. 20 arrows. Miss one, do 50 more pull-ups. The old man's voice was colder than before. Today, don't go deep into the forest. Stay at the edge of the misty forest. Hans, you follow. Carry the quiver, watch your step, and look up too. Malin silently untied the oilcloth. The weight of the arrow in his hand made him feel a little heavy-hearted. It's heavier than the wooden arrow he made himself. The arrowhead is a 3-sided pyramid with a tiny blood groove. This is a killing arrow, not one for hunting rabbits. Hans carried a leather quiver almost as tall as himself. Inside, there were 20 new arrows and their usual stock. The little guy's face was a bit pale, but his eyes shone brightly. He patted his chest hard and said, Village chief, I promise to watch over Big Brother's back. Ode didn't speak. He just looked deeply at Mars with his dull yellow eyes and then waved his hand. The Forest of Mist gets its name because, even on the clearest days, a thin, grayish mist like a veil always lingers among the trees. The cold of late autumn and the moisture from underground swamps have been mixing here for years, making it hard to see clearly beyond 50 steps. The tree trunks are covered with thick moss and lichens, and the ground is layered with decayed leaves, soft and quiet to walk on, but hiding holes and tangled roots. Malin led the way, with his curved knife already drawn and held at his side. The faint sound of the leather armor rubbing was amplified in the silence of the forest. Hans lagged 3 steps behind, holding his arrow quiver, eyes alert as he scanned the bushes and the tangled branches overhead. Ode had taught them. In such places, danger could come from any direction. They followed a nearly leaf-covered hunter's trail. This was a route old Jack used often, avoiding the most dangerous swamp areas, with a few fixed trap points along the way. Malon's goal was to check those traps and see if he could catch something. There wasn't much meat left at home. The first trap was near a fallen giant cedar. Malon signaled Hans to stop, then crouched down to examine carefully. The trap's rope mechanism was still there, but the bait, a piece of blackened cured meat, was gone. There were messy, small claw marks in the damp soil nearby, like from a small animal. "Is it a fox?" Hans whispered as he moved closer. Malon shook his head and used his knife tip to part a fallen leaf. In the soil, there was a clear footprint, 3 thin toes with sharp claw marks at the front, a narrow paw, only as big as a child's palm. The print was fresh, and the edges of the mud hadn't dried completely. His expression grew serious. This wasn't a fox or a badger. He had never seen this kind of footprint in the hunting knowledge his father had taught him, but Ode had mentioned something casually a few days ago. "Goblin," Malon whispered. Hans took a deep breath and instinctively tightened his grip on the strap of his quiver. Goblins, those small, green-skinned, pointed-eared creatures, are often part of the scary stories told in border villages. They usually move in groups, attack lone travelers, steal livestock, or raid small villages with weak defenses. The kind of monsters that Brother Malon once killed. "Only one?" Hans's voice trembled a little. Malon didn't answer. He stood up and looked around sharply. The fog was slowly drifting through the trees, making visibility very low. He crouched down, like the old teacher Odin had taught, and put his ear close to the ground. It was silent. Only the wind whistling through the treetops and the faint sound of a distant stream could be heard. But something was wrong. It was too quiet. No bird calls at all. There used to be sparrows and crows in this forest. He slowly stood up and made a quiet and follow gesture with his hand. The two of them left the path and moved southeast, heading toward a small hill with a slightly higher ground. Odin had said that goblins liked to set up temporary camps or lookouts on high ground that overlooked the area. The layer of fallen leaves under their feet grew thicker, and the smell of decay mixed with damp earth and moss filled the air. Malon stepped very lightly, first placing his foot down gently, then shifting his weight. Hans tried to do the same, but he accidentally broke a few dry twigs, which made a loud in the silence. Every time, it made him turn pale with fear. After about 15 minutes, a jumble of rocks appeared faintly through the fog ahead, left over from a landslide. Malon signaled to Hans to hide behind a large rock, then silently climbed up the cold stone surface like a gecko, peering out from in the rocks. Below the rocks was a small, relatively flat clearing. In the middle of it, a pile of ashes still emitted faint blue smoke. Nearby, there were a few tiny bones that had been gnawed clean, probably from birds or mice, and some shiny little objects, maybe broken glass or cheap buttons or jewelry stolen from somewhere. What made his heart tighten the most was the 2 small figures on the clearing. They were only about as tall as Hans's chest. Their skin was a dull, greenish-gray, covered with bumps and warts. Their pointed ears stuck out from messy, dirty, tangled hair. They wore tattered cloth and scraps of leather, probably stolen, barely covering their bodies. One of them is holding a sharp flint stone, carving something on a piece of wood, while the other is clutching a thick wooden stick with a pointed stone tied to the top, looking around cautiously. They are goblins. 2 of them, either alone or guards. Malon's mind races quickly. 2 enemies, I can try. They have simple weapons, but judging by their size and stance, they are not elite fighters. About 40 steps away, with bushes and rocks blocking the middle, but I can still see well enough to shoot. Hans is below. I can't let him join the fight directly. He slowly pulls back into in the rocks, slides down, and makes a few hand signals to the tense Hans. 2 enemies. Position, ready with the bow. Listen for my signal. Hans nods hard, his hands trembling a little, but he still puts down his quiver steadily, pulls out Malon's hunting bow, and knocks a new arrow. Malon checks his curved dagger's handle, then climbs back onto the rocks, choosing a better position to strike. He knocks the arrow, draws the bow. The string makes a faint, tense sound in the silence. He aims at the goblin holding the stone piece, seemingly focused on carving. First take this one out, then the other with the stick, distracted by Hans, and quickly close in to finish with the dagger. He slows his breathing, steadies his heartbeat. 40 steps, a light breeze. The target is relatively still. His level 4 archery skill gives him control through his arm and fingertips. He releases the string. Whoosh thud. The arrow cuts through the mist, accurately piercing the side of the goblin's neck. It lets out a sharp, short scream. The flint stone and would fly out of its hands, futilely grabbing at its neck. Dark green blood gushes from its fingers, and it falls backward. Ah! The other goblin jumps in fright, grabbing a thick stick, its small, red eyes wide with fear, immediately locking onto the rock where Malin is hiding. Hans, Malin shouts softly. Hans, already prepared, peeks out from behind the rocks, straining to pull back his small bow, firing a wild shot toward the goblin. The arrow misses, flying over its head and hitting a tree behind, but it draws the goblin's attention, causing it to let out an angry howl and wave its stick toward Hans. Now's the time. Malin leaps down from the rocks, landing and rolling forward to absorb the impact, his dagger already drawn. He rushes forward at full speed. The goblin heard the noise behind it and realized it was a trap. It suddenly turned around, and a rough wooden stick swung toward him with the sound of wind. Its movements were surprisingly quick. Malin did not dodge or block. He charged forward, and just as the stick was about to hit him, he suddenly crouched low. He slid under the stick and, at the same time, swung his curved dagger upward, creating a cold arc of light. Shoo! The blade cut through the torn leather and the tough green skin underneath, deeply stabbing into the goblin's chest and stomach. Its foul blood and internal organs splattered onto Malin's arm. The goblin let out a dying, hissing sound as if it was losing air. It dropped the stick and staggered back, then fell to the ground, twitching. The fight lasted only 10 seconds. The forest returned to silence, except for the occasional twitch of the two goblin corpses and the faint sound of blood flowing out. The strong smell of blood filled the damp air. Hans ran out from behind a rock, his face very pale. He looked at the terrifying dead goblins on the ground, his throat moving as he tried not to. Malin took a few deep breaths to calm himself. He looked around carefully to make sure there was no other movement, then went to the first goblin's body. He bent down and pulled out the feathered arrow, wiping the blood off its tattered clothes. The iron arrowhead was slightly bent, but still usable. He knelt down, pulled out his hunting knife, and, fighting nausea, quickly cut off the goblin's distinctive long, pointed ears. The green blood was thick and foul-smelling. He wrapped the ears in an old cloth he carried and put them into a hidden pocket inside his leather armor. Old Otter had told him that the Adventurers Guild in Whitestone Town often bought these ears. A pair of complete goblin ears was worth 2 silver coins. This was an important trophy and proof that they had successfully fought a monster for the first time. Big brother. Are they dead? Hans's voice was still trembling. Yes, they are, Malin said, standing up. He went to the stream to wash his curved dagger and his hands. The cold water made his skin tingle, helping him wake up. Check around and see if there are more traces. Be careful. Hans gathered his courage and carefully searched the open area. Soon, he called out in a low voice, "Big brother, there's a path here. Lots of small footprints going that way." He pointed toward the dense forest below the rocky, where the fog was thicker. Indeed, on the damp soil and fallen leaves, there is a series of dense, small footprints leading deeper into the forest. There are quite a few, at least a dozen different sets of tracks, indicating frequent use. This is the path to the goblin's nest. He did not immediately follow the tracks. Odin's warning echoed in his mind. Never venture alone into an unknown monster's lair, especially without preparation. The reward of 2 silver coins was tempting, but life is only one. Remember this spot, Malin said to Hans. Let's go back. That's enough for today. They kicked the goblin's crude weapons and the little pile of treasure into the ashes to bury it, then quickly left the area. On the way back, they became more cautious, almost looking back every few steps, until they reached the edge of the foggy forest. Seeing the distant low outline of Chromie village, their nerves finally relaxed a little. Goblins. Near the edge of the foggy forest? In Odin's house, the old man listened to Malin's brief story, his brow furrowing tightly. He put down the dagger he was cleaning and walked over to a rough, hand-drawn map on the wall, focusing on the area marked Foggy Forest. Two of them, acting as sentinels, found footprints leading deeper, probably a nest with more than 20 goblins, Malin added, placing a blood-stained cloth bag on the table. He opened it, revealing 2 pairs of pointed ears inside. Odin glanced at the ears and nodded. Adult goblins. Well handled. He returned to the table, tapping his finger on the rough wooden surface. 20. Not a large nest, but not small either. They usually don't come so close to human settlements, unless... Unless what? Hans asked eagerly. Unless something has disturbed the main nest, like being driven out by stronger monsters. Or they're planning something, needing a forward base. Odin's eyes grew deep. Further into the foggy forest, near Blackwater Marsh, I heard a few years ago there was conflict between the Kobold tribe and the Goblin clans. Maybe those little green pests got involved. He looked at Malin. Keep the ears safe. Next time, go to town to exchange money. Do you roughly remember where the nest is? Got it. Southeast of the stone, footprints leading toward Blackwater Marsh. Don't act rashly, Odin said seriously. 20 goblins rushing at once. No matter how skilled you are now, you'd be torn to bones. They are timid, but when there are many, they dare to attack. Also, goblin dens often have traps, simple but very sneaky. I understand, Malin nodded. Village chief, what should I practice next? Aod hesitated for a moment. Keep practicing archery. Increase the difficulty of moving targets and quick shots. You need to be able to shoot 3 arrows in 3 breaths, hitting different targets each time. As for the curved sword, starting tomorrow, focus on footwork, especially forest combat techniques. How to move quickly among trees and rocks, use the environment, and counterattack. Hans, yes, Hans straightened his small frame. Your archery still needs improvement, but you have good eyesight. Today's timing to interfere was well done. In the future, focus on hiding and reconnaissance. Learn how to walk quietly in the woods, how to tell different animal tracks apart, and how to understand the activity patterns of goblins and similar creatures. Aod paused. Also, starting tomorrow, you will train with a real sword. A short one, practice stabbing and ing. The goal is clear. When close to an enemy, you should be able to stab into their stomach or eyes. In the following days, the training became more targeted and stricter. Every day before dawn, Malin and Hans ran around the village under Aod's supervision, then did extremely dull footwork exercises in the yard, moving forward, backward, sideways, quick turns, weaving between mock trees, wooden stakes. They also had to block and slash at Aod's thrown cloth-wrapped sticks from any angle using curved or wooden swords. Though Aod's legs were not very mobile, his sticks were quick and aimed at joints and vital points, often making Malin stumble and bruise himself, his body soon covered in purple and blue marks. Archery training moved into the woods. Aod somehow got some old leather armor and wooden shields, hung them on trees, and had Malin shoot at these swinging targets while running and weaving through the trees. The distances ranged from 30 to 60 steps, with varying light conditions. He practiced quick draw, instant aiming, and decisive release during movement. Arrows were used up fast, but his accuracy steadily improved through effort. Hans stayed close to Aod, learning how to recognize footprints, droppings, broken branches, and gnawed plants. Aod also taught him how to use terrain and foliage to hide, how to control his breathing and heartbeat, and how to stay perfectly still while lurking. The boy studied very seriously, and the once innocent eyes of a child gradually gained a hunter's alertness. Every 2 or 3 days, Malin would go alone, sometimes bringing Hans for practical training, to the edge of the misty forest, far away from the stone area. He never got close, only using a worn but still usable single-tube copper telescope lent by Odin to observe from a distance. He recorded the approximate times when goblin sentinels changed shifts, about every 4 hours, and occasionally saw small groups of goblins, 3 to 5, leaving their nest to search for food or materials nearby. He carefully examined the terrain near the nest's possible location and marked several possible routes for approaching and retreating. The goblin nest's location became clearer, about a mile southeast of the stone, near a hidden underground entrance covered by vines and rocks. It might have been a wild animal's den or a natural, now occupied and expanded by goblins. Near the entrance, there were rough wooden barriers and a fence decorated with bones and torn cloth as warnings. During the day, it was usually quiet, but at night, faint sharp noises and flickering shadows from a campfire could be heard and seen on the cave walls. There are over 20 goblins living in the forest less than half a day's walk from the village. They are like a thorn stuck in the throat. Malin carefully shared all the gathered information with Odin. The old man looked at the rough sketches and markings Malin drew on a piece of grass paper, and after a long moment, he nodded. Almost there. The nest structure is unclear, but the entrance should be the only one. They are less active during the day and more alert at night, but also more chaotic. Odin pointed at the sketch with a charcoal pen. Do you want to attack? Yes, Malin answered quickly. They are too close to the village. I need real combat. Actual, risky combat. And I need money. Bounty hunting was one reason, but the nest might also have some supplies, even just copper coins and broken items. Odin looked at him for a while, seeming to weigh the young man's determination and strength. Practice for 5 more days, the old man finally said. In 5 days, your moving target at 60 steps must hit 70%, and your woodland footwork must withstand 20 attacks without falling. Hans must be able to stab a running rabbit-sized target within 30 steps with a short dagger. If you meet these goals, I will help you plan. If not, keep practicing until they come to you, or until they grow in number and attract bigger trouble. Yes, Malin replied without hesitation. 5 days. He looked out the window. The foggy forest in the evening looked like a crouching giant beast. The cave hiding over 20 green-skinned little monsters was like a sore rotting under the beast's skin. 5 days. He must tear open this sore. Late at night, Malin sat under the oil lamp, using a charcoal pencil to sketch attack plans on the back of a rough piece of paper. Hans was already asleep, softly snoring. Outside, the winter wind passed through dry branches, making whimpering sounds. The sword needs sharpening, and the bow must be pulled tighter. The following days were filled with sweat and heavy breathing. The training changed. Odin no longer just focused on strengthening Malin's bowstring and sword edge. Instead, he combined them to develop a more complete skill, the rhythm of a hunter. Rangers are not just archers or swordsmen, the old man said in the morning fog, standing in front of a line of dew-covered wooden stakes. His voice was cold and damp like the forest morning. They are people who can shoot a target in the eye from 50 steps away or cut a throat with a blade within 3 steps. Distance is your armor and your prison. Knowing when to draw your bow and when to draw your sword is how you become a true ranger. The training became tougher and more real. Odin found some old, tattered leather armor stained with suspicious dark brown spots and hung it on the stakes. He made Malin run, stop suddenly, roll, and bounce off trees while shooting at small marks drawn with charcoal on the armor. If he missed, he had to do 30 pull-ups in the freezing cold. Without a break, Odin would quickly approach with his crippled leg, wielding a cloth-wrapped wooden stick that looked like a snake, aiming at Malin's sore arms from drawing the bow or his sluggish legs from running. Create distance. Are your legs just for show? Odin struck Malin's calf, making him stumble. Malin gritted his teeth and jumped back, trying to knock an arrow again. But Odin shadowed him, pointing, poking, and sweeping with the stick, blocking every chance Malin had to draw his bow. Draw your sword. Are you waiting to die? Malin put down his bow and drew his sword with his backhand. The curved sword and the wooden stick clanged together with a dull sound. He spun, aiming the blade at Odin's wrist, a result of days of practicing footwork and flowing cuts. Adi flicked his wrist, lightly tapping the wooden stick to guide it. Malinton immediately felt the force on his blade shift, and the middle gate opened again. The cold tip of the stick pressed against his Adam's apple. You're dead again, Adi said, lowering his stick with a blank face. The rhythm is off. When archers get close, your first choice should always be to create space. If you can't pull back, draw your sword decisively. But your sword is for making room to draw, not for fighting to the death. Remember, only living rangers are valuable. Dead ones are just corpses, day after day. The bruises on Malinton never faded, old wounds stacking with new ones. But his movements became more precise despite the pain. and his eyes grew cold and focused under the threat of death again and again. Switching between bow and sword was no longer awkward. His steps between trees and posts left faint afterimages. He could feel his muscles becoming tougher under extreme pressure, and his breathing grew longer and steadier during intense activity. His sense of distance, timing, and his own limits became clearer, like a thin layer of ice slowly forming over his awareness. Archery LV.4, 215/400. Curved Sword Mastery LV.2, 185/200. Strength 1.3 1.31. Agility 1.4 1.42. Constitution 1.2 1.22. The numbers on his panel moved slowly, but accurately recorded every drop of sweat, every exhaustion, and every bruise that contributed to his small improvements. No sudden bursts of strength, only steady progress carved out by pain and repetition. Hans was also transforming. Adi gave him a real short knife, only as long as his forearm, but sharp enough. The training focused on how to use the knife at very close range, aiming to stab the imaginary enemy's belly, ribs, or from below to the chin with minimal movement. It was dull and dangerous. He almost cut himself twice. But he learned seriously. The boy's eyes, which always carried a hint of fear, began to settle into a focused, predator-like stare. Adi also started teaching him more complex trap setups and how to read tracks. The little guy learned quickly, developing an almost instinctive sensitivity to subtle signs in the forest. Every few days, Malentin would take Hans to the edge of the misty forest. No longer just reconnaissance, but active hunting. Targets were lone goblins or small groups of 2 or 3. They moved through the woods like ghosts. Malin's beast instinct slowly grew stronger during targeted hunts, making him more aware of malice and gaze. Hans was responsible for using Odin's teachings to spot gaps and usual routes of goblin patrols. During their first real hunt, their target was 2 goblins drinking by the creek. Malin crouched behind bushes 30 steps away, aiming his arrow steadily at the back of one goblin's head. Hans was closer, hiding behind a tree trunk, half-drawn short knife, holding his breath. The bowstring twanged, and the arrow hit the green head. The other goblin turned in shock, grabbing a stone axe. Malin abandoned his bow and rushed forward, his steps quick on the wet creek stones, body low, with the cold gleam of his curved knife shining in the water's reflection. The goblin shouted and swung its axe wildly and clumsily. Malin didn't block, but shifted his feet just before the attack, sidestepping the axe blade. Using the momentum, his curved knife sliced upward from beneath the goblin's ribs, stabbing deep until the handle. Green, foul-smelling blood splattered. The whole fight lasted less than 5 breaths. Hans didn't even have time to fully emerge from hiding. They cut off the ears, quickly cleaned the scene, and disappeared into the woods. No cheers, only suppressed breathing and rapid heartbeat during their quick retreat. Safe again, Malin leaned against a tree, checked his curved knife, wiped off the blood, and his arm trembled slightly from the sudden burst of effort. This wasn't training, it was real killing. The weight of life and the stench of death pressed down through the knife handle and the air. The second time, they faced 3 goblins. Malin shot and killed one first. Hans gathered courage and used a short bow to distract another, giving Malin time to draw his sword close. But the third goblin, driven mad by its companion's deaths, wildly swung a wooden club tied with a sharp stone. Malin couldn't dodge in the narrow rocky space, and his left arm was cut open, his leather armor torn, blood flowing out. In the end, he exchanged injury for life, stabbing fiercely and piercing the goblin's throat. The wound wasn't deep but burned with pain. Hans hurriedly used a clean cloth and herbs to bandage him, his face paler than Malin's from fear. "Big brother, you're bleeding." "Just a small wound," Malin gasped, looking at the 3 green bodies on the ground, more shaken than hurt. 3 goblins versus 2 was a much harder challenge. Cooperation, terrain, and luck were all essential. He had a clearer understanding of his current limits. 20 goblins are lurking in their nest. He suppresses a chill in his heart. They carefully put away their ears, and this time, they also found a few dirty copper coins and a dull blue shard of glass, probably chipped from some jewelry, on the goblin corpses. The hunt continues. The number of ears collected is increasing. Malon's wound on his left arm has scabbed over, forming a dark red bump. His movements have become more efficient and sharp, losing the last traces of training finesse, even showing a bit of fierce determination. Hans is no longer just a burden. His simple traps and snares successfully caught a goblin, and his aim with throwing stones has improved. Ode examines the growing number of blood-stained ears they bring back, listening to their detailed recounts of each encounter. He nods occasionally, but more often, he offers sharp corrections. You hesitated here. You should have cut the carotid artery directly, not stabbed the stomach. Your terrain use was poor. That crooked tree on the left was perfect cover, but you chose to hide in the open. Hans, why did you shout when throwing stones? Were you afraid they wouldn't know where you are? His words are stern but effective. Each correction feels like sharpening a blade on a stone. That night, Malon sleeps deeply. The intense training and daytime hunting have drained every bit of his energy. Inside the hut, only Hans's gentle snoring and the occasional crackle of the fire remain. Then, a dream comes. It's not the usual blurry, chaotic fragments. It's unusually clear, with a cold, glassy feeling as if looking through ice. He sees himself in a dark, damp cave filled with a strong, musty smell and the stench of waste. The rough walls drip with water, and bones and debris are scattered on the ground. Deep inside the cave, a small dying fire flickers, casting light on a tall, muscular green figure, taller than any other goblin, sitting on a raised seat made of stones and animal skins. It wears a crooked, rusted iron helmet and holds a large thigh bone, gnawing on it. Then, Malon's vision is forcibly pulled closer, focusing on the goblin's dirty, sharp claws. On its right hand, on one relatively less dirty finger, there is a ring. The ring appears to be made of dull, colorless metal, possibly once silver. The face of the ring is set with a gemstone. Even in such a dark and dirty environment, the gemstone still emits a strange, reddish glow from inside, like dried blood or dying embers. The light is faint but persistent, as if it has a life of its own. The dream has no sound, but a cold message flows directly into Malon's mind. Bloodstone ring effect. Once a day, it can block or deflect a serious or deadly physical attack aimed at the wearer. After the effect triggers, the gemstone's glow dims completely and can only recover after dawn the next day. Then, the scene breaks apart and rewires itself. He sees himself fighting a big goblin in a cave, with blades or arrows about to hit vital spots, but a faint, blood-red aura suddenly appears, blocking or deflecting the attack, making a grating sound. The goblin laughs wildly. The dream now has a blurry sound, swinging a heavy stone axe to fight back. Malon suddenly wakes up, sitting up on a bed of hay. His heart pounds wildly, and cold sweat soaks his clothes. Cold air rushes into his lungs, bringing him back to reality. The hut is dark, with only faint snowlight outside the window. It's not a dream. It's that prediction. The time has come. He instinctively reaches for his left arm. The wound there has healed, leaving only a faint scar that itches slightly. But the dark red glow from the ring in the dream and the strange deflection of the attack are vividly imprinted in his mind. One powerful. Once a day, his breathing gradually steadies, and his eyes shine brightly in the darkness. If the prediction is true, then the biggest risk in attacking the goblin nest comes from that ring-wearing goblin. A critical, deadly attack being nullified could turn the chaos of the battle and decide life or death. But on the other hand, if he gets that ring, he quietly gets up without waking Hans, walks to the water barrel in the corner, and scoops cold water with a wooden ladle to splash on his face. The icy coldness makes him fully alert. Outside, the sky remains a thick, dark blue, far from dawn. He sits back by the fire pit, poking the embers with a thin branch. Sparks flicker, uncertain and flickering. He must get that ring, not just to remove the biggest threat in attacking the nest, but because the ring itself is a treasure. Every day offers a life-saving chance in this dangerous world, and its value is priceless. But how to get it? The prediction only shows the ring's existence and effects, without details on how to obtain it. Attacking the nest directly, fighting against 20 goblins and a big goblin wearing the ring, trying to the ring precisely? That's too risky, almost certain death. Maybe I could first deal with the ring's owner. After it triggers its effect, Or perhaps I can lure it out of the nest and attack in a more favorable environment? Malon's brow furrowed tightly. His mind raced, combining known information about the nest, goblin habits, his own abilities, and this sudden prediction, trying to find a workable plan. The last embers of the fire finally died out, and the faint glow disappeared. The hut was plunged into complete darkness. Only the flickering flame in Malon's eyes, born of desire and scheming, shone faintly in the dark. The night was still long. The plan to seize the blood-red gemstone ring was like a dangerous seed planted quietly in his heart, waiting for the right moment to sprout. Training must continue. Hunting won't stop. But now, he had a very clear new goal. In the final days of Frost Moon, the real winter finally showed its fangs. The sky was no longer lead gray but a heavy, indigo color that seemed ready to freeze. The wind no longer howled but became a steady, low moan, like the breath of a dying beast, sweeping over Kromedai village's thatched roofs and bare branches, stealing the last warmth. The snow was no longer fluffy. It had frozen hard, shining with a cold, gray-white luster, crunching painfully underfoot. The air was dry and sharp, like biting ice in the lungs. The cold had become a more terrifying enemy than any beast. It also forced the hungry creatures in the forest to take desperate risks, whipping them into madness. Ode's face grew more serious each day. He no longer urged Malon and Hans to do basic endurance or strength training, but focused all his time on the final, most brutal combat simulation. The colder it gets, the hungrier and crazier the creatures in the woods become. The old man, wrapped in a seemingly never-worn bear fur cloak, stood outside. His breath instantly froze into icy mist. Goblin hunger is unstoppable. They'll scatter like locusts, searching for anything to eat. The range will be much farther than usual, possibly even closer to the village. His gaze swept over Malon and Hans, whose faces were red and tense from the cold. Your hunting must stop. Malon felt a chill. Village chief, are you saying they might? Not just might, but will eventually. Od interrupted him, tapping the frozen ground with his cane. Those green-skinned creatures aren't very smart, but they have a good nose and remember grudges. You've killed many of their kind. They may not know exactly who did it, but they remember the smell of blood and humans. They used to stay deep in the forest because there was enough food and they were afraid of death. But now, he didn't finish, but his meaning was clear. Hunger and cold will overpower their fear, pushing these greedy little monsters to the edge of human activity, even closer. That nest, Hans whispered, fear and a fierce desperation in his eyes. The nest must be destroyed, but we can't wait for them to come to us. Od's dull eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Waiting passively is foolish. We need to strike first, when they are the hungriest, most scattered, but also most irritable. The training that followed suddenly became very intense. Od pulled out several sets of tattered, dirty leather armor and coarse cloth clothes, all smelling strongly of mold and animal scent. Put these on, he ordered, throwing the strange-smelling gear at Malon and Hans without explanation. These are, Hans pinched his nose, holding up a nearly faded, suspiciously stained leather vest. Gremlin smell, Od said expressionlessly. They have sharp eyes and a better nose. Relying on snow to hide footprints isn't enough. You also need to confuse them with scent. Wear these clothes outside, roll in rotten wood and animal droppings. Don't look so clean if you want to survive. Malon didn't hesitate. He quickly put on a stinky old leather vest over his clothes. The smell hit him like rotting meat mixed with swamp mud. Seeing this, Hans also grimaced and did the same. They became moving smell sources, practicing stealth, attack, and retreat drills in a simulated forest environment, between the pile of firewood in the corner of the yard and the rack hung with torn cloth, under Od's command. The focus is no longer on direct kills, but on how to quietly approach in an environment filled with one's own and disguise, odors, launch a deadly strike, and quickly retreat without leaving obvious traces pointing to the human hunter. Walk softly, but don't tiptoe. Use your whole foot, like a fox. Gently place it down and slowly press it. Control your breathing. Don't pant like a bellows. If you do, you'll be spotted from 10 steps away. Don't stare fixedly at one spot. Use your peripheral vision to sense your surroundings. Goblin dwarfs like to jump out from lower paths and shadows. Hans, Your job is to watch and cover the rear. Look both ways, check behind you. Keep your ears alert. Any strange sounds, warn immediately, then run to the designated escape point. Don't look back. Ode's shouting sounded especially sharp in the cold air. He dragged his lame leg, but could appear suddenly from unexpected angles. Using a cloth-wrapped stick or a piece of firewood, he picked up to mimic the crude but vicious attacks of goblins, stabbing eyes, teasing sensitive areas, kicking ankles. Marlin and Hans had more bruises, but moved faster, more stealthily, and more fiercely. They were beginning to stay calm amid the foul smell, instinctively choosing the most effective attack routes and escape directions in the narrow, chaotic space. Archery training also adapted to extreme conditions. Ode made Marlin shoot immediately after running, aiming amid rapid heartbeat and heavy breathing. He had him shoot against the wind, calculating the drift. Even at dusk, when light was dimmest, he lit a small pile of smoky wet wood, forcing him to shoot at moving targets through the smoke. The forest isn't that particular. You might just finish running, be out of breath, and have to shoot. There could be strong wind, heavy snow. There might be smoke or fog. The enemy won't wait for you to be ready. Ode's roar was accompanied by the dull sound of a stick hitting the ground. Marlin's arm swelled and then subsided repeatedly. His calluses broke and hardened into thicker skin. Yet, his arrows, despite bouncing against the wind and in the dim evening light, became more stable in hitting their targets. It wasn't just about accuracy, but about forcing the arrow to pin the enemy fiercely under various disturbances. Archery, LV.4, 305/400, significantly improved shooting stability under harsh environments and pressure. Curved knife mastery, LV.3, 8300. In complex environments, close combat skills are becoming more skilled, and reflexes for sudden attacks are faster. Strength, 1.32, 1.34, agility, 1.44, 1.46, constitution, 1.22, 1.24. The growth is not just reflected in the cold numbers on the panel. Malin can feel his muscles becoming firmer in the cold and fatigue, like tight bowstrings. His sense of danger becomes clearer, as if a dusty mirror is being wiped clean repeatedly. Hans's changes are more obvious. His fear in the eyes is replaced by a tense alertness, and his hands no longer tremble when holding the knife. When setting traps and observing traces, he shows a level of skill beyond his age. The snow stopped and started again, covering all traces and leaving new coldness behind. Cromeret village shivers in the cold. The villagers stay indoors, relying on limited food and firewood to get through the days. Few notice the brutal training happening day after day in the yard at the west end of the village, or the increasingly strong, mixed smell of sweat, blood, and decayed wood on the two young boys. During a break in training, Oda called the two boys into the house. The only source of warmth was the flickering fire in the hearth. The old man took out a rough clay jar, filled with a thick, dark green paste that emitted a strong, pungent smell of herbs and minerals. Apply it on all exposed skin, Oda ordered. Swamp peat and some insect-repelling herbs boiled together. It can hide most of the human scent, which helps against goblins' sharp noses. It's stinky and hard to wash off, so it'll take time to wear off naturally. Malin and Hans followed his instructions. The paste was cold and greasy, with a smell stronger than their disguised clothes, sharp and eye-watering. But after applying it, their skin felt like it was covered with a barrier. 3 days left, Oda said in a deep voice, looking at them. No matter how much you've trained, you have to move in 3 days. The weather won't get warmer, and goblins will only get hungrier and more restless. We can't wait for them to smell the village's meat first. He walked to a hand-drawn map on the wall, using a charcoal pencil to circle the goblin's nest location and draw several winding lines around it. The route has been changed. Don't go along the usual creek. The ice is too slippery and easy to reveal your position. Take this route, on the leeward side, where the snow is thick but the tracks will be shallow. Retreat here, to the rocky area. The goblins are short and can't run fast through the rocks. He moved his finger on the map quickly and said, once inside, Hans, you stay at this fork. Use the method I taught you to set the last tripwires and alarm traps. Then hide here. He pointed to an unremarkable hollow on the map. No matter what happens inside, Unless you hear the 3 short whistles I taught you or see Marin come out, you must not move, make no sound, and do not go in. Your job is to secure the escape route. Do you understand? The master checked the goblin nest before the big battle. Hans nodded hard, his face tight with focus. Marin, you go in, Odin said, turning to him with a firm look. Your target is that big one with the ring. Ignore the others. If you get a chance, focus on taking it down first. Remember what I taught you, don't fight head-on. Use your speed, look for openings, strike once, then retreat if you miss. Create chaos. He paused, his voice deepening. The situation inside the nest is uncertain. What you see might not be everything, and it might not be accurate. There could be traps or other dangerous things. Keep your eyes sharp, your ears alert. If something feels wrong, withdraw immediately. Your life is more important than the ring. More than anything, Marin nodded seriously, memorizing every mark, every route on the map, every word Odin said. His heart beat steadily and strongly in his chest, not from fear, but from a cold excitement before the real fight. 3 days. The final preparation time. The last training. In the small hut, Marin carefully checked each piece of gear. The blade of his dagger gleamed faintly as he sharpened it on a stone. His bowstring was re-waxed, tight and flexible. Every arrow shaft, feather, and tip was checked again and again. The leather armor's buckles and stitches were reinforced. The foul-smelling camouflage ointment was carefully sealed. Hans kept wiping his short knife and checking the ropes and sharpened sticks for setting traps. He silently recited Odin's signals and how to respond to alarms. Outside the window, cold wind carried tiny snowflakes that tapped against the glass, making a scratching sound like countless small claws. In the distance, the misty forest looked like a sleeping, hungry beast slowly waking under the dull light. In 3 days, they would walk into the beast's mouth willingly. Not for glory, not for gold, just to be ahead of the winter's sharp teeth biting through the village fences. I took the first step to remove the most dangerous fong near the throat. Pre-dawn freezing rain turned into fine snow, silently covering the village of Cromer. Icicles hung from the eaves, like the sharp teeth of wild beasts. Outside the woods, fog and snow dust mixed, reducing visibility to about 20 or 30 steps. The wind pierced through layers of clothing, stealing body heat and leaving a numb, prickly sensation. In Odie's small yard, training had already begun. There were no shouts or curses, only heavy breathing, the crunch of leather boots crushing snow, and the dull thuds of sticks and curved knives blocking each other. Malin and Hans, dressed in thick clothes soaked with sweat and disguised scent, moved swiftly through the deep snow. The old man's demands grew more difficult. He no longer fought himself, but leaned against the doorframe, squinting and occasionally muttering a few words. Left 3, behind the tree. Hearing this, Malin instinctively darted toward the 3rd birch tree covered in frost on his left front, while flicking his knife toward the empty space beside him. Almost at the same moment, a cloth-wrapped wooden stick, triggered by a hidden mechanism behind the firewood pile, swept past his back. If he had been half a second slower, it would have hit him solidly. Upwind, arrow, Hans, at his alert position, suddenly looked up, facing the direction of the falling snow, upwind, and pulled back his small bow with effort. Though his fingers were frozen stiff, his arrow still crookedly shot toward a frozen rabbit carcass hanging on a distant branch, off by 2 feet, but the aim and reaction were correct. Retreat, line B, break. Odie's commands were as cold and sharp as ice shards. Malin quickly faked through his knife, no longer hesitating, crouched low, and retreated along a small, inconspicuous path he had marked out in the snow with his feet. Hans threw a piece of wood wrapped in cloth in another direction to make noise, then grabbed a short spear with a cloth-wrapped tip, and as Malin rushed past, he turned and ran after him, eyes fixed behind. The 2 retreated to the designated evacuation point at the base of the yard wall, leaning against the cold earth wall, gasping heavily, white mist escaping from their mouths and noses. Odie slowly approached with his cane, looked at their retreat route, tracks messy, but mostly along snow-covered or animal-marked areas, making it hard to follow. "That'll do," he commented, his gaze sweeping over Marlin's trembling right arm and Hans's face, which was flushed with cold. "Remember this feeling. In the woods, cold, exhaustion, and fear are deadly. You must learn to live with them. He paused, looked up at the gray sky. The snow won't stop anytime soon. Those green-skinned creatures. It's time for them to come out looking for food. As OD predicted, the cold and continuous snow acted like invisible whips, forcing the hungry goblins out of their warm nests and pushing them toward the edges where food was scarcer. Marlin and Hans had to expand their hunting area, venturing deeper into the misty forest. Camouflage became very important. They smeared dark paste made of charcoal and animal fat on their faces and covered themselves with torn cloths stained with dry leaves, moss, and snow mud. They moved carefully, using the terrain and fog like two silent shadows. Hunting became harder and more dangerous. Goblins no longer appeared only in pairs. Sometimes they came in groups of 3 or 5, searching more carefully. They rummaged through rotten roots under fallen trees, dug shallow snow nests, and used dirty claws to dig into frozen soil, looking for insect eggs or tubers. Sharp screams echoed through the forest, showing their impatience and greed. In one ambush, Marlin's arrow pierced a lone goblin's neck, but its dying scream attracted 3 more nearby. They had to fight while retreating, using preset tripwires and snowballs filled with sharp flint thrown by Hans to slow the pursuers. When Marlin's curved knife blocked a rough wooden club, the shock numbed his hand, and the blade chipped on the coarse stone axe of the enemy. Another time, they tracked a small group of 4 goblins, but almost ran into another group sneaking from the side. It was Marlin's increasingly sharp sense, a mix of hearing, sight, and an almost indescribable instinct, that saved Hans at the last moment. The two hid behind bushes covered with ice, holding their breath, watching the small green figures curse and search through sparse berry bushes less than 10 steps away, their hearts pounding in their chests. Every encounter was a dance on the edge of life and death. The sound of arrows flying, the dull thud of blades cutting flesh, the shrieks of dying goblins, their own heavy breathing and pounding hearts. All these sounds and feelings intertwined with the cold, exhaustion, and tension, repeatedly hitting their nerves. The wounds are increasing. Malin's left arm was cut by a piece of stone, and Hans's forehead was grazed by flying debris, but their eyes have become calmer and sharper through constant fighting. Archery, LV.4, 34400. Quick aiming and shooting during many battles have improved stability and decisiveness. Curved blade mastery, LV.3, 120/300. Experience in handling multiple enemies and sudden attacks has increased, making small movements and counterattacks smoother. Strength, 1.34-1.35. Agility, 1.46-1.47. Constitution, 1.2-1.25. Spirit, 2.1-2.11. Focus and awareness have grown under high pressure and life-or-death combat. Hans, follower short weapon mastery, LV.1, 55 out of 100. Wilderness survival, LV.1, 30 out of 100. Alertness, LV.1, 15 out of 100. The number of pointed ears they brought back is increasing, and the leather pouch at their waist is getting heavier. But Malin feels little joy. The goblin's activity range is clearly moving closer to the village, and the nearest encounter happened less than 3 miles from the outskirts of Cromy. This is not a good sign. That afternoon, the snow temporarily stopped, but the sky remained gloomy. Malin and Hans explored upstream along an icy creek. The terrain here is higher, sheltered from the wind, and shows signs of deer activity. They hope to find larger prey, or at least understand the terrain better. On both sides of the creek are snow-covered rocks and sparse conifer trees. It's quiet, with only the faint hissing of wind over the ice and the crunch of snow under their feet. Malin signaled Hans to watch the right side, where snow had bent some bushes. Something was wrong. There were scratches on the snow, not like small animals had made them. They slowed down, hiding behind rocks and tree trunks, carefully approaching. The tracks were fresh, not yet frozen over. Then they saw it. The footprints were messy, larger and deeper than goblin tracks, with clear paw prints belonging to canines. The tracks were dense, overlapping at least 6 or 7 sizable creatures. Wolves. Malin crouched down, examining carefully. The tracks led upstream along the creek and disappeared behind a pile of rocks. He moved closer and used the tip of his knife to push aside some snow at the edge of a footprint. Beneath it, the soil faintly showed a dark red color. It wasn't fresh blood. It had already darkened and frozen, but it was definitely blood. More than one group, Hans whispered, pointing in another direction. There was another set of footprints, smaller and more scattered, belonging to goblins. These two groups' tracks crossed, and even overlapped on a relatively open ice surface nearby. The snow around was trampled badly, with a few clumps of gray-black wolf fur and a small torn, dirty green cloth lying around. They met, Malin said softly, scanning the chaotic scene with sharp eyes. No fresh bodies were found, so the fight might not have been very fierce, or perhaps one side quickly retreated. But judging by the mess of footprints, fur, and cloth left behind, it was definitely not a peaceful passing. His heart beat a little faster. Goblins and wolves, two groups of predators struggling for food in the winter forest. Their territories overlapped in this valley. A thought, like a hidden current beneath the ice, quietly surfaced. Ode had said that goblins hold grudges and are afraid of the weak and the strong. Wolves are even more vengeful, especially in this season of scarce food. If they had already clashed, Malin signaled Hans to step back. The two quietly moved away from the area, retreating to a windbreak that overlooked the upper part of the valley. "Brother, are you thinking?" Hans wasn't stupid. From Malin's thoughtful expression, he guessed something, and his voice was tense but excited. "The wolf pack is quite large and seems pretty temperamental." Malin looked toward the upstream part of the valley, where jagged rocks and complex terrain made it an ideal den or temporary shelter. The goblins are getting pushed closer to the village, and finding food is harder for them. They ran into the wolves here and took a small loss. He didn't finish, but Hans understood. When two parties fight, a third benefits, an old village saying often told in stories. But how do we make them fight? And aren't wolves even fiercer than goblins? Hans swallowed hard. "No need for us to do that," Malin said coldly. "They've already clashed. We just need to add some fuel and lead them together. Or, when they meet again on their own, give them a little help." He needed more information about the size of the wolf pack, their activity patterns, and the possible location of the alpha wolf. The goblin squad's usual patrol routes and their level of interest in this valley. Also, most importantly, whether the big goblin wearing the ring might be lured out. Over the next 2 days, their plans quietly changed. They continued hunting lone goblins, but more secretly, trying not to leave obvious human traces, like leaving arrows behind unless absolutely necessary, and using knives to kill when needed. At the same time, they focused on observing the valley and the goblin nest from a distance, very carefully. They confirmed the number of wolves, about 8 to 10. It was a small but strong pack. The alpha wolf was a large gray-black male with a notch in his left ear and fierce eyes. The wolf pack seemed to have made a hidden rocky crevice upstream of the valley their temporary base. They also learned about the goblins' interest in this area. At least twice, they saw goblin squads of more than 5 members carrying simple ropes and sharpened sticks, trying to set traps near the valley. Their goal was clearly the wolf pack or other animals coming to drink water. But the wolves were very alert, and the goblins' plans failed. Instead, there were signs of conflict, like scattered sticks and clearer wolf droppings as warnings. The tension between the two groups was growing, especially under the pressure of extreme food shortages. Malin kept imagining the details he had observed. A bold and risky plan was slowly taking shape. It depended on timing, understanding both sides' habits, a bit of luck, and the courage he and Hans had to walk the edge of danger. At night, he carefully checked the homemade firebomb wrapped in old cloth, made from broken clay jars, flammable pine resin, and oilcloth. He also looked at the 2 small bags of pungent powder given by Odin, wrapped in oil-proof leather paper. The powder was said to be made from a mixture of beast droppings and spicy herbs, dried and ground, capable of strongly stimulating most animals' sense of smell. Animal repellent powder, but it can also attract animals. "Use it as you see fit," Odin had said, his dull eyes showing no emotion. Malin carefully stored the firebomb and the powder. His gaze turned toward the dark, misty forest, as if he could see through the thick branches and the night to the hidden cave with the blood-colored ring, and beyond it, the brutal fire of battle between beasts and green-skinned creatures about to ignite. Snow was falling quietly again, cold and fine. The plan is set, just waiting for the east wind, or perhaps a carefully guided snowstorm. On the third evening after the snow stopped, the sky looked sickly and yellow, like old parchment smoked over. The wind briefly paused, and the silence in the woods became thick and heavy, as if the whole forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. Malin and Hans lay behind a snowbank about 100 steps from the goblin cave entrance, sheltered from the wind. They wore heavy rough cloth that smelled of disguise and white mud, blending almost perfectly with the snow. They had thin wooden strips in their mouths to stop their teeth from chattering, breathing as quietly as possible. After 2 days of careful watching and planning, they had finally pushed the explosive to the edge of being triggered. The foul-smelling powder was divided into 2 parts. One, more pungent and strong, had been carefully smeared on the bodies of 2 recently killed goblins the night before, an ambush they had set up. The bodies were still fresh. Malin dragged these green-skinned corpses to a prominent rock upstream in the creek valley, downwind of the wolf camp. The other part of the powder was carefully sprinkled by Hans yesterday afternoon, carried by the wind, along the small paths frequently used by goblins near the cave entrance, and in the dirty corners where they dumped trash and waste. The amount was small but enough for the keen-sensed wolves to smell a strange, irritating odor leading to the cave, as they tracked the food, the 2 bodies coated with strong-smelling substances. The plan was simple but dangerous. Use the enhanced goblin corpses to anger and attract the wolves, then guide their fury subtly toward the cave with traces. If goblins found the bodies destroyed or eaten by wolves, they would surely become furious. Driven by hunger and territorial instincts, the wolves would almost inevitably clash with the goblins when provoked. They didn't need a full-scale battle, just a chaotic event that would draw all attention. And now, it seemed the moment had arrived. Behind the crooked wooden fence at the cave entrance, the loud screams were more frequent and sharper than usual. A few goblins, carrying tattered baskets, came out cursing and muttering. They prowled near the entrance, their small eyes full of impatience and ferocity, clearly annoyed by something. One of them was especially large, wearing a rusty, deformed old iron helmet on his head. He held a heavy wooden club with a rough stone embedded at the top, pointing and shouting sharp commands at the other goblins. It was him. Even from a distance, Malin could feel that fierce energy that was different from ordinary goblins. His right hand, when swinging the club, occasionally reflected a dull red glow. A ring. Almost at the same time, a long, angry wolf howl came from the valley, followed by several responding howls. The sounds grew closer quickly, filled with the urgency and aggression of predators. The goblins at the cave entrance became restless, hurriedly retreating into the hole. But the big goblin in the iron helmet shouted sharply to stop them. He raised his club and growled threateningly toward the wolf howls. The other goblins also gathered their courage, raising simple weapons, pressing behind the fence, baring their teeth at the approaching sounds. They are coming. First appeared in the snowy forest were several swift gray figures. 8 wolves, led by the one-eared giant wolf, whose fangs gleamed white in the dull light. The wolf pack was clearly starving and aggressive, their fur bristling, low growls rumbling in their throats. Their target was obvious, the goblins at the cave entrance, emitting a furious aura. Perhaps memories of stolen food also fueled their rage. Howl! The alpha wolf roared as an attack signal. Grr! The big goblin also issued a sharp, piercing charge call. The wooden fence was forcefully pushed open. Over 15 goblins, led by the helmeted goblin, swung stone axes, wooden clubs, and sharpened spears, shouting as they rushed toward the wolves. The wolves responded without hesitation, spreading out, using their speed and teamwork to lunge from the sides. A primitive, bloody battle erupted instantly on the snowy ground in front of the cave. Roars, snarls, the dull thuds of bones and flesh colliding, and tearing sounds of sharp teeth ripping into skin. Green blood and red wolf blood splattered on the snow, quickly freezing into ugly patches. The goblins fought wildly with numbers and crude weapons, while the wolves relied on agility and coordinated attacks targeting their legs. One goblin was knocked down, his throat torn by wolf teeth. A wolf was stabbed in the side by several wooden spears and howled as it rolled over. Malin kept his eyes fixed on the heart of the battle. The big goblin was unusually brave and fierce. It swung a heavy stone club with skill, knocking back a wolf that charged at it, then quickly turned to strike down another wolf trying to attack from the side, perhaps driven mad and unable to tell friend from foe. Its old leather armor protected it from the wolf's claws a few times, and when it swung the club, a dark red glow flickered occasionally. The alpha wolf was clever and fierce. It didn't fight the goblin head-on, but instead directed the wolf pack to attack the other goblins, creating chaos and looking for an opening. It lunged suddenly, almost biting the goblin's ankle, but the stone club struck just in time, leaving a bloodstain on the wolf's back. The chance was fleeting. Malin gently nudged Hans beside him. Hans understood and slowly took down Malin's hunting bow from his back, then carefully handed him an arrow from the quiver. His hands were steady, and his eyes stayed focused on the scene below. Malin took the bow and arrow, his fingers brushing the cold string and feathers. He took a deep breath of cold air, slowly exhaling the stale air from his lungs, adjusting his body to the hunting calm that Odin often emphasized. The sounds of fighting, the smell of blood, and the fear of death seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. In his eyes, only two targets remained: the ring-wearing, greenskin leader's raised right hand, and the next side of the gray wolf leader, which would be exposed in its next attack. He slowly drew the bowstring. His muscles moved with familiar, steady strength. The wind was almost still, about 80 steps away. The targets moved in the chaos, but their movements left clues. The big goblin had just knocked back a wolf and was raising its stone club, ready to strike down a struggling comrade, perhaps to show strength or simply out of madness. Its upper body was fully exposed, with its right hand relatively still. Now was the moment. The faint sound of the bowstring vibrating was drowned out by the noise below. The arrow was released, shooting as a nearly invisible gray shadow through the dusk air. Thud! The metal arrowhead precisely pierced the weak spot just above the goblin's right armpit, where the old leather armor didn't cover. The force of the arrow made the goblin tilt half its body. The stone club missed its mark, and it fell heavily onto the snow. It let out a furious, painful roar, clutching its wound instinctively with its left hand. Almost at the same time, the alpha wolf seemed to sense the goblin's vulnerability. It kicked off the snow with its hind legs, transforming into a streak of gray lightning, lunging at the goblin's unguarded left side of the neck. This was a deadly strike. Malin's second arrow was already drawn and ready. His bow was quickly pulled back again. His eyes were cold and firm, locked onto the flying gray shadow. The big goblin was slow to react because of the pain and anger. When the wolf lunged at it, it only managed to turn its injured right arm and body slightly. The sharp teeth of the wolf bit fiercely at the connection between its shoulder and neck. Just as the wolf's teeth were about to touch its green skin, a thin, transparent ripple appeared suddenly on the goblin's surface, like a layer of solidified blood light. Clang! A harsh scraping sound rang out. The wolf's teeth seemed to bite into a very slippery, tough, gel-like surface, but an invisible force pushed it away, causing it to slip aside. No blood or flesh flew out as expected. Only a few deep scratches remained on the old leather armor. The wolf's attack was deflected, and it stumbled when it hit the ground. The ring's protective magic worked. It blocked that could have torn its neck apart. But the big goblin was also in pain. The protective shield seemed to drain a lot of its energy. Combined with the arrow wound in its right arm, its movements slowed noticeably. For the first time, fear flickered in its eyes. The head wolf was even more furious because of this strange phenomenon. It shook its head, its scarlet eyes fixed on the staggering green-skinned leader. Its leg muscles tensed again, ready to launch an even crazier attack. However, it had no chance. Malin released the second bowstring. This shot was perfectly timed. It struck just as the head wolf was exhausted from its previous effort and before new strength had built up, while its attention was fully drawn to the strange defense. The arrow silently shot from behind, from the side. Just as the wolf was regaining its footing and preparing to lunge again, the arrow precisely pierced through the gap between its ribs, slanting upward into its chest. Ugh! The head wolf's charge turned into a futile leap forward. It fell into the snow, twitching, making gasping sounds from its throat. Dark red blood poured from its mouth, nose, and wounds, quickly staining a large area of snow red. The wolf pack instantly fell into chaos. The sudden death of their leader caused them to lose command. Their attack was interrupted. Several wolves panicked and retreated, whimpering anxiously. The goblins were stunned by these sudden changes. They saw their powerful leader mysteriously shot in the arm, and then saw the terrifying head wolf killed by arrows from unknown sources. Fear spread like a plague. The big goblin endured intense pain and let out a sharp cry of retreat. It dragged its injured arm and, terrified, quickly turned to run toward the entrance of the nest. All notions of leadership, dignity, and protective rings vanished in the face of this deadly, unknown threat. As the leader fled, the already demoralized goblins suddenly lost their minds. They screamed and scattered in all directions. Some followed the big goblin into the cave, while others panicked and ran into the nearby woods, dropping their weapons everywhere. Seeing their opponents collapse and losing their alpha wolf, the wolf pack let out a few reluctant howls, then, tail between their legs, carried the body of the alpha wolf and quickly disappeared into the darkening forest. In just a few moments, the battlefield that was just covered in blood and flesh was now empty, with only a few goblin and wolf corpses left, along with bloodstains frozen on the ground. Silence fell over the scene. Malin slowly lowered his bow, his arm trembling slightly from drawing it twice in quick succession. He looked toward the nest entrance. The big goblin had fled in panic, and the ring should still be on its hand. But the situation inside the cave was unknown. "Hans," he whispered, his voice dry from holding his breath for so long. "Stay here. As usual, listen for 3 short whistles or wait for me to come out. If any fleeing goblins approach, use your bow to scare them away. Don't fight them head on." "Understood, big brother." Hans's voice was tense but determined. He clenched his short bow, nocked an arrow, and vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Malin drew his curved dagger, sheathed his bow, and moved like a silent ghost down the snowy. He quickly crossed the bloody battlefield and reached the nest entrance. The wooden fence was crooked, and debris was scattered on the ground. Faint, frantic screams and running sounds came from inside, but they were quickly fading away. A strong stench of feces, rot, and blood hit his nose. He slipped inside. The entrance was narrow, but a few steps inward revealed a spacious natural cave of about 30 to 40 square meters. The light was very dim, only a little daylight filtering in from the entrance, and faint glows deep inside the cave, possibly phosphorescence or some other light source. The ground was damp, dirty, covered with bones, broken objects, and filth. Using the faint light, Malin quickly scanned the interior. There were no signs of an ambush, only a few extinguished campfire ashes and some hastily knocked over debris. The goblins that had just fled seemed to have headed deeper into the darker tunnels of the cave. His gaze settled on a slightly elevated stone platform in the center of the cave. There were some mostly intact animal skins spread out, along with a few shiny little objects, dozens of worn silver coins, some copper pieces, a few dull-colored low-quality stones, several small metal items almost unrecognizable due to rust, and a few dirty little pouches that might have been taken from human bodies. Clearly, this was the leader's throne and treasure spot. In the rush to escape, they hadn't had time to take everything. But the ring wasn't here. Malin's heart sank. Had that person taken the ring and run deeper into the dark cave? Chasing after a wounded goblin leader with a ring's protection in a dark, unknown tunnel? That was too risky. He was about to carefully examine the scattered items when suddenly, from deep inside the cave, a very short, sharp scream stopped abruptly, as if someone had been choked. Then came a few more distant, frightened screams that quickly disappeared. Something was wrong. Malin immediately gave up on searching and quickly moved forward. He used his knife to sweep the silver coins and small pouches into his bag, then grabbed 2 of the largest dark stones, which showed faint metallic reactions. The whole action took less than 5 breaths. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he caught a faint reflection of dark red in the shadow at the edge of the stone platform. He crouched down and carefully brushed away dust and small bones with his knife tip. It was the ring. The band was dull and covered in dirt and a streak of dark green bloodstain. The gemstone on the face of the ring was now dull, almost completely darkened, with only a tiny spot in the center still faintly glowing, like a flickering spark about to go out. It lay quietly, as if hastily torn off or dropped. Malin didn't hesitate. He used his knife to lift it and held it in his palm. It felt cold, with a strange texture that was neither metal nor stone. Instead of putting it on right away, he carefully wrapped it in a clean piece of soft leather and tucked it deep inside his leather armor. Without hesitation, he turned and rushed toward the cave entrance. Outside, cold air flooded into his lungs. Hans was still on the snowy, keeping watch. When he saw Malin come out, he visibly relaxed. Malin didn't stop. He blew a short, urgent signal, an alert to retreat, not the usual 3 short blasts, which meant an emergency, and quickly retreated along a pre-surveyed route, far from the nest and the stream valley. Hans immediately slid down the and followed closely behind. They did not look back. In the growing dusk and falling snowflakes, they quickly and silently moved away from the edge of the forest filled with blood and strange feelings. Until they could no longer see the nest's location and were sure no enemies were chasing them, they stopped behind a large, windproof rock and gasped heavily. Malin sat against the cold stone, unfastening his bag. Using the last bit of daylight, he took out what was inside. About 30 silver coins of different quality, a few small bags with broken copper coins and some dull-colored glass beads, and 2 stones, one identified as low-quality iron ore and the other as copper ore, both of little value. The most precious thing was a ring wrapped in soft leather, still warm in his arms. There was no cheer or celebration, only exhaustion after surviving and the cold, heavy feeling from the ring in his palm. They had planned an adventure, fought a bloody battle, and shot 2 arrows as precisely as if guided by death itself. They achieved what they wanted, weakening the threat near the village, gaining much-needed money, and an unexpected magical item that could change many things. Malin looked up toward Chromii village, where faint lights flickered in the heavy dusk. Cold wind carried snowflakes that hit his sweaty, cold face. The struggle for survival never stopped. And now, it seemed he had gained another chip. He packed up his things, patted Hans on the shoulder, and said, "Let's go home." The 2 figures merged into the vast, snowy night, heading toward the faint lights. Behind them, the forest returned to deep darkness and silence, as if the bloody battle had never happened. Only the blood-colored ring, taken away, hinted that something invisible had already begun to turn. Before setting out, the village chief, Odin, unusually spoke a few more words. His gaze swept over Maluin's back, where a purple shirt and a long bow were carried. Wolves hold grudges, especially when their alpha is dead. They will either scatter completely or wait until they regain strength, then find a new, fiercer leader to come back for you in the village. Remember, wolves are tough and stubborn. If you can't aim at their heads, shoot at their midsection. Odin paused. The arrow with multiple tips is for your safety, not for showing off. Use it only when necessary. The 2 entered the forest. The bloodstains from yesterday's battle had mostly been covered by fresh snow, but the messy footprints, dragging marks, and scattered fur were still clear. The wolf tracks were no longer neat. They looked panicked and scattered, divided into several groups. Most ran deeper into the woods, but a few stubbornly headed upstream, toward the creek, toward their den. Some wolves haven't gone far, or maybe they've gone back, Hans whispered, pointing at the fresh claw marks. Maluin crouched down to examine carefully. The footprints varied in size, few in number, about 3 or 4 wolves. The steps were faint, with occasional drops of blood. They might be injured or the weaker ones staying close to the den, he judged, a determined look in his eyes. Let's follow them. Tracking injured animals requires extra caution. They followed the footprints through the snow-covered rocks and deadwood, moving slowly but quietly. Maluin led, bow half-drawn, arrow knocked, eyes sharp like a hawk, scanning every shadowy rock and bush. Hans followed closely, holding a short knife, listening carefully in all directions. Upstream in the creek valley, the terrain grew steeper, with jagged rocks forming a small, sheltered snow valley. The footprints hesitated here and finally disappeared between 2 large, leaning rocks. The gap was narrow and dark inside, with a faint, foul smell seeping out. This was the last hiding place of the remaining wolf pack. Malwin signaled Hans to hide behind a large rock on the side. He climbed onto a higher rock to observe from above. The inside of the gap was unclear, but the snow at the entrance showed signs of being dug up. Inside, faint heavy breathing and muffled whimpering could be heard. Charging in blindly was not wise. The narrow space was not suitable for archery, and close combat with a wounded, cornered wolf was too risky. He thought for a moment and took out a bloodstone ring on a leather cord from his pocket. After returning to the village yesterday, he tried to use his mind to touch the ring, hoping to activate its protective effect, but there was no response. Now, he focused again, sending a faint thought toward the ring while recalling the faint red glow that appeared on the big goblin's surface during yesterday's fight. Identification activated. Item: rough bloodstone ring material. Low-quality iron-based alloy mixed with silver, natural bloodstone fragments effect, an easy-to-activate basic protective energy field. When the wearer concentrates, they can briefly activate the small amount of energy stored in the ring, forming a continuous deflective shield on the surface for about 1 second. This shield can block or weaken a limited physical impact, such as a normal sword slash, thrown stone, or a gentle blunt force. The strength and duration of the shield depend on the wearer's focus and the ring's energy level. Charging. After the energy is used up, it needs about 6 to 8 hours in natural light. Sunlight is best to slowly recharge. Repeated quick depletion may damage the bloodstone structure. The identification was clear and straightforward. Malin understood it well and put the ring on his left index finger. He felt the cold touch. The ring was slightly loose. He tried to focus on the ring, imagining the energy flowing. At first, he felt nothing. But after holding his breath and trying several times, a tiny, faint warm current suddenly reached his fingertips. At the same time, the dull blood-red gemstone on the ring's surface seemed to glow very faintly for a moment before returning to normal. A subtle connection seemed to form with the ring. He vaguely felt that inside the ring was like a small, drying pond needing sunlight to slowly fill it. He couldn't rely on it for protection right now. Malin steadied his mind and turned his attention back to the in the rock. He made a gesture to signal Hans to prepare. Then he drew an arrow from his quiver, wrapping its tip in soaked cloth. He lit it with a fire striker, knocked the arrow, and drew the bow. The flaming arrow arced precisely into the pile of twigs and animal hair at the entrance of the flames suddenly burst out, thick smoke billowing as it poured inside through the gap. Immediately, the inside of the was filled with terrified wolf howls, intense coughing, and scratching sounds. The smoke was the best way to drive them away. After a moment, accompanied by fierce coughing and howling, 2 gray shadows rushed out of the inn in a panic. There are 2 adult wolves, smaller than the dead alpha wolf. One has a noticeable limp in its back leg and moves slowly. The other has blackened burn scars around its eye and is a survivor of yesterday's fight, badly injured. They were choked by thick smoke and disoriented, just rushing out of a rocky crevice without seeing clearly. Whoosh! From above, Marin had already locked onto a target. His first arrow shot straight at the wolf with the injured eye. His long bow was full of strength, and the arrow flew very fast. The wolf, just barely opening its teary eyes from the smoke, was struck by the arrow from the side ribs, causing it to roll on the ground and let out a loud, mournful cry. Seeing this, the limping wolf was terrified. It turned around and tried to run into the nearby forest. Marin moved smoothly and quickly. His right hand, as if he had practiced this many times, grabbed a second arrow while the bowstring snapped back. Without much aiming, relying on instinct and muscle memory from days of practice, he released the second arrow with a humming sound. The second arrow flew past the limping wolf's back and hit the snow, startling it and causing it to stumble. At that moment, a weak, whimpering cry came from inside the rocky crevice. The third wolf, smaller, seemingly not fully grown, perhaps overwhelmed by the smoke, stumbled out. But instead of running away, it was red-eyed and charged straight at the large rock where Hans was hiding. "Hans!" Marin shouted sharply. The third arrow was already knocked, but the angle was awkward. Hans had been tense the whole time. When he saw the wolf rushing toward him, he stayed calm. Remembering the village chief and Marin's teachings, he didn't stand still. Instead, he rolled quickly to the side and threw a sharpened wooden spear he had prepared earlier. The spear wasn't very accurate, but it was sudden. The young wolf missed its attack and was startled by the flying spear, causing it to hesitate. That hesitation was a matter of life and death. Marin's third arrow arrived. This time, he took a deep breath, drew the bow to a full moon, and shot the arrow like a shooting star, piercing the wolf's neck from the side with force. 3 wolves, 2 dead, 1 badly wounded. The wounded wolf with the injured eye was still struggling in the snow, but it was clear it wouldn't survive. The fight started and ended in a flash. All that remained in the snowy valley were the dying howls and the crackling sound of burning dry branches. Marin jumped down from the rocks, carefully checked around, and confirmed there was no movement inside the crevice. Hans also ran over, looking very pale, but his eyes were bright. His hand holding the short knife trembled slightly, showing both nervousness and excitement. "Good job," Malin patted Hans on the shoulder. The moment he dodged and threw the spear earlier was perfectly timed, giving him a crucial chance to shoot. They quickly dealt with the wolf's body. Valuable pelts and wolf teeth were taken, and the rest was dragged away to be buried. Inside the rocky crevice, there were no more living creatures, only some leftover bones and traces left by wolf pups. In the nest, Malin found a black wolf pup. On the way back, Hans couldn't help asking, "Big brother, do we really want to raise that little wolf?" The village chief doesn't seem to like wolves very much. Malin looked at the rough but warm wolf pelt in his hand, then thought of the trembling little creature in his arms. "Yes, we will raise it. Raising a wolf pup from a young age makes it a good helper." The village chief isn't against wolves, he just finds them troublesome. He paused. He knows how to raise them. Sure enough, when they returned to the village and handed the wolf pelt and teeth to Older, the old man only snorted and glanced at the small black pup wrapped again in an outer cloak, which seemed even more droopy than inside the nest. "If it didn't die outside, it's lucky," Older said, nudging the pup with his cane. The little creature made a faint whimper. "If you want to raise it, here are the rules. Don't let it eat too much. Always keep it a little hungry. When animals are full and warm, they become lazy. When hungry, they listen and learn." He paused again. "Get some goat milk and warm it up to feed. If no goat milk, mash some meat and mix in some porridge. Don't feed raw meat, at least for the first few months. It's easier to tame. Keep the nest warm, but not too comfortable. Take it outside every day to get used to your scent, the path, and the village. If it dares to bark or bite, hold its neck or press it to the ground until it submits." Older spoke simply but with valuable advice. Malin listened carefully and remembered everything. In the following days, life seemed to enter a new routine. The goblin threat was temporarily gone, but training didn't slacken at all. With clear goals, mastering the chain arrow, and a new task, raising the wolf, the days became busier and more fulfilling. Every morning before dawn, Malin got up. First, he fed himself and Hans. Then he did his daily physical training, running around the village, carrying weights in the snow, to build endurance in the cold and difficult terrain. After that, he practiced swordsmanship, sharpening his counterattack skills, combining footwork and blocking, under Older's increasingly tricky wooden stick attacks. Archery training took up the most time. Practicing with multiple arrows was boring and painful. Odin's rules were very strict. No real arrows, only training arrows without tips. He practiced drawing, knocking, shooting, and releasing at a target 30 steps away. Movements had to be smooth, without any hesitation. Rhythm had to be steady, without rushing or slowing down. Breathing had to match the actions, without chaos. If he made a mistake, Odin's staff would mercilessly strike his wrist, elbow, or back. Speed isn't about rushing blindly. It's about steady speed. Are your hands made of iron? Why are they trembling? Breathe. If your breathing is off, your arrow will drift. Do you want to shoot the moon? Use your waist and back. Let your body lead your arms. Don't just rely on your arms alone. Malin's index and middle fingers quickly developed blisters, which then burst and turned into thick calluses. His arms, shoulders, and back muscles were always sore. But he gritted his teeth and kept practicing repeatedly. The initial 4-breath, 3-arrow shots gradually shortened to 3 breaths. The scattered shots slowly moved toward the center of the target. He began to understand the sense of rhythm, not by rushing, but by finding the most efficient, direct way to move each part, making his actions flow as naturally as breathing. Archery LV.4, 38400. Basic mastery of multiple arrow technique, improved speed, stability, and rhythm. Strength 1. 35 1.36, agility 1.47 1.49, constitution 1.25 1.26. The little black cub, named Coal Ball by Hans, was struggling to adapt to the strict rules under Malin's almost harsh discipline. It drank warm goat milk, exchanged with a village farmer who had sheep, using part of a wolf carcass, ate mashed meat, and slept on dry, warm old linen. But it quickly learned the rules. When it first tried to bite Malin's leather boots, it was unceremoniously grabbed by the scruff and pressed to the ground until it stopped struggling and whimpered for mercy. When it whined at night without reason, it was taken outside into the cold for a while. Rewards and punishments were clear. When it did something right, like going to a designated corner to relieve itself, it received gentle petting and a small piece of dried meat. When it challenged authority, it was immediately subdued. Malin spent time every day walking with it around the yard and nearby village to help it become familiar with his scent, voice, and commands. The coal ball seems to gradually understand that this two-legged creature provides food and safety, and is the unquestioned leader. Its gaze at Marin changes from initial fear and caution to dependence and obedience. Occasionally, during training breaks, Marin raises his left hand and stares at the rough bloodstone ring on his index finger in the bleak winter sunlight. He tries to better control the faint mental connection and feels the slow recovery of energy inside the ring. The process is still awkward, but much better than when he had no idea at first. He can vaguely sense the small puddle inside the ring changing in size, slowly but steadily growing under the sunlight. This ring may be low level, perhaps only able to block a single strike, but at critical moments, it might mean the difference between life and death. Night falls, and the fire flickers inside the hut. Hans, in the corner, clumsily but seriously practices simple writing on a wooden board with charcoal, following Marin's instructions. The coal ball curls up in its little nest by the fire, purring contentedly. Marin, by the firelight, carefully maintains his bow and knife, checking each arrow's feathers and tip. Outside, the cold wind still howls fiercely, sweeping snowflakes across the village. But inside, a strange warmth, full of busy vitality, is growing. Hunting, training, feeding, studying. Days pass in sweat and repetition. Marin can feel the rhythm of the bowstring vibrating more clearly in his fingers, the trajectory of his knife cuts becoming more precise, and his connection with the naive little beast growing closer. Even a subtle sensing has formed between the cold ring on his fingertip and him. Winter is not over yet, but his hands gripping the bow and knife are more steady. Not only is the biting wind passing through his fingers, but also a quietly increasing strength and a faint, genuine warmth called hope. The road ahead remains icy, but he is ready to take the next step. After the disaster of the meteor strike in 1023 AS, the full moon shone all night. The cold wind had been circling over Cromeray village for more than a month, finally showing signs of fatigue. Although the snow hadn't melted, and the world remained a pure white, the extreme cold that could freeze bones seemed to have eased slightly. On sunny days, the pale, weak sun occasionally cast a few rays of light, making the ice on the eaves sparkle like crystal. The village was filled with a deep winter atmosphere, a mix of wood smoke and heavy anticipation. People huddled like dormant insects, curled up inside their not-so-warm houses, relying on limited food stored from autumn and faint fires to survive. Occasionally, brave villagers wrapped in bulky clothes stepped on creaking snow to fetch water from the old well at the village entrance, or checked the cellar for the few remaining potatoes and turnips. Their faces showed deep exhaustion carved by the cold winter. Malin's hut, however, was a bit different. The fire in the hearth always burned brightly. Above it, hanging from a hook, was a pot filled with either the aroma of meat broth or thick porridge made with chopped meat and dried mushrooms. Thanks to the Goblin Cave's windfall and ongoing hunting, though they now hunted smarter animals like snow rabbits, foxes, and occasionally set traps for foraging badgers, their food supplies were much richer than those of other villagers. Dried meat strips hung from the beams, dried fish and game were strung on grass ropes, and clay jars held coarse salt and precious animal fats. There was even a small bag of hard black sugar traded from traveling merchants. These supplies were earned through hard work, and they gave Malin and Hans the confidence to keep up intense training through the winter. Training never slowed down because of the cold or the disappearance of goblins. Instead, it became even more intense. The snow in the yard was repeatedly trampled, turning into a hard ice crust. The broken leather armor tied to wooden stakes was replaced many times, covered with cuts and arrow marks. Odin seemed determined to grind away the last bit of inexperience and hesitation from Malin and Hans before winter ended. Malin's continuous arrow practice became more brutal. Odin no longer used fixed targets, but had Hans run around the yard, roll, and even hide behind a pile of firewood, suddenly sticking out his head wearing a torn hat. Malin had to judge, aim, and shoot in a very short time, firing 3 arrows in a row. Each arrow had to pass close to Hans's marked spots, hanging on the stakes or drawn on wooden boards, without hitting him, but close enough to be intimidating. Quick, faster. Will the enemy stand still and wait for you to aim? Waist. Is your waist made of wood? Turn around. Aim where your body points. Breathe. 3 arrows in one breath. Are you holding your breath too long? Exhale. Odin's shouts and the dull sound of his staff hitting the ground became the usual background music in the yard. Malin's fingertips, once calloused, now had new layers of calluses. The skin at the thumb was even worn raw and scabbed, becoming rough and tough. But his movements became smoother and more natural. Drawing the arrow, knocking the bow, drawing the string, and releasing, he gradually developed a flowing rhythm like clouds drifting across the sky. The intervals between his shots shortened from over 3 breaths to nearly 2.5 breaths. The sound of arrows leaving the bow almost formed a continuous line. However, at this speed, accuracy naturally declined. Out of 10 arrows, 6 or 7 would just barely graze the target, which was already quite impressive. Archery LV.4, 395-400, significantly improved stability when shooting at moving targets at high speed. The rhythm of rapid shots is beginning to become muscle memory. Curved Sword Mastery LV.3, 185/300, enhanced ability to dodge and counterattack against multi-directional attacks in complex terrain. Strength, 1.36-1.37. Agility, 1.49-1.51. Constitution, 1.26-1.27. However, an invisible feeling of stagnation quietly took hold of Marlin. He could sense that whether it was the strength of drawing the bow, the speed of swinging the sword, or the agility of dodging, all were steadily improving. Yet, this progress seemed to be slowing down, becoming more sticky. It was like running into an invisible wall. No matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't gain any ground. Every practice still made him sweat and his muscles still ached, but the clear sense of progress was diminishing. It was as if his body had adapted to this level of training and needed a more intense challenge, fire to forge a new edge. He knew he had hit a bottleneck. Odin had vaguely mentioned that the refinement of skills initially advanced quickly, but after a certain point, one needed to draw blood, to face real danger, to fight for survival, and to push every ounce of potential in desperate situations to break through that invisible barrier. Regular training was no longer enough. During a break that day, Marlin wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Hans, who was diligently practicing chopping at wooden stakes, then gazed toward the distant, snow-covered, silent forest. Suddenly, he spoke. "Village chief, once the snow melts enough and the roads are clearer, I plan to go to Whitestone Town." Odin was sharpening his dagger with a whetstone, but upon hearing this, he paused and turned his dull yellow eyes toward Marlin. "To town? To buy salt or sell hides?" "Register as an adventurer," Marlin replied calmly, clearly. The yard instantly fell silent. Even Hans stopped chopping and turned around, looking at Marlin with surprise. Adi didn't speak. He just continued slowly sharpening his dagger, making a regular scratching sound. After a while, he asked leisurely, "Can't stay in the village anymore?" "No," Malin shook his head. "The village is good, but here is too small." He pointed to his bow and knife. "What you taught me, killing goblins, fighting wolves, guarding the house, is enough. But I want to see a bigger world, find stronger enemies, and understand." He paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. Understand how far I can go with my skills. I also want to give Hans a different future. Hans's eyes lit up, and he clenched his wooden sword tightly. Adi stopped sharpening his knife, held the dagger up to his eyes, and looked at the blade in the light. Adventurer, he chewed on the word, his tone neutral, without anger or joy. Blood on the blade. Today's trouble, tomorrow's unknown. You might die in some unknown cave, and no one will find your body. It's 10 or even 100 times more dangerous than hunting in the village. I know, Malin nodded. But the chances are also 10 or 100 times greater. At least, I can earn money faster, buy better gear, and learn more powerful skills. He looked at Hans. Staying in the village, Hans will grow up to be a good hunter at most. If I go out, maybe I can become a warrior, even a knight. He said the last two words softly, but in the quiet yard, they sounded very significant. A knight, an elite position that nobles hold, the highest that commoners can dream of. For someone like Hans, a peasant's son, it was a dream he never dared to imagine before. Adi was silent, his gaze moving between Malin and Hans. After a long moment, he sighed. His sigh carried many complex feelings, certainty that it was so, a faint sense of loneliness, and perhaps a little bit of relief. Once your wings are strong, you have to fly, he said, sheathing his dagger back into his belt. His voice returned to its usual calm. If you want to go, then go. The Adventurers Guild in Whitestone Town is at the east end of the market. The registration fee isn't cheap, but you have those green-skinned ears, so it should be enough. Don't foolishly take every quest you see. Start with the simplest ones, get familiar with the rules, and weigh your strength. He stood up, limped to the eaves of the house, picked up his long purple shirt bow leaning against the wall, and threw it to Malin. This bow has been with me for over 10 years. I've used it to kill goblins, hunt orcs, and it even saved my life. Now it's yours. Use it well, and don't tarnish its reputation. Malin took the bow, feeling its heavy weight in his hand, not just physically heavy, but also carrying a serious responsibility. He nodded firmly and said, I will do my best, village chief. And you, little one. Adi looked at Hans with a stern gaze. Your older brother is taking you out to see the world. Whether it's good or bad depends on your luck. With your current skills, you'll only hold him back in town. Starting tomorrow, your training will double. Don't think that just chopping a few logs is enough. In real danger, a small mistake could cost you your life. Hans puffed out his thin chest and loudly replied, Yes, Grandpa Village Chief. I will train hard. Adi waved his hand as if shooing away flies. All right, do what you need to do. If you're leaving, it's not for now. Spring is the time to go. Now, go back and keep practicing. The training continued, but the mood seemed different. Hans's eyes shone with a new fiery determination, and each swing of his sword was more forceful. Malin's heart felt like a stone dropped into a pond, sending ripples outward. Words like Whitestone Town, adventurers, a bigger world, and stronger enemies spun in his mind, stirring feelings of excitement, nervousness, and ambition. That night, the small hut was warm with firelight. The coal ball had grown a bit bigger and was clumsily running around Hans's feet. Sometimes it couldn't resist biting, and Malin had to pick it up and scold it, but most of the time, it was quite obedient. It seemed to see this place as its new home, and Malin and Hans as its new tribe leaders. After dinner, Hans played with a bone, teasing the coal ball, and couldn't help asking, Big brother, when we go to town, can we really become adventurers? I heard adventurers can make a lot of money, wear iron armor, and eat white bread to fill their stomachs. Malin was fixing his bowstring and smiled. It's not that easy. Registering as an adventurer is just the first step. You have to start with the dirtiest, hardest, and most dangerous jobs. White bread might fill your stomach, but going hungry, freezing, getting hurt, and bleeding are common. Hans shrank back a little, but still looked bright-eyed. I'm not afraid. Grandpa said, if I train well, I won't be afraid. Big brother, what kind of jobs should we do first? Let's see when we get there. It might be cleaning rats from the sewer, escorting goods for the merchant guild, or patrolling near the town, Malin said, thinking to himself. Whitestone Town was the biggest settlement nearby, with many people, many chances, but also many risks. He must quickly find his footing, gather information, and improve his strength. The bloodstone ring might be useful at a critical moment, but he cannot rely on it. True power comes from within. He looks at his hands, palms covered with calluses, fingers slightly deformed from long-term archery practice. His strength is growing. His skills are becoming more refined, but he can clearly feel that an invisible wall still blocks his way. Regular training no longer brings significant progress. He needs pressure, real battles that push him to the edge of life and death, stronger, smarter, and more deadly opponents to break through this bottleneck. Will Bai Town be his next stage? Will he find the sharpening stone he needs there? And that unpredictable dream warning that he can't control? When will it appear again, and in what way? What future fragments will it reveal? An opportunity or a trap? The unknown spreads like the deep night outside the window. But Malwin feels little fear. Instead, he has an unstoppable urge to break through the darkness and explore a broader world. He hangs his well-maintained bow back on the wall. The oil lamp's light casts his long shadow on the earthen wall. The coal ball is tired and falls asleep by the fire, softly snoring. Hans also begins to yawn. Sleep now, Malwin S out the lamp. Spring is still a few days away. Before then, we have a long road ahead, a long road of training, a long road of preparation. Snow continues to fall silently outside the window, covering footprints and hiding many hidden ambitions and desires. But beneath the ice and snow, the power of life is quietly gathering. When spring breeze arrives, it will break through the earth and face the vast, unknown world full of challenges. World money system and quest levels. See the world map in the review section. 1. Core system, world gift. System functions, identifying items, humans, and a proficiency panel for oneself, plus a premonition dream. Identification restrictions, level gap limit. If the target's level is much higher than the main character's, identification is impossible or incomplete. For example, when the main character is ordinary, they cannot see full information about elite characters. Growth. For humans, as understanding of a person deepens and they tell their story, identification information becomes more complete. For items, as the main character's strength increases, identification details become more thorough. Item rarity levels, from low to high common, excellent, fine, rare, epic, legendary. Note, artifacts and above are not currently appearing. Skill panel, shows skill proficiency. Premonition dream, foresees the future at certain moments in destiny. 2. Basic worldview power level classification, for easier understanding common elite extraordinary master legendary divine, world, corresponding levels, 1 to 30, from, common, 2, extraordinary, with 5 sublevels within each main stage. Readers, perception of power. Characters in the world usually sense others' strength through aura. Factors affecting power, equipment, skills, profession, and race all influence displayed strength. Level isn't everything. Who is stronger, a newly born level 1 young dragon or a level 10 small elf? Leveling system. No. Point allocation or monster kill count for leveling. Focus on intuition, experiences, life and death breakthroughs, daily practice, and learning new knowledge. Physical body. Before reaching extraordinary, characters are still human, and unarmored body parts can still be hurt. 3. Economy and price system currency system. 1 gold coin equals 20 silver coins equals 240 copper coins. Symbolic meaning. 1 gold coin equals symbol of wealth and power. 1 silver coin equals serious trading unit. 1 copper coin equals daily currency for common people income and prices. Lower class income. Serfs/day laborers. Daily income about 5 to 10 copper coins. Varies by region and lord. Serfs mostly barter. Day laborers mostly use copper coins. An average serf family's annual income is about 7 gold coins. Surplus depends on spending and the lord. Thrifty families might save 2 gold coins per year, but most find it hard to save. Basic food. 1 black bread costs about 2 copper coins. Good quality 3 copper, bad quality 1 copper. Monster bounties. Goblin, level 1 monster bounty 2 silver coins, 24 copper coins. Equivalent to 3 to 5 days of a day laborer's income. Big Goblin, level 3 monster bounty 10 silver coins, 0.5 gold coins. Equivalent to half a month to a month of a day laborer's income. Bear Gnome, level 6, elite bounty 10 gold coins, equivalent to the net savings of a top-tier serf family over several years. Bounties vary by level, and equipment can also be sold. Equipment sale price and value, good quality, standard longsword, sells for about 1.25 gold coins. A laborer needs 30 days of work without eating or drinking to earn this. Spiked leather armor, sells for 3 to 5 gold coins. A small team must defeat 2 to 3 big goblins to afford it. Longbow, hunting bow sells for 0.8 to 1.2 gold coins. Its value is roughly equal to the bounty for 16 to 24 goblin ears. Basic healing potion, sells for 15 gold coins. This is equivalent to the bounty for 1.5 bear goblins and is a key investment for survival. Prices vary by region. 4. Adventurer system, details for F and E levels. F level, strugglers/marginal figures. Position, for beginners at levels 1 and 2. Mostly simple tasks, slightly better than ordinary people. Typical tasks, investigate minor strange events, funeral home noises, missing livestock. Clear rat infestations in sewers, submit 20 rat tails. Drive away, not kill, a small goblin bothering a chicken coop. Run errands, or deliver messages in safe areas. Act as temporary laborers, carry loot. Eliminate wolf packs or wild boars threatening roads or farms. Collect small amounts of common safe herbs, like silverleaf. Enemies/risks, rats, wild dogs, poisonous insects, occasionally lone, timid goblins. Main dangers come from the environment, illness, malicious competitors, and injuries that cause loss of workability. Bounties/rewards. Personal reward of 5 to 30 silver coins. Detailed explanation. A task to clear rat nests paying 12 copper coins is worth only 2 to 3 black bread or 1 to 2 days of labor, yet requires crawling into dirty sewers. Saving enough to buy the cheapest dagger for 20 copper coins requires completing 4 such tasks without unexpected expenses or injuries. F level acts as a filter, screening out dreamers. Those who survive and manage to save enough for a short sword, about 40 copper coins, and advance to E level are considered lucky. E level, novices/new team. Position, first-time team formation, truly earning a living by killing monsters. Begins to face combat risks, with income barely covering equipment wear and medical costs. The most common and varied tasks at this level. Typical tasks, clearing small goblin or kobold dens, 15 to 20 creatures. Eliminating wolves or wild boars threatening roads or farms. Guarding merchant caravans traveling within a day's journey to nearby, relatively safe villages. Collecting herbs. Investigating simple, unusual events. Enemies, small groups of goblins, 10 to 18, elite beasts, scattered low-level undead, skeletons, bandits. Bounty/reward. Total team income of 2 to 10 gold coins. Detailed explanation. A typical, eliminate 15 goblins, mission offers a guild bounty of about 3 gold coins. The 4 team members share this equally, earning 0.75 gold each. This amount is enough for a struggling adventurer at level F to complete several missions or for a short-term worker to earn their 3-month net income. Regarding den bounties, if the guild conducts thorough investigations, there may be no extra reward for goblin ears, which must be handed in to confirm the mission's success. If investigations are lax, e.g., the den has 10 to 30 goblins, then the reward is small, and ear bounties are extra income. Note, in similar level E missions, the highest rewards can exceed the minimum rewards of D-level missions. One night, the last snow quietly melts away, revealing land that has been frozen all winter, now dark and moist. Hardy new shoots sprout from the roots of dead grass. The wind in the woods still carries a chill, but it's no longer biting. Instead, it brings a fresh scent of thawed earth. Spring has quietly knocked on the door of Cromeray village. Marin pushes open the wooden door of the hut, taking a deep breath of the cool but no longer harsh air. The sun shines on his face, bringing a rare warmth. Hans follows behind, excitedly looking around and pointing at the water droplets dripping from the eaves, shouting happily. The coal ball, now called Dumb, has grown to the size of a small dog, with shiny, sleek black fur. It seems to sense the change of seasons, restless and circling at their feet, making soft growling sounds, eager to go out and play. After a harsh winter of training, the changes are obvious. Marin's figure has become taller and stronger. Wrapped in the old leather armor given by Odin, his shoulders and arms show signs of strength. The last bit of youthful roundness on his face had faded, replaced by sharp edges carved by wind, frost, and focus. His eyes were calm and sharp, like polished flint. Hans had also grown taller, still thin, but no longer weak-looking like skin and bones. His movements showed the quickness of a hunting cat, and his grip on the short sword was steady and strong. Only when he looked at Marin did his eyes show trust and admiration that never changed. Ode stood at his own gate, arms crossed, watching the two ready to leave and their wolf. Marin carried a long purple bow on his back, with a curved sword at his waist and a quiver and bag bulging with supplies. Hans also carried a small bow and a short spear, with a short sword at his waist and a large leather bag filled with their belongings and food. Dai seemed to know they were leaving, excitedly sticking out his tongue and circling Marin's legs. "Are you all packed?" Ode's voice was still rough and calm. "Ready, village chief," Marin nodded. "The hides, dried meat, and those oars have been traded to Old Tom for silver coins. Enough for a while." Ode hummed softly, his gaze lingering on Marin's bow and leather armor, then on Hans and the wolf pup that looked quite intimidating now. "Be careful on the road. Whitestone Town isn't like the village. More people, more eyes, more hands. Keep your valuables hidden, speak little, and stay alert for trouble." "Got it. Go now." Ode waved his hand, turning slowly to walk back into his house. His figure looked a bit hunched, but he didn't look back. Marin and Hans took one last look at the village where they had lived for months, leaving behind sweat and memories, then turned onto the trail leading out of the mountains. Dai cheered happily and ran ahead, leaving paw prints like plum blossoms in the muddy path. The road to Whitestone Town was not easy in the spring thaw, muddy, slippery, with some low spots filled with knee-high water. But they didn't walk slowly. A winter of snow travel and weight training made this kind of journey much easier. Dai was full of energy, running back and forth, sometimes darting into the bushes by the roadside and startling a few early spring birds. 2 days later, in the evening, as the setting sun painted the western mountains in gold and red, they finally saw the outline of Whitestone Town. It was a town built along the mountainside, surrounded by tall walls. The walls weren't new. Many places showed signs of repairs and weathering, with moss and stains. But they were thick and solid, with simple watchtowers on top. The town is more than 10 times larger than Cromich. Rows of gray-black roofs are packed tightly together, with a few tall stone buildings with pointed tops reaching toward the sky. A complex smell drifts in the evening breeze, mixing smoke from cooking, animal waste, the forge's coal fire, and greasy food odors. This is Whitestone Town. It's the only place within 100 miles that can be called a town, and it's where adventurers, merchants, craftsmen, and refugees gather. They pay a town entrance fee of 2 copper coins per person. Dai was looked at a bit longer by the guards, but wasn't bothered. Then step inside. The road turns into uneven, broken stones, lined with crooked wooden houses. Dim lights and noisy voices come from open doorways. The tavern sign swings in the wind. The blacksmith's hammering sounds ring out, and the air smells of cheap beer and roasted meat. People bustle about in different clothes, hunters in thick furs, dirty linen-clad commoners, and a few well-dressed folks with swords at their waists. The air is filled with various accents, shouts, bargaining, and drunken mumbling, creating a rough, lively market atmosphere. Hans's eyes widen with wonder as he looks around, sticking close to Marlin so he doesn't get lost. Dai seems a little nervous from the noisy crowd and strange smells, snuggling close to Marlin's leg and making soft growling sounds, alert and watching everything carefully. Following the rough directions given by Odin, they avoid the busiest main street and turn into a narrow, damp alley. At the end of the alley stands a crooked 2-story wooden building that looks like it could fall at any moment. A blackened wooden sign hangs outside, with a rough carving of a mug and some blurry words underneath, "Flea and Ale." They push open the door, and a wave of warm, foul air hits them, smells of cheap alcohol, sweat, mold, and stew. The room is dimly lit, with 7 or 8 greasy wooden tables. A few customers are dozing or whispering in corners. Behind the counter, a bald, red-nosed old man wipes glasses with a dirty cloth. Staying the night? The old man asks, eyes dull and cloudy, scanning Marlin and Hans. His gaze lingers on Dai. People and dog, 20 copper coins a day, includes breakfast, black bread, and oatmeal. Pay first. Marlin counts out 40 copper coins and places them on the greasy counter. 2 nights. The dog does not enter the house. It is in the yard. The chubby old man took the money and threw over 2 rusty brass keys. The 2 rooms at the very back upstairs. The stable and the water well are behind the yard. You'll have to fix them yourself. It's okay to make noise at night, but don't break anything. The room was small and cramped, with only a hard wooden bed, a crooked-legged table, and a broken wooden stool. The bedding was damp and smelled suspicious. But compared to the thatched cottages in Cromer Village, it at least kept out the wind and rain. Malin and Hans quickly settled in. They tied Dai to a dead tree in the yard, gave him water and dried meat. The next morning, after a simple breakfast of clear soup and bread, they asked for directions to the Adventurers Guild and headed to the east end of the town. They pushed open the heavy oak door of the guild, revealing a spacious hall. On the walls were yellowed maps of nearby areas, and the floor was covered with worn tiles. The most noticeable feature was a large bulletin board at the end of the hall, filled with various sized parchment notices covered in writing, mission notices. Many people gathered there, whispering and copying information. On one side of the hall was a long counter with several uniformed clerks in brown robes, busy handling registrations and payments. On the other side were long tables and benches, where some adventurers sat resting, talking, or cleaning their weapons. The air smelled of leather, metal, sweat, and parchment, mixed with an invisible tension and anticipation typical of those who live on the edge. Malin suppressed his nervous feelings and led Hans to the counter. The clerk was a middle-aged man with a stern face, who didn't look up as they approached. Register? Take on quests. Submit quests. Registering for 2, Malin said, placing 20 silver coins, equivalent to 10 complete goblin ears worth, and 5 cleaned, wrapped goblin ears on the counter. The clerk finally looked up, glancing at the coins and ears, then at Malin and Hans. He paused slightly on Hans's young face, but asked no questions. He pushed over 2 rough parchment sheets and 2 bald feather pens. Fill out. Name, age, skills, any recommended by someone. Sign with your thumbprint. The form was simple. Malin filled in. Malin, 17 years old, skilled with bow and curved sword, from Cromer Village, recommended by Cromer Village Guard Officer Odin, retired. Hans filled out the form with Hans, 16 years old, skilled in reconnaissance and support, from Cromeji Village, companion. Marin, when asked about his skills, Hans hesitated briefly and, following Marin's earlier instructions, wrote reconnaissance and support. He pressed his fingerprint, and the clerk took back the form. The clerk then recorded something in a heavy sheepskin book, and from a drawer, he took out 2 thin, roughly edged round iron tokens, stamped with a simple design of a crossed sword and shield, along with a small F symbol. He also took out 2 small, palm-sized blank notebooks made of poor-quality paper. F-level adventurer certificate and your adventurer's log. Don't lose the certificate. You'll need it to accept, complete, and receive rewards for quests, and sometimes for lodging. The log is for recording your tasks and expenses. The guild may check it occasionally. F-level adventurers can only take F-level and a few E-level quests, with 10% of the reward going to the guild. To level up, you must complete enough quests of your current level and be evaluated by the guild. The rules are on that wall. Please read them. On the second floor, you can have items appraised for a fee, the clerk said quickly, pushing the items over and then returning to his other tasks. Marin stored away the cold, rough iron token and the simple logbook. From now on, they were at the very bottom of this large and dangerous profession. The 2 of them walked to the quest board. It was covered with various sheepskin papers, written with charcoal or ink, listing tasks, requirements, rewards, and deadlines. The handwriting was messy, and some even had simple sketches. Most F-level quests were trivial. Clear out the rat problem in the east sewer of the town. Must provide at least 20 rat tails. Reward: 15 copper coins per tail. Collect 10 silver leaf herbs. Must have complete roots. Reward: 20 silver coins. Assist night watchman in patrolling the south wall, 3 nights. Reward: 6 silver coins per night. The rewards were low, and the tasks were time-consuming and tiring. E-level quests looked a bit more promising. Eliminate goblins in the abandoned mine outside the town. Estimated less than 10. Reward: 50 silver coins per person, plus extra for left goblin ears. A merchant caravan to Black Creek Village, 3-day trip. Reward: 50 silver coins per day per person. Investigate strange noises from the old forest to the west. Reward: 80 silver coins. Marin quickly scanned the list. Their goal was to get some starting funds as soon as possible and gain practical experience. Missions took too long, and investigation quests were uncertain. Killing goblins. The reward was decent, but goblins and gnomes are close relatives with similar habits, and they had some experience with them. Abandoned mine. Environment is more complex than an outdoor cave. He was thinking when a rough voice spoke nearby. Hey, newcomer? Looking for work? Malin turned his head and saw 2 people standing beside him. The speaker was a tall, broad-shouldered, bald man with a face full of scars, wearing half-plate armor, carrying a wide-bladed axe, and looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Next to him was a slightly shorter but equally sturdy man with dark skin, pointed ears, thick lips, deep eye sockets, and obvious orc blood. He carried a leather shield and a short-handled war hammer at his waist. Both looked experienced in fighting, radiating a brave and fierce aura. Well, let's see, Malin nodded calmly, speaking confidently but not arrogantly. Just you two? And a kid? The bald man raised an eyebrow, glancing at Hans, and then at the dazed person lying outside in the yard. Level F jobs are not easy. This isn't child's play. We just came from the village, fighting goblins and wolves, Malin said calmly. There's no need to show fear, but no need to exaggerate either. Oh, the bald man seemed interested and exchanged a glance with the half-orc. Coincidentally, we're also looking for a temporary partner. We've taken on an E-level task to clear goblin nests in the valley outside the town. The intel says about 20 goblins. Just the 2 of us are a bit tight. You look brave enough, and you have a decent dog. Want to join us? The pay will be split based on each person's contribution. What do you think? Malin's mind moved. Clearing goblin nests is a task they are familiar with and experienced in. About 20 goblins isn't a small number, but if 2 experienced fighters lead the way and he and Hans support from behind, the risk is manageable. The reward should be much better than an F-level job. Teaming up with more experienced adventurers can also help him quickly learn the rules and tricks of this line of work. How about the details and pay? Malin asked. The bald man pointed to a fresh piece of parchment on the notice board. Malin looked and saw it said, Clear goblin nests in Black Claw Valley, northwest of Whitestone Town. Estimated 20 to 25 goblins. Requirements: at least a 4-person team with a melee specialist. Reward: a total of 5 gold coins, divided according to each adventurer's level and contribution. Additionally, each adult goblin's left ear can be exchanged for 2 silver coins. Deadline: to be completed within 10 days of acceptance. Issuer: Town Guard. The total reward is 5 gold coins. If 4 people share it equally, each gets 1 gold coin, plus some ear money, making the total quite good, much better than those F-level quests. How about it? Are you in? The bald man urged. This job has been up for 2 days, and no one else has taken it. Maybe someone will it soon. My name is Buck, and this is Groff. He pointed to his half-orc companion. Groff grunted a reply, as a way of saying hello. Malin quickly weighed his options. There was both risk and opportunity. Buck and Groff didn't seem trustworthy, but since it was their first time working together and the guild was watching, they probably wouldn't betray him right away. He needed the money and also wanted to gain experience to break through his current limits. Okay, my name is Malin. This is my brother Hans. That outside is our hunting dog, Dada. Malin extended his hand. Buck's rough hand shook his, and he grinned, showing yellow teeth. All right, deal. It's settled. We meet at the North Gate tomorrow morning. Bring your own food and tools. First, we'll scout the hideout, then attack. After setting the time, Buck and Groff left, seemingly to prepare some things. Malin and Hans didn't go straight back to the inn. Instead, They went to the town's general store. With their limited money, they bought some essential supplies. A few rolls of clean linen bandages, a small jar of foul-smelling but cheap medicine, a sturdy rope, a small pack of fire tinder and flint, and enough hard bread, dried meat, and a little salt for 3 or 4 days. These items cost quite a few coins, but were necessary. Back at the Flea and Malt Beer, it was already late. They ate a quick dinner, still porridge and black bread, but Malin added 2 strips of dried meat. They checked their gear again, sharpened their knives and arrows, and went to bed early to rest for tomorrow's task. Dada was allowed inside and curled up in the corner by the door, his ears twitching now and then as he listened to the sounds outside. Malin lay on the hard bedboard, listening to Hans's steady breathing next door and the faint noise of the town at night outside the window. Yet, he couldn't fall asleep. It wasn't because he was nervous or excited, but because a long-dormant, vague warning about the future suddenly struck him again, catching him off guard. This time, the clear images related to the ring are gone. Instead, there are broken, chaotic, and oppressive fragments filled with strong unease. A dark, damp cave, larger than a goblin nest, filled with a stronger foul smell. A pair of non-human, cruel yellow eyes suddenly light up in the darkness. A tall, muscular figure with green skin, almost like a small calf, wielding a rough wooden club studded with iron spikes, far larger than a normal goblin. The club strikes down with a deafening rush of wind, shattering the hard rocks on the ground. The scene flashes, Bach's terrified face, then Grof's wooden shield breaking under a heavy, and finally, a tall green-skinned monster leaning down, seemingly gnawing on something, with creepy chewing sounds. Behind its neck, there appears to be a patch of dark red, coarse hair different from a normal goblin. The scene suddenly cuts off. Malin suddenly opens his eyes, sitting up in the dark. His heart pounds, and cold sweat beads on his forehead. It's not a goblin. It's something more dangerous. Similar to goblins, but stronger and more violent. Odie mentioned. A bear goblin. A mutated type that occasionally appears in goblin groups, far stronger and more savage. Is the mission intel wrong? Or has this creature only recently appeared? That nest hides a bear goblin. The warning in his dream came too late. Only dangerous images. Did they encounter it while exploring? Or did it suddenly attack during the siege? He gently gets out of bed, walks to the window, and the cold night wind helps him calm down. He can't retreat. He's already taken the task. Running away now would ruin his reputation and might make Bach and Grof hold a grudge. Also, although the warning was terrifying, it revealed the danger early. Knowing about it allows him to prepare. He needs to change his plan. Tomorrow, during reconnaissance, he must be extra careful to confirm the creature's presence and location. In battle, he must prioritize dealing with it, or create an opportunity for it to face the goblins, or even Bach and the others. Malin's eyes flicker in the darkness. He touches his left index finger, where the rough bloodstone ring remains cold, but its energy seems to have recovered. He looks again at the purple-shaded longbow leaning against the wall. The warning is both a danger and an opportunity. If they can kill a bear goblin, the reward and reputation would far surpass that of ordinary goblins. Of course, the key is that they must survive. He returned to his bed and lay down again, forcing himself to sleep. However, his mind kept replaying possible situations and ways to respond. Hans needed to be more careful with protection. His dull sense of smell might warn him early. Buck and Grov could be shields, or they might also be unpredictable factors. Outside the window, the town's lights gradually went out, and only the faint sound of the night watchman's bell occasionally reached him. The long winter night had passed, but real adventure, with blood and signs of the unknown, was just beginning. Morning light was like a dull knife, barely cutting through the grayish fog hanging over Black Claw Valley. The light struggled to refract through the thick moisture, turning the jagged rocks and crooked dead trees in the valley into blurry, dark shadows. The wind was the only lively thing here, tirelessly weaving through the cracks in the rocks, whimpering softly, stirring the damp, decaying leaves on the ground, and carrying a faint, persistent smell of blood and rot, an odor from many dirty creatures that had lived here for a long time, seeping into the soil and rocks. Malin crouched in the shadow of a windbreak rock, its rough surface pressed against his old leather armor, feeling cold and hard. He slowly adjusted his breathing, filling his lungs with the cold, damp air, then exhaling slowly, trying to suppress the restless urge for loot and the deep-seated instincts from his muscles after a long journey. The things Odin had drilled into him over the past months now stirred like a dormant beast deep inside his senses. His eyes scanned every fold of the valley, and his ears listened for any sound besides the wind. Lower down on his left side, Hans was hiding behind a bush of frost-covered thorns. His red cheeks pressed close to his bow arm, and his breath formed tiny white clouds in the cold air. His eyes watched Malon's every small movement closely. His fingers, gripping the short bough tightly, turned white from the effort but remained steady. At his feet, the wolf pup called Dumb was already showing signs of a young wolf, gray-black fur low to the damp ground, ears twitching nervously, nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air, giving a low, warning growl at the strange smell that made its first stand on end. Further ahead, behind a pile of rocks, faint sounds of metal and leather rubbing together could be heard, along with low, anxious murmurs. That was Buck in Grove, the half-beast, carefully checked his rough leather shield for the last time, inspecting each strap and the edge. In the center of the shield, a dried, blackened bloodstain, unknown which creature it belonged to, looked like a fierce eye in the dim light. Bald Buck impatiently sharpened his broad-bladed axe with a whetstone, making a harsh, screeching sound. His eyes kept darting toward the deep valley where a foul smell emanated from the source. That place marked a reward of 5 shining gold coins and 2 silver coins for each ear, enough to keep him from worrying about cheap ale and moldy dry food for half a year. Their target was just a few steps ahead. It was an irregular hole in the rocky valley wall, roughly widened by rough hands. It was tall enough for a strong man to walk upright and wide enough for 2 or 3 people to pass side by side. The entrance was piled with disgusting debris, broken bones of various sizes, some small and unpleasant to think about, rotting plant roots, torn up furs of unclear color, and dirty cloth strips. Several roughly sharpened wooden stakes, full of wormholes and leaning crookedly, blocked the entrance a little. Inside the cave, darkness was thick and almost tangible. Only faint, flickering orange light seeped from the deepest part, embers about to die out, accompanied by vague, dreamlike hissing and chattering sounds drifting from the cave's throat. This was a typical goblin nest entrance, dirty, chaotic, exuding poverty and unhidden malice. However, Malon's brow twitched slightly, almost imperceptibly. It was too quiet. Not dead silence, because there were sounds inside the cave, but those sounds lacked the usual goblin daytime noise. Endless quarrels and fights over scraps or imagined insults. Instead, it sounded more like suppressed, restless whispers, restrained by a stronger presence. His gaze slowly swept over the ground in front of the entrance. In the muddy dirt, a dense pattern of tiny claw marks with 3 toes extended forward clearly belonged to goblins. But on this chaotic carpet, there were occasional different marks, deeper, wider, with blurry outlines, like heavy, much larger creatures dragging past, leaving crushing impressions. Sometimes, deep impressions resembling blunt heels could be seen. These marks were fresh, the soil around them not yet hardened by the night frost. Malon's heart beat heavily inside his chest. The fragment of a strange, ominous, sticky dream from last night floated back to the surface of his mind. Yellow, cruel eyes, a green figure pressing down like a mountain, and the chilling sound of a wooden club smashing rocks. "Kid, have you had enough?" Buck's impatient, low voice came from the right, like a stone breaking the still air. "Just a few short green guys, and you're staring so long you think you'll see a flower? Keep hesitating, and the sun will be roasting your backside. 5 gold coins. 5. Did you hear me? And those ears. 1 is worth 2 silver coins. Have you ever seen so much money in a whole year digging in the village dirt?" Grove also turned his head. His dark face showed a burning desire for wealth in his deep-set eyes, which had features of orc blood. For adventurers like them, struggling just to get by, this reward was deadly tempting. It could let them enjoy a good time in the tavern, or even save enough to go to the blacksmith shop, anvil and fire, to replace their worn-out gear. Malon looked away from the scene and at Buck. His expression was calm, like the still water of a deep pond. The hole is too big, and something's wrong inside. There are other footprints on the ground, much larger and deeper than goblin tracks. Buck snorted with a grin, his face full of flesh that moved as he spoke. Bigger? Maybe they dragged in some dead deer or rotten wild boar. Look at you, scared of wolves and tigers. I've chopped more green skins than you've eaten black bread. Level mission. Maybe 20 goblins at most, and who knows, maybe a heavily armored goblin knight will jump out from inside. He hefted his axe, the blade catching the dull sunlight. Same plan as always. Grove and I go first, rush in and cut them down. You two stay close. Use your bows and arrows. Don't let any trash sneak past. And that dog of yours, keep it watching the back. This was the usual tactic many low-level teams relied on for clearing tasks like this, trusting the bravery of melee fighters and their relatively tough armor, if they had any, to force their way in, using the narrow space to counter the goblin numbers, while ranged fighters cover from behind. Simple, direct, and often effective, if the intelligence was accurate and there were no unexpected surprises in the nest. Malin didn't argue. He knew that any extra warning about danger at this moment would only be seen by Buck's greed-blinded eyes as cowardice or delay. But he would never fully turn his back to the potential threat posed by the forward, who looked down on him. Charge straight in. The entrance is too open, and we don't know what's inside, Mulluin said quietly, but with a firm, stone-like tone. Let's wait outside and see if anyone is scouting or hunting. We can reduce their numbers and maybe catch a few ears. If nothing happens by afternoon, then we'll think of a plan to test further. Wait? Wait until when? Buck almost shouted, but Groff firmly held his strong shoulder. The half-orc warrior looked at Mulluin's calm face and then at the dark, seemingly swallowing the light whole, and said gruffly, he has a point. Buck, rush in blindly, and it might be a trap inside. Groff's words were like a small snowball, temporarily calming Buck's restless fire. He glared at Mulluin and then at the silent Groff, finally grumbling, fine. I agree with you. When the sun passes over that crooked treetop, he pointed to an old, half-dead oak tree on the side of the valley, its branches twisted like ghostly claws. If there's still no movement, even the king of gods can't stop me from going in to get the money. Mulluin nodded silently and focused his senses back on the hole. Hans quietly moved closer and handed him a piece of tough, teeth-aching dried meat. Mulluin took it and chewed slowly, the dry fibers scraping his teeth, providing a little warmth. The little dog snuggled against his leg, its cold, damp nose touching the back of his hand holding the bough. The waiting time was like thick fog in the valley, slow and sticky. The mist at the valley entrance gradually cleared as the sun rose higher, but the light at the bottom of the valley remained stingy and gloomy. The wind still whistled tirelessly, bringing the damp, rotten smell of the distant forest along with the foul odor at the hole, mixing of dung, decay, and a stronger, more pungent stench like old blood rust and beastly stench, pushing in waves. Buck and Groff, after a brief restraint, found hiding spots and crouched down, but their restless emotions were like an undercurrent beneath the water, silently surging between them. Buck reached for the leather his wine pouch for the third time, while Groff's foot unconsciously ground a small stone. Just as Buck was about to lose patience, and the edge of the sun barely touched the shadow of the dead branch on the top of the crooked tree, the crooked wooden fence at the hole made a sharp, grating sound that made one's teeth ache, and was suddenly pushed open forcefully from inside. 5 goblins emerge in a line. The 5 goblins step out of the dark cave into the dim morning light. Their appearance is no different from the green-skinned creatures that had previously fallen under Malin's arrow. Dull, greenish skin covered with warts and dirt, pointed ears sticking out from messy, sticky hair, and their bodies wrapped in torn cloth scraps taken from unlucky travelers, now faded and unrecognizable. They carry simple weapons, bone spears, wooden sticks with stones tied to them, and one holding a piece of uneven flint. It looks like they are just wandering aimlessly, hunting for food or keeping watch as usual. But at that moment, Malin's muscles tense silently. These 5 goblins behave differently from the lazy, cowardly, and often treacherous green creatures Malin usually hunts, those who might fight over scraps or betray each other behind their backs. When they came out of the cave, they didn't scatter immediately. Instead, they quickly gathered at the entrance, forming a loose half-circle facing outward, with their backs to the dark depths. Their small, red eyes didn't show confusion or greed but a tense, cautious alertness mixed with deep fear and forced fierceness. They chattered in short, suppressed sounds, their heads turning frequently, scanning the dark cave's flickering light as if seeking permission or trying to suppress the instinct to run away. Most importantly, just as the wooden barrier was pushed open, a much stronger, more aggressive smell burst out, far more intense than goblin body odor. It was like a beast that had been trapped for a long time suddenly rushing out. The scent was full of wild, animalistic stench, mixed with a nauseating blood rust smell, like rusted iron soaked in old, rotten blood. The smell was so overwhelming that even Malin, dozens of steps away, felt a sharp sting in his nose. His companion, Dui, let out a low growl almost like a whimper, its black fur bristling, claws digging into the damp ground. It was a sign of the instinctive fear that small creatures feel when faced with a top predator. It wasn't a wild boar, a deer, or even a normal bear. Something much worse was lurking inside that cave. Buck's face broke into an excited yet cruel smile. He pointed toward Marlin, raised his left hand confidently, making a quick horizontal gesture across his neck. His right hand first indicated the 3 goblins heading into the bushes, then nodded toward the 2 guarding the cave entrance. Finally, he sharply tapped his chest with his thumb and pointed to Groff. His clear and direct message was, take out the 3 at a distance, then close in to deal with the 2 at the door. Marlin's heart pounded heavily inside his chest. The signal to retreat rang loudly in his mind, but his reason told him that turning around now would mean breaking away from Buck and Groff immediately, and might even trigger an attack from behind. He took a deep breath of cold, damp air filled with a bad feeling, suppressing his rising anxiety. He made a quick, clear gesture to Hans, target the 3. Then he took down his longbow with a purple sash. The cool purple sash grip felt solid in his hand, heavy and firm. The bowstring, made from beast tendons, emitted a faint, tense creak when pulled tight. He drew an arrow with smooth, gray goose feathers. His target was the last goblin, the one looking back nervously at the cave, the closest to the entrance and most likely to sound the alarm first. He held his breath. His gaze passed through the gap in the bow, beyond the cold fog, locking onto the faintly throbbing vein on the goblin's neck beneath its dark green skin. The sound of the wind, distant bird calls, Buck's heavy, excited breathing, and Hans's slight tremor as he tightened the bowstring. All noise faded like a tide. The world shrank to just the target and the arrow in his hand. He relaxed his grip. Whoosh! A faint sound of breaking air was almost swallowed by the wind. The arrow, like a streak of gray death, pierced precisely into the back of the goblin's neck. It collapsed forward as if its bones had been pulled out, silent and motionless. The first 2 goblins turned around in surprise. Whoosh! Whoosh! Marlin's second arrow and Hans's shot followed quickly. One went through an eye socket, the other tore through a throat. All 3 green bodies fell almost at the same time, their heavy thuds echoing briefly in the quiet valley. Almost at the moment the arrows hit, a loud crash and sharp scream came from the other side, something heavy smashing bones. Buck, like a fierce tiger leaping from the darkness, swung his axe precisely, splitting the back of a goblin guarding the rear, splattering red and white. Groff's war hammer, with a dull wind sound, struck another goblin's chest, denting it inward with a cracking sound of bones breaking. Clean, sharp, nearly perfect synchronized hunting. Buck's face flashed with a proud, fierce light. He straightened up, about to call Marin over to gather the spoils, and prepared to rush into what seemed like an easily accessible treasure cave. A roar that was far beyond any goblins or even ordinary beasts, full of primitive violence and rage, suddenly erupted from deep inside the cave, as if a volcano had been brewing underground for thousands of years. It was not just a roar, but a shockwave, a physical release of pure destructive will. The sound crashed and amplified in the narrow tunnel, causing loose stones at the entrance to fall, the air to tremble violently, and even the ground to resonate faintly. Then thud, 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 thud. Heavy, swift footsteps with a mountain-crushing sense of pressure approached from the darkness like a savage war drum. Every step caused the ground to shake clearly, accompanied by the harsh sounds of wood splintering and rocks scraping, along with the goblin's near-breaking screams twisted by extreme fear. A wind of stench, 10 times more intense than before, mixing beastly fury and old bloodstains, swept out from the cave entrance first. What the heck? Buck's proud expression was instantly torn apart by shock. He was closest to the entrance and saw everything most clearly. A huge, terrifying green figure, almost filling half the tunnel, crashed through the remaining wooden barriers and debris at the entrance like an out-of-control siege hammer, rushing into the faint daylight outside. Its height was such that Buck had to look up. Its broad shoulders seemed capable of lifting collapsing cliffs. Its bulging muscles, beneath dark green thick skin, rippled with explosive power. Veins twisted like gnarled roots around its body. Its face was a nightmare, part bear's short snout, part goblin's pointed ears and fangs, combined into a grotesque, disgusting visage. Its mouth was full of crooked, yellow-black teeth, with foul saliva dripping from the corners. Most chilling of all were its eyes, dull yellow, like aged inferior amber, but burning not with wisdom or cunning, rather with pure, primal rage and destructive desire. At this moment, those eyes were locked tightly on Buck and Grolf, viewing them as intruding pests that must be crushed. Its right hand grips a terrifying wolf-tooth club almost as thick as an adult man's calf. The club's shaft is rough and twisted, and the tip is not iron nails but covered with various sizes of rusty metal fragments, beast fangs, and broken bone spikes, like a deadly weapon pulled straight from a nightmare. The most frightening part is at its neck, where a tuft of dark red, needle-sharp, stiff hair stands upright, trembling slightly with its furious breathing, like a burning, ominous blood-red flame. The goblin, a mutated creature born from goblin blood, pure embodiment of violence and ferocity. Gruff, push forward, Buck roared loudly, instinctively taking a half-step forward to attack. He raised his axe and swung it fiercely at the goblin's sturdy leg. He trusted in his teamwork with Groff, believed in the sharpness of his weapon, and of course, hoped to earn the 5 gold coins soon. Almost at the same time, Groff let out a beast-like battle cry, lowering his half-body, and suddenly raised his wooden shield to charge forward like a wild bull. He collided with the goblin's lower body with the force of a cannonball. At the same time, his warhammer swung upward, aiming at the vulnerable groin area. An perfect combination of attack from below and above, a classic tactic of fighting strength with weakness. In the goblin's dull yellow eyes, a fierce light flashed clearly. Facing this coordinated attack, it did not retreat but advanced. Its left leg stomped forward like a stone pillar, causing stones to fly. Its thick right arm swung the terrifying wolf-tooth club, not to smash, but with an incredible speed, slanting from bottom right to top left, aiming at Groff's shield. Bang! It was not the sound of a shield blocking, but the explosion of the shield being shattered. Groff's wooden shield, which had endured many battles and could withstand ordinary sword strikes, was completely shattered under the heavy of the wolf-tooth club, like a thin pancake exposed to the sun. The thick wood splintered into countless pieces, and the hide tore with a piercing scream. The immense force passed through the broken shield and slammed unreservedly into Groff's arms and chest. Ugh! Groff let out a short, painful grunt. He was knocked back like a kite with its strings cut, crashing hard into a protruding rock corner behind him, producing a chilling cracking sound of bones breaking. Blood gushed wildly from his mouth, while shield fragments and broken arms twisted at unnatural angles. His body slid down the cliff wall and collapsed onto the ground, instantly losing consciousness. His life was uncertain. Buck's powerful axe struck the left side of the bear goblin's ribs, which was exposed as it swung its club. The axe blade cut into its tough green skin like old bark, slicing through knotted muscles until it hit bone. However, it only went 3 fingers deep into the flesh and got stuck. Thick green blood poured out, but the bear goblin seemed to pause for a moment. Its dull yellow eyes turned toward Buck, showing even more rage. The sharp pain and the sight of his comrades suffering made Buck's blood run cold. He instinctively wanted to pull back his axe, but it was too late. The bear goblin threw aside its wolf-fang club, the head deeply embedded in the ground among broken stones. Its huge left palm, like a fan, carried a suffocating stench of blood and gore. With impossible speed, it slapped Buck's hurriedly raised right arm and shoulder. Bang! The sound of bones breaking and heavy hitting mixed together. Buck didn't even have time to scream. He was knocked into the air, spinning and flying out like a rag doll thrown by a catapult. He arced through the air and crashed heavily into a pile of rocks 7 or 8 steps away. His axe was gone, lost somewhere in the chaos. His right arm and shoulder looked strangely collapsed and twisted. He lay there motionless, blood quickly spreading beneath him, staining the surrounding stones and moss red. It was just a moment, one breath's time. 2 experienced, coordinated, brave warriors, one unconscious and near death, lay silently in a pool of blood. Their fates uncertain. Gag, gag, gag. The goblins, who had been paralyzed and nearly incontinent from fear of the bear goblin, suddenly saw their seemingly invincible invader being crushed by their leader. A twisted, sick joy replaced their fear. They let out sharp, shrill screams, like metal scraping. They crawled up from the ground, grabbing anything nearby as a weapon, stones, broken sticks, even bones from their fallen comrades. With bloodshot eyes, they charged wildly at the unconscious Groff and Buck in the blood pool, intent on tearing the intruders apart. All this happened too fast, too cruelly. From the bear goblin rushing out of the cave to Buck and Groff collapsing in defeat, only 3 heartbeats passed. Malon's heart nearly stopped beating in that moment, a huge sense of danger gripping his soul like cold iron clamps. But his body, honed by sweat and scolding from Odin, reacted faster than his thoughts. Hans, cover the hole. Save Groff, he shouted hoarsely, his voice strained and rough. At the same time, his bow was already raised. An arrow was on the string. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot in quick succession, not at the goblins rushing toward Groff, but directly at the recently knocked back bear goblin, which was still turning. Malon's target was clear, its yellowish, savage left eye. The first arrow, the bear goblin seemed to sense the threat. Its huge head suddenly tilted. The arrow brushed past its rough forehead, leaving a streak of blood. The second arrow followed immediately. It raised its left arm to block, and the arrow pierced into its thick muscle, not deep but enough to slow it down. The third arrow, taking advantage of its momentary distraction, sharply aimed at the exposed right side of its neck artery. The bear goblin roared in furious anger. At the last moment, it tilted its head again, and the arrow sank deep into the muscle connecting its shoulder and neck. Green blood gushed out, but it was not deadly. Roar, it was completely enraged now. Its yellow eyes locked onto Malon, who was just a few dozen steps away, with the bowstring still trembling. This tiny creature dared to hurt it repeatedly. It might not care about attacks from Buck and Groff, but these precise, annoying arrows truly angered it. It abandoned its easy prey, Groff, and ignored the goblins tearing apart Buck's body. It moved forward heavily, like a berserk chariot, charging straight at Malon. Every step shook the ground, and a foul wind hit his face. "Big brother," Hans shouted in fear. He was desperately shooting arrows at the goblins rushing toward Groff, trying to scare them away, but his aim was slightly off under the huge pressure. "Stay where you are. Don't come closer," Malon ordered sharply, quickly retreating to the side and back. He couldn't let the bear goblin be led toward Hans and Groff. While retreating, he kept drawing his bow. One arrow after another was shot at the goblin's face, eyes, and the weak spots on its knees as it ran. But the orc goblin's skin and muscles are incredibly thick. Unless hit in the eyes or other vital spots, normal arrows cause little damage and only make it angrier. It no longer fully dodges but instead uses its arms to protect its face, allowing arrows to embed in its arms and shoulders without slowing down its charge. The distance is rapidly closing. 30 steps, 20 steps. The huge shadow of the orc goblin already covers Malon, and the wind from its club nearly his hair. He can't retreat now. There's a cliff behind him. Malon's eyes flash with determination. As the goblin's club, with crushing force, swings toward him, he doesn't try to block with his bow. That would be suicide. Instead, he lunges to the side and rolls clumsily, but just in time. Boom. The club sweeps past his back and crashes into the cliff where he just stood. Rocks fly everywhere, and the hard mountain stone is gouged out into a shallow pit. The flying stones sting Malon's back. Using the roll, Malon half kneels and quickly raises his bow and arrow again, this time aiming at the goblin's wide, blood-stained mouth, which is slightly open from swinging the heavy club. Whoosh! The arrow shoots like a venomous snake into the goblin's open mouth. It lets out a muffled cry of pain and rage. The arrow seems to have injured its mouth or throat, as green blood foam spills from its lips. This pushes its pain and fury to the limit. It drops its club, which is deeply embedded in the cliff again, and its giant palm, like a fan, whips through the air with a suffocating wind, slamming down hard at Malon, who has just stood up and hasn't had time to dodge again. If hit solidly, Malon would be the second casualty. Life hangs by a thread. Malon's pupils constrict, and his whole body seems to surge with blood to his head. He makes a reckless decision. Rather than retreat, he advances. At the last moment before the giant palm strikes, he lunges forward fiercely, not away but toward the goblin's massive, pillar-like legs. Pooh! The giant palm brushes past his back and crashes into the ground, sending dirt flying and shaking Malon's insides. But he manages to slip between the goblin's legs. This is the most dangerous spot, but also the potential blind spot of this huge beast in an instant. The goblin clearly didn't expect such a stubborn bug to be so difficult. It angrily tries to bend down and punch Malon, a flash of red light flickering. Malon seizes this fleeting opportunity. He never tried to attack the thick, ridiculously sturdy lower body or legs of the bear goblin with a short sword. In the moment he rolled out from under the goblin's groin, he mistakenly thought his long purple shirt bow was a club. He used all his strength to smash it hard into the back of the goblin's right knee, the popliteal area. Thud! A dull crash. The goblin's right leg buckled, and its large body lost balance. It staggered, nearly falling to its knees. It let out a surprised and angry roar, and its one arm flailed back to scratch wildly. Malon's attack succeeded. Without hesitation, he rolled and scrambled forward, creating some distance. His breathing was heavy like a bellows, and his back burned with pain. His left arm, which had been supporting him, was also cut by broken stones. But his eyes shone with determination. He had successfully angered, wounded, and temporarily slowed down this monster, giving Hans time, and himself, the only chance. The goblin steadied itself and slowly turned around. Green blood still dripped from its mouth, and several arrows stuck in its shoulders and arms. Its right leg seemed a bit hurt too. Its dull yellow eyes stared fixedly at Malon, filled with rage that almost looked like flames. It seemed to realize that this bug with the bow was different from the two it faced earlier. Instead of rushing forward immediately, it lowered its body slightly and let out a threatening growl. Its one arm raised in a striking pose, slowly approaching. It became more cautious, or perhaps it saw Malon as a prey worth serious attention. Malon slowly stepped back, drew another arrow from his quiver, and knocked it on his bow. His quiver was already half empty. Sweat mixed with blood dripped down his forehead into his eyes, stinging him, but he blinked through the pain. His gaze was as steady as a nail, fixed on the goblin's constantly shifting head. He was waiting for the right moment, waiting for Hans to deal with the trouble, or waiting for this beast to show a weakness again. The goblin moved closer step by step. Malon slowly retreated, and the atmosphere grew tense, like iron. Suddenly, the goblin's nose twitched. Its dull yellow eyes sharply turned toward Buck's body, where a few goblins seemed to think their leader had the situation under control. They started to move again, eager to eat Buck's flesh, and one even headed toward the unconscious Groff. Now, at the moment when the goblin's attention was distracted, Malon kept his bow half drawn, and in that instant, he pulled it back to full draw. He no longer aimed at the eyes, as they were too small and easy to miss. Instead, he aimed at the weak, exposed ear canal of the bear goblin, which had turned its head. That was a direct path into the skull. All his strength, his mental focus, and the precision honed through countless life-and-death struggles were concentrated in this shot. Thwack! The bowstring rang out loudly. The arrow shot faster than any before, transforming into a nearly invisible gray shadow to the eye. The bear goblin seemed to sense extreme danger and tried to turn back and dodge. But the distraction just moments before, combined with its injured leg, slowed it down. A soft but chilling muffled sound echoed. The arrow precisely entered the ear canal of the left ear, going straight to the feather. The sharp tip pierced through the fragile ear canal without resistance, forcefully driving into its brain. Yowl! Ugh! The massive body of the goblin suddenly stiffened. The rage, madness, and destructive desire in its dull yellow eyes, like a burst balloon, were instantly replaced by confusion and the spreading shadow of death. It let out a short, strange, almost deflating cry, raising one arm as if to scratch at the arrow lodged in its ear, but the arm only lifted halfway before falling weakly. The light in its eyes was completely extinguished. Like an ancient tree whose roots had been severed, this terrifying embodiment of raw violence, who had defeated Buck and Groff, had no last struggle. It collapsed forward heavily, hitting the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The arrow in its ear twitched slightly. The world fell silent. The goblins, who had been about to enjoy their feast, froze in place again. They looked at the lifeless, enormous body of their leader on the ground, then at the human standing straight, breathing heavily, bloodied but still holding his bow. This time, not even a scream of despair escaped. Overwhelmed by pure fear, they choked. Some goblin must have thrown down its stone first. Then, like a plague spreading, all the goblins, whether they were biting or rushing toward Groff, dropped everything and fled in silence, desperately escaping. They didn't dare look at Marin again, crawling and scrambling into cracks and bushes, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving only a few corpses and chaos behind. The wind carried a strong, blood-like smell that was hard to ignore. Malin slowly lowered his bow, his arms trembling from weakness and tension. He staggered, using the bow to support himself from falling. His chest burned painfully, and every breath tasted of rust. His back was soaked with cold sweat and blood, sticking tightly to his skin. "Big brother," Hans's trembling voice came. He held a short bow and stood beside Groff, with two goblin corpses he had shot lying at his feet. His face was pale as paper, full of fear and disbelief. A dog-like creature hurried over, anxiously circling Malin, nudging his leg with its head, whimpering. Malin took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his weakness and dizziness. "I'm fine," he said hoarsely. He looked at the gruesome body of Bark and then at Groff, who was unconscious but still had faint chest movements. "Go check on Groff. Handle him simply." "We need to leave immediately," Malin said, leaning on his longbow as he slowly approached the ogre's body. He needed to take the ears and possibly some loot from the hole. Every bit of what they gained was stained with blood and tied to their future survival. The sunset's glow pierced through the fog over the valley, turning this bloody slaughter into a vivid red. The living, scarred and battered, had to keep moving forward. This was the cruelest lesson of adventure written in blood by Black Claw Valley. The evening chill was sharper than in the morning. The lingering fog in the woods, mixed with cold dampness, seeped into their lungs with each breath, causing tiny stings. Malin led the way, using the heavy wolf-tooth club he seized from the ogre, serving as both a walking stick and a tool to clear the way, pushing aside tangled vines and wet, drooping branches. On his back, he carried a bulging leather pouch filled with coins and small loot, along with Buck's rolled-up, fairly intact blanket. His left arm's wound was bandaged, stopping the bleeding, but every movement still caused dull pain. A heavier burden pressed on him and Hans, the crude stretcher made from sturdy branches and spare ropes found in Buck's bag. On it, Groff's sturdy body swayed slightly with each step. He was still unconscious, his face pale as dirt, breathing weak and irregular. Every hard inhale was accompanied by ominous gurgling sounds inside his chest. Orc warriors are stronger and more resilient than humans, but with such serious injuries, relying only on natural healing seems unlikely. Hans walks beside the stretcher, his small face flushed from effort, sweat beads forming on his forehead, mixing with dust and bloodstains from earlier. He clenches his teeth, trying to keep the stretcher steady to avoid causing more jostling for Groff. A small dog trots around them, ears alert, nose twitching, watching for any danger that might approach from the shadowy forest. The burden they carry is not only physical. They left Buck's body in Black Claw Valley, covering it with some loose stones. This is an unspoken rule among adventurers, born of necessity. When they can't bring back a fallen comrade, the last act of kindness is to prevent them from being left exposed or torn apart by wild animals. Marin has taken Buck's coin pouch and some small, still intact items. The battered hand axe, stained with green blood and with its edge rolled, is tied to his pack. It's not greed, but another way of carrying, perhaps one day, to give to his family, or to use as a toast in memory, spilled on the ground where he fell. Marin's thoughts drift with each monotonous, tiring step in the cold, damp air. He doesn't feel much grief over Buck's death. Their time together was brief, and there was no real friendship. Buck's obvious greed and recklessness had, in some ways, contributed to his death. Even when Buck suggested a reckless attack, he didn't hide that he saw them as expendable bait or cheap firepower. He just feels, it's not worth it. Not false sympathy, but a cooler assessment. If Buck had been less impulsive, more cautious of the unknown, if he and Groff had worked together more carefully, maybe things would have turned out differently. At least, they wouldn't have fallen so quickly or so badly. 5 gold coins, plus loot worth several times that, could have kept a skilled team safe for a long time. But greed and recklessness turned that wealth into bloodshed, staining their comrades. He remembers Odin during training, sometimes smoking poor-quality tobacco, saying in a careless yet unforgettable tone, "Every coin of an adventurer's money is stained with blood. Some are stained with others, some with your own. Don't just look at the pouch bulging, think about your life. Is it heavy enough?" Now he feels it. Heavy, with the scent of rust and dirt. Grove's severe injury, Buck's death, the overwhelming strength of the bear goblin, and his own near-death strike. All these things mixed together, constantly flashing through his mind. Did he make a mistake? Maybe. Should he have stopped Buck's reckless move more firmly? But given the situation at the time, how much could a newcomer like him really do? Should he have shared that vague dream warning earlier and more clearly? But that might sound like a cowardly excuse. What truly woke him up was the realization that the rules of this world are more brutal and straightforward than he thought. Power, greed, death, and wealth are tightly connected. Magic items, like the bloodstone ring in his hand, almost shattered and now dull, are worth more than he imagined. Even a single-use, incomplete protection spell could turn the tide in life or death. And for such items, or even just the suspicion that others have them, experienced people like Maji, a character from the story, might choose betrayal and greed. Power is fundamental. Caution is armor. And understanding human nature and interests is an essential torch when walking in darkness. The sky gradually darkened, and the forest dimmed further. They dared not stop, only relying on memory and rough directions to head toward Whitestone Town. Grove's breathing seemed weaker, and Hans's steps started to falter. "Big brother. Uncle Grove." Hans's voice was shaky and anxious. Malin stopped and signaled to put down the stretcher. He crouched down and checked Grove's injuries again. The branches and cloth fixing his left arm were soaked with blood, and his chest rose and fell almost imperceptibly. If this continued, he wouldn't make it back to town. He remembered what he found when clearing the battlefield, things from Buck and Grove's packs. Besides coins, dried food, and flint, there were 2 small ceramic bottles sealed with corks. He had only glanced at them quickly and stuffed them into his pocket. He took out the 2 small bottles. They were not large and felt cold in his hand. In the last bit of daylight, he saw that the bottles were rough and unmarked, with tightly sealed corks. He uncorked one, and a mixture of herbal and faintly sweet, fishy smell wafted out. Healing potion? Malin thought. Though it was the lowest grade, usually only good for stopping bleeding, easing pain, and providing some vitality support, limited in treating fractures and internal bleeding, it was better than nothing. He looked at Groff's defeated face. This quiet half-orc warrior had, at the last moment, used his body to block a deadly from the bear goblin, giving them a small chance to survive. He might be as greedy as Back, but in battle, he fulfilled his duty as a frontline fighter. Without much hesitation, Malin helped lift Groff's heavy head and carefully brought a bottle to his cracked lips. The potion was a thick, dark red liquid that looked like dried blood in the dim light. He slowly poured it in. Most of it spilled from Groff's mouth, but a little still slipped down his throat. Groff, still unconscious, seemed to swallow slightly, making a faint gurgling sound. The medicine wouldn't work instantly, but it was hoped to keep him alive a little longer. After feeding Graf the medicine and readying the bag, Malin and Hans lifted the heavy stretcher again. Maybe because of the medicine or just for comfort, Graf's breathing seemed to become a little steadier, though the faint rise and fall still tugged at everyone's hearts. They continued forward as the dusk grew darker. The forest trail was almost unrecognizable, relying only on rough sense of direction and the occasional guidance of the dog, which instinctively senses direction and smell. Exhaustion weighed on them like a soaked coat, heavy and oppressive. Every step felt as if the mud beneath was especially sticky. Hans's clenched teeth had faint traces of blood, evidence of him biting his lip too hard. After what felt like a long time, faint flickers of fire appeared through the sparse trees ahead, and they could hear distant barking and muffled voices. The smell of cooking smoke drifted into the air, not the damp decay of the forest, but the warmth of human life, though perhaps rough. They finally left the area affected by the Black Claw Valley and approached a place with people. Though they still had some distance to Whitestone Town, they had at least escaped the most dangerous and remote woods. Following a muddy, well-trodden path for another 15 minutes, suddenly the view opened up. On a relatively flat hillside, a few low wooden and mud huts were scattered. Their roofs were covered with thick thatch, and smoke was curling up from them. A clear stream wound past the hillside, and some women dressed as farmers squatted on stones by the water, washing clothes and chatting softly. Two thin, yellow-skinned children wearing patched shirts are playing and chasing each other in an open space between farmhouses. One swings a sharpened wooden stick and shouts, "Hey, hey," while the other makes fierce gestures, pretending to be a monster. After a long time away from people, experiencing bloody fights and the death of companions in the Black Claw Valley, seeing this lively scene makes Marin's tense nerves relax a little. Even Hans looks up, with tired eyes showing a hint of longing. The town is the only place nearby where adventurers gather. These farmers living on the edge are not unfamiliar with adventurers. Seeing Marin and Hans carrying large bags, covered in blood and dirt, and supporting a badly injured, clearly non-human half-orc, the women washing clothes by the creek stop their work. They look over cautiously and curiously. The two children playing stop their game, hiding behind a fence of a distant farmhouse, eyes wide with fear and curiosity, especially staring at the fierce wolf-tooth club on Marin's back and his blood-stained leather armor. Marin stops walking and takes a deep breath. Grav needs better medical help, and they can't delay any longer. He searches his pocket and pulls out the last half of a hard-dried meat. His own food is gone, found in Buck's bag. He breaks off a small piece and waves to the two children hiding behind the fence. Seeing the meat, the children's eyes brighten slightly. They lick their cracked lips, but dare not come closer. They hold tightly to the rough fence slats, looking at Marin with hesitation and a bit of fear. At that moment, the door of one farmhouse creaks open. A young farm woman, wearing a faded apron, with a rosy face from work and her hair wrapped in a cloth, hurriedly runs out. Seeing Marin and Hans, especially Grav lying unconscious and covered in blood on the stretcher, her face turns pale. But she quickly shifts to a tense, apologetic expression, walking briskly to the fence and pulling the children behind her. "Sorry, sirs." The farm woman's voice trembles as she keeps bending over. "The children don't know better and accidentally bumped into you. Please don't be angry." She tightly hugs the children, her fingers turning white from the grip, avoiding eye contact with Marin and Hans, especially uneasy about Grav's unusual face and heavy injuries. "Mom, jerky," the boy muttered softly, still staring at the small piece of jerky in Malin's hand. "Be quiet," the farmer woman whispered sternly, her voice tense but unable to hide her panic. "Didn't I tell you not to get close to those old men? Come back with me." As she spoke, she pulled the child and almost jogged back to the farmhouse, slamming the door shut. Other farm women quickly packed up their clothes, lowered their heads, and hurried back to their own houses. The lively hill suddenly became quiet, leaving only the sound of flowing creek water and the rustling wind through the thatch. Malin held the jerky in midair, then slowly lowered his hand. He looked at the old, somewhat broken wooden door, then at the suddenly silent hillside around him. The warmth he felt from returning to the populated area quickly cooled down. It wasn't malice, but fear, alienation, and the instinctive rejection and self-protection of common folk towards outsiders carrying violence, death, and unknown risks. In these farm women's eyes, they weren't returning adventurers but troublemakers and dangers, bloodied and with injured foreigners. He silently put the jerky back into his pocket, exchanged a look with Hans, and saw a hint of complex emotion in each other's eyes. No complaints, no anger, only a deeper exhaustion and understanding. "Let's go." Malin's voice was a bit hoarse. They lifted the stretcher again and walked silently along the path through the quiet farm area, heading toward the distant white stone town, where more lights had already turned on. Dai seemed to sense the tense atmosphere too. No longer sniffing around, she stayed close to Malin's feet, softly whimpering. Just outside the farm area, in a more dilapidated shed with boarded-up windows, two subtle eyes watched them through the cracks in the wood. Their gaze followed the figures until they disappeared at the end of the path, shrouded in dusk. "Bah! Bad luck?" Inside the shed, a tall, thin man with a scarred face and fierce eyes spat and withdrew his gaze. "Thought we found a fat sheep, but it's a tough nut, plus a half-dead beastman brat. Scarface, I think their load is pretty heavy. That stick the kid's carrying looks like it's worth something." A burly man with a face full of scars rubbed his hands, eyes gleaming with greed. "Worth something? Money is only valuable if you have the means to spend it," said the man known as Scarface in a low voice, scolding. "Did you see clearly? The blood on that boy's body. It's both green and red. He just killed someone. Or something not human. His eyes are fierce like a wolf's, and his walk shows he's definitely been covered in blood. And that little wolf cub, just looking at him, you know he's not a good guy? With such serious injuries, yet he managed to walk out of the woods intact. Are you the one who provoked him?" The sturdy man shrank back, but still looked reluctant. "But they went to the town. They seem to be adventurers. Adventurers can make good money. Good money doesn't matter if the risk is too high," Scarface interrupted impatiently. "Someone fresh from a fight in the woods. They're the most cautious and ruthless. For a little money, risking their lives? Wait a few days. Someone who's scared and alone will come out of the woods. That's the kind of job we want." The sturdy man nodded reluctantly. "Got it, Scarface. I'll listen to you." The shed fell silent again. Only their breathing heard. In the distance, the outline of Whitestone Town became clearer as dusk deepened. The torches on the city walls flickered like sleepy eyes, faintly glowing in the darkness. Marin and Hans carried Groff, walking heavily toward the lights and into an uncertain tomorrow. Behind them was bloodshed and death. Ahead was a cold town and possible danger. Only the weight on their shoulders and their weapons were real and reliable at this moment. The path of adventurers is never a return home, but the start of another journey. This time, they carried the weight of life itself, a blood-stained gift in their arms, and a colder understanding of the world in their eyes. The north gate of Whitestone Town looked like a silent, giant mouth swallowing the last light of day. The guards, wrapped in heavy cloaks, leaned lazily in the gate opening. When Marin and Hans, covered in blood and dirt, carried the stretcher, they only raised an eyelid and waved them through. Such scenes were common here. As long as they weren't openly carrying monster corpses or spreading disease, no one cared much. The lamps along the stone streets flickered on, casting long and short shadows of the people walking by. The noise of the tavern, the last clangs from the blacksmith shop, and the smell of cheap spices drifting from somewhere else all mixed together, creating a rough and lively chaos. But right now, this noise felt like it was behind a frosted glass, unable to reach Malin and Hans's ears. They silently carried Groff along the familiar path toward the crooked sign of "Flea and Malt." The innkeeper, a fat, bald man with a red nose, saw their condition, especially the injured half-orc on the stretcher, and a flicker of displeasure and caution crossed his cloudy eyes. But when Malin placed a heavy silver coin on the greasy counter and paid for 3 days' stay plus extra for cleaning and quiet, that displeasure quickly turned into greed. The shed at the back is empty, quiet, and undisturbed. The innkeeper quickly pocketed the coin and threw a rusty key. Don't let the blood smell get into the main hall. Hot water costs extra. The shed was more basic and damp than the guest rooms, filled with clutter, but it had a door and a roof. enough to block the wind and rain, and it was quiet enough. Malin and Hans carefully laid Graf in a corner covered with thick hay and old blankets. The half-orc was still unconscious, looking pale, but the medicine they gave seemed to work a little. His breathing was weak but no longer sporadic, and his chest rose and fell slightly more clearly. Malin found the remaining bottle of healing potion from his bag, uncapped Graf's mouth carefully, and poured in a small amount. The potion was precious, but now was not the time to be stingy. Hans, stay here and watch Graf. Keep an eye on our stuff, Malin said, pointing to the bulging leather pouch and the fierce-looking wolf fawn club in the corner of the shed. Don't let anyone get close. If anything seems wrong, or if trouble comes, shout loudly or tell Dada. I'll go to the guild to report the task and handle the loot. I'll be back soon. Hans nodded firmly, his face showing a mix of seriousness and exhaustion. Don't worry, big brother, he said, gripping the short knife at his waist and patting Dada's head, who was snuggled against his leg. The wolf pup seemed to understand the tense moment, making a low growl in his throat, sitting beside Graf and watching the door with alert eyes. Malin changed out of his blood-stained and dirty leather armor, roughly washed his face and arms with cold water, and put on a cleaner, rough linen shirt. He kept most of his coins and small valuable items in a leather pouch, only taking out a pair of large, jagged-edged pointed ears from the goblin and 21 ordinary goblin left ears cut from the bodies of back and goblin corpses, wrapped in oilcloth. After thinking for a moment, he strapped the heavy wolf fawn club onto his back. This thing was too noticeable. Leaving it at the inn might cause trouble. Better to take it directly to the guild for appraisal and sale. The streets of Whitestone Town were much quieter at night, but the Adventurers' Guild Hall was still brightly lit and noisy. Adventurers who had completed quests were looking for groups, exchanging information, or simply drinking and bragging filled the hall. The air was thick with the smells of sweat, ale, leather, and metal. Malin's appearance drew some attention. His young face, the faint smell of blood still on him, and the intimidating wolf fawn club on his back were enough to make people look twice. But he kept his eyes straight ahead and walked directly to the quest handover counter. The clerk behind the counter was the same stern-faced, middle-aged man as before. He looked up and saw the oilcloth pouch and the pair of large, fierce-looking pointed ears that clearly didn't belong to an ordinary goblin. His usually expressionless face showed a slight flicker of surprise. Quest certificate, the clerk said professionally, extending his hand. Malin placed the two rough-edged F-grade iron certificates of himself and Hans on the counter. The clerk picked up the certificates, then carefully examined the goblin ears inside the oilcloth pouch. The quantity was correct, and the cuts were precise. Finally, his gaze fell on the pair of bare goblin ears. He pinched one with his fingers, looked at the cut and size under the light, and sniffed it. Malin had cleaned it beforehand, but a faint wild smell still lingered. Clearance of the Black Claw Valley task, confirmed. 21 goblin left ears, the clerk said calmly, but his speed was a bit faster. Extra kill confirmed. A bear goblin. 1. He paused, looked up at Malin. Bear goblin isn't in the original task description, but there's an extra bounty. The town guard has long offered rewards for removing high-threat mutated creatures within the territory. The bounty for the bear goblin is 10 gold coins. He took out a heavy sheepskin ledger from under the counter, flipped to a page, and quickly recorded with a feather quill, then began counting the coins. Basic task reward, 5 gold coins. Extra bounty for the bear goblin, 10 gold coins. Goblin's left ear costs 2 silver coins each. There are 21 ears, totaling 42 silver coins, which equals 17 gold coins and 2 silver coins. The clerk counts out the money from the cash box while muttering. The jingling gold and silver coins are pushed in front of Marin. 17 shiny gold coins and 2 slightly darker silver coins. This is a large amount of money for an F-level adventurer. Do you need an appraisal for the loot? The clerk points to the wolf tooth club leaning against the counter. Appraise, Marin replies simply. The clerk calls over a thin old man with white hair and a monocle. The old man circles the wolf tooth club twice, taps it with a small hammer on the rusted iron plates and bone spikes, then lifts it to feel its weight. The material is average, just hardwood with some broken pieces, rough craftsmanship, but heavy and intimidating. The old man pushes up his glasses, voice hoarse. Sell it to a weapons shop, maybe worth 1 gold coin. The guild will buy it back for 16 silver coins. Marin knows the old man is undervaluing it, but the item is indeed heavy and rough. Besides its weight and intimidation, it has limited practical use. He doesn't want to waste time bargaining. 16 silver coins, okay. Another small pile of silver coins is handed over. The heavy money pouch is tied around his waist, giving a real sense of fullness. Here's your proof, and your task record has been updated. To advance from F to E level, you need to complete at least 3 E-level tasks or contribute equivalent difficulty, as judged by the guild. The clerk pushes the iron badge back. Do you want a new task? The notice board is over there. Not for now. Marin puts away the proof and money pouch. Leaving the Wolf-Tooth Club on the counter, the guild will handle it. Then turns to leave the noisy hall. The heavy money pouch at his waist contains 17 gold coins, enough wealth to support a family for years, and the starting point for him and Hans to risk their lives. But Marin feels no joy, only calm calculation. This money will be used to buy better gear, replenish supplies, pay for possible follow-up treatments for Glover, and plan for the next step. Back at the Flea and Malt Beer, the dim yellow light shines in the backyard shed. Hans sits at the door, hugging his knees, staring blankly at his feet. When he hears footsteps, he immediately looks up and sees Marin, visibly relieved. "How is Uncle Glover?" Marin asks as he pushes open the creaking wooden door. He is still not fully awake, but his breathing seems steadier. Hans came in quietly and said, "The boss brought hot water earlier." He looked around but was chased away by Dai. Malin nodded and crouched beside Graf. The half-orc warrior still looked weak, but his lips were less pale. His chest rose and fell slowly, with some regularity. Hans carefully cleaned his wounds with hot water and rebandaged them. The 2 bottles of healing potion had kept him alive for now. Malin placed a heavy bag of coins on the hay bed with a dull thud. Hans's eyes brightened, but he said nothing. Malin took out some silver coins and handed them to Hans. "Go buy some hot food, preferably with meat. Ask the shopkeeper where a good herbalist or doctor is in town, someone who makes house calls." Hans took the money eagerly and nodded, then ran out quickly. Dai looked at Malin and Graf, then decided to stay and keep watch, faithfully guarding. By the light of the oil lamp, Malin carefully counted and organized their loot. Gold and silver coins were separated. The small jewelry and metal trinkets from the Goblin Cave were of average quality, but could probably fetch a few silver coins. Besides a dozen silver coins, Buck's bag held an old iron badge engraved with strange symbols, perhaps his ID or a token. Malin kept it for now. Graf's belongings were simpler: some clean clothes, a whetstone, dried food, and a few flat stones with worn edges for throwing. His gaze finally fell on his left index finger. The rough bloodstone ring there was dull and dark now, with tiny cracks that looked like they could break at any moment. It had exhausted its energy and was damaged when he blocked the deadly from the bear goblin. Malin tried to sense it, but only felt emptiness inside, a stark contrast to the faint, almost dried-up spring-like connection he had before. He didn't know how long or what conditions it would take to restore it. But no matter what, this ring had saved his life, and its value could not be measured in money. He took off the ring, wrapped it carefully in soft leather, and kept it close to his body. Soon after, Hans returned, carrying several hot, oil-wrapped black bread and a fish wrapped in leaves with coarse salt, along with a jug of cheap barley wine. The aroma of the food temporarily masked the musty smell and faint blood scent in the woodshed. "I asked the boss," Hans said as he handed out food. "He told me there's a limping old man under the sign of Old Oak at the east end of the town. He used to be a medic in the army. Now he sometimes treats injuries. His prices are not cheap. I also found out that the blacksmith shop is near the market in the south, the leather armor shop is across from it, and the grocery store is." Marin listened quietly, remembering the information Hans shared. The 2 of them ate their simple, warm food in silence, drinking beer. Days was given a large piece of fish and ate with a loud crunch. After eating, they felt a bit warmer and stronger. Just as Marin was about to get up and find the healer under the old oak, a very faint, painful groan came from the corner of the woodshed. They both turned quickly. On the hay bed, Graf's closed eyelids fluttered a few times, his brow furrowed tightly, as if fighting great pain. His heavy breathing, with a beast-like growl, grew a little faster, and he made a hoarse sound. Marin hurried over and whispered, "Groff." Groff's eyelids fluttered again, finally opening a small slit. His fierce, beast-blooded eyes were bloodshot, unfocused, and confused. It took a while before his gaze focused on Marin's face. He seemed to want to speak, but his cracked lips only produced a few broken sounds. Marin took a water bag, carefully brought it to his lips, and dropped a few drops of water. Groff instinctively swallowed, his throat moving up and down. A few drops of water seemed to restore some of his awareness. His eyes slowly scanned the simple woodshed, resting on his bandaged, immobile left arm and chest, then on Marin, and finally on Days and Hans, who watched him cautiously and with concern. Fragments of memories began to come together. Black Claw Valley, bear goblins, shattered shields, terrifying strength, endless darkness. Bark? He rasped out 2 words, his voice rough like sandpaper rubbing. Marin paused silently, shook his head. Groff closed his eyes, muscles twitching on his rugged face, unsure if it was pain or some other emotion. After several seconds, he reopened his eyes, clearer than before, deeper. "Mission?" he asked again, still weak. "Completed. The goblin shaman is dead, and the goblins have dispersed," Malin replied briefly, pulling out a leather pouch filled with coins from his pocket and placing it where Groff could see. "The reward and loot are all here." The goblin shaman had an extra bounty of 5 gold. The basic mission was worth 5 gold. We collected 21 goblin ears, 42 silver coins, and sold a wolf tooth club for 16 silver coins. Total, 12 gold and 18 silver coins. He didn't mention the personal items and money he took back from Buck. Groff listened, his eyes lingering on the bulging pouch for a moment before shifting away. He looked at Malin and said, "You saved me." It wasn't a question, but a statement. He clearly remembered the last moment before his shield shattered and he was knocked unconscious, and he faintly recalled someone giving him a bitter liquid while he was out. "You blocked that attack," Malin said calmly. "Without you, we all would have died." Groff tried to smile, but the injury made his face twitch painfully. He took a few deep breaths, then looked again at the pouch. He raised his healthy right hand slowly, pointed at the pouch, then at Malin, and finally waved his fingers in a gesture that meant, "You take most of it. According to the rules, the living get their share first. I didn't do much. In the end," he said, his voice weak but firm with stubbornness. "You and the kid deserve it. Use the money for my treatment. The rest is yours." Malin looked at him. The half-orc's eyes showed no false politeness or greed, only a clear understanding of reality after experiencing life and death with a rough honesty. He was badly injured, needing money to heal and time to recover. Malin and Hans clearly had to keep going. "The money for healing is inside," Malin said simply, nodding. "The rest will be divided based on contribution. Your share is kept here with me. When you're healed, we'll settle it." Groff seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Then, as if exhausted, closed his eyes again. He nodded faintly. "Rest well," Malin said, standing up. "I'll find a healer." Groff didn't respond further. His breathing grew steady and deep, and he fell back into sleep, this time seeming less pained. Malin and Hans exchanged a glance. Hans whispered, "He's a straightforward guy, yeah." Malin nodded and picked up some silver coins. "Take good care of him. I will go find that limping healer." He stepped out of the shed, and the cold night wind refreshed him. The money pouch at his waist was heavy, reminding him of his current resources. But Groff was still badly injured, and Buck was dead. Their small team had just formed, but was almost broken. What should he do next? Should he recruit new members, or take on safer tasks with just 2 people and a wolf? He looked back at the dim yellow light coming from the shed window. At least, they had their first decent funds, a possibly trustworthy injured comrade, and a harsh lesson learned through blood about the cruel rules of this world. Tomorrow, after dawn, he planned to carefully explore Whitestone Town. He would check if the blacksmith shop had useful weapons and armor, see if the general store had better supplies, and look at the notice board for new quests waiting for them. The path of an adventurer stretched from the blood and fire of Black Claw Valley toward the unknown beyond, and he had just paid the first and heaviest tuition fee. The next morning, Whitestone Town awoke in the chilly early spring. Mist clung to the wet cobblestone streets, and the air was filled with the smell of last night's alcohol, morning fires, and distant river steam. Malin washed his face with cold water at the well outside the shed. The icy cold completely woke him up. Hans was also awake, carefully feeding Groff warm water. The half-orc warrior was still weak, but his eyes were clearer than last night, and he could speak briefly. He told Malin about an old limping man living in the southwest corner of town, who used to work for the Northern Army and was said to be skilled and fairly priced. After leaving enough money and food, and reminding Hans and Dodo, the little guy seemed to think guarding the injured was his duty. Malin put the pouch of coins away and left the small, damp backyard of the Flea and Barley Inn. Following Groff's vague instructions, he wandered through the maze-like, muddy southwest alleyways for a while before finding a shabby hut with a strange smell and piles of trash. The sign read, Old Oak, but it was actually a broken wooden board with a faint axe shape, hanging above a crooked wooden door. After knocking for a long time, a thin old man with a skeleton-like appearance, missing his left lower leg, wearing a greasy long robe, and leaning on a shiny wooden cane, finally opened the door. His smell was no better than the hut's, but his sharp, eagle-like eyes quickly scanned Marlin's clothes and stance, especially pausing on his bulging money pouch and the youthful energy still on his face. Treating wounds? Killing or being killed? The old man asked in a hoarse, harsh voice, straightforward. Companion, seriously injured, at the inn. Internal injuries, broken bones. Marlin replied simply, stepping aside to let the stronger smell of herbs and decay flow out. The old man muttered something, probably about the weather or payment, then extended a dirty hand with blackened nails. First look at the injury, then discuss price. Consultation fee 5 silver coins. Medicine costs extra, no credit. Marlin counted out 5 silver coins and placed them in his hand. The old man weighed them, then tucked them into his pocket. He then dragged out a worn leather bag with a strong, strange smell, hanging it on his cane. Follow me. Back at the shed, when the old man saw Groff, his cloudy eyes showed no surprise. He only wrinkled his nose, seeming displeased by the beastman's body odor and the strong mix of blood and injury scent. He dismissed Hans, who wanted to help, and used his dirty wooden cane to roughly poke Groff's injured chest and left arm. He also looked closely at his pupils and tongue coating, moving skillfully but roughly. 3 ribs are broken, but they didn't puncture the lungs. You're lucky. Left arm fractured, can be set, but don't expect to use much strength for now. Internal shock, bruising from the blood stagnation. The old man finished checking, clapped his hands, and looked at Marlin. Stabilize the injuries, take medicine internally and externally, rest. At least a month without fighting. The medicine costs 15 silver coins, enough to get you walking again. For better bone-setting ointment and breathing powder, add 5 more coins, 20 silver coins, almost 1/5 of their earnings from the Black Claw Valley mission, not counting the extra bounty of 5 gold coins. Seeing Grove's defeated face and twisted arm, Malin didn't hesitate. He counted out 20 silver coins. The old man took the money and looked a bit happier. He took out some sharpened, bark-covered splints, a strong-smelling black ointment, and a few small clay bottles filled with dry grass from a torn leather bag. He ordered Malin and Hans to hold Grove still. With rough but precise movements, he reset the broken bone, applied the ointment, and fixed the arm with splints and clean, relatively speaking, cloth strips. Then he pried open Grove's mouth and poured a thick, dark medicine that smelled like swamp mud. Grove grimaced from the pain and bitter medicine. Sweat broke out on his forehead, but he didn't faint. Change the dressing every day. Take the medicine twice a day, morning and night. Don't get it wet. Don't move around. The old man packed up his things, leaned on his cane, and looked at Malin. Your friend? Lucky you met someone willing to pay. That big green guy is tough. He won't die. Without saying goodbye, he hobbled away with his leather bag into the alley outside the backyard. The workshop was filled with the strong smell of herbs. Grove seemed exhausted from the treatment and fell into sleep again, but his breathing was steadier. Malin and Hans looked at each other, and both relaxed a little. The money was spent, but saving his life was worth it. Let's go, Hans, Malin said, brushing off some herb dust from his clothes. We should check out the town shops. You need decent gear, and we need to buy some supplies. Leaving the damp, dark southwest area, the streets gradually became more orderly and crowded. They headed toward the blacksmith shop near the market on the south side of town, as Grove had mentioned last night. Before they reached it, the rhythmic sound of hammering and clanging echoed from afar, mixed with loud shouts and strange rolling sounds. The air seemed warmer, filled with the smell of coal, hot iron, and quenched water. Anvil and Courage. The sign was made from a large, blackened iron plate with the words hammered directly into it, rough and strong. The shop was wider than the surrounding houses, with the door wide open. Inside, the forge was blazing brightly, casting a red glow. On the left, there is a blazing forge and an anvil. A short, stocky dwarf, only reaching Malon's chest but as solid as a barrel, with a fiery red, fluffy beard, bare muscular upper body, and wearing a heavy leather apron, is swinging a huge iron hammer that looks too big for him. He is pounding on a white-hot sword blank. Each strike sparks brightly, showing strength and power. On the right, against the wall, are sturdy wooden racks filled with various weapons and a few pieces of armor, from common one-handed swords, hand axes, and spears to more complex weapons like war hammers, maces, heavy hand axes, and short-handled battle picks favored by dwarves. There are also a few well-maintained longbows and crossbows. Most weapons are simple in style, without fancy decorations, but made of solid materials. The edges gleam with cold light, giving a sense of reliability and steadiness. Several customers are already inside, quietly talking as they browse. The dwarf blacksmith seems completely absorbed in his work, paying no attention to the customers entering. Only when he finishes a stage of forging, puts the sword blank back into the fire to heat, does he shout loudly, "Take a look. Prices are below. No haggling. If you like it, take it." Malon's eyes scan the weapons. He doesn't need to change his main weapon for now. His purple longbow and curved dagger are enough. His main goal is to find suitable gear for Hans. Hans's archery talent is average, and in the chaos of Black Claw Valley, close combat support and protection are more practical. Also, having a teammate who can hold a shield in front to share the pressure is very important for him as a ranged fighter. He walks to the display rack with one-handed weapons and shields. Hans follows, eyes shining as he looks at the shiny weapons, but also a bit nervous. Malon picks up a few one-handed swords, weighing them in his hand, and finally chooses a narrow steel sword about 2.5 fingers wide, of moderate length. The grip is wrapped with non-slip leather, balanced in weight, easy to swing and handle. It's not a magic weapon, but the steel is even, the blade sharp, and the guard simple and sturdy. The price tag on the wooden rack reads, 2 gold coins. He then looks at the shields nearby. Round shields, kite-shaped shields, light square shields. He chooses a light kite-shaped shield covered with thick, hard cowhide, edged with iron, with a steel boss in the center. The shield isn't large but enough to cover most of the body, and its weight should be manageable for the growing Hans. The price, 1 gold coin and 10 silver coins. Might as well try, Malon says, handing the sword and shield to Hans. Hans nervously took the sword and tried swinging it first, then raised his shield to block the air a few times. His movements were a bit awkward, but his eyes looked serious. "Big brother, it's a bit heavy, but I think I can do it. Just these 2 items," Malon said, picking up the sword and shield and walking to the anvil. The dwarf blacksmith had just finished quenching another piece, dipping a nearly finished hand axe into the water, making a sizzling sound and releasing lots of steam. He turned around, wiped his sweat and beard with a dirty towel hanging around his neck, and looked at what Malon was holding. "Good eye." The sword is made of northern steel, tempered 3 times. The shield is tough cowhide with an oak core, soaked in oil. The dwarf's accent was strong, and his voice sounded rough, like 2 stones rubbing together. 3 gold coins, 10 silver coins. No bargaining. Malon counted out 3 gold coins and 10 silver coins from his pouch, and placed them in a dusty iron tray next to the anvil. The dwarf glanced at it, nodded, and took a sharpening stone from his waist, tossing it to Malon. "Sharpen it yourself, or pay 5 silver coins, and I'll sharpen it until it can shave a beard. We'll do it ourselves," Malon said, putting away the sharpening stone. It was a bit costly, but worth it. The dwarf ignored them and turned back to tending the fire and the iron in the furnace. Malon and Hans left the blacksmith shop with their new weapons, the heat wave fading behind them. The cool spring air made them feel refreshed. Hans couldn't stop touching the cold sword hilt and the leather strap inside the shield, his face full of excitement. Next, they headed to the potion shop across from the blacksmith shop, as Hans had asked about yesterday. Unlike the rough, fiery atmosphere of Anvil and Courage, the Silent Dew potion shop looked much more elegant. It had dark oak doors with carved patterns of herbs and stars. Above the door hung a chandelier made of a transparent crystal or glass, glowing faint blue light inside, casting a soft glow even during the day. When they pushed open the door, there was no jingling sound, only quietness and a complex, hard-to-describe aroma. The smell was not unpleasant. It was calming, but very strong, like being in a condensed, living garden mixed with an alchemy lab. The shop's interior is softly lit. Along the wall, there are tall, dark wooden cabinets reaching the ceiling, filled with many small drawers. Each drawer has a yellowed label with elegant cursive writing showing its name. In the center, there are a few glass or crystal display cases holding finished potions in uniquely shaped bottles. The potions are in colors like bright green, deep blue, dark red, milky white, and pale gold, shining with a mysterious glow under the magical light inside the cabinets. In the corner, there is a large oak table covered with grinding bowls, scales, delicate tweezers, small knives, and some strange plant specimens drying in the air. There is only one customer in the shop, a woman wearing a dark blue cloak, her face hidden. She stands quietly in front of a display case. Behind the counter, a middle-aged man in a dark green robe stands. His hair is neatly combed, and he wears gold-rimmed glasses. His face is pale and thin. He gently wipes an empty crystal bottle with a soft cloth, moving carefully as if handling a loved one. When the door makes a sound, the shopkeeper looks up, pushes his glasses up, and calmly glances at Marlin and Hans. His eyes briefly rest on their dusty, rusty boots, simple clothes, and Hans's brand-new sword and shield. He then shows a perfectly polite, gentle smile. "Welcome to Silent Dew. I am the shopkeeper, Arrow. How can I help you? Herbs and raw materials? Extracts? Or ready-made potions?" His voice is soft and clear, a sharp contrast to the roughness of the dwarf blacksmith. Marlin's eyes immediately go to the display cases. He quickly scans the labels and prices. Most of the potions he doesn't recognize, but the prices surprise him. Cat's Grace Potion, Minor, 8 gold coins. Giant Strength Potion, Intermediate, 12 gold coins. Invisibility Potion, Low Quality, lasts 15 seconds, 25 gold coins. Then, he spots what he's looking for. In a prominent central cabinet, 3 small crystal bottles hold bright red potions, like liquid rubies. They are carefully cushioned with velvet. A label nearby reads, "Basic Healing Potion, Standard Quality. Powerful Hemostasis, Accelerates Tissue Regeneration, Stabilizes Vital Signs. Suitable for moderate injuries and blood loss. Price, 15 gold coins each, 15 gold coins." Marlin's heart skips a beat. This was almost like they risked their lives in Black Claw Valley, fighting off the orcs and over 20 goblins, then selling their wolf fawn club to get more than half of their total cash, 14 gold coins and 50 silver coins. And that was just the price of a basic quality beginner healing potion. No wonder the lame old healer yesterday could only afford those stinky homemade ointments and potions. He remembered Grov's badly injured, near-death state, and the shallow wound on his own arm. If only he had had a healing potion back then. Maybe Grov could have recovered faster and better. But the price was too high for them to buy now. "Just looking," Malin said, shaking his head at the shopkeeper, Arrow. He couldn't afford it now, but he made sure to remember the place and the price. Healing potions are like a second life in emergencies. After completing a few more missions like in Black Claw Valley. No, they might need even better rewards before they can consider keeping a life-saving potion as a backup. Shopkeeper Arrow didn't seem surprised. He kept smiling and said, "All right, feel free to look around. We also buy certain magical plants and mineral materials at fair prices. If you need anything, just ask." Malin and Hans looked around the shop for a while, seeing many rare medicines and expensive materials they had never heard of. In the end, they didn't buy anything and left the shop filled with strong medicinal smells and expensive aura. Outside, The noisy market and the smell of animals made them feel a little more at home and steady. 15 gold coins, Hans whispered, sighing, clutching his new shield tightly. The shield, worth only 1.5 gold coins, suddenly felt very worth it. Back in the backyard shed of Flea and Mead, the strong smell of herbs still filled the air. Grov was awake, leaning against a pile of hay, his face still pale, but with a bit more life in his eyes. He saw Hans holding his new sword and shield, and his heavy brow furrowed. "Kid, changed your job?" Grov's voice was hoarse, but stronger than before. Hans smiled shyly and carefully set down the sword and shield. "Big brother said I'm not good at archery, so I took a shield. It can help protect everyone." Grov looked at Malin and nodded without saying much. The half-orc didn't seem good at showing thanks, but this simple acknowledgement meant a lot. Malin sat down opposite Grov, took a sip from his water bag, then took out his money pouch. In front of Grov, he poured out the remaining coins and counted them. After paying for the healer and blacksmith, they still had 10 gold coins, more than 10 silver coins, and some copper pieces. There were also some small jewelry pieces scavenged from the goblin lair, probably worth a few silver coins. "Your share, plus any future expenses for healing, come from this," Malin said, roughly dividing the coins into two piles, one slightly larger. "These are ours. Your part, I'll keep for now. When you need it, just ask." Grov looked at the shiny gold and silver coins and was silent for a moment. "What do you plan to do with Back's share?" Malin had thought about this long ago. "He's a lone wolf. I've never heard of him having a team or family. I'll keep his stuff. If I meet someone who knew him or finds out he has someone waiting for him, I'll handle it then. If not," he paused. "It's like a thank you or apology to whoever saved his team," meaning Grov, "or a way to make up for it. After all, Back's recklessness almost got everyone killed." Grov didn't object to this plan. He looked out the darkening sky and spoke in a low voice. Back was always like that. He wanted to get rich fast, and he thought just being brave and strong was enough. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, which hurt his wound, and took a deep breath. This time, he really hit a wall. "The goblin I saw once up north. A small team. 3 of them died before they took him down." "You were in the north before?" Malin asked, following up. He didn't know much about Grof's past. "Yes, at the foot of the Ashen Mountains, near the border between orc tribes and human lands," Grof said simply, seeming reluctant to say more. "I was a mercenary, guarded a mine, and did some other things. Later, I got into trouble and moved south." He looked at Malin. "You're different. Young but steady. Good aim, and at critical moments. Clear-headed." That was probably the highest praise Grof could give. "Just luck," Malin said honestly. Without that bloodstone ring, without Grof blocking the first attack with his shield, without Back attracting attention and creating chaos with his life, without Hans and Dulce interference, and without that last desperate strike and precise arrow, any mistake could have changed the outcome. "Luck is also skill," Grove spoke in a tired, sluggish voice, closing his eyes. "I need to lie down for a while. What are your plans next?" "Just some small tasks nearby to get familiar with the area." "We'll wait for you," Malin said. "Once you're healed and able to move, what do you plan to do?" Grove opened his eyes and looked at the low, cobweb-covered roof of the shed. After a moment, he said, "I don't know. Buck is dead, the team is gone. When I heal, I might take on more jobs, or..." He looked at Malin with a complex expression. "Are you still looking for team members?" This was a very direct question. The half-orc warrior, though badly injured, was experienced, brave, and loyal based on his fighting. If he recovered well, he would be a strong help. But he clearly had a troubled past, and being a half-orc might cause trouble in human towns. Malin didn't answer immediately. He needed time to think. "First, rest and heal. The rest can wait until you can stand again." Grove nodded and said nothing more. He closed his eyes again, breathing steady. Malin and Hans left the shed quietly, gently closing the door. The sunset's last light cast a dull golden glow over the dirty backyard. A dog came over and rubbed against Malin's leg. They had new weapons, injuries to recover from, potential teammates, and still relatively empty coin purses. That was all they had now. But at least, they had survived the Black Claw Valley, earned their first decent savings, and left deeper footprints in this harsh, real world. Tomorrow, they would check the Adventurers Guild notice board. Malin looked at the last glow in the sky, silently planning. While Grove was healing, he and Hans needed to grow stronger quickly. The next morning, the sky was a pale blue, as if washed clean, with a few lazy clouds hanging around. Malin counted out 30 silver coins at the flea and malt beer counter and handed them to the rough-nosed owner. 1 month, in the shed, quiet, no disturbances, Malin said calmly, but with firm certainty. 30 silver coins was a good, steady income for this rundown inn, especially in the off-season. The owner's cloudy eyes brightened, and he quickly slid the coins into a drawer under the counter, a nearly sycophantic smile on his face. "No problem, sir. I promise it'll be as quiet as a grave. If you need hot water or food, just ask." After settling Grove, the half-orc still alternated between sleep and pain, but looked a bit better, and leaving enough money for several days of food, Marlin and Hans stepped into the slowly waking streets of Whitestone Town. His pouch felt lighter, but his steps were steadier. They needed new tasks, income, and also wanted to keep practicing and gaining experience while waiting for Grove to recover. The Adventurers Guild Hall was still noisy. Marlin ignored the glances of those sizing up new faces or judging strength, and went straight to the notice board covered with parchment notices. His eyes quickly scanned the small tasks labeled F, easy jobs like cleaning rats, delivering goods, or finding lost livestock, then focused on the E-level section. Eliminate goblins at the abandoned mine outside town, estimated fewer than 15. Reward: 8 silver coins per person, goblins left ear extra. Collect 10 good quality sable pelts. Reward: 12 silver coins. The caravan to Black Creek Village, 3 days round trip. Reward: 25 silver coins per person. His gaze finally settled on a newer parchment in the corner. The handwriting was neat, stamped with the guild's clear seal and another ornate private wax seal, a pattern resembling a blooming, starry flower. E-level gathering quest target: collect calming bellflower, complete plants, must include roots. Location: Eastern Mist Forest, Upper Silver Creek area, with a rough map attached. Reward: 1 silver coin per plant. Limit: 50 plants. Issuer: Silent Dew, Alchemy Workshop, Arrow. Notes: the plants grow in damp, shady environments, often near streams, behind large rocks, or near ancient tree roots. Be careful to distinguish and avoid collecting poisonous bellflower, black spots inside the petals. Deadline: within 15 days of accepting the task. Each plant yields 1 silver coin. 50 plants mean 50 silver coins, or exactly 2.5 gold coins. Even split with Hans, each would get 1 gold coin. This reward is quite generous for an E-level gathering task. Marlin remembered the basic healing potion priced at 15 gold coins he saw yesterday at Silent Dew, and Arrow's distant, refined look. It seemed this alchemist's business and needs were quite substantial. But high pay often means higher risk or difficulty. The Mist Forest isn't unfamiliar to them, but the Upper Silver Creek area is much deeper than the edge zones they've explored before. The collection task sounds safe, but in such places, quietly crouching to dig up plants could be the best time for predators to attack. "Brother, this reward is so high." Hans saw it too and whispered excitedly, eyes shining. 1 gold coin is a huge amount of money for him. Look at the map. Malin didn't decide immediately. He needed more information. He took down the commission notice. The back had a simple regional map drawn on it, and went to a quiet corner with Hans to study it. The map was very rough, showing only the general outline of Whitestone Town, the misty forest, some main rivers including Silver Creek, and a blurry circle indicating the upstream of Silver Creek. Inside the forest, details were almost non-existent, with only a few unclear marks and rough notes like danger zone, old, stone golem sighted, rumor, etc. Clearly, the mapmaker had limited knowledge of the forest's interior or intentionally left out details. The location isn't close. It's deeper than the outskirts of Black Claw Valley where we went before. Malin pointed to the winding line representing Silver Creek on the map, estimating the distance. If all goes well, it will take more than half a day one way. Add the time for searching and collecting, and we might have to camp at the forest edge or leave very early to rush back before dark. Spending the night in such a dangerous forest is a bad idea, especially since they only had 2 people and a wolf. We can leave early, bring enough food, and try to get back before dark, Hans suggested, unconsciously touching the new sword hilt at his waist, seeming eager to prove his reliability. Malouin hesitated. The task was risky, but the reward was tempting. Also, collecting tasks rely more on observation, patience, and familiarity with the environment than fighting, which suited their current situation. Hans was in early transition, and Graf was badly injured. They needed money, experience in deeper forest areas, and to further train through relatively gentle tasks. Let's take it, Malouin decided. He went to the counter, showed his adventurer's ID, and signed the commission notice with Hans's name, forming a temporary team. The clerk recorded it and handed them a copy of the commission. Leaving the guild, they didn't head straight out of town but turned toward the market. The morning fog had not yet lifted, and the market was already lively. The sounds of shouting, bargaining, and animals mixed together, filling the air with the smells of fresh vegetables, raw meat, fish, spices, and leather. They first went to a stall selling dried goods and flatbreads. Malin carefully checked the hardness of the flatbreads to ensure they could be stored, and the quality of the dried meat to make sure there was no strange smell. In the end, he bought enough for 2 people to last 3 days. Rye hardtack, salted dried meat, and a small bag of coarse salt. It cost about 50 copper coins. Next was the water bags. Hans's old water bag was torn during a fight. They stopped at a leather goods stall and chose 2 old water bags that were the right size and sewn tightly. New ones were too expensive. They also bought a clean oilcloth to wrap food. It cost 30 copper coins. As they passed a stall selling ropes and simple tools, Malin stopped to buy 2 sturdy ropes and a small, sharp gardening trowel, useful for digging up lily-of-the-valley roots without damaging too much. It cost 20 copper coins. Finally, they stopped at the edge of the market at a corner where an old woman sat with a few bundles of dried herbs in front of her. Malin identified some common herbal powder for stopping bleeding and dried calendula for reducing inflammation, and also asked for a small bundle of worm-repelling mugwort. It cost 15 copper coins. The supplies didn't cost much, but were very necessary. Malin counted the remaining copper and silver coins. Before leaving the town, he went to a small blacksmith shop, not the big one called Anvil and Courage. He spent a few copper coins to have the blacksmith sharpen Hans's new sword and lightly file the edges of his shield. It was rough but sharp and sturdy enough. Back at the woodshed behind the Flea and Barley Inn, Graf was awake, leaning against the wall, struggling to chew a piece of dried meat with his healthy right hand. When he saw them packing their bags, he asked vaguely, "Any work?" "Yeah, gathering herbs. Just a quick trip to the woods. We'll be back in a day or 2, Malin said, dividing the dried food, checking the bowstring and arrows, and attaching the gardening trowel to his belt. "Take good care of yourself. The healer will come tonight to change your bandages. Food and water are nearby." Graf nodded without saying much, just watching Malin's skilled movements and Hans's anxious yet hopeful face. A flicker of something hard to read crossed his dull eyes. "Be careful. The woods aren't just full of plants." "Got it." At dawn on the 3rd day, Malin and Hans left the inn. The street was quiet and empty, with only the early morning street cleaner and a cart making faint noises. Dai ran ahead happily, looking back now and then, tail wagging lightly. It seemed excited to go back into the forest. After paying the city exit tax, they started down the path toward the misty forest. The morning fog covered the trees in a soft white veil, making it hard for light to pass through the dense, tangled branches. Only patches of light broke through the mossy ground and wet rocks, creating broken patterns. The air was cool and damp, filled with the smell of earth, decayed leaves, and many plants, mixed with a faint, wild animal scent. This time, they went deeper than before, following a narrow hunter's trail almost hidden by grass, heading towards Silver Creek on the map. Malouin led the way, holding a purple cedar bough with an arrow ready but not pulled tight, ready to shoot at any moment. His sharp eyes scanned the shadows ahead and to the sides, and his ears listened carefully for any sounds. Odie's beast instinct was growing slowly, like invisible antennae reaching outward. Hans followed a few steps behind, holding a kite-shaped shield in his left hand and resting his right hand on his sword. He leaned forward slightly, trying to imitate Malouin's alert yet relaxed stance. His gaze was a bit distracted, easily drawn to small animals or strange bird calls in the woods, but he quickly focused again. The weight of his new sword and shield made him feel steady and responsible. Dai moved like a gray shadow, sometimes rushing into bushes to sniff, sometimes stopping to listen with perked ears. Its presence was a good warning sign. As they went deeper, the trees grew taller and darker, with vines wrapping around the trunks like giant snakes. The ground was covered with a thick, soft layer of decayed leaves, silent underfoot, but hiding holes and tangled roots. The light grew dimmer, and fog drifted slowly through the woods, reducing visibility to less than 30 steps. Tiny sounds became louder, drops of dew falling from leaves, insects crawling under the leaves, distant calls or roars of unknown birds and beasts. They moved very carefully and slowly. Malwin often stopped to check the ground, kneeling to look for animal trails or unnatural marks. On 2 occasions, he found fresh footprints that did not belong to them, once from a group of wild boars passing by chaotically, and once from large feline animals with deep, star-shaped paw prints. Both times, they chose to stay far away. After walking for about 3 hours, they heard a faint but steady sound of flowing water ahead. Pushing aside a cluster of water-dropped ferns, they saw a small, clear stream about 2 steps wide, happily jumping between rocks. The water shimmered with a silvery glow in the dim light. That was the Silver Creek. According to the map, they needed to follow the stream upstream. The path along the creek was a bit easier, but slippery rocks and dense aquatic plants brought new challenges. Dicey was very interested in the creek, running over to drink water. Malin didn't stop him, but kept a cautious watch upstream and downstream. They trekked upstream for nearly 2 more hours. The surroundings gradually matched the rough description on the map of the upstream area. The creek narrowed, the water flowed faster, and more large, moss-covered rocks appeared on both sides. There were also older, giant trees with tangled roots exposed above the ground. The air was cooler and more humid, and the light grew darker, as if dusk had arrived early. The atmosphere here was subtly different from the forest's edge, more of an ancient silence, with an almost imperceptible, oppressive weight beneath the quiet. This should be nearby. Malin stopped and signaled Hans to be alert. He unfolded the diagram on the back of the task sheet and compared it with the terrain. There was a massive boulder resembling a lying cow, and an ancient oak tree with a hollow trunk but still lush branches. The general direction was correct. Start searching. Pay attention to shady, damp areas near water, large rocks, or tree roots. The petals are light purple, bell-shaped, hanging down, with orange-yellow stamens in the center. Watch inside the petals, avoid those with black spots, as they are poisonous, Malin whispered, reciting the description and pattern from the task sheet. Don't go too far, stay within my line of sight or voice. If anything feels off, alert me immediately. They separated by a few steps and began to search carefully. Dicey seemed to understand the task too, no longer running around randomly, but sniffing between the grass and rocks. The leaf litter was thick and the vegetation dense. The plant called Calm Bellflower was not obvious. It was cleverly hidden among the greenery. Malin pushed aside a damp fern and scanned every inch of the ground with sharp, eagle-like eyes. Soon, he found a few faint purple clusters at the shaded bottom of a large moss-covered stone, almost invisible in the dim light. He crouched down and looked closely. Yes, small bell-shaped purple flowers hanging downward, with a bright orange-yellow spot in the center. Carefully, he parted the flowers and checked the inside of the petals, clean, without black spots. These are calming lily of the valley. He didn't act immediately. First, he gently inserted a gardening trowel into the ground nearby, keeping his right hand on the bowstring, and scanned the surroundings sharply. Behind the large stone, across the stream, among the tangled branches overhead. After confirming there was no sign of danger lurking, he quickly and gently used the trowel to carefully dig out one lily of the valley along with its thin, entwined roots. He shook off the dirt, wrapped it in a clean, soft cloth, and placed it into a specially sewn leather pouch at his waist. One plant, 1 silver coin gained. He continued searching nearby and found 3 more. Hans, not far away, also whispered excitedly, "Big brother. Over here too." Several. The collection was done carefully and silently. They moved like 2 ants searching for sugar grains on a large table, slowly and patiently. Besides the calming lily of the valley, Malin also noticed some other things. Some chewed plant remains with strange shapes, a deep, unnatural scratch on the side of a rock, like metal scraping, and from the dense forest in the distance, occasional muffled thuds, as if heavy objects had fallen, but too far to tell what. Time slowly passed, and the pouch at their waist grew heavier. The sunlight struggled to the layers of foliage, indicating it was past noon. They ate some hard biscuits and dried meat, drank a little stream water, upstream, relatively clean, and rested for a moment. Malin absent-mindedly ate some dried meat, then cautiously sat by Malin's feet, ears turning to listen to the forest's breathing. In the afternoon, they expanded their search, walking upstream along the stream. In damp, shady depressions with decayed wood piles, and at a large, exposed tangle of roots, they found many more calming lily of the valley. Malin's beast instinct remained at a low, faint alert, like a cool sensation always on his skin, warning him that this place was not entirely safe. When Malin placed another intact lily of the valley into the pouch, and roughly estimated they had nearly 30 plants, his movements suddenly paused. It seems I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, just ahead and to the side. In the shadowy edge of a very dense, almost opaque fir forest, something tiny moved very slightly. It wasn't the wind rustling the leaves. It was a more deliberate, purposeful movement, like a cautious adjustment with a watchful intent. He stayed crouched, his left hand casually brushing the ground, but actually pinching a small piece of hard soil. His right hand gently rested on the bowstring. Hans was a few steps away, with his back turned, focused on digging up a lily of the valley growing in the rocks. Dull seemed to sense something too. He let out a barely audible low growl, lowered his body slightly, and looked in that direction. Malin didn't turn his head immediately but used the corner of his eye, along with the faint light filtering through the trees, to carefully observe that thick, almost impenetrable shadow. Malin's fingers rested on the cold bowstring, maintaining his crouched stance. His gaze didn't directly fix on the strange shadow, but used the slight movements of his collection bag and the faint light to keep a close watch on that direction. His heartbeat was steady, his breathing calm, but all his muscles were tense, like a drawn bowstring. Odin's ingrained alertness and his growing beast instinct were both ringing loudly. Something was there, watching, with clear malicious intent, assessing. Hans was still nearby, with his back turned, focused on the lily of the valley in the rock, unaware of the approaching danger. Dull's low whimper grew even softer, his gray-black back arched, revealing tiny but sharp-looking teeth, also staring fixedly at the shadow in the fir forest. It wasn't an animal. An animal's observation wouldn't carry this cold, calculating sense of weighing options. Was it a person? Or something humanoid? Malin's left hand casually pinched another small piece of hard soil from the ground, slowly rubbing it between thumb and forefinger. He didn't make any warning sound. Any sudden movement or noise could break this fragile balance and trigger an unpredictable attack. He needed to judge, to confirm, to find an opportunity. The shadow flickered slightly, very subtly, as if only the wind had moved the branches. But Malin saw it. Something behind that shadow was moving very slowly to the side, shifting half a step, into a position that was better for observing him and Hans, especially the young man who seemed notably unalert. Next, in another direction, about behind their left side and a dense bush covered with vines, a faint sound came. Very quiet, like boots crushing dry twigs, almost drowned out by the sound of the stream. In front of them on the right, on the moss-covered side of a large rock, a shadow seemed to slide silently along the rock surface. 3 directions. Encirclement. This was not a coincidence. It was an ambush. The target was clear. These 2 young adventurers, carrying obvious signs of recent gathering, bulging collection bags, new gear, deep in the forest, looking not very experienced. Malin's heart sank, but his mind became sharper, like being immersed in cold water. Thieves. Odin and some old hands in town sometimes mention them, but vaguely. In the wilderness, especially deep in the forest far from town laws, attacks by fellow adventurers are not just stories. Compared to fighting fierce monsters, attacking other adventurers often has lower risk and can be more profitable, especially when the target has just finished their work. He didn't have time to assess their strength exactly, but the obvious greed and cold malice, along with the silent coordination of the encirclement, showed this wasn't their first time. They chose a tricky time and place. Dim light, complex terrain, the sound of the stream hiding their movements. Perfect for an attack. What should he do? Warn Hans immediately and try to break out? The enemies are in a good position, outnumber them, and Hans lacks combat experience. Forcing a fight could be dangerous for both. Pretend not to notice and keep gathering, looking for an opening? That's too passive, risking their lives. Plus, the enemies seem to have already assessed the situation and won't wait long. Malin's mind raced, calculating distances, angles, possible escape routes, and who might be the first target? Who looks more threatening, him or Hans? Who seems more like an easy target? Clearly, Hans, who is focused on digging and appears unguarded, is the best target. Attacking him could quickly weaken the enemy and cause chaos and panic. He must take the initiative, break the deadlock, and draw the danger onto himself, giving Hans a chance to react and escape. His decision was made. Malin seemed to have just finished gathering a lily of the valley. Naturally, he straightened up and stretched his somewhat numb legs. At the same time, with a smooth motion that looked like just checking his arrow, he fully knocked the feathered arrow on his bowstring. He slightly adjusted the bow's angle, not toward the shadows, nor toward the bushes or large rocks, but seemingly casually pointed it toward a tall, dead tree on Hans's front right side, across the stream. This movement was not large enough to immediately alert the hidden enemies, but clearly showed he was holding a bow and was not completely unprepared. Just as he stood upright, with his gaze seemingly fixed on that dead tree, Hans. 3 o'clock, behind the big rock, Malin shouted sharply in a common language. His voice was not loud, but carried a firm command and a sense of urgent danger. At the same time, the arrow on his bow suddenly shifted direction like a startled snake, even without fully aiming, based on his feeling and the slight unnatural movement he had just noticed on the side of the big rock. He released the arrow instinctively. Whoosh! The arrow shot straight toward the side of the big rock. Almost at the same moment the arrow was released, Malin didn't look at the result, but suddenly rolled and fell to the right, away from Hans's direction. A thrown short axe whistled past him, cutting through the air with a sharp sound, embedding deeply into a nearby tree trunk, with chips flying everywhere. The enemy had moved. They worked in coordination. Someone threw a projectile from a distance to distract or attack, while another launched a close-range surprise attack. Hans was startled by Malin's sharp shout and the sudden breaking sound. But his training and experience in Black Claw Valley kicked in. He didn't foolishly turn around, but followed Malin's instructions. Instinctively, he raised his shield toward the 3 o'clock direction, the same direction as the bushes and big rock on his right, as Malin had taught him during training, and quickly leapt sideways and backward. The moment he jumped, a figure rushed out from behind the big rock, wielding a rusty but sharp-looking machete. It slashed fiercely at where Hans had just been standing, embedding itself into the ground. It was the person who had crept from behind the big rock, disrupted by Malin's warning and the arrow, which, although it missed, forced him to retreat temporarily. Malin had already risen from his roll and was half kneeling again. The second arrow flashed like lightning as he knocked it on his bowstring. This time, he saw clearly. The figure rushing out from the shadow of the fir trees was a bald, muscular man wearing half-plate armor and wielding a broad-bladed sword. His fierce eyes looked ready to attack, and he was clearly the leader of the 3 enemies, also the most threatening. From the bushes on the left, another person appeared, holding a long dagger. The person moved quickly, aiming straight at Hans, who had just escaped danger and was still a bit shaken. All 3 enemies revealed themselves. The bald, armored man, a warrior, probably the leader, the axe wielder behind the large rock, a warrior, and the dagger wielder behind the bushes, possibly a thief or a quick fighter. There was no time to hesitate or retreat. In this narrow space, they could only fight to the death. Malin's arrow aimed at the rushing bald leader. The enemy wore armor, but there were gaps at the face, neck, and joints. He was 20 steps away and charging forward. Whoosh! The arrow shot straight at his face. The bald leader, experienced in battle, tilted his head sharply during the sprint. The arrow brushed past his cheek, splattering blood but not causing serious injury. He didn't slow down. Instead, he roared wildly, raising his broadsword high, and closed the distance to within 10 steps. At this range, archery was no longer effective. Manhwa dropped his bow and quickly drew his curved dagger from his waist. He lowered his body, ready to meet the fierce attack. He didn't try to block the powerful strike. Instead, as the sword swung toward him, he slipped sideways, body like a fish without bones, retreating half a step. At the same time, he swung his dagger upward, aiming at the exposed armpit and inner arm of his opponent, an old trick taught by Odin to fight heavily armed enemies. Don't block directly, find the gap, and strike where they are vulnerable. The bald leader didn't expect the young archer's quick and slick close combat response. His sword was old and experienced, so he had to twist his body to dodge. The dagger's blade brushed past the edge of his armor, making a harsh scraping sound. Manhwa used this moment to spin his body, swinging his dagger in an arc and slashing at the enemy's unsteady stance caused by the twist. Meanwhile, Hans was caught in a fierce fight. The axe wielder swung his axe in an empty strike, then immediately attacked again with fierce momentum. Hans barely managed to block 2 of the strikes with his new shield, sparks flying on the shield's surface. The heavy force made his arm numb, and he kept retreating, almost losing his grip on his sword. The enemy wielding a long dagger moved around him like a ghost, often launching sneaky strikes from behind his shield or at his feet. Hans was caught off guard, struggling to defend himself, with danger everywhere. He barked wildly, trying to bite the attacker's legs to distract him, but the enemy dodged skillfully and kicked Hans in the side, making him cry out in pain and stumble away. Hans, keep your shield low, your sword up. Don't worry about that jumping around guy. Take out the one with the cleaver first, Marlin shouted loudly during the fierce attack from the bald enemy, trying to give clear instructions. He knew Hans lacked experience, and that fighting 2 enemies with different styles could easily overwhelm him. The bald enemy heard Marlin still giving commands and became more fierce. He swung his broad sword like a windmill, powerful and precise, showing he had practiced swordsmanship for many years and was quite skilled. Marlin relied on his agility and a special curved dagger technique he learned from Odin, which allowed quick small movements and counterattacks. But the strength difference and his chainmail made it hard to hurt the enemy, and he almost got hit several times by the heavy sword. He managed to dodge with instinct and determination, though his leather armor was cut in 2 places, bleeding. This couldn't go on. I had to break the deadlock. Marlin's peripheral vision caught sight of Hans in increasing danger. The dagger wielder struck after, and Hans's shield was tilting, his steps unsteady. The dagger man seemed to think Hans was trapped and, ignoring him, sneaked silently to Marlin's side and behind, forming a pincer with the bald enemy. He was caught from behind. Marlin's heart tightened, just as the dagger man suddenly stabbed from his blind spot aiming at his lower back. Marlin made a very risky decision. Instead of trying to dodge the attack head-on, he focused most of his attention behind him. His body shifted slightly at the last moment, and his left hand suddenly raised to protect his waist, right where the dagger was stabbing. Thud! The dagger pierced through his leather armor, feeling cold and sharp pain. But almost at the same time, the rough bloodstone ring on Marlin's index finger lit up with a faint, dark red glow, brightening in the heat of the life-and-death moment. A thin, almost invisible ripple of faint red appeared the moment the dagger tip touched his skin. Clang! A strange, dull metallic clang sounded like metal hitting rotten wood. The dagger seemed to pierce a tough, slippery, gel-like substance. Its force was strangely deflected and pushed away. The sharp tip only scratched the leather armor and outer skin, causing a shallow wound, but failing to reach the internal organs. The dagger wielder felt a jolt in the wrist, with numbness in the palm, and showed an expression of disbelief and surprise. Malin endured this sneaky backstab. Though most damage was blocked by the ring, the impact and cuts still caused severe pain and effects. Using the force of the dagger's attack and the opponent's momentary shock, he lunged forward aggressively, not toward the bald leader, but directly at the dagger wielder, who was momentarily stunned from the failed attack. Bang! The 2 collided hard. Malin's shoulder pressed against the opponent's chest, while his curved dagger, driven by the momentum, stabbed fiercely from a tricky angle from bottom to top, into the dagger wielder's open abdomen caused by the collision. Ugh! The dagger wielder let out a short, sharp scream, eyes bulging, and the dagger fell powerless from his hand. Malin showed no mercy. Twisting his wrist, he spun the blade, and then suddenly pulled it out, drawing warm blood and shattered organs. The dagger wielder collapsed softly, convulsing, clearly near death. Old cat! The bald leader roared in furious shock. He didn't expect this seemingly young archer to be so ruthless and decisive. He also saw a faint red glow on the opponent's body, hinting at some strange protection. Enraged, he no longer held back. With a mighty slash of his broad sword, like splitting mountains and rocks, he swung it down fiercely at Malin's head, who had just killed someone and was unsteady. This contained all his strength and fury, aiming to cut Malin and his sword in half. Malin had just pulled out his curved dagger. His old strength was gone, and new strength had not yet risen. A cold wind howled overhead, leaving him no chance to dodge. He could even feel the stabbing pain from the sword's edge slicing through the air. Is it over? No. The life-and-death pressure sharpened his mind like never before. The terrible pain in his left hand, the faint, weak response from the ring, seeming to fade completely at any moment. The bitter taste of blood, the shadow of death. All of this mixed into a cold, crazy feeling. He no longer tried to completely dodge, but poured all his remaining strength and spirit into his right arm and the curved sword in his hand. Instead of retreating, he advanced, aiming at the bald leader's throat, which was slightly tilted forward from his powerful downward strike, with his neck open in chainmail. He used all his might to deliver a desperate, final stab. Is it a matter of exchanging injuries? No, it's a matter of exchanging lives. Let's see whose sword is faster. Whose will is stronger. The bald leader clearly didn't expect such reckless bravery from his opponent. A flash of shock crossed his eyes, and his downward sword strike hesitated slightly. That tiny difference in timing. Malin's curved sword moved half a step ahead, its tip sharply stabbing into the hollow below the bald leader's collarbone, piercing through the gaps in his chainmail and sinking deep. At the same moment, the leader's broad sword descended with a fierce whistle, just as the blade was about to hit. The faint remaining energy from the bloodstone ring on Malin's left index finger seemed to be completely drained. It flickered weakly with a barely visible red glow, thinner than before, then quickly went out. Cracks on the ring's surface seemed to spread a little. Clang! Hiss! A strange deflection force field reappeared, but much weaker. The broadsword was slightly diverted, and instead of striking Malin's head, it slashed diagonally into his left shoulder. The leather armor on his shoulder and the bones beneath cracked with a sharp, painful sound. The immense force sent Malin tumbling backward, his left shoulder torn with a ripping pain. His left arm went numb instantly, and his curved sword flew out of his hand. Ugh! Ugh! The bald leader staggered back, clutching his bleeding neck wound with both hands. Dark blood still seeped from his fingers. He stared wide-eyed at Malin, who was rolling on the ground, seemingly unable to believe he would die here. Finally, he collapsed with a loud crash, twitching a few times before falling silent. "Big brother!" Hans shouted with a trembling, tearful voice. Just moments ago, driven by Malin's warning and the desperation of the situation, he had erupted with fierce courage. He no longer tried to fight both enemies at once, but used his shield to block a heavy strike from the axe wielder. During the brief moment the opponent withdrew his axe, Hans ignored everything else and stabbed his sword fiercely into the other's abdomen. The axe wielder, in pain, hesitated, and Hans pulled out his sword, then wildly slashed several more times until the opponent also fell, covered in blood, his own and more from enemies, his hand trembling as he held his sword, tears and sweat streaming down his face. Despite seeing Malin being struck away, he still charged forward recklessly. "I'm okay." Malin struggled to sit up. A sharp pain shot through his left shoulder, causing darkness to cloud his vision and nearly making him faint. He clenched his teeth and used his still movable right hand to support himself, gasping for breath. The wound on his left shoulder was deep. His bones might be cracked, but probably not broken. The worst part was the weakness from blood loss and intense pain. He looked at his left index finger, where the bloodstone ring had become dull and cracked, as if it would shatter with a touch. He had forced it to activate twice in one day, especially the second time, which nearly drained it completely. This magical item might have suffered irreversible damage, and whether it can be repaired is still unknown. Dai also limped over, licking the blood on Maluan's face and making soft whining sounds. Its side was injured from a kick, with fur torn and bleeding. The forest returned to silence, only the heavy breathing of the three of them and a steady stream of the creek breaking the quiet. The strong smell of blood filled the damp air, making people feel sick. The three bodies, once lively and full of malice, lay twisted on moss and fallen leaves, quickly losing their warmth. Hans looked at the terrible scene before him, especially the corpse of the knife-wielding man he had just killed. Suddenly, he bent over and vomited violently, tears mixing with snot as he cried. He had fought goblins and wolves before, but this was the first time he had killed a person, a living human being, with the same face and blood as him. Maluan endured the pain, using his right hand and teeth to tear a bandage from his backpack. He hurriedly wrapped it around his left shoulder and side, covering the wound. The movement pulled at the injury, making him sweat cold and tremble, but he said nothing. He looked at Hans, who was still retching and trembling, then at the three bodies on the ground. A cold, calm feeling filled his heart. He didn't experience the intense nausea or moral shock he expected. Strangely, compared to the shock he felt when seeing Buck's body in Black Claw Valley or the human remains in the goblin nest, ending 3 or 4, including the dagger wielder, Livs himself brought more of a deep exhaustion and a colder understanding of how this world works. In this world, only the strong survive, whether among humans or beasts. Beneath the adventurer's appearance, there may be a brave heart or a savage wolf's soul. The shine of gold can illuminate the darkest greed and trigger the most primitive desire to kill. He remembered the virtual games he played in his past life, where he had slaughtered countless enemies in blood and chaos, and his eyes never blinked. At this moment, the real blood and gore in the nose, the sharp pain from the wound, Hans's broken crying, and the quickly cooling, stiff corpse on the ground, all of it felt so real and heavy. Death in the game is light as a feather, but here, death is as heavy as a mountain, carrying heat, smell, and the emptiness of finality. But he does not regret. If given another chance, he would still shoot that arrow and fight desperately. It's not that he loves killing, but if he doesn't kill them, they will kill him, kill Hans, take the little they gained with their lives, and then toss their bodies like trash into this dark forest, rotting, eaten by bugs, unknown to anyone. Hans, Maluan's voice was hoarse from blood loss and pain, but steady. Come here, help me bandage. Then check their bodies, take anything useful, water, dry food, money, weapons, anything that might help us survive. Hans looked up, his face covered in tears and dirt, eyes blank and scared, as if he didn't understand. Listen, Maluan stared into his eyes, speaking clearly. We killed them not because we wanted to, but because they wanted to kill us. Here, being soft or hesitant means death for us. Do you want to lie here, cold and still, like them? Or do you want to carry your wounds and find a safe place before dark? Hans blinked hard, tears spilling again, but he bit his lip, forcing himself to stop gagging and trembling. He looked at Maluan's pale face and bloody shoulder, then at the three bodies on the ground. Finally, he nodded heavily, staggered over, and with trembling but determined hands, helped Mullen rebandage his wounds, clumsy but careful. Then he took a deep breath of the blood-smelling air, forcing himself to walk toward the bodies and start searching. His hands trembled as they touched the cold, stiff skin and sticky blood, but he didn't stop. He found several water bags, with relatively clean water, some dried meat and hard biscuits, a small bag of silver and copper coins, worth about 20 or 30 silver coins, a broad-bladed sword, heavy but good quality, a machete and a dagger, and the half-plate armor on the bald leader's body, covered in blood, but maybe usable after cleaning. He gathered everything and piled it next to Maluan. Dai also recovered a bit, cautiously sniffing around, as if learning to identify useful things from the enemy's legacy. Malin leaned against a tree trunk, watching Hans busy at work. Beneath his cold, calm exterior, a faint sense of relief flickered. Hans was growing, in a harsh but real way, through blood and fire. He was also growing stronger. Each time he walked the edge of life and death, His sword became faster, his arrows more accurate, and his heart tougher. The sunset's last rays barely penetrated the thick canopy, and the forest quickly grew dark. Night in the forest was 10 times more dangerous than during the day. They were now covered in wounds, exhausted, and couldn't possibly make it back to the town. "We need to find a place to sleep," Malin said with difficulty. Using his still movable right hand, he pointed to a large rock with a hollow at its base. "There, sheltered from the wind, can hide from rain, and has a relatively open view. We can build a small fire, drive away animals, and keep warm. Build the fire in the hollow of the rock, using wet wood to make less smoke." Hans nodded, supporting Malin as they struggled to move to the rock. They gathered some relatively dry twigs and leaves, then struck a fire with flint. The flickering flames pushed back some darkness and cold, illuminating their battered, blood-stained figures. They ate some dry food they found from the raiders and drank water. Malin's left shoulder throbbed so badly he almost couldn't sleep, but he forced himself to close his eyes and rest. Hans curled up next to the fire, holding his shield and sword, eyes wide as he watched the flames dance, lost in thought. Dai lay between them, ears upright, occasionally glancing into the dark woods, softly growling. That night was destined to be long. Wounds throbbed with pain, the smell of blood lingered, and the shadows of death had just receded. The unknown threats of the forest still lurked in the darkness around them. But at least they were alive. Living meant tomorrow. And tomorrow, they had to carry their injuries, their spoils, and the harsh lessons learned from this bloody fight in the woods, and walk back to Whitestone Town. Though it was not warm, it was a temporary safe place. Malin touched the dull, cracked bloodstone ring he kept close. He looked at Hans, who was trying to stay alert, and Dai, injured but still loyal and vigilant. He felt his strength was still not enough. Not nearly enough. He needed to become stronger faster, to survive, to protect those around him, and to forge his own path in this world full of sharp teeth. The night was deep, and the wind in the forest was mournful. The flickering firelight reflected the blood-stained face of the young boy and the cold, determined fire in his eyes that never went out. The first pale light of dawn, like a stingy gift, struggled to break through the thick canopy of the misty forest, casting broken patches of light on the chilly clearing. Malin leaned against cold rocks, enduring the pain and alertness in a semi-conscious state through the second half of the night. Every breath pulled at the torn pain in his left shoulder, as if a red-hot iron rod was stirring inside. The weakness from blood loss and the deep cold made his limbs feel like they were soaked in ice water, heavy and numb. The campfire was long gone, leaving only a small pile of warm ashes. A few wisps of smoke rose and quickly disappeared into the damp air of the forest. Hans curled up on the other side of the ashes, clutching a kite-shaped shield, with his sword resting nearby. He was asleep, but restless, with a furrowed brow and tears still wet on his eyelashes. Occasionally, he shivered from nightmares and mumbled incoherent words. Dull and lying close to Malin's uninjured right leg, the gray-black fur was stained with dried blood and dirt. The wound on his side had a thin layer of black scab. He seemed to recover faster than the two humans. At this moment, his ears twitched alertly, and his nose moved, catching the subtle sounds of the forest waking up. It was dawn, but danger was not far away. Malin tried to move his right arm. Luckily, it was only sore, and he could still move it. He carefully lifted his right hand and touched the thick, blood-soaked, and dried bandage on his left shoulder. He needed to treat the wound quickly to prevent infection. He glanced at the 3 bodies lying nearby, already attracting flies. Under the morning light, their death looked even more terrifying. The coagulated blood was dark purple-black, contrasting strangely with the green moss and brown leaves. The heavy smell of blood in the air seemed to have lessened, but mixed with the morning dew and plant scents, it turned into a more unpleasant sweet and metallic smell. He closed his eyes and sank into his innate sense of awareness, like a cold water reflection. Not to find comfort, but to assess the damage and what was left. Name, Maloan level, LV.3 status, moderate blood loss, severe injury to the left shoulder, bone fracture, serious muscle tears, slight internal shock, extreme fatigue. Strength, 1.4 agility, 1.5 constitution, 1.3 Spirit, 2.2 Combat Skills, Archery, LV.4, 410 out of 400, LV.5, 10/500, leveled up. Curved Sword Mastery, LV.3, 190/300, Life Skills. Tanning, LV.2, 85/200, Wilderness Survival, LV.2, 120/200, New. Special Item, Rough Bloodstone Ring. Severely damaged/energy depleted, the ring's surface cracks are spreading, and the core energy response is nearly gone. Natural energy recharge efficiency is expected to decrease by over 90%, and full recovery time is unknown. Protective capabilities are greatly reduced. Companions/partners. Hans, Human Warrior Apprentice. Level, LV.1. Status, slight injuries, scratches and bruises, minor blood loss, mental strain, fatigue. Strength, 1.1. Agility, 1.0. Constitution, 1.1. Spirit, 1.3. Skills, One-Handed Sword Mastery LV.0, 45/100. Shield Mastery LV.0, 30/100. Alertness LV.0, 20/100. Days, Wolf, Youth/Companion. Level, LV.2, leveled up. Status, slight injury, hip strain, fatigue. Strength, 1.3. Agility, 1.8. Constitution, 1.4. Perception, 1.7. Traits. Loyal Protector, significantly enhances protection from Manhwa, Hans, and trusted teammates. Basic tracking, danger warning, slightly improved. Note: as a non-ordinary beast with a strong bond to its host, some of Daze's potential is unlocked and grows through shared experiences and the host's level. Currently, growth favors agility and perception. Manhwa's archery skill has improved. Under the pressure of life-and-death battles and multiple extreme shots, he finally broke through the invisible barrier and reached LV.5. The feeling of a new level is not yet clear, but Marin can vaguely sense that his understanding of the bow, the wind, distance, and moving targets seems to have entered a more subtle realm. His mastery of the curved sword has also improved a lot. Real combat training is far better than boring practice. The new Wilderness Survival skill was probably gained through forced adaptation during their camping in Black Claw Valley last night. Marin was surprised by his slow level up and new traits, but it made sense. This little guy has experienced real fights and danger with them, so both his instincts and connection to them are growing stronger. His loyalty, protection, and alertness to danger will surely be very useful on their journey. But all these improvements can't immediately ease the terrible pain in his left shoulder, which almost tears his consciousness apart, or the weakness that makes his whole body feel like it's falling apart. They urgently need treatment, food, and real safety now. Hans, Marin's voice was dry and hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing. Hans suddenly woke up with a start, his body jerking as if he was about to draw his sword. Seeing it was Marin, he relaxed a little, then his face showed fear and confusion. "Big brother, are you okay? Not dead?" Marin gritted his teeth, leaning on the rock with his right hand, trying to stand. But the terrible pain in his left shoulder made him go black in front of his eyes and sit back down, cold sweat instantly covering his forehead. "Don't move." Hans hurried over, wanting to help but afraid to touch him, feeling helpless. Dai also stood up, anxiously circling Marin, rubbing his good right paw against him. "Help me up. We have to leave here. The smell of blood will attract other things," Marin panted, looking at the corpses and then at the spoils they collected last night. Water skins, food, a pouch of coins, and that heavy wide-blade sword and half-plate armor. "The armor is too heavy to carry. The wide-blade sword. Try to take it, maybe we can sell it." "Take the others," Hans nodded, fighting his fear and discomfort about the corpses. He first hung a few water skins and food pouches on himself, then stuffed the coin pouch with 20 or 30 silver coins into his pocket. Then he tried to pick up the wide-blade sword. It was very heavy. He had to use both hands just to lift it, let alone swing it. "Big brother, this. Tie it with a rope, drag it along, or leave it here as a marker. If we come back and it's still here." Marin didn't finish his sentence and shook his head. Coming back? That was too unlikely. This forest would not keep any unclaimed things for them. "Forget it. Take it along. Try to drag it out." It's proof, and it adds some weight. Having a decent weapon sometimes helps scare off suspicious looks. Hans roughly tied a piece of rope he found on the raider around his back, securing his broadsword. The sword's tip nearly dragged on the ground. He then helped Marin, placing Marin's right arm on his thin shoulder. Marin almost pressed most of his weight onto Hans. Hans clenched his teeth, his face turning red from effort, but he stayed steady. Let's go. Follow the stream downstream, back to where Silver Creek joins the main river, then find our way back to town. Marin checked the direction. They had left the creek a bit earlier to search for lilies, so now they needed to return to the easier-to-recognize riverbank. The way back was 10 times harder than coming here. Every step brought sharp pain in his left shoulder and a wave of weakness through his body. Marin had to put most of his weight on Hans. The two staggered along, moving so slowly it was like a dying snail. Hans not only supported Marin but also carried extra weight. Soon, he was panting heavily, sweat mixing with dirt on his face. He said nothing, just bit his lip tightly, eyes fixed on the blurry path ahead, moving forward step by step. Dumbly, the dog ran ahead, acting as a scout and warning system. It seemed to understand how bad their condition was. It no longer played happily like before, but was more cautious, stopping now and then to wait, or giving low warning growls toward a certain direction. Once, it snarled and growled at a dense bush in front and to the side for a long time, until Marin signaled Hans to go around far away. Not long after they left, a faint, unsettling sound came from behind the bushes, like a large feline dragging prey. The forest seemed to sense their weakness and grew more unfriendly. Twisted roots easily tripped them, and slippery moss made standing difficult. Small streams and gullies that were easy to cross before now became obstacles that took a lot of effort and time to pass. The sunlight moved, but the woods always looked dark and hopeless, a green that felt like despair. They had to stop often to rest. Marin leaned against a tree, his face pale as paper, breathing heavily. Hans sat on the ground, gasping for air, checking their water and food supplies. Food was limited, so they had to eat sparingly. Water was enough. The clear Silver Creek was risky to drink, but they took some anyway. For now, it seemed safe. During rest, Malwin forced himself to focus and feel the wound on his left shoulder. There was no burning pain from infection, which was good news, but the pain itself hadn't lessened at all. He tried to soothe the intense pain with his faintly growing mental strength, but it had little effect. Still, it seemed to give him a brief moment of clarity between the pains. He also watched Hans. The boy's eyes still showed fear and confusion, but now there was also a quiet resilience born from being pushed to the edge. Hans no longer cried. He just pressed his lips together. Occasionally, when he looked at Malwin's wound or the direction they came from, a deep worry and fear would show in his eyes. Big brother. During another short rest, Hans spoke softly, his voice trembling. Are those 3 people? Also adventurers. They used to be. Malwin closed his eyes to save energy. But now, they are predators, no different from wolves, bears, or goblins in the forest. They are just smarter and better at using others' weaknesses. We killed people. Hans's voice was barely audible, filled with doubt and guilt. We survived. Malwin opened his eyes and looked at Hans calmly but firmly. Remember this feeling, Hans. Not the feeling of killing, but the feeling of surviving. Here, being soft-hearted, hesitating, or hoping others will explain things to you. Those will get you killed. We need to become stronger, strong enough that no one dares to mess with us. Until then, anyone who wants to kill us, be they human or beast, is an enemy. Against enemies, it's life or death. Hans was silent for a long time, then slowly nodded. Although his eyes still showed complex emotions, his self-doubt seemed somewhat suppressed by Malwin's cold words. He clenched the hilt of his sword. The sword that yesterday still felt new and heavy, now seemed to carry a different weight. They moved on, stopping and starting. When the dull afternoon sun began to dip west, they finally saw the Silver Creek flowing into a wider main river called the Whitewater River. Familiar landmarks lifted their spirits. Following the relatively clear path along the Whitewater River, though still difficult, at least the direction was clear, and their mental pressure eased a little. At dusk, when the crooked, familiar wooden walls of Whitestone Town finally appeared in the twilight, Malwin almost felt exhausted. Hans was even more overwhelmed, his legs giving way, nearly causing both of them to fall. The guards at the city gate saw their battered appearance, one badly injured and needing support, another covered in blood and dirt, exhausted, dragging an oversized sword stained with mud and blood, with a wounded wolf beside them, showing surprise and caution. But when Marlin produced his adventurer's badge, stained and dirty, and hoarsely said, "We encountered raiders in the misty forest and completed the silent dew-gathering quest," the guards exchanged a glance, asked no further questions, and waved them through. In this border town, it was common for adventurers to return injured or never return at all. As they entered the town, the lamps along the cobblestone street flickered on, and the familiar noise of life sounded distant and unreal. Compared to the silent battles and long, painful journeys in the forest, the lively town felt like a different world. They didn't stop, but headed straight for the dim backyard of the Flea and Barley Tavern. Each step seemed to drain their last bit of strength. The backyard shed of the Flea and Barley was like a small, strange-smelling refuge in the dusk, filled with the scent of herbs. When Marlin and Hans supported each other and nearly pushed open the creaking wooden door, Groff, who was carving wood with a small knife, suddenly looked up. The half-orc warrior sat on a pile of hay, his left arm still bandaged and supported by splints and cloth, his chest wrapped in bandages. His face looked better than a few days ago, showing the resilience of his orc bloodline. In his sunken eye sockets, the yellowish eyes widened as he saw Marlin's pale face, his nearly blood-soaked left shoulder, and Hans, who was covered in dirt and carrying an oversized, heavy sword. His eyes shrank briefly, then flashed with understanding and deep seriousness. "It seems. The harvest was good." Groff's voice was still hoarse, but more steady. He didn't bother asking if the task was finished. The scene before him said everything. Hans almost collapsed Marlin onto the cleaner hay, then sank heavily to the ground, gasping for breath, as if he had no strength left to even take off his heavy sword. Daze, the wolf pup, crawled in hesitantly, whimpering and lying at Marlin's feet, exhausted, with eyes closed. Daze, go to the door. Marlin gently pushed the wolf pup with his still movable right hand. Daze reluctantly got up and lay at the half-open door, ears perked up. Hans, the money pouch, the order sheet, and the collection bag, Malowin, he ordered through his dizziness. Hans struggled to stand, took out the pouch filled with silver coins, the crumpled order sheet, and the bulging leather collection bag stuffed with calming lilies, placing them beside Malowin. Then he unfastened the heavy broad-blade sword on his back and let it fall with a clatter. Grove's eyes lingered on the broadsword, which clearly didn't match Malowin's style, then moved to Hans's face, showing lingering shock and the small wounds on his body. Finally, his gaze settled on Malowin's nearly immobile left shoulder. Not a light injury. That bunch of scoundrels. How many? 3. Dead, Malowin replied simply, squeezing out a few words through his teeth. Lily of the Valley. Should be enough. Hans, take the order sheet and collection bag now. Go to Silent Dew and hand in the mission. Be careful. Take the money and come straight back. Don't linger outside. But big brother, your injury. Hans looked at Malowin's pale face, worried. You won't die? Go. Malowin's tone was firm. He needed the money to pay for possible treatment and to use this tangible reward to ease some of the gloom from this bloody journey. Hans looked at Grove. Grove nodded at him. Go, kid. I'll watch here. Hans grabbed the order sheet and collection bag, dragged his still weak legs, and hurried out of the shed. Inside the shed, only Malowin's heavy breathing, Grove's steady breath, and the occasional alert sniff outside the door remained. The strong smell of herbs, faint blood, and the scent of poor-quality food drifting from outside mixed together. Ran into a tough one. Grove broke the silence, his gaze on Malowin's left shoulder. Looks like a sword wound, or heavy weapon. A broadsword, chainmail, an experienced fighter. Malowin closed his eyes, feeling the pain from the wound in waves. The other two, one with a cleaver, one with a dagger, coordinated well. An ambush. Predator, Grove spat, his tone full of undisguised contempt and a hint of cold sympathy. They're everywhere. Picking off lone targets, looking easy to chew. You came back, and with a souvenir, he glanced at the broadsword on the ground. Good job, kid. Better than Buck. Malowin said nothing. Buck's death was partly caused by overconfidence and greed. This time, Hans and Malin survived not only because of their strength, but also because of that nearly broken bloodstone ring, and a bit of luck. Silence fell again. The pain and blood loss made Malin's mind fuzzy. After some time, the door of the shed was gently pushed open, and Hans returned. He looked relieved and was holding a noticeably puffed-up money pouch. "Big brother, it's done. We got 42 complete calming lilies, checked and approved by the shop owner, Arrow." "He's very satisfied," Hans said quickly, excited about completing the task and still trembling from the fear. "Each costs 1 silver coin, so 42 silver coins in total. He even gave me 1 gold coin and 22 silver coins." He carefully placed the pouch beside Malin, the gold and silver coins clinking with a tempting sound. 1 gold coin and 22 silver coins, plus the 30 or so silver coins they got from the raiders. Their risky mission earned nearly 2 gold coins in cash. The wide blade sword might also sell for a few silver coins. The earnings were good, but the cost was also heavy. "Good job," Malin said with difficulty, nodding. He looked at Groff. "Your share, and the money for healing, come from this. The previous agreement still stands." Groff waved his hand, but looked at Malin's left shoulder. "My wound, the old medicine is enough. Your wound needs a proper doctor. Bones can't be taken lightly. On the east side of town, Silver Hand, Liana is more expensive but much better at treating battle wounds. She used to be the chief medic of a mercenary group." Malin remembered the name. He really needed professional treatment now. "Tomorrow. Tonight. Just hold on." Hans poured some cold water and carefully cleaned the dried blood around Malin's left shoulder. The wound was fierce, with torn flesh and visible white bone. Hans's hands trembled as he endured the discomfort, using the remaining clean cloth and the more pungent ointment from the old to rebandage it. Malin sweated cold and clenched his teeth with a rattling sound, but said nothing. Groff watched silently. After Hans finished, he spoke. "2 people going into the woods is too risky, especially with a young kid who hasn't grown up yet." His words were straightforward, not mocking, just stating a fact. Malin did not reply. After the Black Claw Valley and this raid, he understands this better than anyone. Archers need space and cover. Hans is changing, but growth takes time, and experienced fighters need to lead the way so he can focus on attacking and have a chance to improve. Groff, if he recovers well, he is undoubtedly the best choice. He is experienced, brave, has faced life and death, and seems to know his limits. "How long will your injuries take to heal?" Malin asked, opening his eyes and looking at Groff. Groff moved his fixed left arm and touched his chest. "Bones heal slowly, but I'm a half-orc, tougher than humans. In about 10 days, I can barely move my left hand, and my chest won't stop me from walking or punching. But to be able to fight hard at the front again," he estimated, "at least a month, and I need to eat well." A month is a long time, but it's okay to wait. During this period, he and Hans can take safer, closer tasks near the town to practice more and save more money. "If," Malin paused, his voice weak but clear, "if we form a steady team, after you recover, would you like to work with us? The loot and rewards will be shared based on contribution and agreement. We'll agree on the rules beforehand." Groff didn't answer immediately. He stared at Malin with dull eyes, as if weighing the importance of the proposal and judging Malin himself. Only the faint crackling of the oil lamp filled the room. After a long moment, Groff slowly spoke. "I prefer to fight with 2-handed weapons, an axe or a heavy sword. Shields I only use when I team up with Buck. My true style is offense, crushing enemies." He pointed to his strong arms and broad shoulders. "In our half-orc bloodline, there's something else. Have you heard of Berserk Rage?" Malin's mind moved. Berserk Rage is a signature ability of orcs and some savage bloodlines. It greatly boosts strength, speed, and dulls pain for a short time, but causes loss of some reason. After it ends, one falls into weakness. It's a powerful but risky double-edged sword. "Can you control it?" Malin asked. "An out-of-control berserker is more dangerous to the team than to enemies. Right now, I can only control a little, and only for a short time," Groff admitted. "But I believe I can get better at it. My goal is to become a true berserker, to master my rage instead of being consumed by it." He looked at Marin. "Following you gives me a chance to take on more challenging jobs, earn more money, and have more fights. This helps me gain that kind of strength. And," he slightly smiled, You don't seem as foolish as Buck, nor like those sneaky guys full of schemes. You saved me, even though I thought I was doomed at the time. That's enough, a simple and honest reason. For strength, for money, and for a little trust based on our shared experience. Welcome to join, Marin said without unnecessary words, nodding. The beginning of a small team was formed in this old, smell-filled, blood-stained shed. In the following days, Whitestone Town experienced continuous rain. The damp air slowed Marin's healing, and the pain was like a persistent ache. But he still insisted, with Hans's help, to go to the east end of the town and find Liana, the silver hand that Graf mentioned. She was a middle-aged woman with one arm and sharp eyes like a hawk. Her clinic looked more like a tidy weapons room, with various wound and bone-setting tools shining clean. After checking Marin's injury, she quickly washed, medicated, and refixed his shoulder with a special splint. Her precise and strong technique caused almost unbearable pain, but after the treatment, the pain in his left shoulder eased significantly, no longer feeling like it might fall apart at any moment. Of course, the cost was quite high, 2 gold coins. Marin didn't hesitate. Money was spent quickly, but it brought stability to his injury and laid a foundation for the team's future. Hans used this time to practice shield blocking and basic one-handed sword S and slashes in the spacious backyard behind the inn, occasionally guided by Graf. Though Graf's hands couldn't move, his sharp eyes and a few pointers often made Hans suddenly understand, improving rapidly. The injured healed fastest, bouncing around lively, and seemed to gradually get used to Graf, the new, strong-smelling, big guy, no longer so wary. Marin was not idle either. His right arm was fine, so he practiced drawing the bow with only his right hand and core strength every day, adapting to shooting after his left shoulder was injured. His accuracy and power decreased, but he maintained his feel for the bow. He also kept recalling and chewing over every detail of his fight with the bear goblin and the raiders, especially after reaching level 5 in archery. That feeling of having more precise control over shooting was very clear. He felt like he was touching the threshold between quick shooting and precise sniping, but he still needed more practice and real combat to strengthen this skill. At the same time, he took some time to visit the blacksmith shop and sold the confiscated broad-edged sword. Since it was second-hand and showed signs of fierce battles, the blade had dents and chips. He only got 10 silver coins. With this, he added a bit more money to buy Hans a better-fitting leather wrist guard and a sturdy old pair of leather boots. He also replenished his arrows and had someone repair the torn parts of his leather armor. That afternoon, the rain temporarily stopped. The splint on Malin's left shoulder hadn't been removed yet, but he could move it slightly. He sat in the sunlight at the door of the wood shed, which occasionally peeked through the clouds, watching Hans and Graf training in the backyard. Though called training, it was really Hans holding a shield while Graf used a thick stick to simulate an axe, constantly hitting and poking at Hans's shield. Graf was teaching him how to relax his strength, keep his balance, and find opportunities to counterattack during blocks. Graf, though only using one hand and not applying much force, still had a fierce presence and tricky angles that made Hans flustered and sweaty, but his eyes grew brighter with each attempt. "Hey, big guy, are you good with two-handed weapons?" Malin suddenly asked. Graf paused, leaning on his stick and catching his breath. His internal injury hadn't fully healed. "Started practicing with this since I was a kid. In the orc tribe, the strongest kids learn this. Later, I used a battle axe more outside." "Why? Once you're more skilled, let's spar sometime," Malin said. "I won't use arrows, just a sword. I want to see what real combat with a two-handed weapon looks like, and also think about how we can work together in the future." A flicker of interest appeared in Graf's eyes. He nodded. "Sure, when your shoulder's better. I also want to see how slick your bow skills are with a sword." A new understanding quietly formed through sweat and simple talk. It wasn't a life-and-death friendship, but at least a cooperative relationship based on mutual benefit and initial trust. In this dangerous world, that was already a good start. As night fell again, Malin checked the pouch at his waist. Although the expenses were high, after completing the Lily of the Valley task and selling the broad-edged sword, they still had about 1 gold coin and 8 silver coins in cash. Including the healing funds reserved at Grove's place, about 7 silver coins, they wouldn't have to worry about their livelihood in the short term. He looked at his system panel, focusing on the level, LV.3. Then he glanced at Hans, who was exhausted and lying on the ground, but still grinning foolishly, and at Grove, leaning against the wall, resting but with eyes no longer dull. At his feet, Dull was happily gnawing on a piece of meat and bone. The road ahead was long and full of dangers. But at least, they were no longer just two lonely people. A small team, stumbling forward with scars but clear goals, was quietly forming in the shadows of this border town. Their next adventure would begin when Grove's battle axe could be swung again. Until then, it was about gathering strength, bonding as a team, and exploring and adapting more deeply to this harsh world. On the day Grove took off his left arm splint, Whitestone Town finally enjoyed a clear day. The sun, though still not warm, was enough to dispel the recent gloom and warm the wet streets and rooftops. The half-orc warrior stood in the inn's backyard, moving his newly freed, still slightly stiff and slender, compared to his left arm. His knuckles clicked as he clenched his fist, and his dull yellow eyes flickered with long-suppressed desire to move. The bandages on his chest had been removed, leaving a large, fierce, pink scar that stood out on his dark green skin, but it didn't hinder his wide movements. Marin's left shoulder was also healing well. Liana's silver hand healing skills were truly excellent, and combined with the young man's strong recovery ability, his bones were healing nicely. Though he couldn't fully draw his bow yet, daily activities and swinging his sword were no longer a problem. He carefully maintained his purple longbow, wiping every inch of the bow's surface until it shone, applying wax to the string, keeping it tight and elastic. Hans was nearby, diligently sharpening his one-handed sword with a whetstone, the sound of metal rubbing focused and steady. Dull lay at his feet, lazily yawning, revealing sharp canine teeth. Nearly a month of rest, training, and relatively easy F-level tasks, mainly patrols around the town, driving away monsters, and a short-distance cargo, had helped this makeshift team develop some basic teamwork. Hans's relentless wooden stick, strikes, made the shield more stable. He learned how to defend properly and used the shield to deflect attacks. His simple stabbing and slashing became more effective. Although Graf could only use a one-handed wooden club, his understanding of battle axes and heavy weapons, along with his wild yet strategic fighting style, benefited both Marlin and Hans. Marlin's own one-handed sword skills became sharper and more aggressive under Graf's training, with limited strength. He also explored more options when switching between weapons and bows. More importantly, the bond between the three, based on shared goals, earning money, becoming stronger, surviving, and initial trust, gradually became real through daily training, meals, and discussing missions. Graf still spoke little, but he was no longer completely silent. Sometimes he shared stories from the north or adventures, speaking calmly with the experience of a seasoned warrior. Marlin also learned some pieces of Graf's past. Growing up on the border where conflicts between beasts and humans were common, working as a mercenary, and after a betrayal, he didn't go into details. In trouble, he moved south to the calmer provinces of the Empire. He craves strength, the fury in his blood, and hopes to find a team where he can swing his battle axe without constantly worrying about betrayal from behind. It's time to take on some decent work. That morning, the three of them entered the Adventurers Guild Hall again. Marlin's eyes immediately looked past the trivial F-level quests to the E-level area. Soon, a fresh-looking parchment posted in the corner caught his attention. E-level elimination mission target. Clear out the goblin nests near the mine area around Stonemer Village. Estimated number, 20 to 25. Location, northeast of Whitestone Town, near Stonemer Village, about half a day's travel, including the abandoned, old tunnels, and surrounding areas. Reward, a total of 4 gold coins, funded by the villagers of Stonemer. Additionally, each adult goblin's left ear can be exchanged for 2.5 silver coins. Issuer, the Village Council of Stonemer, seal, crossed hammer and oar. Note, goblins have attacked the village several times, stealing food and tools, harming livestock, and threatening miners' safety. The team needs enough melee strength to handle possible tunnel fights. Deadline, within 10 days of accepting the mission. For gold coins for eliminating over 20 goblins is not a high reward, it's somewhat low. After all, Goblin-headed people are slightly larger than goblins and claim to have a faint, uncertain, dragon bloodline, usually described in adventurer manuals as boastful, dragon-worshipping humanoids with mediocre fighting skills. In reality, they are timid, greedy, and lack organization. Their threat level is generally considered a bit lower than that of the same number of goblins, but they are better at digging and setting simple traps. It seems that Stonemer village is not wealthy. Luckily, goblin-headed people can mine, so there might be unexpected rewards inside their nests. But Malin was not just interested in the reward. Stonemer village is a mining town. The goblin-headed people's nest is in abandoned mines. This means the environment is relatively organized, unlike the wild forests or swamps. Also, this is a clear extermination mission, a direct fight, which is a good chance to test Grof's combat skills after his recovery and the teamwork of their small team. The reward is low, so there might be less competition. How about this? Malin pointed at the parchment and looked at Grof and Hans. Grof glanced at it and said in a deep voice, "Goblins? Just rats. There are enough of them to cut down. The place is a mine, perfect. I haven't mined in a long time." He moved his left arm and showed an eager expression. Hans was a bit nervous, but mostly excited. The previous F-level missions were either boring or not dangerous. This time, it's a real extermination. "Big brother, Uncle Grof, I'll follow your lead." Accepted, Malin no longer hesitated and took down the quest notice. When registering at the counter, the clerk glanced at them, especially at Grof, but said nothing. He just recorded their team info and the mission number as routine. After leaving the guild, they didn't leave immediately. Instead, they went to the town's general store to buy arrows, ropes, torches, and some emergency rations. Malin also bought 2 small packs of cheap insect repellent, which might be useful in the mines and goblin nests, and a small bottle of poor-quality fire oil for creating obstacles or lighting when necessary. Then he went to the market and traded a few copper coins with an old hunter for a rough, old map showing the general route from Whitestone Town to Stonemer Village and the locations of several known mines nearby. Back at the inn, the three began their final preparations before departure. Malin packed his purple longbow and 2 quivers of arrows, one with iron-tipped arrows, the other with normal feathered arrows. After checking his curved sword, he hung it at his waist in the most convenient spot. Grove took his main weapon from the inn's storage, a large double-edged battle axe that required 2 hands to wield. The axe had a wide, thick blade with a fierce, hooked edge. Its dark wooden handle was wrapped with non-slip leather strips and was well maintained. The blade gleamed coldly. He slung the axe over his back at an angle, then checked the small throwing axes and a heavy dagger attached to his belt. Hans put on his repaired leather armor, strapped on his kite-shaped shield, sheathed his sharp sword, and also carried a short dagger on his belt. Everyone packed enough hard biscuits, dried meat, and water for 2 or 3 days in their bags. Dai seemed to understand they were going on a long trip and excitedly darted around their legs. The next morning, at dawn, the 3 of them and the wolf left the Flea and Malt Inn. They crossed the just awakening streets and exited Whitestone Town through the east gate. The road to Stonehammer Village was initially flat, a dirt path winding along a creek filled with murky water, heading north. Heavy carts carrying or occasionally clattered past, leaving deep ruts. After about an hour, the road became rougher and gradually turned into hilly terrain. On both sides, the slopes had sparse vegetation with more exposed rocks. Some old, abandoned mines scarred the land like wounds, overgrown with weeds. Some still echoed with faint hammering sounds and distant voices. The air carried a faint smell of minerals and dust. Following the map and local guides, they reached the edge of a relatively open valley filled with and broken stones, where the outline of Stonehammer Village appeared. The village was no larger than Cromage Village, with low houses built mostly from rough stones and mud. The roofs were covered with thick thatch stained black with coal ash. There were no proper walls around the village, only crooked wooden fences and low stone barriers. Thin smoke rose from the village, blending into the lead-gray sky. At the entrance, a wooden post held a sign painted with a red ochre hammer and cross symbol, marking the village. The whole village looked dull and heavy, blending with the dirt and rocks. Unlike the decline of Cromage, here there was a sense of stubborn resilience, worn down by hard labor and harsh conditions. Their arrival drew some attention. Several villagers, dressed in ragged clothes and looking thin and yellow-faced, stopped their work at the edge of the village where the heap was. They looked at the newcomers with cautious curiosity and a hint of fear, especially at the tall, strong Grov, whose skin was noticeably different from normal, and at the intimidating battle axe behind him. Dull-eyed children also peeked from behind adults, causing some commotion. Malin approached an older miner, who was sitting on a stone smoking a pipe. He showed his adventurer badge and the mission order. "We are here on a guild task to deal with the goblin problem. We want to talk to the village chief or the person in charge to get some information." The old miner squinted his red eyes, which were stained by cold dust. He looked at the badge, then carefully examined the group, especially Graf. Slowly, he stood up and pointed with his pipe at a taller stone house in the center of the village, with a rusty iron bell hanging at the door. "Over there, ring the bell. Old Hake is inside." The stone house looked sturdier than the surrounding buildings, with walls made of large rough stones. Malin rang the iron bell attached to a rope at the door. After a moment, an old man with white hair, a hunched back but sharp eyes, and a face full of wind and weather, opened the door. He wore a greasy leather apron and held a file, as if repairing some tools. "What's the matter?" The old man's voice was rough. His gaze swept over the three, lingering a bit longer on Grov, but there was no obvious fear like with ordinary villagers, just a look of assessment. Malin showed his badge and mission order again, explaining their purpose. The old man, Hake, the village chief and the only blacksmith in Stonehammer village, judging by the forge and tool rack inside, nodded and stepped aside. "Come in. It's dusty outside." Inside, it was darker than outside, filled with the smell of coal smoke, metal, sweat, and cheap tobacco. In the center was a forge with a faint red glow, next to an anvil and various tools. In the corner, there were some and unfinished items. Hake pulled over some rough wooden stools for them to sit on and leaned against the workbench. "The goblin problem, huh? Looks like you'll have to handle it," Hake said plainly, with a tired and helpless tone. "Those little rats, I don't know where they came from, but they've taken over the old tunnel in the northern mountain valley. That tunnel's been abandoned for over 10 years, with many forks inside. No one's been there for a long time. About a month ago, goblin-like creatures started sneaking into the village at night. They stole grain from the storage, killed chickens and ducks in the pens, and even sneaked into miners' homes to steal tools. At first, there were only a few, just 2 or 3, and we organized several patrols. But gradually, their numbers increased, and they became bolder. A few nights ago, about 7 or 8 of them gathered and tried to break into the tool shed at the village entrance. The night watchman saw them, rang the bell to scare them away, and they fled. However, old John was injured when they stabbed him with a sharpened wooden spear, making a hole in his leg. He paused, took a deep puff from his pipe, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. "Most of us are miners, strong but not skilled fighters. We don't know how to deal with creatures that hide in the dark, are clever, and hold grudges. We tried to gather money to hire guards or adventurers from the town to clear them out, but, well, the village is poor, the mine's harvest has been bad these past 2 years, and the Lord's taxes are heavy. We managed to gather just 4 gold coins, mostly from families whose animals were badly harmed and had to pay more. We know it's not much, and probably not enough to attract real experts, but we have no choice. If we let them keep causing trouble, everyone will be scared, and the mines will be unsafe to work." Malin listened quietly without interrupting. He understood this helpless feeling. If Chromii village faced similar problems, it might be in the same situation. According to the message, the trouble is around the old mine tunnel and nearby. Can you tell me more about that place? Also, do you know the goblins' usual activity patterns? Have you seen a leader or any special spots? Malin asked. Old Hake walked to the wall and drew a simple map on a flat stone with charcoal. This is the village. To the north, less than 2 miles away, there's a small mountain hollow. The entrance is mostly blocked by fallen rocks, but there's on the side that leads inside. That's the main tunnel of the old mine. It's not very deep, but it has many branches, like a spider's web. It was left from old mining days, but when the veins ran out and after a small collapse, it was abandoned. The goblins probably use it as their home. They rarely come out during the day, mostly at night, but sometimes you can see guards near the cave entrance during daylight. The most we've seen at once is about 10, but I think there are at least 20 in total. As for the leader, he frowned. There seems to be one that's bigger than the others, with a rag tied around its head, probably from some old cloth. It makes the loudest noise, but I haven't seen it do anything special, just braver than the rest. He pointed to another direction on the map of the mountain valley. Over here, follow the up a bit. There are some shallow, open old mine pits. Sometimes, the dog-headed people go there to sunbathe or pick up leftover shiny stones from our discarded. They seem to really like bright, sparkling things. Malin remembered what old Hack had told him. Typical dog-headed people habits, living in caves, being shy but greedy, active at night, and collecting shiny objects. Do they have weapons? Besides wooden spears, Graf suddenly asked, his voice low in the small blacksmith shop. Mostly sharpened sticks, rough hand axes tied with stone flakes, and simple guns made from animal sinew and branches. They smear something on the arrowheads, maybe their droppings or poisonous plant juice. If hit, it causes swelling and itching. Very troublesome, old Hack replied. I haven't seen any metal weapons. Maybe they stole our tools but haven't used them yet, or they've hidden them. Are there any special dangers inside the mine? Like collapses or deep water? Malin asked for details. The main tunnel is quite sturdy. It hasn't collapsed in years. But some side passages are narrow, and the ceiling has cracks and leaks. The ground is slippery. It's dark inside, so you need a torch. The dog-headed people might have set simple traps in the side passages, tripwires or small pits, so be careful, old Hack warned. It's best not to stay inside too long. The air isn't fresh, and you might get dizzy. After learning the basics, Malin roughly planned his approach. He thanked old Hack and asked, we might need a guide, at least to the entrance of the mountain valley. Is anyone familiar with that area? We'll pay a little. Old Hack thought for a moment, then called out the door. Little Toby, a boy, about 12 or 13, thin as a stick and covered in soot, peeked in from the doorway. His eyes darted around curiously as he looked at Malin and the others. Take these gentlemen to the old tunnel over there. Show them the way and come back. Don't wander off, old Hack instructed. Then he added to Malin, this is my grandson. He's clever and knows that area well. Just give him 2 copper coins for some candy. Malin counted out 5 copper coins and handed them to the boy. Toby's eyes lit up. He quickly took the coins, stuffed them into his torn pocket, and nodded eagerly. Don't worry, sir. I know the way. Under the watchful and curious, yet somewhat fearful, gazes of the villagers, the 3 followed little Toby and left Stonehammer village. The path beneath their feet quickly changed from a packed earth road to a narrow trail filled with gravel and dust, worn smooth by carts and footsteps. The hills on both sides grew more barren, with almost no vegetation, and everywhere were signs of mining, abandoned pits and piles of, looking especially bleak under the dark sky. The air was thick with the smell of rocks and dust. Little Toby was quite talkative, hopping nimbly among the stones while chattering. Gentlemen, the goblins are bad. Last time, they stole the cured meat I was saving for winter. My grandpa was so angry he chased them far away. Over there, that big hole used to have good ore, but it collapsed and killed someone. If you go a little further, you'll see the mountain hollow. The goblins are inside. Sometimes, during the day, you can see their green eyes at the cave entrance. After walking for less than half an hour, little Toby stopped beside a protruding rock, pointing at a narrow entrance squeezed between 2 low hills filled with loose stones. That's it, gentlemen. You can squeeze in from beside that big rock on the right. I won't go any closer. The boy looked clearly frightened, showing his fear of the goblin den. Malin nodded and handed him a coin. Go back and tell your grandpa we've started the investigation. If all goes well, we should have news tomorrow. Little Toby took the coin, thanked him, and quickly ran back toward the village, disappearing behind a pile of rocks. Now, only the 3 of them and a wolf remained, facing the dark mountain hollow that emitted a faint, fishy smell, as if a giant beast was lurking inside. The wind swept through the stones, making a mournful sound. Malin looked at Graf and Hans. Graf had already taken off his battle axe, holding it casually on his shoulder, his eyes burning with a desire to fight. Hans took a deep breath, raised his shield, and gripped his sword tightly, standing steady despite his nervousness. Dui lowered his body, nostrils flaring, growling softly as a warning toward the cave. "Same as always," Malin whispered, drawing an arrow and knocking it. "I'll go closer to check the entrance. Groff, watch the sides and behind. Hans, stay close and protect your shield. DUI, stay alert." He moved silently like a shadow toward the gap behind the pile of stones. The battle was about to begin. This time, they were a complete team that had gone through tough training and battles. The wind swept through heaps of and jagged rocks, producing a whistling sound that rose and fell like a sob. The air was thick with dust from the ore, old smoke from past mining, and a strong, animal-like smell, making the gloomy sky seem even more oppressive. Malin crouched behind a weathered, half-human-sized piece of brown sandstone, its surface full of holes from wind and rain. His body pressed close to the cold, rough stone, with only his sharp, eagle-like eyes visible, fixed on a cave entrance about 50 steps ahead. The entrance was hidden among two low, wrinkled rocks, partly covered by fallen stones. The cave was larger than expected, about as tall as a person, wide enough for two people to walk in side by side while bending over. The rocks around the entrance were a strange dark brown, as if they had been smoked or soaked in some secretion. Scattered nearby were some weathered, white bones of animals, adding an ominous feeling. Everything was silent except for the wind, but Malin's keen instincts told him something was watching from the shadows inside the cave. He could feel a piercing gaze from somewhere deep within. "It looks like we found their hideout." Groff's low voice, rough like metal scraping, came from behind him on the right. Groff was crouched under a larger rock shadow, his half-beast yellow eyes faintly glowing in the dim light. His strong fingers loosened their grip on his battle axe, shifting to a stance ready for a quick strike. The axe blade pointed diagonally at the ground, reflecting a cold glint of daylight. Groff looked like a fierce beast lying in wait, silent but full of explosive power. Hans crouched slightly behind Malin on the left, close to a pile of dead shrub remains. He held his kite-shaped shield tightly with both hands, his knuckles turning white from the grip. The shield was pressed against his chest, and his eyes darted around nervously. His breathing was quick, and despite trying to control it, his chest rose and fell visibly. He held his new sword's hilt tightly in his right hand, sweat covering his palm. This was his first real battle after graduating from Groff's training. An actual fight against a living, resisting, killing creature, not a practice or a wild animal that occasionally appeared. He could feel his heart pounding wildly behind his ribs, mixed with fear, excitement, and a strong urge to prove himself. Dai was lying in or among the broken stones at Maluin's feet, its gray-black fur blending almost completely with the shadows. It wasn't trembling as obviously as Hans, but its muscles were tense, ears standing straight up, constantly turning to scan the surroundings, nostrils flaring quickly to catch every strange smell in the air. A low, warning growl rumbled in its throat, and its eyes fixed tightly on the dark, thick shadows at the cave entrance. "Ready," Maluin said calmly, as if stating a simple fact. His right hand gently brushed the cold bowstring of his purple shirt longbow, feeling the perfect tension of the beast's bowstring. A new feathered arrow was silently nocked, its tip gleaming with cold light, aimed at a protruding rock near the cave entrance that might serve as cover. He was waiting for a clear signal or a chance to act if necessary. A few seconds after his words, movement stirred in the seemingly frozen darkness at the cave entrance. First, tiny gravel rolled down making a soft, sifting sound. Then, three small, hunched figures, moving slowly and stealthily like typical lizard creatures, emerged from the shadows deep inside the cave, stepping into the brighter daylight outside. They were goblin patrols. They stood slightly taller than goblins, about chest height for an average person, but appeared thinner and longer. Their bodies were covered in dark brown, slightly shiny scales that looked greasy in the dull light. Their wedge-shaped heads had prominent snouts, small sharp yellow teeth, and dull yellow vertical pupils that moved restlessly, alertly scanning the scattered rocks around the cave entrance. They dragged long, almost body-length tails with a horned tip, which they nervously swept across the ground, kicking up tiny dust clouds. They wore almost no clothing, only tattered furs or grass ropes loosely wrapped around their waists or necks. Their weapons were simple, One was a rough wooden club with a sharp flint tied to the top with vines. Another looked like a large, uneven-edged stone axe, and the third had no weapon, but sharp claws, constantly scratching the nearby rock wall. After the three goblin-like creatures appeared, they lingered near the cave entrance for a moment. Using their hoarse, unpleasant voices with a hissing sound, they whispered to each other briefly before splitting up into three directions to patrol, as usual. One headed toward the pile of rocks where Marin and his group were hiding, sniffing the ground as it moved. Another turned toward the sloped area on the left, where more mine debris was scattered. The third stayed near the cave entrance, leaning against the rock wall, lazily yawning with half-closed yellow vertical pupils, looking somewhat distracted. Opportunity. The three were spread out, at the right distance, and they hadn't noticed them. Hans, the one on the left. Grolf, the one in the middle. The one at the entrance. I'll watch it. Marin's commands were short and clear, almost inaudible in the wind, but Grolf and Hans immediately understood. These were some of the attack plans they had previously devised based on the possible behavior patterns of the goblin-like creatures. Grolf didn't respond. His yellow eyes suddenly ignited with a fierce fighting spirit. His massive body no longer concealed his strength, like an ancient giant awakening from sleep. He suddenly stood up from behind the rocks. His heavy boots stomped on the ground with a dull thud, shaking nearby small stones. He didn't roar or charge flamboyantly. Instead, he swung his double-edged axe onto his shoulder, and his imposing figure carried a wild, almost unreasonable sense of pressure, like a battering ram shot from a siege engine, directly charging at the goblin-like creature sniffing the air and heading toward them. The goblin-like creature had just lifted its head, its yellow vertical pupils still showing confusion from the sniffing, when it saw a mountain-like green figure rushing toward it with a terrifying wind. It was so frightened that it screamed and instinctively raised the stone axe in its hand, trying to slash upward and roll sideways to dodge. But it was too slow. Grolf's axe didn't aim for a clean cut with a sharp blade. Instead, at the highest point of his swing, he used a more brute force, crushing motion. With the broad, heavy back of the axe, he sliced from the upper right to the lower left, creating a dull, short arc that slammed down hard and solidly onto the exposed, unarmored right side of the goblin's waist, where there were no scales to protect it. Bang! A deafening, bone-chilling thud exploded in the quiet mountain hollow, like a heavy hammer smashing into wet mud. Accompanying it was the sharp, bone cracking of shattered bones, crisp and clear. The goblin's head was like a torn-up doll hit head-on by a speeding carriage. Its long, thin body twisted sharply to the left in a completely unnatural way. The stone axe it held flew out of its hand, spinning through the air and making a curved arc, landing with a clink on some distant gravel. The goblin itself was thrown backward by an unstoppable force, like a kite with its string cut, crashing hard into a jagged black rock a few steps away. There was another thick, sticky sound. The goblin's body paused briefly on the rock. Then, like a piece of rotten mud losing its support, it slid down the rough wall. It left behind a large pool of dark red and greenish blood mixed with broken internal organs. Its body twisted in a strange way, clearly with its spine and half of its ribs shattered. It died instantly, without even a scream. From the moment Grolf attacked to the goblin's death, only 2 or 3 heartbeats passed. It was simple, brutal, and full of raw power. Almost at the same time Grolf struck, Malin's arrow was released. His target was not the goblin Grolf was fighting, nor Hans's target, but the goblin at the cave entrance. The goblin at the entrance looked stunned, as if it had just seen its companions die suddenly, and it was opening its mouth instinctively, trying to sound an alarm. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air faster than Grolf's charge. It accurately pierced the goblin's throat from less than 40 steps away. Just as the goblin's warning scream was about to escape its mouth, the arrow struck hard into its open, yellow-toothed mouth. The arrowhead pierced upward through the soft upper jaw, going straight through until only the feathers remained outside. Ugh! The goblin's scream was cut off harshly in its throat, leaving only a short, gasping sound. It futilely grabbed at the arrow shaft piercing its neck. Its yellow vertical pupils were filled with shock and confusion. The body trembled, then leaned back and fell onto the cold cave rocks. Its limbs twitched a few times before going still. Clean, swift, a single arrow to the throat. It avoided making a loud noise that might alert the deeper parts of the cave. Meanwhile, on the sloped side to the left, the fight looked a bit awkward and dangerous. When Grov crushed his opponents like a war god, Hans also gathered his courage. He rushed out from behind the bushes and debris, lunging at the goblin headman who was startled by the loud noise and the sight of his fallen comrades. The goblin was turning nervously toward him, raising a rough wooden club. Hans remembered Grov's teachings, stayed calm, and kept his kite-shaped shield firmly in front of him. He stepped forward steadily, cautiously extending his long sword from the side of his shield, looking for a chance to strike. "Don't mess up, Hans," he shouted silently to himself. This was the second time in real combat that he faced a living, resisting enemy, different from the weak goblins he had fought before. The pressure of facing the goblin headman for the first time made his adrenaline surge, and his arm trembled slightly from overexertion. The goblin was clearly frightened by Grov and Marin's quick kills of two of his allies, but his instinct to survive and his fear of the stronger enemy made him vent all his fear and aggression on what looked like the youngest and most easily bullied opponent. It let out a sharp, shrill scream filled with fear. Instead of trying to retreat, its eyes, or perhaps its yellow eyes had turned redder, glinted with rage. It swung its wooden club, tipped with flint, wildly and blindly at Hans. Its attack was chaotic but not slow, and it carried enough force. Bang! Bang! The heavy club struck Hans's kite-shaped shield twice with loud thuds. The shield made a dull crashing sound, and the force made Hans's arm go numb. He instinctively took a half-step back, and the shield tilted for a moment. Seeing this, the goblin became even more frantic. It howled and raised its club again, ready for a third strike. Its long tail whipped through the air like a whip, aiming at Hans's lower body with a whooshing sound. Hans's heart tightened. Memories of training and Grov's grumpy advice flashed through his mind quickly. He stopped trying to resist directly. Instead, he used the force of the second to his shield to the side and quickly slid his body in the same direction. The goblin's third, determined strike missed as the club scraped past the edge of his shield and hit the ground, kicking up stones. Its sneaky tail swipe also missed because Hans's quick slide avoided it. Now was the moment. His old strength was gone, but new strength had yet to grow. His center of gravity leaned forward. A fierce light flashed in Hans's eyes. The suppressed fear was instantly replaced by a fierce desire to win. He steadied his stance, suddenly pushed off the ground with his right foot, and his body snapped like a drawn bowstring. Using the momentum of his slide and push, he concentrated all his weight and the basic stabbing skills he had practiced these days into his right arm and the tip of his sword. "Huh," he shouted briefly, encouraging himself. His long sword transformed into a straight, cold flash of light, stabbing out sharply from beneath his shield, aiming directly at the orc's unprotected chest, which was slightly leaning forward after missing his target. Thud! The sharp steel sword pierced through the orc's relatively weak chest armor, breaking through tough flesh and cartilage with a clear resistance. The sword tip hit something harder, probably the spine or ribs, and paused slightly. Hans felt the handle tremble as the orc's muscles spasmed inside its body, and warm blood flowed along the blood groove on the sword, soaking his hand. His heart pounded wildly, but he didn't stop. He twisted his wrist forcefully, stirring the sword's blade to widen the wound, then suddenly pulled the sword back. Hans felt the handle tremble again as the orc's muscles spasmed, and warm blood poured out, soaking his hand. His heart raced, but he kept his action. He twisted his wrist, widened the wound, then yanked the sword out sharply. Ugh! Ah! The orc let out a piercing, agonized scream, blood gushing from its chest. It dropped its wooden club with a clatter, futilely covering the huge wound with both hands. Dark red blood mixed with greenish, unidentifiable liquid spilled from between its fingers. It staggered backward, its yellow vertical pupils staring at Hans with pain, hatred, and confusion. Finally, it fell face up on the rocky, convulsing violently, its breath fading quickly. Hans stood there, gasping heavily. His right hand, holding the blood-dripping sword, trembled slightly, whether from exertion or shock from the fight, he wasn't sure. He looked at the orc on the ground, losing life quickly, and at the warm blood on his sword tip and arm. His stomach churned, but he forced himself to hold back. He did it. He alone took down one. No one was left behind. Good job, kid, Grimoff's voice came, carrying rare approval. He had already walked over to the orc's broken body, kicked it casually with his boot to confirm it was dead, then looked at Hans. It's just that after stabbing, twisting that extra bit was unnecessary. For creatures like this, pulling out and fixing the wound is more practical. However, this is your first time, so I'll consider you qualified. Malin also stepped out from hiding, nodded approvingly at Hans, then cautiously scanned the silent entrance and surroundings. Clean up, check the bodies, then prepare to enter the cave. The noise earlier might have alerted those inside. The three quickly moved into action. Grov crouched down and roughly cut off the left ear of the three dog-headed men, placing it into a special leather bag. Malin went to the dead dog-headed man near the cave entrance, crouched down to examine him. He first pulled out his arrow, wiped away the blood on the tattered fur, and reloaded his quiver. Then he looked over the body, routinely searching for valuables, some worn copper coins and a dull-colored stone that might be low-quality iron or nothing more. But just as he was about to stand up, he caught sight of a dark string in the dirty, scaly crevice of the dog-headed man's neck. Using a cloth to avoid direct contact, he carefully moved aside the scales and dirt, revealing a rough, dark-colored string made from some beast's tendon. At the end of the string, there was a small talisman, about the size of a thumb, carved from a beast's fawn. The talisman was very roughly made, just a curved, slightly arched white thong, possibly from a wild boar or a large canine, sharpened at one end, with a hole drilled at the other to thread the string. The surface was painted with dark red pigment, perhaps a mixture of blood and minerals, forming crooked, hard-to-recognize abstract patterns, either flames or twisted reptiles. Malin's mind stirred slightly. While dog-headed men do like collecting shiny things, this clearly processed, primitive decoration or symbol on the talisman seemed unusual for their usual habits. He remembered from adventure manuals that dog-headed men claimed to have a faint dragon bloodline and had a morbid obsession with dragons and related symbols. Could the patterns on this Fong talisman be a simplified, almost laughable dragon pattern they mimicked? Carefully, he tore the talisman and string from the body, feeling its cold, rough texture. There was no magical aura or special energy, just a crude, primitive craft. But its presence here might mean that these dog-headed men had a bit more organization or faith than ordinary rats. He stuffed it into his belt pouch. Any discoveries? Grove approached and glanced at the action in Malin's hand. An amulet, probably made by them. Malin stood up, brushed dust off his hands. Nothing special, but anyone guarding the entrance with this thing might be a small leader. Who cares if he's a big boss or a small one? One axe, and he's just rotten meat, Grove said dismissively. He lifted his battle axe and looked into the dark, deep hole, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. It's time for them to come out. As if to prove his point, faint sounds of hurried, shuffling, crawling noises and the panicked, angry whispers of goblin-like creatures came from the depths of the darkness at the entrance. There was also the crisp sound of metal, perhaps stolen pickaxes, clashing against rocks. The fight was far from over. The real clearing of the nest had just begun, and the bloody curtain was only starting to rise. The three bodies at the entrance were just a small appetizer. The rough, fong-shaped amulet seemed like an ominous sign, hinting that this seemingly ordinary goblin nest might hide some unexpected surprises. Malin knocked an arrow onto his bowstring, took a deep breath of the cold, blood-scented air. Prepare to enter the cave. Standard formation. I'll cover the middle, Grove will lead the front, Hans on the flank. Didi, stay close. Watch your footing and overhead. The three of them and a wolf formed a loose triangle, stepping over the still warm goblin corpses, and moved steadily toward the dark cave that reeked of foul odors and unknown dangers. The entrance looked like a greedy, foul-smelling giant mouth, swallowing all the last bits of daylight. As soon as they stepped inside, the world suddenly shifted from bleak gray to a thick, almost tangible blackness. Damp, cold air carried a nauseating stench, an overwhelming mix of years of goblin habitation, waste, and rotting food, a foul smell unique to underground lairs. smacking their faces suddenly, making Hans gag. He quickly covered his mouth and nose with his arm. Grove merely wrinkled his scarred nose and snorted, seemingly used to the smell. Malin remained calm, but his eyes sharpened like an eagle in the night, adjusting to the sudden change in light. The only light came from a simple torch Malin had lit. The crackling sound of pine resin burning echoed loudly in the quiet tunnel. The dim, flickering light barely pushed back the darkness within a few steps, casting the shadows of 3 people and a wolf on the damp, shiny walls covered with suspicious mucus and writhing moss, twisting and stretching like ghosts. Water droplets seeped from cracks above, falling onto the rocks or the water on the ground, making a clear, monotonous, ticking sound, adding to the feeling of being enclosed. Occasionally, a small, frightened cave cockroach darted quickly past the glow, disappearing into the deeper darkness. "Stay close, don't fall behind," Malin's deep voice echoed in the narrow tunnel. He held a torch in his left hand and lightly pressed his curved dagger against his waist with his right, leading the way. His steps were very quiet, the soles of his boots making faint squeaks on the wet, mixed ground of broken bones and unknown filth. Grove carried a battle axe and followed closely. His large body looked a bit cramped in the tunnel, but he didn't seem to mind. His dull yellow eyes slowly moved in the flickering light, scanning the ceiling, the walls on both sides, and every shadowy corner. His ears twitched slightly, listening for any strange sounds besides the dripping water. Hans walked in the middle, clutching his shield tightly, feeling his palms start to sweat again. He tried to keep his eyes wide open to see beyond the flickering light into the darkness, but it seemed filled with countless unseen things lurking. He could almost hear his heart pounding in his chest. He forced himself to focus on Malin and Grove's steady backs and the slippery ground beneath his feet. His small legs moved stiffly, and a low, warning growl kept coming from his throat. His nostrils flared quickly, showing he was on high alert in this strange environment. The tunnel was more winding and deep than expected, and forks appeared. Some were natural cracks in the rock, others were old, half-collapsed tunnels dug by miners long ago. The air was still, filled with a heavy smell of mold and a stronger stench of the kobold scent. Along the way, they saw signs of kobold activity, scattered small bones, some still fresh, low walls made of broken stones and mud, and deep claw marks on the ground from these lizard-like creatures. Once, Hans almost stepped on a pile of fresh, steaming droppings, which made him turn green with disgust. "Be careful where you step. Watch your head," Grove suddenly reminded in a muffled voice, pointing with his axe handle at a slightly darker shadow on the top of the tunnel ahead. There might be something lying there. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp, hissing scream came from the shadow. A small, dark figure suddenly lunged down from the ceiling, aiming straight at Hans, who seemed the weakest in the group. It was a lurking goblin with a dog-like head, scratching at the rock crevice with sharp claws, hanging upside down for an unknown amount of time. Hans was terrified, but his trained muscles and instinctive reactions kicked in. Without thinking, he quickly raised his shield to protect his head and upper body. Bang! The goblin slammed into the shield, making a dull, crashing sound. The impact made Hans's arm go weak, but he clenched his teeth and held on. The goblin missed its attack, seeming confused, and growled angrily on the shield, swinging its claws to scratch. At that moment, a cold flash of light flickered. Grove didn't stop. He simply swung his battle axe with a quick motion. The heavy, blunt side of the axe, he used the dull side, struck the goblin's face with a solid thud. Thud! A sickening, muffled sound. The goblin didn't even scream before being knocked off the shield by the force, hitting the nearby rock wall like a torn cloth bag, then sliding down softly and falling silent. Dark green blood and shattered teeth splattered on the wall. "Good job, kid. You didn't let go," Grove said, glancing at Hans. He rarely gave praise, but this time he acknowledged him with a calm tone. Hans, still shaken, looked at the nearly flattened goblin head on the ground. He then looked at his intact shield and arm, feeling a mix of fear and a small sense of achievement. He gasped for breath, nodded at Grove, and tightened his grip on the shield. He growled softly at the goblin's body, then continued to sniff the front cautiously. Marin only glanced back to check that everything was fine before moving on. His eyes focused more on the tunnel itself. When they reached a fork in the path, he noticed a faint reddish reflection at the base of the right tunnel's wall, different from the surrounding rocks. He signaled the team to stop and carefully approached. It was a small, fist-sized stone with a dark red color and a metallic sheen, partly buried in dirt and gravel. This is ore, and it looks much better in quality than the heaps outside. He squatted down, picked it up with his bare hand, and felt its weight. His awareness sharpened, and the identification system activated. Item: low-grade hematite ore, contains some impurities. Value: about 5 to 8 copper coins. Comment: an abandoned edge of a mineral vein. Not very valuable to miners, but maybe enough to buy a decent dinner for you. Better than nothing. Malin quietly put the ore into a small leather pouch at his waist. In this world, no resource can be wasted. He stood up, ready to tell the team to move on, when his eyes caught a tiny difference in the ground just half a step ahead of where he was squatting. The soil looked more even and softer. Just as he was about to investigate carefully, "Don't move," a deep voice shouted from behind. Suddenly, a strong, calloused hand grabbed the back of his leather armor and yanked him backward with force, making him stumble. Malin nearly fell, the torch in his hand flickering wildly. He quickly steadied himself and looked in surprise at Groff. Groff didn't look at him. He just released his grip and pointed his chin at the spot where Malin almost stepped. His face was grim. Malin followed his gaze. In the breeze caused by the pull, the surface of the unusual soil was lifted slightly, revealing sharp wooden stakes underneath, gleaming coldly in the firelight. The stakes were cleverly slanted into a shallow pit, camouflaged with small branches and soil, hard to notice unless looked at closely. Crude spike trap effect pierces the foot or lower leg, causing difficulty in movement, bleeding, and possible infection. A common greeting among goblins. Comment: experience is the best eye in darkness. Your teammate just happens to have one. Suddenly, cold sweat soaked Malin's back. If Groff hadn't pulled him back so forcefully, he might have already injured his foot. In this dark, dangerous tunnel, being unable to move easily is almost a death sentence. "Where are your eyes?" Grove, with his strong arms, casually carried his battle axe on his shoulder. His dull yellow eyes fixed on Marin, and his tone was openly mocking. "You almost got yourself turned into a meat skewer just to pick up that broken stone? Your little tricks, are they gone to the dogs?" Marin's face flushed slightly. Indeed, just now, he was focused on identifying the mineral, and after a smooth journey, he relaxed a bit, almost causing a big mistake. He took a deep breath, suppressing his fear and the embarrassment of being scolded, and sincerely said, "Thanks, Grove." Grove snorted and said nothing more. He stepped forward, lifted his heavy boots, and quickly stomped down the crude trap, breaking the wooden stakes and clearing a safe path. Hans watched nervously from behind, instinctively checking his footing, silently reminding himself to stay close and not make any mistakes. This small incident made the team's mood more tense, but it also deepened Hans's understanding of Grove's rough exterior, hiding his seasoned experience. Marin also focused more, pushing his senses to the limit, not missing any strange signs. They continued to move through the maze-like tunnels. The crude traps set by the goblins increased. Some used abandoned, half-rotted wooden planks in the old mine tunnels, with spikes underneath. Others were simple tripwires connected to loose stones above. But with Grove and Marin being extra careful, most were spotted and disarmed early. Once, in front of a narrow just wide enough for one person to squeeze through, Grove signaled to stop. He carefully examined the worn marks on the ground at the entrance, sniffed the air, then asked Hans for a coil of rope. He tied a stone to the end of the rope, then slowly probed into the, keeping close to the ground. A soft click sounded from deep inside as if a trap had been triggered. "Tripwire trap disarmed," Grove said briefly, pulling back the rope and squeezing through first. Marin and Hans followed closely behind. After passing through these narrow or dangerous areas, they occasionally entered slightly larger chambers, which seemed to be former resting places or storage rooms for miners. In one such chamber, they found something clearly collected by the goblins. A small wooden box placed on a stone platform in the center, covered in dust but decorated with tarnished brass strips. The box was unlocked and open, sitting there invitingly, glowing faintly in the torchlight. Huh, Groff sneered. These little rats are so dull. They set up a bright box and think we're fools. He stopped Hans, who was about to check closer, and took a length of spare rope from his waist. This time he brought one. He made a quick loop, stood a few steps away, and with a flick of his wrist, the loop perfectly caught the corner of the box. Then he suddenly pulled back. Whoosh, whoosh. Almost at the moment the box was dragged away from its original spot, several small darts shot out from hidden cracks in the ceiling above the box. The tips glowed with a strange blue hue in the firelight, and they sharply embedded themselves in the original position of the box and the surrounding ground. The darts weren't very strong, but they were clearly poisoned. See that? Groff used his axe to poke at the poisoned darts on the ground. That's all they've got. Just sneaky, greedy fools who don't care about their lives. After the darts were shot, he dragged the box over and used the axe blade to open the lid. Inside, there was no gold or silver. Only dozens of heavily worn copper coins, a few dull-colored, weak magic crystal shards, some shiny glass fragments, and rusty metal buttons. Typical goblin treasure. Groff put away the copper coins and crystal shards. Even a little is still meat. He didn't bother to look at the rest. Malin noticed that on the inside of the lid, someone had painted a crooked symbol with dark red paint, similar to the goblin talisman seen at the cave entrance, but more complex. He scraped a bit of the paint with his knife tip, sniffed it, and detected a faint bloody smell. He said nothing, just kept it in mind. As they went deeper, the tunnel started to become more orderly. Rusty, dust-covered rails appeared on the ground, partly buried, and more signs of manual digging showed on the rock walls. It seemed they had entered the main tunnel of the old mine. The air grew heavier, and the smell and signs of goblin activity, claw marks, droppings, discarded bones, became fresher and more frequent. Finally, after passing a huge rock pillar that looked like it had collapsed from above and was half buried in the dirt, they heard faint sounds ahead. Not just a single screech, but a chaotic mix of voices full of wild excitement, with occasional dull, rhythmic pounding sounds. At the same time, a different kind of light, steadier, and even with a strange warm glow, seeped out from the large cave entrance ahead. The three exchanged glances, extinguished their torches to avoid becoming targets, and pressed their bodies close to the shadowed rock wall. Holding their breath and focusing intently, they carefully moved toward the source of light and sound. Day also lowered his body, ears straight up. They crept to the edge of the cave entrance, using the faint glow inside to look carefully inside. The scene before them made even Malin and Groff, who had fought in the Bloodfang Valley, slightly flinch. It was an extremely large natural cave, 10 times wider than any tunnel they had seen before. The ceiling was high and disappeared into darkness. In the center of the cave stood a rough altar made of many blackened river stones, animal bones, some clearly from large creatures, and various rusty metal scraps. The altar was irregularly cone-shaped, covered with suspicious dark brown stains that looked like dried blood spilled over many years. Around the base of the altar, there were disturbing offerings. Small skulls, from both beasts and humanoid-like figures, ugly dolls made from torn cloth and hair, strings of teeth, and other organic objects emitting a foul smell. But the most striking and eerie contrast to this dirty, savage, primitive evil altar was what was burning quietly on top of it. It was not a torch or a bonfire. It was a statue, a roughly carved dragon statue, about half a person tall, made from a dull gold-colored material that was neither metal nor stone. The craftsmanship was so crude it was almost laughable. Its dragon head was blurry, wings twisted, but the general shape was still recognizable. At this moment, the rough statue was emitting a gentle, steady, warm golden glow from its open, toothy mouth and the rough scales covering its body. This light was not dazzling but strangely dispelled most shadows in the cave, enveloping the entire vast space in a faint, sacred yet evil golden aura. The glow illuminated the altar, the filthy offerings, and also the dense crowd of at least 50 kobolds surrounding the altar. These kobolds were in a collective frenzy. They circled the altar, some hitting the ground or their chests with stones and bones, creating a chaotic and frenzied rhythm. Some of them violently twisted their small, scaled bodies as if having seizures, Others crawled on the ground, facing the glowing dragon statue, bowing their heads and kneeling in frantic worship. Their throats emitted hoarse, trembling sounds mixed with extreme fear and twisted excitement, like yipping and howling. In front of the altar, closest to the golden glow of the statue, stood a unique dog-headed person. It was larger than others of its kind and wore more strange decorations, not only animal teeth and broken bones, but also dull metal pieces. Marlin's sharp eyes noticed that it wore more than one rough animal tooth amulet, two of which faintly emitted a dull yellow light more noticeable than the one at the cave entrance. It held a bone staff topped with a cloudy crystal, wrapped with torn cloth and feathers. As it swayed, the staff rhythmically struck the ground with a dull thud, 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 echoing eerily with the chaotic pounding of the other dog-headed figures. It tilted its head back, emitting a long, sharp, and twisted rhythmic scream toward the glowing statue, as if leading this crazy underground ritual. Hans's face turned pale, and he held his breath. His grip on the sword's hilt turned his knuckles white. He had never seen such a strange and terrifying scene. His muffled gulp turned into a tense, hissing sound squeezed from between his teeth, and his back hairs stood on end. Grove licked his cracked lips, his yellow eyes burning with fierce determination, but more with seriousness. What's with that glow? That broken statue? Even with his experience, he had never seen a statue that glowed on its own, especially one radiating such lively, warm light, let alone inside a dog-headed creature's nest. Marlin's brow furrowed tightly. His appraisal eyes immediately activated, locking onto the strange statue. But the feedback made his heart sink. Target: rough dragon-like statue, material unknown. Status: constantly emitting unknown energy glow. Attribute: possibly order/warmth. Energy source: untraceable. Suspected external infusion or constant effect. The statue itself has no magical aura. Craftsmanship is crude. Evaluation: a mystery. A poorly made imitation by the dog-headed creatures, yet it bears power that shouldn't belong to their level. Be cautious. Untraceable energy source. Possibly order/warmth. Why does it appear on this filthy and evil altar, worshipped by a group of crazy dog-headed people? His eyes quickly scanned the dog-headed priest conducting the ceremony, especially the charms around its neck. Item: rough beast tooth charms, multiple. Effect: slightly boosts the wearer's courage against fear, mildly reduces physical pain. Contains a weak spiritual blessing of bravery. Comment: mass-produced little courage trinkets? Or the practice work of a clumsy apprentice? Seeing them on the dog-headed priest feels especially ironic. Bravery blessing? Malin remembered the first charm he found at the cave entrance. It seems these things are common among the dog-headed people, at least among the high ranks of this nest. Where do they get them? Do they make them? Is that even possible? Or plunder? His gaze finally settled on the glowing statue. He knew the legend of dog-headed people worshipping dragons, or dragon-like creatures, but usually that was just imagination or poor imitation. But this glowing statue, clearly more than just a bad copy, was different. The golden light, the strange ritual, the dog-headed people wearing what looked like enchanted charms. This nest was definitely more complicated than Old Hark described. There are too many, over 40, and they are very fanatical, Malin whispered quickly. The one with the bone staff might be the leader, and those glowing charms. The statue is the biggest problem. The glow is suspicious. Charging in head-on would get us surrounded. Grove stared at the fanatic dog-headed crowd around the altar, then looked at the warm, glowing statue, his heavy eyebrows furrowing. This is really strange. That light. It makes me uncomfortable. What do you want to do? Malin's mind raced. A direct attack is too risky. Retreat? That would mean failing the mission and the threat to Stonemer village would remain. Also, this strange statue and ritual made him uneasy. If left unchecked, bigger problems might arise. His eyes swept around the cave. Besides the main tunnel they entered, there were several smaller passages leading somewhere unknown. The altar was located near the back of the cave's center, in front of a large, relatively flat open space crowded with dog-headed people. We can't just rush the altar, Malin quickly decided. Hans, did you see that large protruding rock on the left? There is a small hollow behind. You and Dai should hide there. using your shield to block the entrance. Only come out if we call you, or if the goblin rushes toward you. Do not come out or attack unless told. Your task is to protect yourself and keep the escape route clear. Although Hans was nervous, he nodded firmly at the clear instructions. Understood, big brother. Grove. Malin looked at the half-orc warrior with sharp eyes. We need to disrupt their formation and lure the priest and most of the goblins away from the altar. I will go to the right fork to make noise and attract attention. You flank from the left. Once most of them are drawn to me, rush the priest from the side and kill him quickly. If we take out the leader, they might become confused. And then, Grove asked, there will be a lot of pressure on your side. After killing the priest, move toward Hans and clear out the small enemies on the way. I will fight and retreat, then join you. We will hold that hollow or find a chance to take out the rest one by one, Malin said. Priority targets, the priest, then those wearing glowing amulets, and finally the ordinary goblins. Be careful not to get close to the altar or the statue. The golden glow is dangerous. Grove hefted his axe and grinned fiercely. Sounds good. I've been wanting to cut something that glows for a while. The plan was set. The three of them no longer hesitated. While the goblins were still caught up in their frenzied ritual, they quietly moved into action. Hans, with Dai, crouched low, using the shadows of the cave's edge and rocks to carefully approach the hollow behind the large, protruding rock where Malin had indicated. The hollow was small but enough for hiding. The narrow entrance was easy to defend. Malin moved like a silent cat in the night, slipping toward a larger fork on the right side of the cave. He relit a torch, shielding most of the light with his body and rocks. Grove took a deep breath, suppressing the boiling fighting spirit in his chest. Like a true beast, he stayed close to the shadow of the left wall, circling behind the altar. His massive body was surprisingly light, and his footsteps barely made a sound. When Malin reached his position and Grove slipped behind a large rock on the left side of the altar, they exchanged a quick glance. Malin suddenly his lit torch into a prominent rock at the fork, and the jumping flames instantly shattered the balance of the cave's golden glow. Next, he took down the purple cedar longbow, knocked an arrow, drew the string, and released the bow. His target was not the priest but a goblin dog near the altar that was hitting stones the hardest and shouting the loudest. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air. It was not very noticeable amid the excited screams and pounding sounds, but in the next moment, the goblin dog's scream suddenly stopped. The arrow pierced its chest, and it fell backward. The sudden attack and the death of its companion caused the intense ritual to pause briefly. Many goblin dogs stopped in confusion, turned their heads toward the direction of the flying arrow, and saw the flickering torch at the fork in the path and a faint figure behind it. Screech! The goblin priest at the altar let out a sharp, harsh cry of rage. It pointed its bone staff sharply at the fork where Marin was. Several larger goblin dogs nearby, wearing glowing charms, also roared angrily. Roar, as if a gate had opened, the brief pause was replaced by even crazier fury. More than 30 goblin dogs, led by the priest and the charm-wearing guards, howled loudly together. They waved their simple weapons, eyes red, and charged wildly toward Marin and the lonely torch. The ground trembled slightly under their countless small steps. Now, Grove's eyes flashed with fierce light. He jumped out from behind a large rock. No longer hiding, he let out a wild battle cry unique to half-orcs, gripping his battle axe tightly. Like a fierce beast unleashed, he charged at the goblin priest near the altar, who was slightly isolated and turning angrily after most of his followers had been lured away. Dog, die! His goal was clear. The goblin priest at the altar, who had just put down his bone staff and seemed somewhat relaxed after most of his followers left, turning his head to see the attacker clearly. Also, the 3 guards nearby, who reacted fastest, turned around immediately and raised their weapons to defend the priest. The distance quickly closed under Grove's furious charge. 3 guard dogs with humanoid heads growled loudly. One swung a rough wooden club embedded with sharp crystals, possibly picked from, at Grof's head. Another a broken metal spear, seemingly made from a repurposed pickaxe handle, toward his abdomen. The third cunningly lowered his body and aimed a rusty short sword at his calf. Faced with this coordinated attempt to block him, Grof's dull yellow eyes only showed cold mockery. He didn't change his charging path or block with his battle axe. Just as the wooden club was about to hit his head and the spear was about to pierce his stomach, his muscles suddenly tensed. Dark green skin bulged with blue veins like old roots, and he let out a deep, restrained roar that sounded like rocks grinding. Get out of the way. No bright effects or obvious blood surges appeared, but a raw, wild, oppressive energy burst from Groff. His speed seemed to increase slightly beyond his limit, and his already fierce strength radiated a terrifying ferocity. Bang! The first wooden club struck Groff's left forearm, which he raised just in time to protect his face. The club shattered, crystals flying everywhere, but Groff's arm only sank slightly, leaving a white mark on his skin. Almost simultaneously, his massive body shifted slightly, and the spear grazing his armor scraped past his ribs, sparking but not piercing. The short sword aimed at his lower body was caught under his heavy boot with a loud clang, causing the sword to slip from the dog-headed man's hand and his grip to tear. Groff's charge almost didn't stop. While knocking aside, avoiding, and stepping on 3 attacks, his double-edged battle axe swung from his lower right to upper left in a powerful, sweeping arc, more like a horizontal slash than a chop. The target was the 3 guard dogs pressed together, trying to block him. Splat! Splat! A tearing sound, and the breaking of bones rang out almost at the same time. The broad blade of the axe sliced through the thick scales and bodies of the front 2 guard dogs effortlessly, spilling dark green blood and shattered internal organs. The 3rd dog tried to retreat, but the axe's momentum didn't stop. It struck its shoulder blade hard, nearly splitting its upper body in half. 1 axe, 3 kills. Green blood splattered like a fountain, staining half of Groff's body and his battle axe with filth. The strong smell of blood quickly overwhelmed the foul air around the altar. Roar! Only now did Groff let out his first true battle cry since the fight began, a wild and fierce shout that seemed to release all the emotions pent up in his chest. He ignored the 3 guards who had just died at his feet, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the goblin priest ahead. The priest, who had just been caught off guard and looked terrified, was hurriedly retreating, trying to hide behind the glowing statue. "Your turn, priest," Groff sneered, stepping forward with his blood-stained axe raised again. He noticed the animal tooth charms around the priest's neck glowing with a faint, unstable yellowish light. But this weak glow, in the face of Groff's savage aura and the blood of his fallen comrades, seemed laughably powerless. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side of the cave was also intensifying. Over 30 frantic goblins surged like a tide toward the fork in the path where Malin was. The front line, about 10 of them, had already reached the edge of the torchlight. They screeched and threw stones, wooden spears, and even the bodies of their fallen comrades blindly toward the figure in the firelight. A chaotic rain of debris instantly fell in front of the narrow passage. After shooting his first arrow, Malin had already moved away from his original position. He moved swiftly among the jagged rocks and shadows near the fork, like a ghost without a physical form. Each pause was brief, the bowstring vibrated, and an arrow shot out with a sharp whistling sound, accurately hitting the goblin's eye, throat, or vital organs. His movements were smooth and efficient, with no unnecessary flourishes, maximizing the deadly power of his bow. But there were too many goblins. Driven by rage and some kind of collective courage, perhaps influenced by the faint glow of the statue and the charms of the priest, they charged forward without regard for casualties. They quickly crossed the initial deadly zone of 20 or 30 steps, leaving behind 7 or 8 corpses, but more goblins kept rushing toward the fork, snarling to break through and tear apart the annoying archer. The narrow passage limited how many goblins could attack at once, but it also sharply reduced Malin's space to move. He no longer seeks precise sniping. His arrow shooting speed suddenly increases. He quickly takes an arrow, knocks the bow, draws, and releases, his movements so fast they almost leave afterimages. Each feathered arrow shoots out like a string of pearls. Although accuracy drops slightly, at such close range and with such dense enemies, almost every shot hits its target. The goblin-headed enemies at the front crash into an invisible wall of arrows, screaming as they fall. But there are too many goblin-headed enemies. The fallen bodies quickly become stepping stones for those behind. A few brave goblin-headed enemies, carrying their comrades' corpses, finally break through the arrow barrage and rush just a few steps in front of Marin. They glare with blood-red eyes, wave their weapons, open their toothy mouths, and roar as they charge forward. Marin's expression turns cold. In an instant, he drops his bow and draws a curved dagger from his waist. The bowstring's ringing sound fades, and the shining blade of the dagger slices through the darkness. Clang! Thud! He sidesteps a heavy stone spear and swings his dagger up, cutting off the arm of a goblin-headed enemy holding a flint shard. As the enemy screams in pain, he quickly turns the blade and accurately cuts the throat of another goblin-headed enemy trying to bite from the side. Warm blood splashes onto his face, carrying a strong, foul smell. But more goblin-headed enemies rush forward, almost drowning him. In the narrow space, the advantage of the dagger is limited. One goblin-headed enemy suddenly lunges from a blind spot, grabbing his left leg, its sharp claws tearing at his armor. Another enemy takes the chance to stab a short spear fiercely into his side. In a critical moment, Marin stomps his left foot hard, crushing the claws of the goblin-headed enemy holding his leg. As it howls in pain and loosens its grip, he leans back quickly, using his body's momentum. His right hand swings the dagger in a wide arc, deflecting the incoming spear. The tip of his dagger strikes the enemy's chest, not deeply, but enough to make it stagger backward. However, more attacks come one after another. Marin falls into a close combat chaos, fighting desperately. Sweat mixed with blood drips down his forehead, and his breathing becomes rapid. The screams of the goblin-headed enemies and the clash of weapons fill his ears. Just as he manages to fend off one goblin-headed enemy, revealing a gap behind him, another enemy's cruel eyes flash. It raises a sharp-edged piece of ore and slams it down fiercely toward his backhead. Yowl! A dark gray shadow, fierce and determined, suddenly lunged from beside Marlin. It didn't attack the dog-headed man aiming at his head, but instead bit down the wrist holding the pickaxe. It was Dot-Eye. It had been following Marlin closely, hiding in the shadows. Now it finally saw a chance to act. Although its teeth were not yet deadly, the sharp pain from the bite and the surprise attack made the dog-headed man scream. His arm, causing the pickaxe to miss and fly past Marlin's shoulder, smashing into the rock wall and sparking sparks. Good job, Dot-Eye. Marlin cheered, quickly taking the chance. His curved knife, like a venomous snake, stabbed into the heart of another dog-headed man. At the same time, he kicked away a second one nearby. But the dog-headed men still outnumbered them. They fought while retreating, almost forced into a narrow, unknown tunnel behind them. If they retreated there, their space would shrink, making the situation even more dangerous. Meanwhile, the fight at the altar was reaching a critical point. Grove, like a demon god, slowly approached the terrified dog-headed priest. The priest waved a bone staff, desperately letting out short, sharp, fear-filled screams. He tried to command the remaining few dog-headed men around the altar, those scattered and confused because their leader was being chased and the distant battle was fierce. But seeing their three strongest guards die instantly and feeling Grove's growing fierce aura, they hesitated and whimpered, too afraid to move forward. Die? Grove finally reached the priest. His battle axe howled as he swung it down with all his fury. This strike carried his rage, aiming to smash the sneaky priest, his funny-boned staff, and glowing talisman into pieces. The dog-headed priest's eyes showed despair. He suddenly raised his bone staff overhead, aiming the cloudy crystal at Grove. The yellow glow of several beast-tooth charms around his neck flickered wildly. He opened his mouth and let out a sharp, twisted cry, as if using all his remaining strength. Ha-kra! That was not the language of the dog-headed man, but a strange, awkward sound filled with unsteady magic power. As this syllable was spoken, the crystal at the top of the bone staff suddenly lit up with a mixture of dull yellow and murky green light, then exploded outward, transforming into a twisted, snake-like beam of light that shot toward Groff's face. At the same time, the amulet on the priest's body gathered a faint, unstable yellow glow, forming a thin, shimmering shield in front of him. Magic? Or some kind of magical ability? Groff's mind sounded a warning, but his battle axe was already drawn, and he couldn't pull it back. He roared loudly, charging forward without hesitation, swinging his axe faster, while sharply tilting his head to the side. The murky beam of light brushed past Groff's cheek and hit the rock wall behind him. The surface of the rock was instantly corroded, forming a sizzling, hollowed-out pit, and a strong, foul-smelling white smoke rose up. Groff felt a burning pain on his cheek where the beam had grazed him, but the injury was not serious. Meanwhile, his battle axe struck the fragile, soap bubble-like shield formed by the priest's amulet and the bone staff held high in a rush. Bang! The shield shattered like a fragile soap bubble, and the bone staff broke apart. The remaining force of the axe struck the priest's head and shoulder connection with a heavy ugh. Gah! The priest's scream suddenly stopped. Its yellow vertical pupils lost their light instantly, and the immense force sent its small body flying backward, crashing heavily onto the rough stone altar. Dark green blood gushed from the terrible wound, soaking its strange ornaments and broken amulet. It twitched twice and then stopped moving. The priest was dead. However, at the moment of its death, a strange change suddenly occurred. The broken beast tooth amulet on its neck and the fragment of the murky crystal on the broken bone staff seemed to be triggered by some force. They burst out with a faint, dull yellowish light. Then, with a series of soft pops, shattered into powder. But the powder did not vanish. Instead, an invisible force pulled it, like fireflies summoned by some call, swiftly drifting upward toward the top of the altar, toward the rough dragon statue that emitted a warm golden glow. Then, something even more terrifying happened. Around the altar, the scattered goblin heads that had just been frightened by Groff and were confused, as well as those farther away who were frantically attacking Marin but suddenly froze because the priest had died, all began to faintly glow with unstable yellow light on their necks and waists where they wore rough animal tooth charms. Then, they softly exploded like dust, carried away by an invisible force, flying toward the statue. It seemed as if the priest's death had broken some fragile balance or triggered a preset mechanism. All the medians, charms, related to the ritual and the statue, which contained faint courage or magical power, started to fail and break down. Their last remaining strength was being sent back to their source, the glowing dragon statue. Marin's pressure suddenly eased. The goblins attacking him, especially those wearing charms, suddenly let out panicked screams. Their charms inexplicably exploded, not harming them, but the loss of their faint courage and the reaction to the priest's death made their rage turn into fear. Their attack quickly fell apart, and many goblins looked around confusedly or even retreated. Groff also sensed something unusual. His face, scarred by corrosive wounds, throbbed painfully, but he ignored it. He quickly turned his head to look at the top of the altar. He saw countless tiny, dull yellow glowing dust particles continuously flowing into the open mouth and cracks of the dragon-shaped statue. The golden glow emitted by the statue seemed to flicker slightly. The warmth remained, but deep inside that light, there seemed to be an indescribable, cold activity, a sinister premonition, like cold vines, wrapped around Marin and Groff's hearts. Groff, Hans, retreat. Leave the altar. Come to my side, Marin shouted urgently, his voice hoarse. He swung his dagger repeatedly, forcing back a few hesitant goblins in front of him, and quickly retreated toward the fork where Hans was hiding. He didn't know exactly what would happen to the statue, but any strange change was bad news with enemies surrounding them. Groff also acted without hesitation. He spat out bloodied saliva, ignoring the priest's corpse and the frightened goblins around him. He grabbed his battle axe and strode quickly toward Marin. He had to regroup and make sure Hans and their escape route were safe. Hans hid in a small cave behind a protruding rock, nervously watching the battle outside through a. His heart was pounding in his chest. When he heard Marin shout, he quickly gripped his shield and sword and shouted at the dazed person nearby, Die, get ready. Big Brother and the others are coming. At that moment, the giant dragon statue, which had absorbed all the broken amulet powder, suddenly changed its golden glow. A warm light began to shrink and gather inside, as if the statue had come alive and was breathing. The light was no longer evenly spread but flowed like liquid over the rough surface of the statue. Finally, it all concentrated in the eyes that were just rough carvings. 2 points of pure, solid, ancient, and powerful golden light slowly lit up in the statue's eye sockets. Then, a deep, majestic voice, neither male nor female, as if echoing from the depths of the soul, resonated throughout the huge cave in a language that was hard to understand but somehow meaningful. Common noise. Blasphemous ants. Return to silence. As this voice sounded, the 2 points of golden light in the statue's eyes suddenly shone brightly. An invisible, vast, starry, gentle force, like a lullaby, mixed with irresistible sleep-inducing power, spread out from the statue, sweeping through the entire cave like a tide. This was not an attack or harm. It was a gift of sleep, a forced peace. First, it affected the goblins around the altar, those closest and in confusion and fear. Their fragile wills evaporated instantly before this vast, sleeping force, like dew under the sun. Their fear, rage, and confusion were replaced by a hollow calm. They swayed once, as if their bones had been pulled out, then silently collapsed onto the ground, falling into a deep, seemingly eternal sleep. Even the wounded, twitching moments before, stopped moving and became calm and steady. This wave of sleep spread quickly outward, passing over the open space, rushing toward Marin, Glover, the forked path, and Hans's hiding spot in the cave. When Marin heard that voice, he felt an indescribable heavy exhaustion pressing down on his soul like a mountain. The world before him began to blur and spin. The sounds of fighting, his own breathing, and his heartbeat quickly faded away, replaced by a soothing, tempting whisper of peace. He bit his tongue, feeling sharp pain that brought a moment of clarity. His mind desperately fought to stay awake, but the sleepiness was too strong. His resistance was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and his consciousness quickly sank into darkness. Grove let out a reluctant roar. His orc blood and strong will kept him fighting for a moment longer. His battle axe slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. His huge body swayed as he tried to take another step toward Marin, but finally, his eyelids drooped as if weighed down by lead. He collapsed with a loud thud, joining the ranks of the sleeping. Hans was inside a hollow. He felt a warm, tear-jerking sense of peace wrap around him. All his tension, fear, and exhaustion vanished in an instant. He felt incredibly comfortable and sleepy. His sword dropped with a clink, and his shield slipped from his weak hands. He leaned against the cold rock wall and slowly sat down on the ground, eyelids closing as he fell into a dreamless sleep. Only a faint, peaceful smile remained at the corner of his mouth. The dull whimpering also suddenly stopped. It curled up at Hans's feet, its nose no longer moving, and sank into the same deep sleep. In just a few breaths, the huge, blood-soaked cavern that had just been filled with shouts and chaos became completely silent. Only at the top of the altar, the rough statue with gentle golden light shining from its eyes, quietly watched over the dozens of dog-headed people and 3 other adventurers, all caught in the power of sleep, along with their wolves. Golden light softly filled the cave, warm and peaceful, full of sacred calm. But this also made the sleeping creatures seem strange and sad. The noise was gone, replaced by silence. The madness turned into deep sleep. And at the center of it all was that seemingly crude statue, hiding an ancient will that remained a mystery. It seemed the mission was done. The threat of the dog-headed people was removed in an unexpected way. But Marin and his friends also became part of this sleeping place. When will they wake? Will they wake? No one knew. Only those 2 eternal golden eyes kept shining steadily in the quiet cave. As Malin's consciousness sank into the dark abyss, Groff suddenly collapsed, and Hans and Dui fell into a deep, dreamless sleep after several heartbeats. At the top of the altar, the rough giant dragon statue with gentle golden light in its eyes suddenly flickered with subtle waves. It seemed to sense some kind of imbalance, or that the sacrifice's death triggered a deeper mechanism. The 2 points of steady, warm golden glow in the statue's eyes began to pulse like breathing, growing faster and faster, until they suddenly shrank inward, as if pulling all the emitted light back into the statue. The entire cave suddenly went dark, leaving only the faint glow of a dying torch discarded by Malin in the distance, and the faint green glow of some bioluminescent fungi on the walls. In the silence, this sudden darkness was more frightening than the previous light. Then, buzz, a deep, rumbling sound, as if coming from deep within the earth or the heartbeat of some enormous creature, spread out from the statue's center. The rocky ground trembled clearly, and tiny stones fell from the ceiling. The statue lit up again, but this time, it was no longer the peaceful, divine golden glow. It was flames. Pure, fierce, full of violent life. Golden flames erupted suddenly from the rough, open dragon mouth of the statue and from the cracks between its scales. The flames did not burn the statue itself, but hovered and coiled around it, forming a blazing, roaring ball of fire over a yard in diameter. The light and heat instantly dispelled all darkness, illuminating the entire cave like an oven interior. The temperature soared, and a strange smell of sulfur and ozone filled the air. This golden flame radiated a terrifying majesty and a cold, non-living rage. It no longer bestowed peace but was instead demanding, judging, and seeking an outlet for release. At the core of the golden flames, where the statue's eyes were, the 2 points of fiery, molten gold-like light stared fixedly at the area beneath the altar, especially at the fallen, sleep-affected ocean of kobolds, and particularly at the corpse of the kobold priest who had been slain by Grof's axe and lay beside the altar base, with a shattered amulet still hanging from his neck. It was as if a decision had been made. The rolling golden flames suddenly contracted inward, forming a beam as thick as an arm, but nearly solid, shimmering with a molten gold glow. This beam was no longer gentle, but brimming with powerful, almost wild energy and transformative force. Like a living creature with its own will, it crashed down from the top of the altar, precisely covering the body of the priest and the 2 or 3 nearby goblin guards who wore broken charms and were badly wounded, dying, or already dead. Snap! A sharp, teeth-grinding sound suddenly rang out, as if flesh and bones were being reshaped in a high-temperature forge. Under the divine, or quasi-divine, power infused in the golden flames, incredible changes occurred. The nearly split-in-half body of the goblin priest twitched violently. Dark green blood vaporized instantly in the flames. Its broken bones emitted a series of crackling sounds like popcorn, and not only did they rejoin and heal at an impossible speed, but under the scorching and reshaping flames, they became unusually thick and dense. Dark gold metallic patterns appeared on the surface. The withered muscles expanded wildly like inflating balloons, tightening the loose scales, which quickly changed from dark brown to dark gold, with sharp edges reflecting molten firelight. The other 2 goblin guards affected by the flames underwent even more drastic changes, like wax figures melting and collapsing in the golden fire, eventually turning into a pool of high-temperature, dark gold liquid. Guided by the golden beam, they flowed together as if rivers converging into the sea, all pouring into the body of the priest, which was undergoing a dramatic transformation. This was devouring and merging. In just 3 or 4 breaths, the golden beam suddenly extinguished and retracted, merging back into the swirling golden flames around the statue. On the altar base, a new, terrifying being slowly, stiffly, stood up. It still retained the basic shape of a goblin's lizard-like head and a slender tail, but its size had swollen to nearly the height of Groff, though more muscular. Its entire body was covered in dark gold, sharply edged, densely scaled like carefully forged armor, shining with a metallic and fiery glow under the surrounding flames. Its sturdy limbs were full of explosive strength, with sharp claws that gleamed coldly. The most terrifying part is its head. The wound that was once split open has completely disappeared. In its place is a vertical, dark gold running down the center of the forehead, resembling a third eye, along with those eyes. Those are no longer the dull yellow vertical pupils of a dog-headed creature, but 2 calm, burning gold flames. The flames flicker within the eye sockets, cold and hollow, lacking any emotion of a living being. Only a sense of superiority, viewing everything as insignificant, combined with a fierce, angry will that seems to have been forcibly awakened and fused with the remnants of the dog-headed priest's lingering resentment and the fiery blaze. Roar, it opens its mouth full of sharp, interlocking teeth, but instead of the sharp scream of a dog-headed creature, it emits a deep, hoarse roar filled with terrifying power and pressure. The sound waves roll through the cave, causing the rock walls to hum and shake, even making small stones on the ground bounce. Dragonborn, fake, wrathful form, a deformed creature created by forcibly infusing, merging, and transforming unknown divine power, dragon statue. It retains some memories and resentment of the dog-headed priest, inherits part of the fiery power and fierce nature of the statue's flames, but has low intelligence and is driven by instinct of rage. Status: divine infusion, unstable, merging complete, furious. Threat level: extremely high. Cold assessment information flashed across Maluan's foggy mind, like icy needles piercing him, jolting him from deep sleep. He groaned softly, feeling a terrible headache, as if his soul was torn apart and forcibly stitched back together. But the overwhelming sense of danger, driven by survival instinct, drowned out all discomfort. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids, and what he saw was the rolling golden flames on the altar, and in front of the flames, the dark gold monster that had just completed its transformation, exuding an oppressive, suffocating aura. Grov, Hans, wake up! Maluan shouted with all his strength, his voice hoarse and cracking from exhaustion and a dry throat. He struggled to sit up, but his body felt as heavy as lead. His old shoulder wound and the dizziness from the recent mental shock hit him at the same time, causing his vision to blur. Almost simultaneously, Grov's massive body trembled violently, emitting a painful, angry grunt, and he rolled himself up from the ground. He shook his large head, his yellowish eyes bloodshot, clearly struggling to break free from the forced sleep. But he recovered faster, his gaze instantly locking onto the dragonborn monster at the altar, pupils shrinking suddenly. What kind of creature is this? Grov gasped, feeling a chill despite his bravery when seeing this unnatural being. But he didn't retreat. Instead, his fighting spirit grew fiercer. He bent down to pick up his double-edged battle axe, gripping it tightly with bulging muscles. Hans was the last to wake up. He seemed to be pulled forcibly from a deep, unwilling dream. His mind was fuzzy, and he looked around blankly. When his eyes fell on the dark gold horror, all remaining sleep vanished in extreme fear. His face turned pale instantly. He instinctively grabbed his shield and sword, trembling from the effort, but he stood up. He moved in front of the still shaky Marlin, protecting him. That was his duty. Dai also woke up, letting out a low roar full of fear and warning. He tucked his tail and hid behind Hans's leg, but still bared his teeth at the dragonborn monster. The dragonborn monster seemed to have just adapted to this new body. It turned its burning golden head, its cold gaze sweeping over the three awake figures and the wolf. When its eyes passed over Grov, especially noticing the axe still stained with its former green blood, the golden flames in its eye sockets suddenly surged. Hiss, gore, kill, a vague, twisted, yet full of endless resentment and rage thought, mixed with inhuman roars, directly assaulted the minds of the three. It recognized its enemy. In the next moment, it moved. Without warning or hesitation, the dark gold figure left a faint afterimage in place. Moving faster than the goblin priest earlier, like a fired cannonball, it charged straight at Grov. The fierce wind from the charge even blew the few sleeping goblin corpses on the ground into rolling away. Too fast, too quick. Grov, experienced in battle, was already alert the moment the enemy's gaze locked onto him. Facing this terrifying charge, he knew there was no time to dodge. In a narrow space, he could only brace himself and fight back. Grove let out a wild roar, not retreating but charging forward. He stepped fiercely, using his waist and abdomen to channel all his strength into his arms. His heavy double-edged axe swung upward in a fierce, unstoppable strike, aiming at the approaching dragonborn monster. The axe blade sliced through the air with a piercing scream, as if a giant hammer struck a solid steel pillar. An invisible shockwave spread from the impact point, kicking up dust everywhere. Ugh, Grove grunted, feeling an overwhelming force from the axe handle. His arms trembled violently, and his palms split open, blood instantly staining the axe's wrapping. His heavy body, over 200 pounds, was knocked off balance and lifted off the ground by the. He was thrown backward, crashing into a rock wall several meters behind with a loud boom. The wall shook and crumbled, stones falling to the ground. Grove's throat felt tight, almost causing him to blood. His axe remained in his hands, but a small appeared on the blade where it struck the fist. The Dragonborn's fist, covered in dark golden scales, only had a slight dent and a white scar. As the golden flames flickered, the scar was quickly fading. The power was overwhelming. His defense was incredible. Grove. Marlin's eyes nearly bulged out. Despite feeling dizzy and weak, he quickly drew his purple longbow from his back. He knew ordinary arrows might not break through the defenses, but he had to do something to buy Grove some time to recover. He swiftly knocked a fine iron spine arrow, pulled the bowstring, and aimed. Though his left shoulder throbbed with pain, he only pulled the string to about 70%. His eyes locked onto the Dragonborn's burning, golden eyes, which were slightly exposed as it swung its fist. Whoosh! The arrow shot out like a shooting star, heading straight for the flickering flames in the Dragonborn's eyes. This was the most threatening shot Marlin could manage in his current state. The Dragonborn seemed to have a natural disdain for arrows, perhaps from memories of goblin priests. It ignored the incoming arrow, letting it fly toward its eyes, while its other scaled paw swiftly reached for Grove's head, which was just getting up and hadn't yet stabilized. The speed was lightning fast. However, just as the arrow was about to pierce the fiery eye socket, the flames burning inside suddenly surged upward by an inch. Snick! The metal arrowhead of the arrow, upon touching the golden flame, melted, twisted, and vaporized at a visible speed, like iron falling into a furnace. The shaft behind it immediately caught fire, turning into a wisp of blue smoke, with only a few charred feathers drifting down weakly. The golden flame has terrifying high temperatures and destructive power. Marin's heart sank to the bottom. Physical attacks can't break through, and the arrow is suppressed by the golden flame. How can they fight? At this moment, the Dragonborn monster's sharp claws had already reached Glover. Glover had just been hit hard, his energy surging, and he was a half-beat slow, unable to fully dodge this deadly claw. Just as the crisis reached its peak, a trembling yet fiercely determined roar came from the side. It was Hans. The young boy had somehow rushed to the front side of Glover. His face was pale, but his eyes showed a kind of reckless madness. He didn't use his sword to attack because he knew it was useless. Instead, he put all his strength and weight onto his kite-shaped shield, tilting it and using the thickest, most raised part of the shield's center to slam into the Dragonborn monster's claws reaching for Glover. He chose the most clumsy but bravest way, using his body and shield to block this strike. Bang! A heavy, muffled sound. Hans felt as if a charging rhinoceros had hit him head-on. The terrifying force from the shield made his arms go numb instantly, and his bones groaned under the strain. He was knocked off his feet, flying backward, and slammed hard into the nearby rocky wall next to Glover, then rolled onto the ground. The iron layer on the shield's surface was deeply gouged with 4 deep dents by the monster's claws, edges twisted and almost pierced through. Hans lay among the broken stones, bleeding from his nose and mouth, struggling to get up, but his arms were limp, the shield slipped from his grasp, and he clearly lost his fighting ability for now. "Little brat," Glover roared. Although Hans's sacrifice didn't fully block the claws, they still left a few blood marks on his face. It bought him precious moments. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and a long-suppressed, savage aura from his half-orc bloodline erupted like a volcano about to explode, impossible to contain anymore. The veins under his skin bulged like worms, his muscles swelled further, and his dull yellow eyes turned a terrifying blood red. His breathing became hot and heavy. Transformation. Activate. Grof's hoarse voice sounded like a beast's growl. He hadn't completely lost his mind, but his reason was being washed away by a primal, destructive rage. He felt power surging through him, pain easing, and his fear of death replaced by fighting spirit. He clenched his battle axe tightly again, kicked the ground, causing rocks to fly, and propelled himself faster than before toward the Dragonborn monster, which had been slightly delayed after being knocked back by Hans. He swung his axe, no longer aiming for skillful cuts, but for pure, violent strikes. The axe blade sliced through the air, leaving a dark red afterimage. The dragonborn monster seemed to instinctively fear the sudden surge of ferocity on Grov, but mostly, it was enraged by the challenge. It didn't dodge or evade. Its other fist ignited with even brighter golden flames, smashing toward Grov's axe with a loud crash. It wanted to crush this tiny creature daring to hurt and provoke it with overwhelming strength. Clang, boom! Another terrifying collision. This time, Grov was not knocked away. His feet sank deep into the ground, sliding back half a step, gouging 2 furrows in the rocky surface, but he held firm. The axe blade and the fiery fist pressed against each other, with dark red violent flames and dark gold divine flames fighting and canceling each other out, emitting a sizzling sound. Grov's forehead veins bulged, blood spilling from his mouth, but under the rage transformation, he briefly resisted the monster's terrifying power. Now's the time. Malin forced down dizziness and pain in his left shoulder, his eyes sharp as a blade. He saw it. As the dragonborn monster fought Grov with all its might, most of its golden flames gathered in its fist. The scales on other parts of its body seemed duller, especially in the weaker areas like the neck, armpits, and joints. Also, the golden flames in its eye sockets slightly contracted, as if focusing its strength into its arms. Bows and arrows were useless, and a curved sword might also struggle to break through. What should he do? His gaze quickly swept around and finally fixed on the statue at the top of the altar, still burning fiercely with a radiant, majestic golden flame. It was this statue that caused all this. Its energy maintained the monster. If he could attack the statue itself, maybe he could cut off or interfere with the monster's source of power. A crazy and risky plan suddenly formed in his mind. This requires Grov to hold on for a few more seconds, needing precise timing, and most importantly, risking everything. Grov, hold on. Let it toward the altar, Marin shouted loudly, while pulling his purple longbow back over his shoulder and drawing his curved dagger from his waist. But instead of rushing at the dragonborn monster, he crouched low, moving like a ghost toward the shadowy area behind the altar, where a pile of filthy offerings and bones lay. His goal was to use the altar's cover and the chaotic environment to quietly circle around to the side, looking for a chance to get close or even climb onto the altar. Grov heard Marin shout. Though he was in a berserk state, his remaining reason and trust in Marin made him understand the plan instantly. He roared again, muscles bulging to the limit, and suddenly lifted his battle axe during a struggle, momentarily pushing away the dragonborn's fist. Then, he pushed off with his feet, no longer fighting head-on but staggering backward, retreating toward the altar. He was acting as the most dangerous bait. The dragonborn monster was indeed angered. It roared loudly, took big steps, and relentlessly chased after Grov. Its fists, burning with golden flames, hammered down like rain on the retreating Grov. In his berserk state, Grov's speed, reaction, and resilience were greatly improved. He no longer took hits directly, but used his axe to block and absorb the force, taking cover behind stone pillars and rubble, delaying the monster effectively. Wounded constantly, his main goal remained the altar. Marin moved like a shadowy serpent through the disgusting corpses and debris, holding his breath to minimize his presence. He circled to the side of the altar, closer to the rolling golden flames. The intense heat burned his skin, and sweat soaked his clothes instantly. He looked up. The altar was built from rough stones and bones, uneven and with enough handholds to climb. But above was the rolling, seemingly all-consuming golden fire, extremely dangerous. He didn't hesitate. Biting his dagger in his mouth, he grabbed a protruding lump, whether stone or bone, then kicked off with his feet, beginning to climb. His movements were quick and careful, trying not to make noise. The intense heat scorched his back, and the strong smell of sulfur almost made him suffocate. Below, the sounds of Grof's fierce fight with the dragonborn monster echoed. Clashes, grunts from Grof's injuries, and the monster's furious roars. "Hurry up! Faster!" Malin shouted fiercely in his mind. He could feel Grof's breath trembling with exhaustion amid the chaos. The wild transformation couldn't last long. The side effects would come soon. After a few breaths, Malin finally climbed to the edge of the altar's top. He crouched low, hiding behind a large, blackened stone near the altar's edge, carefully peeking out with his eyes. Before him stood a rough dragon statue, just a short distance away. The entire statue was wrapped in blazing golden flames, with the core being the statue itself, constantly emitting light and heat. Malin could clearly see that the brightest flames burst from the eyes of the statue. Also, there seemed to be a very thin, almost invisible golden thread extending from the chest of the statue downward, connecting to the dragon creature that was chasing Groff. This thread wasn't a physical object, but more like an energy flow, flickering faintly in his vision. Sure enough, the statue is the core, the source of energy. But how to destroy it? Cutting with a curved blade? The blade might not even touch the statue before being burned to ash by the flames. Shooting an arrow? The arrow would melt. His eyes quickly searched around. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on a pile of offerings beside the statue's base, shining brightly in the flames, several dull-colored, unremarkable but neatly shaped black stones. His detection eye immediately provided information. Item: weak magic disrupting stone fragment. Property: can interfere with, absorb, and neutralize low-strength magical or similar energy fields to some extent. Very weak against constant effects or divine power. Evaluation: rare mineral, usually used in certain magic circles or special structures. Its presence here might be accidental collection by the goblin, or perhaps, for a ritual, magic disrupting stones. Although weak against divine power, they might create some interference. Also, they didn't seem to be burned directly by the flames, indicating they can resist the fire to some degree. A crazier idea suddenly popped into his mind. There was no time to think further. Malin suddenly leapt out from his hiding spot, ignoring the scorching heat. He reached out and grabbed several of the magic-disrupting stones. They were hot to the touch, but still tolerable. He grabbed 3 or 4 larger fragments. Then, with all his strength, he slammed one of them forcefully toward the connection point of the golden energy thread on the statue's chest. At the same time, 2 other stones were thrown with great force toward the statue's eyes, which were blazing with intense golden flames. Bang! Hiss! The stones hit the statue, making dull sounds. The stone that struck the magic restriction, silk thread, glowed faintly with a gray light upon contact with the golden flames. The golden energy thread flickered violently and shimmered. The 2 stones aimed at the eyes sank directly into the surging flames, causing the flames to flare wildly, like startled sparks that quickly retracted and flickered. Although the magic restriction stones soon turned red and cracked in the flames, they caused a brief disturbance. Roar! Below, the dragon-blooded monster attacking Groff suddenly stiffened and let out a roar filled with pain and anger. The dark gold glow on its body dimmed noticeably, and the golden flames burning around its eyes and fists weakened and flickered. It seemed as if part of its energy was suddenly cut off, causing its movements to slow and become unsteady. Now, Groff, Malin shouted desperately from the top of the altar, drawing his curved dagger from his mouth. He knew the effect of the magic restriction stone might only last a moment. He had to seize this fleeting chance to do something. Anything. Even if it was just to distract the statue and create a real attack opportunity for Groff. He poured his nearly depleted, cold mental energy madly into his left index finger, the bloodstone ring covered with cracks and dull. The ring showed no response. Its energy was long exhausted. But Malin didn't care. He only wanted to make an attack gesture to attract the statue, or perhaps the will within the statue's gaze. He raised his curved dagger, ready to pounce on the statue. Just as his mental energy touched the ring and he prepared to attack, a sudden change occurred. The statue, which had just been disturbed by the magic restriction stone and whose golden flames flickered, seemed to be utterly enraged by Malin. This ant. It erupted with a surge of golden flames from its eyes, gathering rapidly. No longer maintaining the connection with the dragon-blooded monster, it instantly locked onto Malin on the altar. A terrifying pressure, full of destructive will and as solid as a mountain, crashed down on him with overwhelming force. At the same time, 2 extremely refined golden flames, as thin as fingers but seemingly containing the core temperature of the sun, shot out from the statue's eyes, crossing directly toward Marin. The speed was so fast that there was no way to dodge. Death was just inches away. Below, Groff saw the flaw caused by the dragonborn monster's energy interruption and also saw Marin facing a desperate situation on the altar. His blood-red eyes nearly bulged, and he let out a beast-like roar that didn't sound human. In his berserk state, pushed to the limit and even beyond the safe line, his skin began to seep tiny blood beads. He no longer retreated or blocked. Instead, he charged at the sluggish, flickering golden flames of the dragonborn monster with all his strength, weight, fury, and unwavering will to fight to the death. He poured everything into his battle axe, unleashing his strongest, most exhausting, and most vulnerable attack, Shatter, Impact. He resembled a human-shaped battering ram, crashing directly into the dragonborn monster. The axe was no longer used for chopping but aimed at the monster's chest, where energy fluctuations had dimmed the glow, and where faint cracks appeared on the scales from previous strikes by Hans's shield. He stabbed and rammed fiercely. This was a desperate fight, sacrificing defense for a chance to survive. Meanwhile, on the altar, the two destructive golden flames had already reached Marin's front. The intense heat caused his hair to curl and burn, and a burnt smell wafted from his skin. Time seemed to stretch. Marin could see the golden flames inching closer, feel Groff's desperate charge below, and hear Hans's weak cry and terrified wail. Is it going to end? No. Just as the golden flames were about to touch Marin's body, the bloodstone ring on his left index finger, supposed to be completely useless, began to activate. Under his reckless mental effort and the deadly pressure of external destructive energy, the tiniest core part of the ring, a subtle defense and deflection rune that even the appraisal I had not detected, seemed to be forcibly awakened by his obsession and the double pressure of despair. There was no glow, no energy field. Only a nearly imperceptible, invisible ripple of rules flickered briefly on the ring's surface. A hissing sound. Two intersecting streams of golden fire shot toward Malin's head, just before they nearly pierced his skull and heart. It was as if an invisible hand had gently nudged and deflected them slightly. That tiny shift made all the difference. Puff, puff. The two streams of fire brushed past Malin's temples, scorching his hair and skin with intense heat. The fiery pain was sharp, but they did not hit him directly. The flames struck the back wall, melting two deep, dark red lava-filled holes silently and without a sound. Almost at the same moment. Below, sizzle. Grove, burning with life and fury, launched a reckless attack. His battle axe, wrapped in dark red, raging flames, fiercely struck the dull-colored chest of the dragon-like monster. The tough, dark gold scales cracked loudly under the force of Grove's full strength and rage. The axe blade broke through the scales and sank deep into the creature's body. Dark gold blood, glowing with heat and a divine aura, erupted like a fountain, splashing Grove's face and hair with sizzling, burning sounds. Roar. The dragon-like monster let out its loudest, most painful roar since the battle began. The heavy wound on its chest dimmed the golden flames in its eyes. Its furious strength waned like a tide. Its huge body wobbled as it tried to tear apart Grove with its claws. But after the strike, Grove's overexertion and the side effects of his rage hit him like a wave. His vision darkened. He barely released his grip on the axe handle, the axe still embedded in the monster's chest. With his last strength, he staggered backward, narrowly avoiding the monster's claws. He fell to the ground, unable to get up, gasping for breath. The dragon-like creature, clutching its large, bleeding wound on its chest, staggered back, dark gold blood spilling everywhere. It looked up with eyes burning with dull golden flames, glaring with hatred at Malin, who was still alive and trembling on the altar. It then looked at Grove and Hans, who had lost their fighting ability. Finally, its hollow, fiery eyes turned toward the top of the altar, the giant dragon statue, which was flickering with intense golden flames due to its heavy damage, as if it too was affected. It seemed to hesitate, or perhaps it was communicating with the statue. Malin, lying at the edge of the altar, gasped heavily. His left cheek and side of his face burned painfully, but he was still alive. He stared intently at the dragonborn monster and Grolf below, his mind racing. The monster was badly wounded, but not necessarily dead. Grolf had lost his fighting ability, and Hans was seriously injured. Dazed, couldn't be of much help. Although the statue flickered with golden flames, it still seemed to have some strength left. In this desperate situation, it felt like they had gone from certain death to possible but still dangerous victory. They had already paid a heavy price. Inside the cave, only the dragonborn monster's painful breathing, the crackling of golden flames, and the heavy, uneven breaths of a few people remained. The fight was not over yet, but the beginning of the counterattack had already been triggered by blood and fire. The bowstring roared, and golden flames fell. The heat at the top of the altar distorted the air, and the smell of sulfur was sharp. The sharp pain on Malon's left cheek reminded him how close he had come to death just now. Below, Grolf's heavy breathing mixed with the dying growls of the dragonborn monster, forming the last act of their desperate fight. In the statue's left eye, reflected in the remaining golden flames, looked like a mocking scar. He couldn't hesitate. There was no second chance. The statue had to be destroyed, and the monster had to die here. Malon's gaze swept below. Grolf leaned against the rock wall, supporting himself with his battle axe. His chest rose and fell violently. The burns and tears on his dark green skin were shocking, but his dull yellow eyes remained fixed on the struggling dragonborn monster, still full of fighting spirit. Hans lay far away, uncertain if he was alive or dead. His weak whimper was barely audible. Hope was in the bow in his hand. He slowly exhaled a hot, murky breath, forcing down the turbulent blood and the sharp pain on his face. His mind sank into cold focus. The purple longbow was in his hand, the texture of the bow's arm clear in his palm. He drew the last two ordinary feathered arrows, and the final armor-piercing arrow from the quiver. The armor-piercing arrow's tip shimmered with cold light. His last, heavy, his targets. The center of the damaged left eye of the statue, and the chest wound of the dragonborn monster below, exposed and heavily damaged by Grolf's attack, where energy had been interrupted. He needed a perfect, unprecedented double strike. First, a rapid, chain arrow to disrupt or suppress the statue's possible counterattack or healing. Then a precise shot, infused with all his spirit and strength to pierce the. Meanwhile, the monster below had to be finished off at the moment when the statue's power waned further due to damage. This required Grolf's cooperation and perfect timing. Malon's voice was hoarse but clear, echoing through the cave. One more shot. Finish it. Aim for its wound. Grove heard the call, suddenly looked up, and made eye contact with Malon on the altar. Without wasting words, he spat out a bloody saliva, clenched his battered battle axe again, and let out a low growl in response. He began to drag his injured body forward, step by step, steadily approaching the struggling dragonborn monster. His heavy, oppressive steps drew all the monster's attention. Now was the moment. Malon moved. He stepped on the unstable stones at the edge of the altar, slightly tilted his body, and used his waist and abdomen as the core. He drew the bowstring with both arms, not aiming for a full draw, just about 70% force, to shoot quickly. His mental focus spread out like threads, not to control the arrow, but to feel every disturbance in the air ahead, sensing the faint flickering of golden flames in the statue's left eye. The first arrow, a regular feathered arrow, was released. It shot out like a gray line, aimed at the area below the testing and provoking. Almost at the moment the string snapped back, his right hand performed the magic-like motion of drawing another arrow, knocking it, and drawing again. Muscle memory and the new bow feeling merged perfectly, and the bowstring sounded again. The second arrow, also a regular feathered arrow, followed the first trail, faster, aimed directly at the itself. Two arrows in quick succession, less than a heartbeat apart. The statue seemed to be angered again. The remaining golden flames in its left eye suddenly surged, trying to spray out and block. But the first arrow had already hit, stabbing into the edge of the eye socket below the. It caused no real damage, but delayed the gathering of the flames for a tiny moment. In that brief delay, the second arrow arrived. It struck fiercely on the. A faint ting sounded as the seemed to spread a little. The statue emitted a deep hum, and all the remaining flames on the altar trembled. Below, the dragonborn monster let out a painful cry as the statue was wounded, and its movements faltered. Now, the final arrow, Malin shouted in his mind, eyes blazing with cold light. He abandoned the quick-shot stance, channeling all his strength from heel to waist, shoulder, and arm, finally gathering at his fingertips on the bowstring. The purple longbow groaned under the strain, pulled to its fullest, like a full moon. The only armor-piercing arrow, cold and deadly, aimed at the center of as if pointing to the end of this nightmare. Hold your breath. The world faded away. Only the target and the arrow remained. Release. Bang. The bowstring snapped loudly like thunder. The moment the piercing arrow was released, it even created a faint sound explosion cloud. The arrow was no longer just a gray line, but a silver lightning bolt tearing through the air. It moved faster and more powerfully than any previous shot, crashing hard into the left eye of the statue, which had already been hit twice and was covered in chaotic golden flames. Time seemed to freeze. The arrow precisely struck the center of the boom. First came a sharp, crisp breaking sound, then a massive explosion like an earthquake. The statue's left eye and part of its head shattered under the terrible energy of the armor-piercing arrow and the unstable internal power. Countless dark gold fragments mixed with the last burst of golden flames shot out wildly in all directions. The entire statue shook violently, and the surface flames flickered like extinguished candles, suddenly dying out and collapsing. Finally, with a loud crash, it turned into a pile of dull, broken metal and stones. The statue was destroyed. Roar! Almost at the same moment the statue exploded. The dragonborn creature below, facing Groff, let out its final, most desperate cry of life. Its connection to the statue's energy was completely severed. The wound on its chest, which had been slowly moving, suddenly burst open, and dark gold blood spurted out like a fountain. The last faint golden flames in its eyes went out completely. Its huge body, as if drained of all support, collapsed forward with a loud crash, kicking up dust everywhere. The dark gold shimmer on its scales quickly faded into dull grayness. Dust slowly settled. In the cave, only the crackling of remaining flames and heavy, labored breathing could be heard. Malin held his bow in the ready position for several seconds before slowly lowering his arm. A sharp, tearing pain shot through his left shoulder, and his arms trembled uncontrollably from overexertion. His vision blurred, but he forced himself to keep going, staggering down the collapsed altar. Groff leaned on his battle axe, looking at the lifeless body of the creature before him. Then he looked up at Malin approaching. He grinned, showing a mix of blood and exhaustion, but with a very satisfied smile. Cough. Not bad. Shot. Malin walked over, patted his strong arm, which was wet and slippery, probably from blood or sweat. You held out. That's what matters. The two supported each other as they moved toward Hans. The boy struggled to sit up, his face pale, but when he saw that they were all alive and that the monsters and statues were gone, tears suddenly flowed down his face. He quickly wiped them away with his still-moving hand, choking as he said, "Big brother. Uncle Grove. We won." Dai also ran over, circling them anxiously and whimpering. After resting for a moment and regaining some strength, they began to clean up the battlefield. Marin carefully collected a few large pieces of the special statues, some of the most intact dark gold scales from the dragon-like monster, the skull with vertical marks on the forehead, and the largest claws. The most precious item was a small, warm, tentacle-like crystal with a faint golden glow, dug out from the shattered chest of the monster, an impure dragon blood crystal. Grove struggled to pull out his broken, blood-stained, and greenish-golden hardened battle axe, examining it with a pained look. "This axe," Grove frowned, wiping a large chip from the blade with his rough fingers. "I've had it for years, and this is the first time it's been damaged like this." But, he paused, a strange glint flashing in his dull eyes as he looked at Marin. "You might not believe it, but I feel different this time." Marin, who was bandaging his burn on the left side of his face, looked up. "What do you mean?" Grove shifted his injured shoulder, where the skin had been scorched by golden flames. It was already starting to heal. "We half-orcs have something in our blood. In the tribe, the old folks used to say that true warriors are those who fight on the edge of death, squeezing every bit of strength from their bones. I used to think that was nonsense. He touched the deepest wound on his chest, where the monster's claw had torn deep to the bone. Though still fierce-looking, the bleeding had stopped, and the muscles around it seemed to twitch slightly. But this time, I almost died in Black Claw Valley. I was nearly roasted and torn apart. But every time I survive, I feel like my bones are a little harder, and my strength recovers faster. When I blocked that monster's punch just now, I thought my arm was going to break, but some strange force just appeared and held it. He looked at Marin seriously. This isn't an illusion. I can feel it. When I get seriously hurt but don't die, I recover and become a little stronger than before. It's like gambling with my life. If I win, I can take something back from death itself. Marin listened quietly. This sounds like a very rare mutation related to the savage bloodline of half-orcs, something like near-death resilience or blood-soaked growth. It explains why Grof's recovery ability is so impressive, and after the defeat in Black Claw Valley, his strength doesn't seem to have decreased. Instead, he showed even greater toughness in the recent fight. That's a really impressive talent, Malin said sincerely. But don't rely on it to do reckless things. Every serious injury is a gamble. If you lose everything. I know, Groff grinned, showing his white teeth. But this feeling, it's not bad. At least, with a captain like you, there's a fight to be had and tough bones to chew on. That makes my bones itch in a good way. Malin shook his head and didn't say more. He looked at the valuable loot on the ground, then at Hans, who was badly hurt, and Groff, who also needed rest. Let's go back to Stonemer Village first, treat the wounds. Then, return to town and exchange these for money. Your axe needs fixing, and it's best to strengthen it. The stuff we encountered was too tough, too hard to cut through. A few days later, in Whitestone Town, at the Anvil and Courage blacksmith shop, the forge was blazing, and the sound of hammering never stopped. Dwarf blacksmith Hardhammer Malrock put down Groff's battered battle axe, which was covered in scars. He used his coal-dusted hand to hold his messy red beard and carefully examine the strange stains and chips on the axe blade. TSK, this chip. Is that goblin blood? No, it's more bloody. And these dark gold marks. Malrock leaned in to sniff, then scraped some debris off with a small file, placing it on the anvil and tapping it lightly with a hammer. His eyes sparkled as he listened to the sound. Kid, what did you guys cut? There's traces of high-temperature melted and forcibly cooled orichalcum in this debris, and a faint, very annoying holy rust. This isn't something ordinary monsters can have. Groff crossed his arms and said in a deep voice, a big creature summoned by some evil magic. Its scales are very hard. This axe almost didn't cut through. Boss, can you fix it? Not just repair, but make it sharper. Next time I face something like that, I want it to cut more easily. Malrock glared at him. Fix. Just fixing it isn't worth it. Such a good snowflake orichalcum axe, ruined like this. What a waste. He stroked the axe blade. This will be 10 gold coins. I'll do a major repair. Not only will I patch the chips, but I'll also reforge the blade using some of the store's black marsh iron and shattered star sand. Black marsh iron is very good at breaking armor. Adding a little star sand makes the blade more resistant to wear. It works well against magic shields or tough monsters. After fixing, it will be even more fierce than before. But I must warn you, adding materials makes the axe heavier. Whether you can handle it depends on your skill. Grov's eyes lit up. He wanted it to be heavier. Armor breaking? That's exactly what he needed. Deal. 10 gold coins is 10 gold coins. How long will it take? Why rush? Come back in 3 days to pick it up. Morlock waved his hand as if shooing a fly, but his eyes stayed fixed on the battle axe, clearly interested in this special repair. Leaving the blacksmith shop, Grov's pouch felt much lighter, but he was in a good mood. Malin headed to the other side of the market, stopping at a stall that sold second-hand weapons and odds and ends. He picked up a curved combat knife, shorter than his main dagger, with less curve and a straighter blade. The blade shone coldly, the guard was simple, and it felt light in his hand. Want to practice dual wielding? The stall owner was an old one-eyed soldier. He glanced at Malin's longbow and curved dagger on his belt. Using a bow and dual knives? That's a bit wild. This knife is good for stabbing, flicking, and blocking, and it doesn't conflict with your main curved dagger. But you need to practice hard, or you'll trip yourself up. I understand. I want this one, Malin paid. He knew dual wielding was difficult, but his experience in the cave told him he must prepare for extreme situations where his bow might be useless. More close combat options mean more chances to survive. Next, he needed to find training methods, or maybe that dusty booklet titled Basics of Two-Handed Coordination he saw at the dwarf blacksmith shop might be worth asking about. The setting sun stretched their shadows long. New gear, new training goals, and the remaining gold in their pockets. The nightmare in Stonehammer Village was behind them, but new challenges might come with the next dawn. For now, they had better armor, sharper weapons, and a stronger trust forged through blood and fire. The silence in the cave was not peaceful but a tired echo after intense fighting, when nerves suddenly relaxed. The heavy smell of sulfur, burnt flesh, blood, and dust pressed down on everyone's chest. After the flames were completely extinguished, the only light sources remaining were the dying end of a distant torch and a few faint ghostly green glows from fungi on the rock wall. The broken altar, the fallen large shadow, and the three sitting figures on the ground formed a blurry, sad silhouette of a post-battle scene. Malin leaned against the hot stone base of the altar. Every breath caused sharp pain on his burned left cheek and a dull ache all over his body. Sweat mixed with blood and mud dripped from his forehead, stinging his eyes and wounds. He forced himself to open his heavy eyelids and looked first at Groff. The half-orc warrior, like a wounded beast, curled under the rock wall, chest rising and falling heavily with each breath, making snoring sounds from fluid in his lungs. With trembling hands, Groff was digging into a small, greasy pouch at his waist, pulling out a foul-smelling, dark green paste, and roughly applying it to the deep claw marks on his chest. The wounds were so deep that bones were visible, with blackened edges, caused by the claws of a dragon-like monster and the flames. After applying the paste, Groff's muscles tensed suddenly, his forehead veins bulged, and he let out a muffled groan, but he kept working. Save your strength. Don't move around. Malin's voice was hoarse and unfamiliar to himself. He struggled to sit up straighter, rummaging through his torn bag for a few clean cloth strips and a small jar of poor-quality blood-stopping powder, then tossed them to Groff. Groff didn't hesitate, using his still-moving arm to push the pouch closer. Malin first tended to himself. The burn on his left cheek was the biggest problem. He soaked a relatively clean piece of cloth from his last bit of water and carefully wiped away blood and dirt around the wound. The cloth touched the charred, swollen flesh, causing a sharp pain like an electric shock that made his vision go dark. He clenched his teeth hard to stop himself from crying out. He saw a string of shiny blisters forming at the burn's edge, and the skin from his cheek to his temple looked ominously red. He sprinkled some blood-stopping powder, which caused another painful sting. Then he wrapped the wound with a makeshift cross bandage, fixing it behind his ear, though his trembling arm made the movements clumsy. Next, he staggered to his feet and walked over to Hans. The young boy was lying on broken stones, pale as paper, lips trembling from blood loss and pain. His arms hung limply at unnatural angles, especially the left arm, swollen from a serious injury or possible fracture caused when Groff was thrown by the monster and shielded himself. Seeing Malin come over, Hans tried hard to force a smile, but it looked worse than crying. Tears mixed with dirt on his face and rolled down. "Big brother, is my hand broken?" he asked. "Don't think too much. The bones are probably fine, just strained muscles," Malin whispered comfortingly as he checked Hans's arm. The area around the injury was swollen and hot. Carefully, he laid Hans's arm flat and used 2 flat pieces of wood and some cloth to make a simple splint to prevent further injury. "Hold on. Go back and see a healer. Dideo, come here. Stay with Hans." The gray wolf pup whined and came over, nuzzling Hans's uninjured shoulder with its head, then sat alert nearby, ears upright, still watching the corpse of the dragonkin monster in the dark depths of the cave. After tending to the most urgent injuries, Malin looked toward the center of the battlefield. There lay the lifeless, mountain-sized dark gold body, and on the altar, a pile of dull, smoking statue fragments. The fight was over, but the adventurers' work was only half done. They needed to gather the loot and check for any remaining threats. He signaled Glover to stay alert, then steeled himself, gripping his curved blade, and slowly moved toward the dragonkin's body. Even in death, the creature's size still felt oppressive. As he approached, he could smell a complex mix of sulfur, molten metal, and a strange, sweet, rotten scent. The dark gold scales had lost their shine and looked dull and gray, but they remained hard and cold. He tried to cut a piece of the edge scale with his curved blade, but it was difficult. The blade only left faint white marks, and he had to cut repeatedly in the same spot to peel it off. These scales were far tougher than ordinary steel. Scales are good stuff, but too heavy to carry much, Mullen panted, carefully prying off a few large, relatively intact scales from the chest, belly, and back, each about the size of a palm, heavy in hand, with naturally sharp edges. He stacked them carefully and tied them with sturdy cloth torn from the monster's tattered clothing. Then he aimed at the largest, hooked dark gold claws, difficult to cut through, nearly ruining his already dulling blade. But he managed to cut off the two longest, short sword-like claws. The tips shimmered with a cold, faint glow, and their material seemed even denser than the scales. The most important prize was in the chest. He endured his nausea and carefully cut open the large wound torn by Grov's battle axe, feeling around the relatively intact flesh nearby. Soon, his fingers touched a hard, warm, egg-sized irregular object. When he pulled it out, he saw a dark gold multifaceted crystal, its surface covered with fine, naturally formed patterns. Inside, a faint, breathing-like glow shifted between light and dark. Even after leaving the monster's body, he could sense a rare, high-quality energy within, warm yet commanding. His appraisal eye showed unstable dragon vein essence, highly diluted / mixed with foreign divine power. Its value was immeasurable, but it was definitely extraordinary. He wrapped it in soft cloth and kept it close to his body. He also examined the monster's head. The vertical scar on the forehead was dull, but the skull material seemed especially hard and heavy. He didn't have time to process the entire skull, only carefully knocked out a small piece of the forehead bone with the scar and the eye socket bones, which had turned black and charred but had unusually thick bones. These might be valuable to some alchemists or mages. After finishing, Marin was nearly exhausted. He leaned against the cold corpse of the monster to catch his breath, then looked toward the altar. The pile of broken statues was another big mystery. He climbed onto the collapsed altar. The fragments still radiated residual heat. The largest pieces vaguely showed outlines of dragon heads and wing roots, but the craftsmanship was crude. The material was neither gold nor stone, heavy to the touch, with scars from melting and energy impacts. He selected 3 representative fragments that were relatively complete and showed the most residual energy, wrapping them in cloth as well. Among the debris, he also found several gemstones embedded in the base, now dull and cloudy, turned into opaque stones, and a few dark metal shards with twisted runes, possibly part of a ritual, which he also collected. Finally, he approached Grov's broken battle axe, still embedded near the monster's wound, stained with greenish blood and tarnished. Grov himself struggled over, looking at his old comrade with eyes full of pain. "After 5 years with me, this is the first time you've been hurt like this. It can be repaired," Marin said, working with him to pull the heavy axe free from the shattered bones and coagulated blood. The blade had several obvious, frightening chips, especially where it clashed with the monster's fist and golden flames. "Go back and find the dwarf, Anvil. He must have a way. Maybe he can also use these materials." He pointed to the collected scales and monster remains to add some ingredients. Grov's eyes lit up, and he licked his dry lips. "That sounds great." After collecting all the loot they could carry, they used ropes they found and some fairly intact hides from the corpses to make 2 very simple sleds. One was for Hans, who couldn't walk, and for the most important loot, crystals, broken statues, special bones. The other was for heavy scales, monster claws, and the broken axe. Malin and Grov pulled from the front and pushed from behind, carrying the heavy loads, helping each other as they slowly moved along the path back to the tunnel exit. One of them led the way, looking ahead, while the other kept turning back anxiously. The tunnel, which felt endless on the way in, felt even more torturous on the way out. Every pull tugged at their wounds, soaking their clothes with sweat and blood. Darkness, tight spaces, and the fear of lurking goblin creatures always lingered. Luckily, When they finally squeezed out of the mountain and saw the cloudy sky again, they didn't encounter any more living goblins. Maybe after the statues were destroyed and the dragonborn monster died, the remaining goblins had broken down and fled. When the low, broken outline of Stonehammer Village appeared again, all three felt like they had traveled to a different world. The villagers at the village entrance were the first to see them and immediately ran to spread the news. Old Hake and a few others hurried over. Seeing their battered state and the terrifying monster remains on the sled, especially a huge dark gold claw sticking out, they were stunned. Old sir. This is... Old Hake couldn't speak clearly. The goblin leader and their evil god statue are all gone, Malin said simply, tired but clear. The remaining goblins have probably scattered. The village is safe now. After a brief silence, the villagers erupted into cheers mixed with shouts and tears. Several women immediately knelt and bowed to them. Old Hake was overwhelmed with tears and quickly called for help. Carefully, they carried Hans into the cleanest empty house in the village, an old stone meeting house, and then sent for hot water, clean cloths, and the best herbs they could find. The village elders, who knew some local remedies, helped clean and rebandage the wounds. Food and hot soup were also delivered quickly. Malin's burns and Grove's chest wounds were clearly beyond what the village healer could handle. Old Hark immediately sent someone to ride the village's only old horse to Whitestone Town to ask for a doctor, paying in advance with a small amount of money gathered from the villagers, plus the promised gold reward from the previous mission. Before the doctor arrived, they rested in Stonehammer Village for 3 days. These days were a mix of pain and recovery. Malin's burns, after the initial sharp pain, continued to feel hot and burning, with a low fever. He could only lie on his back, trying to minimize movement. But he could clearly feel that something inside him was slowly changing. Not just the healing of his wounds, but also his mental state. The experience of forcing his precise arrow beyond his limits in life and death moments left a deep mark, ingrained into his fighting instincts. Even now, he couldn't hold a bow, but he kept mentally replaying and analyzing that moment, understanding wind, trajectory, and force more subtly. In the appraisal eye, the experience bar for archery LV.5 was steadily and slowly increasing, not through practice, but through digestion. Grove's changes were even more obvious. The half-orc warrior's recovery was astonishing. His terrible chest wound, under the village woman's herbal treatment and his strong constitution, was healing visibly, scabbing over at a noticeable speed. He had a high fever all day, his body was hot, and he kept muttering incoherently. His body emitted a stronger, rusted, wild scent than usual. But after the fever broke the next day, his spirit was much better and his eyes sharper. He privately told Malin, "This time, I feel like there's fire burning inside my bones, like molten iron being poured. After Black Claw Valley, I felt a bit of that, but not as intense as now. The pain is real, but after it, I feel full of strength, and I see things more clearly." He tried to wave his arm, and though the pain from the wound made him grimace, Malin could see that the movement contained more power and control than before he was injured. It was like a subtle improvement in the essence of life after being tempered on the edge of death. Hans's arm injuries were the most worrying, but after treatment by an older doctor who charged a high fee, it was confirmed to be severe muscle and ligament strains with minor fractures, not a complete break. The doctor used splints to restabilize the arms, prescribed some internal and external medicines, and advised at least 2 weeks of rest. After experiencing initial fear and pain, the young boy gradually stabilized emotionally with the encouragement of his companions and the careful care of the villagers. His eyes lost some of their innocence and became more calm. 3 days later, their injuries had mostly stabilized, and they could barely move. They politely declined further offers and gifts from the villagers. They were too exhausted. Most of their heavy loot, mainly scales and monster bones, was temporarily stored with Old Hake. They only took the most valuable items: dragon vein crystals, broken statue fragments, special bones, and Grof's broken axe. They rented an old cart used by villagers to transport or placing Hans on it, and headed back to Whitestone Town. When they arrived at Flea and Mead, they paid their overdue rent, settled Hans who still needed rest, and then went straight to the anvil and courage blacksmith shop with their loot. Dwarf Moloch saw Grof's damaged battle axe, especially the dark gold stains on the blade and the strange shine at the break, and his single eye widened in surprise. He took the axe, carefully touched, tapped, sniffed, and examined with a magnifying glass. Marks of high-temperature divine power melting and then forcibly cooling, and a faint, disgusting pseudo-holy aura. "Kid, what kind of creature did you kill?" Moloch's voice was full of restrained excitement and curiosity. Groff snorted, "A big lizard summoned by an evil god statue. Its skin is tougher than your anvil." "Evil god? Divine power residue?" Moloch rubbed his hands, eyes shining as he looked at the other items they brought. When Marlin carefully opened the bundle, revealing dark gold scales, monster claws, and a skull, the dwarf's breathing grew heavy. These materials, although contaminated by inferior divine power, they are excellent. They contain faint but real dragon vein energy and earth essence. He picked up a scale, tapped it lightly with a small hammer, listening to the sound, and this bone, incredibly dense. "Very good, very good." He turned to Groff, extending 2 thick fingers, 10 gold coins. "No bargaining. I'll use your old axe as a base, melt down these scales and claws, extracting the essence, add a piece of black prison iron and a small handful of broken law crystal dust, and forge you a new axe. It will be heavier, more fierce, and have greatly increased armor-breaking power. Especially when dealing with creatures that resist magic or have tough hides, this weapon works exceptionally well. I've already thought of a name. Let's call it Cracked Scale. However, I should warn you that the residual divine energy in these materials is a bit strange. I need to use special methods to handle it, which might cause small, unpredictable side effects, like increased bloodthirstiness or heightened sensitivity to certain scents. Are you willing to try it?" Grove's eyes lit up. He wanted more power, better armor, and bloodthirstiness. Exactly the kind of weapon he dreamed of. What's there to hesitate? 10 gold coins is 10 gold coins. How long will it take? Don't rush. It will take at least 7 days. It needs careful craftsmanship. Murok, like a treasured craftsman, picked up the pile of materials and his old axe, then turned toward the backyard workshop, muttering, "Dark prison iron combined with dragonborn scales, enchanted fire dust. Brilliant." After finishing Grove's weapon, Malin decided to upgrade his own gear. His leather armor was torn in many places, reducing its protection. He spent 8 gold coins at a dwarf shop to order a new reinforced composite leather armor, lined with tougher exotic beast leather and embedded with thin steel plates at key points, balancing agility and defense. His purple longbow was still good, but the bowstring was heavily worn. He bought 2 high-quality lightning lizard tendon bowstrings for 1 gold coin, which offered much better elasticity and durability than normal strings. He also needed arrows, especially armor-piercing ones. He spent another gold coin to order 20 finely crafted triangular armor-piercing arrows. Next, he moved to the section of the shop displaying one-handed weapons. His curved dagger was badly dulled from battle and no longer useful. But he didn't plan to replace his main weapon. The dagger's agility and tricky style suited him well. His focus was on a secondary weapon. His eyes scanned a row of short swords and daggers, finally settling on a simple-looking combat dagger. It had a straight, slightly curved blade, about 1/3 shorter than his main dagger, with a thin guard. This type of dagger is usually used for reverse grip, good for stabbing, flicking, and blocking, complementing his main weapon's slashing and chopping. He tested it. It was lightweight and well-balanced. Thinking of dual-wielding? The one-eyed veteran shopkeeper, smoking a pipe, glanced at him. Using a bow and dual knives is wild. This dagger is good for pairing, but to use it well, you'll need to practice coordination with both hands. Otherwise, you'll just trip yourself up. I have a worn-out, hidden treasure here. He rummaged under the counter and pulled out a thin, battered booklet wrapped in oilcloth. The cover had rough handwriting that read, "Basic coordination of two-handed weapons and simple battle examples." It's left by an old mercenary who was drinking to settle a debt. It's not a secret manual, but it does have some basic stances, footwork, and simple combos for two-handed weapons. 30 silver coins, both the knife and the booklet, together. Malin didn't hesitate and paid for it. He didn't want to experience being restricted at a distance again. Improving his close combat skills was now a top priority. Finally, and most importantly, he bought a healing potion. They headed straight to Silent Dew. The shopkeeper, Roy, still looked very meticulous. When Malin asked to buy a standard quality beginner healing potion, Roy nodded and took out a small velvet-lined box from a temperature-controlled cabinet. He opened it, revealing a tiny crystal bottle filled with bright red, thick, and sticky liquid that shimmered under the magic lamps in the shop. Basic healing potion, standard quality, stops bleeding effectively, stimulates tissue regeneration, stabilizes vital signs. Suitable for moderate internal and external injuries and blood loss shock. Price, 15 gold coins. Roy's voice was calm, as if he was talking about an ordinary item. 15 gold coins. That's enough to buy a nice small house in Whitestone Town. Malin and Groff looked at each other, both feeling a sting in their hearts. But more than that, they were resolute. This was life-saving money, and no matter the cost, they had to buy it. Malin counted out 15 shining gold coins and exchanged them for the tiny crystal bottle, which felt incredibly heavy despite being smaller than a thumb. He sealed it with a cork in wax, then carefully kept it close. This was their team's first real insurance policy. Walking out of Silent Dew, the setting sun stretched their shadows long. In just half a day, their expenses had flowed like water. Reforging the battle axe for 10 gold, new leather armor for 8 gold, bowstring and arrows for 2 gold, the fighting dagger and booklet for 30 silver, and the healing potion for 15 gold. Plus, the medical consultation fee and carriage rental from before, and some income from selling a few scales and a claw to a knowledgeable merchant for 5 gold. After all this, most of their funds had been spent. But seeing Groff's eager eyes for new weapons, holding the life-saving potion and the new fighting dagger, Malin felt it was worth it. Strength was the foundation for any adventurer to survive in this world. Investing in strength is always the most worthwhile deal. Back at the noisy, old inn, Hans had taken his medicine and fallen asleep. They put away the new supplies, and Grove eagerly started flipping through the book titled Heavy Weapon Maintenance Tips, which they had taken from the dwarves. Malin, under the dim oil lamp, opened the worn-out book called Basic Double-Handed Weapon Coordination. The pages were yellowed, the handwriting messy, and the illustrations rough, but it explained the basics of balancing, footwork, and attack-defense switching when holding different weapons with both hands. It also included simple, practical diagrams for techniques like crossing blades, strangling, and stabbing, followed by a quick strike, which opened a new door for him. The journey ahead is long. Archery needs practice, and dual wielding is still new. The team needs more time to rest and train together. But at least, they survived a near disaster and became stronger with better gear. Outside the window, Whitestone Town was lit up with lanterns, bustling with night market life. Inside the simple room behind the Flea and Barley Inn, a new training plan was gradually taking shape in Malin's mind. For the next mission, they must be better prepared. The sign of Flea and Barley creaked in the evening breeze, but tonight, the lively voices inside the hall almost drowned out the noise of the sign. The fire in the hearth burned brightly, filling the room with a warm glow. The smell of burning wood, roasted meat, sour ale, and at least a dozen other scents mixed together, creating a lively, bustling atmosphere. Adventurers, merchants, local craftsmen, and even a few well-dressed men who looked like small traders crowded around rough wooden tables, laughing loudly, clinking glasses, and filling the air with a cheerful and noisy energy. Malin, Grove, and Hans sat at a relatively quiet small table in the corner of the hall. Hans's arms still hung in front of his chest, fixed with a clean cloth band around his neck, but his face was much rosier than a few days ago, and he looked energetic. He was trying to use his still awkward fingers to handle a large piece of stew on the wooden plate in front of him. Grove occupied the longest side of the table. His large body, dark green skin, and especially the fierce scar on his face and chest, made the nearby tables give him extra space without hesitation. In front of him were 3 empty wooden cups, a large ceramic beer mug almost empty, and a pile of bones cleaned dry, belonging to at least 2 roasted chickens and some ribs. At this moment, he was using greasy fingers to hold a piece of black bread, dipping it into the last bit of thick, oily vegetable soup in a ceramic bowl, eating with satisfied sounds. Malin sat across from them, with his own dinner in front of him. A steaming ceramic bowl filled with tender, fragrant stew made from high-quality pork and some beef with tendons, mixed with carrots, onions, and unknown root vegetables, all in a rich sauce. A clearer but tasty vegetable soup, and two darker pieces of bread that, when broken open, smelled of pure wheat without strange impurities or grit. This meal cost him a whole silver coin, but considering the quality of the bread and the amount of stew, he thought it was worth it. After all, he had just come back from a dangerous place and had earned a good sum of money, though it was almost gone. It was nice to enjoy a good meal without overdoing it. Burp. Glover let out a long, satisfied burp that made the cups on the table shake. He casually wiped his mouth with his thick arm, scarred from old wounds, and his yellowish eyes flickered in the firelight, looking much gentler than usual. You know, the cook here is really good. This soup is 100 times better than what I had in the north. And the meat, it's cooked so tender and soft. Hans finally managed to spear a trembling piece of stew with his fork, carefully blew on it, then put it in his mouth. He squinted happily and mumbled, delicious. Better than the stew my grandma Hake makes. His appetite had been poor since he was injured, and this was the first time in days he had eaten so well. Malin slowly chewed the soft, relatively speaking, black bread, dipping it into the stew's broth, feeling the hearty taste of grains and meat blending on his tongue. His tense nerves, which had been tight for days, finally relaxed a little in this warm, noisy environment filled with the aroma of food and lively chatter. He even felt like observing the other guests. Over there, a group of adventurers who had just finished their task, animatedly talking about how they outsmarted, or were chased by, a pack of giant wolves in the forest. In the corner, two merchants whispering quietly, pointing at a piece of sheepskin parchment. Next to the bar, a tall, thin man wearing a faded velvet coat and holding a lute was trying to sell his singing to the bartender, who looked impatient. Speaking of which, Malouin finished his bread, picked up a wooden cup, and took a sip of cheap beer, a bit sour but enough to clear the palate. His eyes swept over his two teammates. This trip was a close call, but we also made some hard-earned money. Our gear is replaced, and our wounds are healing well. From now on, we'll probably have to keep fighting together. Grove picked up his large mug, took a big gulp, and snorted through his nose. No kidding. I haven't even warmed up my axe, and I'm already ready to strike. Hans also looked up, his eyes shining with hope and a hint of nervousness. He knew he was still a burden, but he wanted to get stronger and become a real help to the team. Malouin gently tapped the rough wooden table. Since we're going to work together for a long time, shouldn't we have a name? Like other adventurer teams. When we go out on jobs, or when others mention us, it would be good to have a name. We can't just be Malouin, that half-orc, and that kid, forever. A name? Grove's eyes twitched as if he found the idea interesting, but also thought it was unnecessary. What's the point? As long as we can fight, that's enough. But maybe it could be useful. What do you want to call us? The Head Splitters? The Broken Bones? Those sound pretty cool, Hans mumbled softly. Uncle Grove. That sounds kind of like a band of bandits. Go away, kid. What do you know? Names should sound fierce so others are scared, Grove scoffed. Malouin shook his head helplessly. We're adventurers, not bandits. Our name should reflect our skills or our goals. Maybe where we come from or what we're good at. Skills. Grove rubbed his short, stiff beard. I'm good with an axe. You're good at hiding and shooting arrows. And this kid, he's good at taking hits and holding up his shield. Hans blushed and argued. I'll be really strong someday. My shield can protect everyone. Protect? Grove sneered. Last time, who almost got flattened with a slap? Seeing the conversation was going off track, Malouin quickly tried to steer it back. All right. How about we think about what we all have in common? Or, what have we all experienced? Things we all share. Grove looked around and finally focused on his greasy hands and the messy table. Can everyone eat? The Foodie Alliance? Malin. Forget I said that. Hans shyly raised his hand, like asking a question in class. Big brother, Uncle Grove, we fought some really tough monsters together and survived dangerous places. We're called survivors. Okay, survivors. Grove chewed on the word. That's a bit interesting, but not fierce enough. Surviving isn't a big deal. knocking others down is what counts. Or, how about Stonehammer Squad? To remember our first real mission together, Malin suggested. Stonehammer? That's too plain, like mining, Grov rejected. Fangs and arrows? Representing Grov's melee and my ranged skills, Malin kept thinking. Fangs? I'm not a goblin. Arrows are pretty accurate, but I'm the main force. Grov seemed unhappy with any name that didn't highlight his main force role. Shield of Steel? Hans's future direction, and also our squad's defense? Malin tried to consider Hans's feelings. Shields are useless. Offense is the best defense. When I swing my axe, what do I need a shield for? Grov's loud voice drew glances from nearby tables. The discussion reached a deadlock. Grov insisted the name should sound fierce, loud, and scare children. Malin hoped for something meaningful and recognizable. Hans carefully tried to balance between the two strong teammates, suggesting gentle names that were often rejected. Just then, applause and whistling came from the bar area. A tall, thin bard holding a lute had somehow convinced or simply ignored the bartender and climbed onto an empty barrel beside the bar. He cleared his throat and plucked the strings. A smooth, cheerful melody flowed from the lute, quickly drowning out some of the noise. The bard had slightly curly brown hair, a pale face, but bright eyes. He started singing, his voice not particularly beautiful, but full of energy, with a humorous and exaggerated tone typical of street performers. Oh, listen to my song, friends. Don't worry if the foam in that cup is real or fake. Tonight, we won't talk about dragons and treasures, but about funny stories and clever tricks of adventurers. The tavern grew quieter, and many people looked at the poet with smiles, clearly used to this kind of impromptu performance. Some groups had names like the Fong of the Great Wolf, which sounded scary, but in the forest, they were chased around by rabbits. Others called themselves the Star Guides, aiming high, but they argued loudly over just 3 copper coins. Everyone laughed loudly. Even Groff smiled, finding the poet quite interesting. The poet looked around the hall, especially at Marin's table, a half-orc, a hurt young boy, and a calm young man, an unusual group. He paused for a moment. Then his eyes flashed with mischief as he improvised. Look at the 3 brave men in the corner. Their scars are medals. Their eyes show greatness. One is as strong as a mountain, eager for blood and fire. He winked at Groff. One is steady as a pine, surely skilled with a bow. His gaze swept over Marin's bow. The little one is working hard to grow stronger, kindly teasing Hans. He'll be a reliable shield someday, no doubt. Hans shyly lowered his head, his ears turning red. Groff puffed out his chest, pleased with the descriptions of mountain-like, strength and blood and fire, passion. The poet strummed his strings faster, singing more passionately. Adventurers, oh adventurers, your names are just symbols. Are you the sharp blade, the steady shield, or Dawnbreaker? Maybe Come Back Alive is the best name. After all, gold is good, but you need to stay alive to spend it. Laughter and applause followed. The poet bowed, jumped down from the barrel, and started going from table to table, holding out his hat for tips. When he passed by Marin's table, he winked at Groff on purpose. Groff felt happy and, rarely, took out a silver coin, tossing it into the poet's hat. Nice singing. Much more interesting than just naming yourself. The poet thanked him and moved on to the next table. The interrupted discussion about names seemed a bit more relaxed now. Marin chuckled and shook his head. Come Back Alive. Simple but true. Groff stroked his chin thoughtfully. But the bard's words about the sharp blade, the steady shield, and Dawnbreaker, they sound kind of interesting. The sharp blade is too common, the steady shield too soft. Dawnbreaker, he repeated the word, his dull yellow eyes flickering in the firelight. Dawn is coming, and the darkness will go away. It's interesting. I like dawn. It's clear, and fighting feels good, Hans whispered. Dawn is the start of a new day. We are also starting fresh. Malin's heart moved. Dawn symbolizes the end of darkness and the arrival of light. It also stands for hope, new beginnings, and driving away evil. This meaning surprisingly fits their small team, which struggles from despair, longs to grow stronger, and steps into an unknown future. They are neither boastful nor weak, but carry a quiet sharpness and energy. Team Dawn, Malin softly repeated, looking at Grolf and Hans. Grolf grinned widely, showing his white teeth. Yes, that's it. Dawn. It sounds good and feels strong. From now on, we are Dawn. Anyone who dares to act tough in front of us will regret it. Hans nodded firmly, smiling. Yes, Team Dawn. It sounds great. Malin also smiled, raising his wooden cup. Then, cheers to Dawn and to coming back alive. To Dawn. Grolf loudly raised his huge wine cup, clinking it with Malin's, spilling some of the drink. For Dawn. Hans also carefully lifted his small cup filled with water, gently clinking it. The three looked at each other and smiled. Outside the window, the night deepened, but the lively warmth of the tavern, flea and malt beer, seemed to last until true dawn. The name was decided, and the future path, in the midst of laughter and the smell of food, started to become a little clearer. The lively noise of flea and malt beer was like a tide. When the three members of Team Dawn stepped out of the tavern, the cool night air quickly pushed the noise behind them. Feeling full brought a warm tiredness, and the slight drunkenness from the beer made their steps lighter. Even Grolf's scar in the moonlight didn't seem so fierce. The excitement of choosing their team names still lingered in their chests, like the comfort spreading from the last sip of hot soup in their stomachs. Belch, Dawn. Hee, not bad. Grov let out a loud, satisfied burp and patted his firm and slightly swollen belly, as if it held not stew and bread but the proud new title he had just earned. He tilted his head to look at Hans, who was struggling to keep up but walking a bit awkwardly because his arm was bandaged. Kid, next time you go out, tell everyone about our Dawn team. And see who dares to look down on us. Hans's face was a little red from the night breeze, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He nodded eagerly. Yes, Uncle Grov. Even though he only drank water, he seemed caught up in the cheerful mood and looked very energetic. Marin was walking a little ahead, listening to the conversation behind him. A small smile appeared on his face. The night wind brushed his left cheek, where a thin scab had formed over his burn. It itched slightly, reminding him of the danger he had just been through, but also making him value the peace of this moment even more. He checked the small bag at his waist, hearing the faint clink of silver coins and copper pieces inside. He was thinking about what tasks he could find at the guild tomorrow. The broken scale battle axe would be ready in 7 days, so he couldn't just sit around. The three of them crossed the stone-paved street, where faint lights flickered. They turned into a narrow alley leading to the back of the inn. The daytime noise had settled down, leaving only the sound of their footsteps and the distant, faint hum of a drunken singer. Dai seemed full. Grov had secretly fed her many bones, and happily trotted ahead, her tail gently wagging. They pushed open the old, always ajar wooden door to the backyard of the Flea and Malt Inn. The smell of hay, dust, and cheap oil hit them, mixing with the scent of food from earlier in the tavern, which was now fading. But this was their temporary home, a place that felt familiar despite its humble, shabby air. Hans was the first to crawl into their rented, larger shed, better than the one Grov had used to recover. At least the roof didn't leak. Marin and Grov followed behind. Just as Marin bent down to light the small oil lamp on the table, he heard Hans let out a muffled, pained groan. What's wrong? Marin asked quickly, alert, as he struck a flint. The dim yellow light revealed the inside of the shed. Hans did not go to the corner grass bed as he usually did. Instead, he hunched his back and leaned against the earthen wall by the door. His small face, flickering in the firelight, looked unusually flushed, and tiny beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. He bit his lower lip tightly, trembling slightly. Hans. Marlin hurried over, reaching out to feel his forehead, hot to the touch. You have a fever. Grove also squeezed in, frowned at the sight, and looked closer. Kid, did you eat too much? Or was it the night wind? His tone was rough, but there was a faint, hard-to-see worry in his eyes. I'm fine. Hans weakly shook his head. He tried to stand straight, but his legs went weak, almost causing him to fall. Marlin caught him quickly. It's just a bit dizzy, cold all over. Then hot again. Marlin helped him slowly sit down by the grass bed and carefully checked him. Hans's arm was still bandaged, but the exposed skin was alarmingly hot. Marlin gently untied the cloth fixing his arm to check the wound. The old healer had done a good job. The injury was scabbed over, with no signs of redness or pus, unlike a typical infection. It's not an infection from the wound, Marlin frowned, feeling a strange premonition. He remembered the dark gold blood of the dragon-blooded monster, and how Hans had firmly blocked the monster's attack with his shield. Although most of the force was absorbed by the shield, could there be a tiny amount of the monster's strange energy or the fiery aura of the statue that had entered Hans's body during the impact? At that moment, Hans was at his weakest and directly facing the attack. He also thought of the small bottle of beginner healing potion worth 15 gold coins in his pocket. The bright red, crystal-clear liquid should be very effective against such a fever and possible energy invasion. His hand instinctively reached for the potion, but when his fingertips touched the cool glass bottle, he hesitated. 15 gold coins. One bottle. Used here? This was not a simple fracture or blood loss. If it was just a common cold or minor infection, using this life-saving potion would be a huge waste. In this dangerous adventure, such a bottle could be the key to survival in the next desperate moment, either for him or his teammates. Grove's new battle axe cost 20 gold coins. That was a long-term investment. But a potion was a one-time item, and it had to be used wisely. Grove seemed to notice Malin's hesitation. He crossed his arms, looked at Hans's flushed face, then at Malin, and said quietly, "Maybe we can try some simple methods first. When I was in the tribe, if someone had a fever, we poured cold water on them or made them run around to sweat it out." Malin rolled his eyes. "Your methods would kill someone before the fever even gets better." He paused thoughtfully. "Tomorrow morning, take him to see Silver Hand Liana. She's a professional. She'll check what's wrong. If it's just a common illness, she can give some cheap herbs. But if it's something serious," he glanced at Hans's healing arm scar, "we'll need to find another way to deal with whatever's left." Grove nodded and said nothing more. He knew Malin's decision was the most practical and best for the team's future. He simply walked to the corner, picked up a water bag, and grabbed a clean piece of cloth. Wetting it, he roughly pressed it against Hans's forehead. "Kid, hold on. Don't look like you're about to die." Hans was a bit feverish and confused, but feeling the coolness on his forehead, he mumbled a faint, Later that night, Malin hardly slept. He stayed by Hans, changing the damp cloth on his forehead now and then. Hans's temperature fluctuated, sometimes high, sometimes low. He slept restlessly, sometimes groaning unconsciously or mumbling in his dreams. The words were unclear, but occasionally, Malin heard, "golden light," or "so hot." This confirmed his suspicions. At dawn, Malin woke Grove, who was dozing against the wall. They made a simple stretcher from an old door and carefully carried the still feverish and unconscious Hans to the Silver Hand clinic at the east end of the town. The anxious dog followed close behind, sniffing at Hans's hanging hand. The morning streets were quiet. Liana's clinic was already open. She always seemed to wake early. Seeing Malin and Grove carry Hans inside, the one-armed doctor showed no surprise. She simply signaled for them to lay Hans on the examination bed. First, she tested Hans's forehead with the back of her hand, then opened his eyelids to check his eyes. She carefully examined his arm and old scars on his body. Then, she extended her healthy, slender, and strong right hand, gently pressing it on Hans's chest. She closed her eyes, as if sensing something. Her fingertips glowed faintly with a soft, milky light, so subtle that it was almost invisible unless you looked closely. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, opened her eyes, and looked calm but serious. "It's not a common cold or a wound infection." Liana's voice remains clear and sharp. "He has a very faint but strange type of blocked energy inside his body, which is affecting his blood flow, causing fever and weakness. This energy carries a slight burning sensation and a heavy feeling, along with a faint, unpleasant sense of authority. Is this the souvenir you brought back from your last mission?" Malin admires the sharpness of the female healer's senses. He nods briefly and summarizes their encounter with the dragonborn creature and the golden statue in the Stonehammer Village mine. After listening, Liana seems thoughtful. The twisted remnants of dragon vein power, mixed with impure fragments of divine will. No wonder. This energy is small in amount, but of high quality. It's stuck at a point where the child's meridians are not fully open and his constitution is weak. It can't be expelled naturally, so it has become a source of illness. Is there a way to fix it? Malin asks. Do we need healing potion? Liana looks at him, seeming to understand his attachment to the expensive potion. A basic healing potion? Using it here would be overkill and might not be effective. It's good at boosting vitality and repairing damage, but for this stubborn external energy blockage, it might not work well. In fact, forcing it could put extra strain on the child's fragile meridians. She walks to the medicine cabinet by the wall, selecting ingredients as she speaks. The best method is to use specific herbs to prepare a conduit agent, gently guiding and dissolving this blocked energy so it can naturally disperse. I have a recipe, but I'm missing two main ingredients: fresh moonlight orchid and crystal moss. Especially the moonlight orchid, which must be freshly picked within a day, and only at night when the moonlight is strong, near pure water sources. I've run out of stock and haven't received any suitable supplies recently. Moonlight orchid? Crystal moss? Malin recalls the contents of the Guide to Common Adventure Plants. The moonlight orchid isn't very rare, but it grows in harsh conditions, preferring shady, damp places, usually near mountain streams or forest creeks. Crystal moss is more common, often found on damp rocks or tree roots. Where can I find them? Groff asks in a deep voice. To the east of Whitestone Town, in the misty forest, deeper inside there are several streams. There used to be moonlight orchids there. But, Liana pauses, turns around, and looks serious. Recently, harvesters and hunters returning from that area have mentioned that some parts of the forest seem unusual. Some common plants grow too large or deformed, and occasionally, small animals with unusual fur or skin can be seen. They suspect that energy veins deep underground may have leaked, affecting the surface ecosystem. If you go there, be careful and avoid areas with abnormal plant growth. The moonlight orchids that grow in such environments might also be contaminated and should not be used. Underground energy leaks? Malin and Glover exchanged glances, both recalling the golden flame statue in Stonehammer Village and the deeper underground secrets possibly connected to it. Could there be a link between them? We will be careful, Malin said seriously. Please tell us what the moonlight orchids and crystal moss look like, and where they might be collected. Liana described the two plants in detail and drew a simple sketch showing approximate directions and the locations of some known streams. Crystal moss is easy. There are many on rocks by the stream. Moonlight orchids are harder to find, usually around shaded corners of streams. At night, they emit a faint milky glow like condensed moonlight, so they're called moonlight orchids. It's best to go at night, when they're easier to spot. During the day, their glow is almost invisible. She gave Hans some common medicine to reduce fever and calm his mind, temporarily stabilizing his condition. This medicine can suppress symptoms for a day or two. You should act quickly. If you delay, this energy might cause permanent effects on his future growth. With Liana's instructions and the sketch, Malin and Glover entrusted the sleeping Hans to the innkeeper, paying a few copper coins, and left a guard to watch over him. They quickly packed their gear, added some dry food and water, and set out again at dawn, walking toward the foggy forest under the gradually brightening sunlight. This time, their goal was not to fight monsters, but to find life-saving herbs. Deep inside the forest, there may still be hidden dangers and unknown changes. In the afternoon, under the slanting sunlight, the foggy forest did not fully live up to its name. Light and shadow flickered on the ground among the trees, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of leaves, damp earth, and countless wildflowers, mixed with a faint, almost unnoticeable hint of mushroom and decayed organic matter's sweet, sour smell. It was much better than the foul, heavy air of the Stonehammer Village mine. However, whether it was Marin walking ahead, using a newly sharpened pickaxe to clear the vines, or Groff carrying the unsheathed, broken scales, with a cautious look around, neither dared to relax. Liana's warning was still fresh in their minds. Underground energy leaks, mutated plants and animals, all sounded dangerous and unpredictable. Their goal was clear: find the moonlight orchid and crystal moss, and they had to be normal. This meant they needed to go deep into the forest, find suitable streams, and avoid areas that might be contaminated. This forest looks much better than the mine, Groff said gruffly, casually knocking on an old moss-covered tree trunk with the blunt side of his battle axe, startling a few brightly colored small birds. I just don't know where those weird things are hiding. Better to be cautious, Marin replied, pausing to look at a large fern. Its leaves were nearly twice as big as usual, with an unnatural dark green color and faint, almost invisible purple veins. He didn't go closer, signaling Groff to go around. Lady Liana said that along this hunter's trail, about 2 miles ahead, there's a stream coming down from the eastern mountains. There used to be moonlight orchid there. They quickened their pace. Although Hans's condition was temporarily stable, they couldn't delay. The deeper they went, the taller and denser the trees became, with the canopy almost blocking out the sky, only scattered beams of light, like searchlights, piercing through. The ground was covered with thick, soft humus, and occasionally, they saw startled beetles about the size of piglets with strange tumor-like bumps scurrying past, or heard distant animal roars and bird calls, long and short, of uncertain species. After walking for about half an hour, they finally heard the faint sound of flowing water ahead. The air grew more humid and cool. Pushing aside the last hanging vine curtain, they saw a wide mountain stream about 3 steps across, flowing happily over the rocks, clear and sparkling in the sunlight. The water shimmered like broken silver, and the sound was lively, full of the forest's vibrant energy. First, find the crystal moss, Marin said, observing both sides of the stream. Soon, they discovered a large patch of green velvet-like crystal moss on a shaded, slow-flowing part of the bank, spreading across the rocks. The moss is shiny and covered with tiny water droplets, giving off a faint green glow in the dark, which matches Liana's description. The collection went smoothly. Grove carefully scraped enough with a dagger and wrapped it in oiled paper. Next was the more difficult moonlight orchid. According to Liana, it prefers shady, damp places near streams where moonlight reaches, especially in rocky crevices or under old tree roots it bends. They searched upstream along the stream. It was the afternoon, with strong sunlight, not the right time for the orchid to glow, so they had to rely on their knowledge of the terrain to find it carefully. After about 15 minutes of searching, Marin suddenly stopped and signaled Grove to be quiet. He sensed that the dark, damp area ahead was unusual. Besides the smell of water and earth, there was a faint, strange scent that was sweet and spicy. At the same time, a low, dense buzzing sound, slightly tingling the scalp, came from the shadows among rocks and roots. They crouched low behind rocks and bushes, moving carefully closer. Through the gaps in the branches, they saw their target and trouble. On the shaded side of a large, smooth black stone worn by the stream, next to a damp cliff wall, grew several elegant plants. They had slender stems, opposite egg-shaped leaves, and tiny, bell-shaped, semi-transparent white flowers at the top. Even during the day, these flowers emitted a soft, moonlit white glow, like small, quiet lamps in the dark background. It was the moonlight orchid. There were at least 6 or 7 plants, meeting Liana's requirement for strong medicinal properties. However, about a meter above the orchids, in a hollow in the rock wall, hung a huge, irregular hive. It was about the size of a barrel, with a surface full of holes. Countless large bees, about the size of a thumb, with dark gold rings on their bodies, hurried in and out. The buzzing sound was made by them. These giant bees were much bigger than normal honeybees, with glowing red eyes and shiny black stingers at their tails. They looked dangerous. They clearly considered this water-rich area, with the orchid scent, their territory. Mutant giant bees, Marin whispered, frowning. The mutation Liana mentioned, it must be this. Ordinary bees aren't this large, nor do they have such strange colors. And judging by the material of the hive and the markings on the giant bees, it's likely connected to the energy leaking from deep within the forest. Seriously? They take the best spot just to drink nectar? Groff spat on the ground and adjusted the axe on his shoulder. So what now? Do we charge in? I could smash the hive and the rock in one swing. No, Marin said firmly. If the hive breaks, the giant bees will go wild. We might not make it out safely, and the moonlight orchids could be destroyed. Worse, the noise could attract something even more dangerous. He studied the terrain and the bees' movements carefully. The hive was built into a hollow in the cliff, with a stream and boulders below and to the side, and an open area in front. The giant bees seemed to follow a set patrol route, but most of their attention was on gathering nectar from the moonlight orchids and guarding the hive entrance. We need to deal with the hive, or at least draw most of the bees away, Marin said, quickly forming a plan. Graf, see that rock sticking out to the left of the hive? I'll climb that tree across the stream and shoot at the hive's base or take down a few patrolling bees to anger them. The swarm will come for me first. While they're distracted, you rush in from the side and use your axe or a rock to knock the hive off the cliff and into the stream. Once it falls, they'll be confused for a while. I'll cover you as you retreat. When things calm down, we'll grab the moonlight orchids and leave. Graf glanced at the terrain, then at the massive bees that made his skin crawl. He grinned. Got it. I like a plan that's nice and simple. Just make sure you aim straight. Marin unstrung his yew bow and checked the string and arrows. He had brought a few regular arrows. Armor-piercing ones wouldn't work well against small targets like these. Moving like a cat, he used rocks and trees for cover, silently circling to the far side of the stream. He chose an old oak with thick branches and a clear view, climbed up quickly, and steadied himself on a sturdy limb, bow ready. Meanwhile, Graf crouched low like a hunting cat and moved into position behind a large boulder about 7 or 8 paces from the side of the hive. He put down the cracked scale and picked up a small, head-sized, sharply edged, hard stone. He weighed it in his hand, and a look of excitement flashed in his eyes. Malin was in a tree, holding his breath and focusing. He was aiming not at the main part of the hive, which was too hard, and the arrow might not work well, but at the few seemingly weakest, gray-brown roots attaching the hive to the rock wall, and at a large dark gold-headed bee circling near the hive entrance. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 arrows shot out almost at the same time. The first arrow accurately cut one of the main attachment roots, causing the hive to tremble suddenly. The second arrow aimed at the bee, but the bee reacted incredibly quickly, suddenly flying higher in the air as the arrow and its body approached. The arrow brushed past its abdomen, only taking a few tiny hairs, but the attack worked. Buzz, the disturbed hive instantly burst into chaos. The sharp, scream-like buzzing increased several pitches. Dozens of giant bees, like angry bombers, swarmed out of the hive, their compound eyes locking onto the direction of the arrows, Malin's hiding tree. They formed a threatening dark gold swarm, rushing fiercely toward him. Now's the time, Malin shouted from the tree. At the same time, he drew his bow again and shot 2 more arrows, not aiming to hit, but to attract and slow down the swarm's attention. The frontline giant bees were startled by the arrows, their formation slightly disrupted. Come down here. Graf roared angrily, suddenly leaping out from his hiding spot. His thick arm muscles bulged as he threw the stone with all his strength at the connection between the hive and the rock wall, like a spear. Bang! The stone hit the weakened connection point, splashing debris everywhere. The already shaky hive could no longer hold on. It broke free, along with a large patch of moss and rocks from the wall, crashing down diagonally. Plop! The huge hive fell right into the rushing stream below. Murky, muddy water, broken hive pieces, unhatched larvae, and countless giant bees trapped inside or nearby were instantly swept away by the current. The bees struggling in the water flailed wildly, but the swift water carried them downstream quickly. Losing their hive and being hit by the water, the swarm was thrown into chaos. A group of giant bees fiercely attacked the nearby grove, where he was bending down to pick up his battle axe, while another group stubbornly attacked the tree where Marin was. Some bees were flying around aimlessly like headless flies. Grove, retreat. Marin was in the tree, shooting his bow rapidly. He aimed carefully at the most threatening giant bees, hitting their eyes and wing joints. His arrows were fast and accurate, enough to make the bees lose balance or miss their target, giving Grove time to escape. Grove swung his newly acquired, split-scale, axe. Its heavy blade swung through the air like a door, making a rushing wind sound. It knocked several bees away from him. The bees' stingers hit the axe, making a light, ding, sound, but left no marks. The axe only trembled slightly. Grove fought back while retreating, quickly moving to a safe distance. Marin was under more pressure in the tree. The swarm had identified him as the main threat and attacked fiercely. He shot arrows while moving from branch to branch, dodging and flying through the forest. He kept shooting at the approaching bees, knocking them down or driving them away. Sometimes, a bee that got too close was blocked by his arm or bow, leaving only tiny scratches on his leather armor. After about half a tea break, the bee swarm, which had lost its nest and suffered many casualties, gradually weakened. The remaining bees circled in the air, crying out in sadness, then finally gave up and scattered into the forest in small groups. The area near the stream became quiet again. Only the sound of flowing water and faint traces of bee scent and sweet flower fragrance remained. Both of them had a few swollen stings on their bodies. The giant bee's venom was weak, but the stings were painful and itchy, but they were fine. They quickly returned to the place where the moonlight orchid was growing. Luckily, the chaos earlier did not damage these precious herbs. "Quick, gather them," Marin urged. Grove carefully used his dagger to dig out 5 of the fullest, most radiant moonlight orchids, along with a small piece of moss and dirt, and placed them in a prepared wooden box lined with damp moss. Marin kept a watchful eye on the surroundings, also collecting fragments of the broken hive by the stream, which still had some golden beeswax and undamaged honeycomb. The beeswax was good for fuel and some medicines, and could also be sold for a little money. Just as they finished packing away the moonlight orchid and prepared to quickly leave this dangerous place, they heard slow footsteps and exaggerated laughter coming from the woods nearby. "Hey, why is it so noisy over here? Did someone stir up a hornet's nest? Wow, looks like there's a lot of commotion. I thought it was something valuable. Oh, isn't that the new team from a few days ago, the ones bragging to the bard in the flea market? What were they called?" The Broken Shoe Squad. 5 people stepped out of the trees. They were well equipped, with shiny leather armor, well-maintained weapons, and a proud attitude. They looked down on others with a mix of arrogance and teasing, like experienced veterans looking at rookies. The leader was a middle-aged man with 2 neat little mustaches, carrying 2 swords, one long, one short, hanging at his waist. His eyes were sharp and critical. Behind him were a tall, thin archer, a sturdy man with a short spear and round shield, a young person playing with a dagger and looking distracted, and a woman warrior with her arms crossed and a blank expression. They clearly belonged to another adventuring team, and they seemed to think they were more experienced, higher level, and more reputable than the Dawn team. Grove immediately clenched his shattered scale, stepping sideways to hide Marlin and the bag with the moonlight orchid behind him. His dull yellow eyes looked unfriendly at the newcomers. Marlin also placed his hand on his bowstring, calm but alert. The man with the mustache glanced over Grove and his impressive-looking battle axe. His gaze lingered on Marlin's calm face, then shifted to their hurried packing, especially the partially open bag showing beeswax and a damaged beehive. A sneer of understanding and contempt appeared on his lips. "Not bad, rookies. You managed to the moonlight orchid from the golden ring hornet. But," he stretched out the word, "this moonlight orchid is also wanted by our Gray Eagle team. Our mage apprentice needs it for potion making. Looks like you put up a fight. How about this? Leave the moonlight orchid here, and you can take the beeswax trash. Consider it your reward for the effort." "Fair enough," the young man playing with his dagger whistled and echoed. "Boss is generous. I say, take the beeswax too, and teach these newbies what it means to share." Grove's forehead veins throbbed as he spat out through clenched teeth. "Get lost, you. The thing's lousy cut down. Why should I give them to you?" The small bearded man's face darkened. "Huh? Half-orc, watch your words. We are a proper D-class team, the Gray Eagle, and we've completed missions like wiping out goblin tribes. Since you're new and don't know the rules, I'll give you one more chance. Leave the moonlight orchid and get out. Or else," he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, and his team behind him showed threatening expressions. Malin had been silent, but suddenly stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Glover. His right hand casually rested on his bowstring, while his left hand slowly raised, pointing about 10 steps to the left of the bearded man, at the trunk of an old pine tree. Whoosh thud! An arrow shot out almost instantly, making a sharp whistling sound as it hit the tree trunk precisely where the bearded man had pointed. The arrow sank deep into the wood, its tail trembling rapidly, producing a buzzing sound. The tip of the arrow was exactly where the man had indicated. More importantly, the arrow pierced through a half-dead, trembling pine needle branch. The branch was slowly spinning and drifting down, landing right in front of the bearded man's boot. The entire action was lightning fast, less than a second from pointing to the arrow hitting the tree. No one even saw how Malin drew the arrow, nocked it, or aimed. Suddenly, the forest was silent. Only the buzzing of the trembling arrow and the gentle sound of the stream could be heard. Everyone in the Gray Eagle team, including the bearded captain, looked shocked. Especially the tall, thin archer with a long bow. His pupils shrank. He was experienced and could see the precision, speed, and effortless control behind that shot. It was far beyond what a normal E-class archer could do. Malin's voice was calm, without any hint of anger or joy. We collected the Moonlight Orchid to save a teammate. We won't sell it. If you want it, go downstream to the stream. Maybe you'll find some honeycomb fragments. Or, he glanced at the 5 others and finally at the bearded captain, his tone still flat. You can try to take it by force. But next time, my arrow might not be aimed at the tree. As he finished speaking, an invisible pressure spread out. Glover responded with a deep, threatening growl, gripping Broken Scale tightly. His axe blade slightly lifted, shimmering with cold light in the dappled sunlight. Although he was not enraged, his tough aura, forged through countless battles and emerging from blood and corpses, combined with Marlin's skillful arrow, created a strong sense of intimidation. Captain Littlebeard's face alternated between pale and flushed. His eyes flicked between Marlin's calm yet sharp gaze, Groff's terrifying battle axe and commanding presence, and the trembling feathered arrow still on the tree branch, as if silently warning. The team members behind him also showed hesitation and caution, their playful and relaxed expressions gone. They stared at each other for a few seconds. Suddenly, Captain Littlebeard let out a stiff laugh, ha-ha, with a somewhat awkward tone. Good archery. It seems the Dawn team lives up to its name. Just joking, just joking. Since Moonlight Orchid is life-saving, we Gray Eagles won't take what isn't ours. We're leaving. After saying this, he looked deeply at Marlin, as if trying to remember the young archer, then decisively turned around and quickly led his team away, not even glancing downstream at the so-called hive fragment. Only after the Gray Eagles disappeared completely into the forest did Groff spit and say, "Bah, what kind of stuff is that?" Relying on numbers and high levels to try to things, Marlin slowly lowered his bow, walked to the tree, and carefully retrieved the arrow, placing it back into his quiver. It's quite normal. In the world of adventurers, strength and intimidation are the real currency. If we had been a bit weaker today, or if my shot had missed, things could have turned bloody. He touched the arrowhead, recalling that with his breakthrough, he had a deeper understanding of precision, focusing his mind intensely, and the shot turned out well. But now, we've definitely made enemies, Groff muttered. As long as we stay strong, they won't dare to act lightly. Let's go. Hans is still waiting for the medicine, Marlin said, putting away his bow and slinging his bag. The two quickly retraced their steps, returning much faster than they had come. Before the sun fully set, they reached Whitestone Town. They handed Moonlight Orchid and Crystal Moss to Liana, who had been waiting. The female healer examined them and nodded with satisfaction. Good quality, pure energy, no signs of contamination. You moved quickly. She immediately began preparing the medicine. The potion was ready soon. It was a dark green liquid with a cool, bitter smell. After giving it to Hans, who was sleeping deeply, his high fever gradually subsided, and his flushed face slowly returned to normal. Even more surprisingly, under Liana's guidance, the medicinal power of Moonlight Orchid seemed to gently guide and dissolve the blocked dragon energy within Hans. It did not completely eliminate it, but a small part, like water nourishing dry land, quietly merged into Hans's own vital energy. Later in the night, Hans slowly woke up. Though still weak, his eyes were much clearer. He felt a new sensation, no longer weakness, but a faint warmth and fullness coming from deep inside his body, as if a long-sleeping strength had just been gently awakened. When he tried to make a slight fist with his still-fixed arm, he could feel a clearer, more tangible sense of power gathering at his fingertips. Lady Liana said. Malin explained while looking at Hans, who seemed a bit confused. That small amount of external energy was broken down by the Moonlight Orchid's medicine. A tiny part of it was absorbed by your body. Consider it a blessing in disguise. Your physical condition might have improved a little, but don't celebrate too early. This is just the beginning. To become stronger, you will need to work hard and train yourself in the future. Hans was stunned for a moment. then nodded firmly with a strong, bright flame in his eyes. Yes, big brother, Uncle Grov, I will do my best. I won't hold everyone back anymore. Grov patted his shoulder, not too hard, and grinned. That's more like it. Once your hand heals, I'll personally train you. I guarantee it'll be more fulfilling than when that big lizard hit you. Hans shrank back a little, but his eyes were full of hope. Outside the window, the night was deep, but in the camp of the Dawnbreakers, it seemed as if a faint light was quietly igniting inside a young boy. The harvest was not only herbs or experience in repelling challengers, but also a new beginning for a teammate. The brief friction between them and the Grey Eagle team might just be a small prelude to more waves in the future. Volume 1. Appendix. Chronicles of Falling Stars, Fragments. This section is excerpted from The Year of Calamity, an investigation of the falling star disaster, authored by the unnamed chronicler, believed to be the last official historian of the Dawn Alliance, written around 150 AS. The manuscript was written on elf bark paper with dwarf-resistant ink and is now kept in the Forbidden Books section of the River Bay City Library. The following is an incomplete copy. Night of the Tear. Purple streaks across the sky in the first year of the Starfall disaster, 0 AS. On the 15th day of the mist cloak moon, later called Night of the Tear, that night there were no dreams. First, the dogs began to howl. From the northernmost Yeongshuang Plain to the southern Jade Islands, all dogs, wolves, and nocturnal creatures simultaneously sent out mournful cries toward the sky. Birds and nests startled and flew away, crashing into windows. Mice in burrows frantically rushed onto the streets, biting and fighting each other. Then, everything fell silent. An eerie, death-like silence. Even the wind stopped. Until that purple tear tore across the sky. It was not the bright white or golden glow of a shooting star, but a sickly, dark purple light, like a rotting wound, trailing thick, blood-like tails. It moved slowly and unstoppable across the starry sky. Where it passed, stars seemed to be smeared and tainted, leaving scorched-looking trails. The entire sky twisted and groaned under that glow. High Elf Prophetess Isolara Starbright, at the top of the Tower of Eternity, sent out a final warning across the continent just before the crystal shattered. Her few words exhausted her life and divine grace. Barrier broken. All mourn. Gods. Bleed. Then, the impact happened. Even thousands of miles away, the earth seemed to be kicked like a ball by a giant, suddenly rising up, then sinking deeper and longer. People didn't just feel an earthquake. The whole world was rolling beneath their feet. Mountains staggered like drunken men. Ancient forests toppled in large patches, and oceans raised towering walls of water, roaring as they crashed onto land. In the north, on the Yeongshuang Plain, once vast, peaceful, and bathed in moonlight, the light from the impact burst out, making the midday sun seem dull. A huge, burning wound with purple flames tore open the body of the Earth Mother. Mushroom-shaped clouds of smoke and dark energy shot into the sky, spreading and writhing in the stratosphere, forming purple ripples that covered the northern sky. The purple flame rift was born, but that was only a physical wound. The true catastrophe began with sound, a scream beyond hearing, a piercing cry that directly touched the soul, erupting from the depths of the rift, from the world's wound. It was the wail of a dimension breaking apart, the pain and grief of the universe's laws being violently torn as the barrier was shattered. At this moment, the baby stopped crying in the cradle, opening its hollow eyes. The livestock collapsed in the pen, foaming at the mouth. The bravest warriors threw down their weapons, kneeling and vomiting. All spellcasters, whether elves, mages, humans, wizards, or shamans and druids, felt their souls grasped by a cold purple flame as their magic surged, backfired, and turned against them. Thousands of spellcasters were turned into blood mist, or their brains burned to ash in the first wave of magical chaos. Those who survived were forever disconnected from the magical network, falling into madness or insanity. The rift opened wide. It was not a cave, but a wound, a gateway to the abyss. Thick, sulfurous, and foul-smelling gases first poured out, followed by sounds, overlapping, malicious roars, whispers, and laughter. Then they arrived. The first to emerge were the lesser demons, like peeled, multi-legged flesh chunks, oozing acid, aimlessly writhing and clawing. Then more bat-winged flume demons, berserk demons wielding fiery whips, bloated soul-judging demons. They were not an organized army but a tide driven by pure malice, destructive desire, and hunger, bursting from the rift to flood and devour all life and color along the way. But this was only the beginning. The flower of the rift, blooming on the scars of the world, the main rift's existence was like a giant stone smashing into glass, with cracks spreading from this point across the entire world. The next 2 days marked the continent's infection phase. At the edge of the elven homeland, the Song of the Forest, an ancient battlefield site where elves and demons once fought, began to melt like soaked parchment, revealing a leading to the 9 layers of. Instead of chaos and noise, there was a cold, orderly evil. Armored in black plate, with jagged swords, the infernal army marched out in perfect formation, followed by floating contract demons whispering about traps. They did not rush to destroy but built fortresses efficiently, interrogated souls, collected signatures, and transformed the land into a place of suffering, despair, and slavery, aligned with aesthetic. Beneath the old city of the human kingdom Lorden, in the depths of the ancient plague's mass graves, black, cold droplets seeped from the ground. It was concentrated death, a greeting from the gray wilderness. Pale arms broke through the ground, followed by a skeleton with glowing green flames burning in its eye sockets. It was a ghost dressed in fine clothes from its life, filled with endless hatred. A death knight rode an undead warhorse, charging silently into battle. The undead cursed land was spreading quickly, green fading away, life disappearing, leaving only gray and silence. Deep inside the dwarf, Iron Anvil Mountains, miners broke through the last wall of rock. Instead of ore, they found flowing lava and screaming fire elementals. The balance of the elemental plane was shattered. Furious fire, water, wind, and earth spirits broke free, causing disaster. Fire rained down, burning forests. Acid melted castles. Tornadoes lifted entire villages into the sky. Earthquakes buried the dwarf city inside the mountain. There was also the ever-present, evil ash, spitting out from the violet flame rift, drifting on chaotic air currents. It looked like black snow, but touching it caused burning and itching. Plants twisted into monstrous shapes. Animals' muscles swelled. Bones mutated, and they lost their minds. Humans inhaled the ash and experienced hallucinations, eventually going mad or transforming into irreversible monsters. Communication was cut off, the kingdom isolated, and civilization was shattered into hopeless islands from the very first day. Every city, village, and even family faced nightmares crawling out of cracks. Death was no longer just a dramatic, but a constant background noise happening every moment. Tears of the gods and the blood pact. The 7-day war of mortals on the 4th day, when survivors almost gave up hope, light appeared again. But it was not sunlight. It was something warmer, firmer, and more undeniable, an incarnation of a deity. The embodiment of Lord Loxanda, the Dawnbringer, holding the Dawn Star, glowing with light, descended like a rising sun into the edge of the frost plain. His light melted away low-level demons, and the mighty Abyss Lord, Soul Ripper, Karamak was forced to retreat with furious roars. Yet, his light was also being corroded by violet flames, making a sizzling sound. The goddess of nature and life, Melike, appeared in the heart of the Song of Trees forest. She walked barefoot across scorched earth, each step causing new shoots to break through the ashes. Flowers bloomed in the undead cursed land. Tears flowed from her eyes as she poured her life force into the earth, fighting to slow decay and oppose death itself. Her long hair turned gray and white at a visible speed. The embodiment of the god of forging and craftsmanship, Gund, raised his symbolic divine hammer beside the furnace of the dwarven city, Steelheart, which was on the verge of falling. With each strike, dwarven weapons were inscribed with anti-evil runes, and collapsing city gates were temporarily reinforced by unseen forces. He used divine power to support the mountains, buying time for fleeing dwarf civilians. His form grew fainter, like steam rising after quenching metal. They brought hope, but also sacrifice. On the fifth day, the traveler and the embodiment of the god of exploration, Flaren, tried to seal a huge rift across the canyon. They stepped into a trap carefully prepared by the demon Duke, Memphis, the Lord of Tricks. Countless webs of rules woven from souls and contracts wrapped around and cut them. He let out a silent scream, which echoed deep in the souls of all travelers, explorers, and those dreaming of distant lands, representing lost paths and directions. His divine essence was torn apart and consumed. His form completely vanished. The divine realm, endless road, was sealed off, dim and dark. Flaren fell. The news spread, and even the most steadfast believers felt a chilling cold. Gods can die. Perhaps this extreme despair gave rise to extraordinary courage. On the sixth day, at Eagle Cliff, still partly untouched by war, a group of ragged, blood-stained messengers from dying races stood on the edge of the cliff. Among them was a human prince who had lost an eye, an elf noble with half a burnt wing, a dwarf lord with a broken arm and blood-stained beard, and a crippled orc shaman with piercing eyes. No fancy words, no elaborate ceremonies. The human prince used his broken sword to cut his palm, letting blood drip onto the rock. Old grudges are forgiven today. With blood as proof, we fight evil together. The elf noble broke his bow and pressed his blood-stained hand next to the blood mark. The forest can grow again. Hatred must be forgotten. With blood as proof, the dwarf lord smashed his family crest with the blunt side of his battle axe, then placed his large hand over it. Rocks may, but vows are unbreakable. With blood as proof, the orc shaman growled, tearing open his palm with his teeth, then pressed his bloody hand down heavily. Blood and thunder. To stay alive. With blood as proof, at the edge of the cliff, in the face of the apocalypse, the Dawn Alliance was born in the most primitive and bloody way. The core of the oath is only one sentence, recited, cried, and shouted by all survivors in many languages. Let go of all old grudges, swear with blood and fire, to fight evil until death. It was during this darkest time that a special group of people stepped forward. Some were holy warriors inspired by witnessing the fall of gods. Others were farmers who survived contamination by dark magic and gained resistance. Some were scholars carrying ancient knowledge in their families, and some were soldiers simply unwilling to accept death quietly. A faint, weak aura that could slightly dispel evil began to appear around them. The gods of wisdom, Bakabu, and war, Tampus, two gods with relatively more power, looked at them and bestowed vague blessings and heavy responsibilities. So, the first watchers put on simple cloaks. Their task was not to fight the army of demons head-on, but to sneak into shadows, into places even the gods' avatars could not reach, locate rift points, assassinate key monsters, gather dark energy intelligence, and plant tiny but strong hopes in the soil of despair. They knew their fate was likely silent death, but someone has to watch, remember, and prepare for the next time. Silent wounds. The post-disaster era on the seventh day, after paying a heavy price, including me-like transforming into a deep sleep and gone dissolving. The Great Seal was completed above the violet flame rift. The purple scar across the sky was forcibly closed, leaving only an unsettling energy ripple at the edges. Most secondary rifts shrank and became unstable. The flood of demons receded, the devil armies withdrew, and the expansion of the undead paused. The maddening purple hue in the sky gradually faded. But when survivors stepped out of hiding, they saw a world forever changed. The continent shifted, new seas, the misty sea, appeared, and old mountains collapsed. Familiar homes became strange. Population dropped to 1 in 10, and civilization regressed. The song Forest forever lost its western songs, and the northern foothills of Iron Anvil Mountain became the Silent Valley, burying countless dwarf heroes. The gods no longer responded easily to prayers. The church's power and authority waned as miracles became rare. The world entered the age of the gods' silence, but silence also meant emptiness. The pursuit of lost divine power, forbidden knowledge, and the greed for the forces that leaked from the night of tearing apart. These grew and spread in the shadows. Many evil cults and secret societies in later generations may have their origins buried in the power released during those 7 days, a force far beyond ordinary understanding and full of temptation. Most of the Watchers fell in the darkness before dawn, leaving behind no names. A few survivors hid their knowledge, duties, and warnings in secret outposts and archives, waiting for successors who might never come. The disaster of the falling star has ended. But the disaster of the falling star has never truly ended. Its echoes have become countless dangerous ruins and forbidden zones across the continent. Its wounds have become shared nightmares in the memories of all races. The cracks it left, even sealed, remain like unhealed scars, faintly aching in the winds of history. The cold truth about the universe beyond the barrier, and whether the seed of calamity still whispers deep within the rifts, have become eternal ghosts behind every secret and conspiracy of the new era. Hans's fever finally subsided, and Lady Liana personally removed the splint from his arm a few days later. His young bones and muscles were healing well. Although he couldn't exert much force yet, basic grip and slight movements were no longer a problem. The female doctor advised at least 10 more days of rest and gentle rehabilitation. Hans's smile returned clearly, especially when he felt the faint but real warmth of new life within him. The daily routine of the Dawnbreakers was quickly filled with training during breaks between missions. The backyard, a patch of trampled dirt, became a temporary training ground. Every evening, as the noise from the front yard of Flea and Malt Beer grew louder, the old wooden door of the backyard would reveal the steady sounds of movement, sometimes dull, sometimes swift. Malin's training was the quietest and most awkward. He held a repaired curved sword in his right hand and a new, shortened combat, curved sword in his left. At first, just holding 2 swords made him feel off balance, with unstable steps. The old, worn-out book titled Basic Coordination of Two-Handed Weapons was torn and frayed, with simple charcoal sketches of human figures and rough notes. It became the object of his nightly practice and reflection. Keep your weight between your feet, stay slightly heavy. Right hand is the main, both attack and defense. Left hand is auxiliary, mainly guarding, distracting the enemy, and seeking openings for strikes. Malouin whispered the key points from the book, moving slowly with uneven steps. He tried to perform the first basic stance from the book, the cross-cut, with his right hand holding a curved blade forward, pointing vaguely ahead, and his left hand gripping a fighting knife, held across his chest or side, ready to block attacks or flick upward for quick stabs. His movements were stiff, and his coordination was poor. When he wanted to slash with his right hand, he often forgot whether to block or attack with his left, causing the 2 blades' paths to nearly collide. Once, lost in concentration, he turned and stepped, but his left hand's knife slipped, almost cutting his thigh, which made the nearby Groff jump back in surprise and shout. "Ha!" Groff, who was practicing basic axe swings on a broken wooden post nearby, saw Malouin's awkwardness and couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, Archer, your left hand looks like it's borrowed. Want me to cut it off and put a hook on it? Might be more useful." Malouin shot him an annoyed look, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and kept practicing with his hands. He knew he couldn't rush. Mastering both hands took countless repetitions until it became muscle memory. Every night, he trained until his arms were sore and his fingers numb before stopping. Progress was slow and barely noticeable, but sometimes, in a fleeting moment, his right hand's slash would faint, and his left hand's knife would instinctively follow with a quick stab. Though still rough in power and angle, it made him feel a little excited. The things in that torn book weren't completely useless. Compared to Malouin's calm practice, Groff's training was much more active. He didn't practice complicated moves, just the basics of chopping, slashing, sweeping, and flicking. He repeated these actions over and over against the unlucky wooden post. Each strike was powerful and loud, with a rushing wind sound. He was getting used to the weight and balance of the cracked scale axe. The new axe was nearly 30% heavier than the old one, making it harder to swing, but its destructive power was obvious. Deep axe marks quickly covered the wood, and wood chips flew everywhere. Groff, shirtless and sweaty, moved his muscles with each strike, scars shifting with his effort. He panted heavily, but his eyes grew brighter with each swing. He feels every small change in the power transfer, trying to find a more precise and less tiring way to strike during his wild swings. Sometimes, he stops and gently touches the dark gold lines on the axe blade, which look like tiny blood vessels. He whispers, "Buddy, almost there. Soon, you'll see blood." Hans's training is very careful and also very sad. His arms are still too weak to hold the shield's weight and impact. Marin finds a thin, old wooden board, ties a rope around it, and has him practice holding the shield, moving, and simple blocking techniques without a real shield. The boy learns very seriously, his face tight with concentration. Following Marin's instructions, he repeatedly raises an air shield to block attacks from different angles in front and to the side. Sweat runs down his young face, but he rarely complains about being tired. Only sometimes, when he accidentally uses too much force and pulls at his healing arm muscles. He winces in pain but quickly clenches his teeth and keeps going. The puppy is his best practice partner, though mostly a passive one. The little wolf seems to understand that the young master is doing something important, so it no longer bites randomly. Instead, it occasionally snuggles at Hans's feet, nudging his little leg with its head, or makes a low growl at his imaginary shield, pretending to harass him like an enemy. That evening, after training ends, the three of them sit by the well, eating dry food. A shopkeeper from the inn's front yard peeks in and says that a clerk from the Adventurers Guild is looking for them. The visitor is the usual stern-faced middle-aged clerk. He doesn't go into the backyard but stands in the shadows at the door, glancing over Glover, who is sweating heavily, and Marin, who has put away his twin knives. He lowers his voice and says, "Mr. Marin, I have some information, a private message, if you're interested." Marin wipes his hands and steps forward. "Please, go on." The clerk's voice drops even more, almost whispering into Marin's ear. A client, through certain channels, contacted the guild to post a request. But the other side wants a team that is tight-lipped, asks no questions, just does the job, and preferably not too conspicuous, but capable of handling unusual situations. The pay is good, 30% up front, the rest upon completion. I think your team, recently promoted to level E, has the strength, but not much fame yet. It might be a good fit. Of course, there are risks. The request is a bit sensitive. Sensitive? Marin raises an eyebrow. Yes, to retrieve a lost item. The location is near the old cemetery in the west of the city. The clerk spoke briefly and clearly. The client will contact you directly to tell you the specific goal and how to hand over. The guild only acts as an intermediary, not asking about details or offering guarantees. It's up to you to decide whether to accept. If you do, go to the back alley of the Mole Tavern at midnight tomorrow. Find someone wearing a gray cloak with 3 silver lines on the cuffs. The password is the Gravekeeper under the moon. After speaking, the clerk said no more, nodded at Marin, and hurriedly left, as if he had only come to deliver a message. Marin returned to the backyard and told Groff and Hans what he knew. Graveyard? Recovering something lost. Groff stroked his chin. Sounds like digging up graves or tombs. How much is the reward? The clerk didn't say a specific amount, but emphasized not bad and mentioned an advance of 30%, Marin said thoughtfully. They want secrecy, not to follow the normal guild process, and the location is a graveyard. It probably isn't just a simple search. Could it be a trap? Hans looked worried. It might be, but it could also be a private matter that can't be made public, or involve some shady things, Marin analyzed. Mole Tavern, I've heard of it. It's in the roughest part of the dock area, where many black market deals and information trades happen. Meeting there already suggests this isn't an ordinary task. Are we going or not? Groff's eyes shone with excitement, equally eager for the new axe and the gold. Marin thought for a moment and looked at Hans. The boy was a little nervous, but showed no sign of backing down. Hans, your hand isn't fully healed, so this time. Big brother, I'm fine. I can help watch things and keep watch, Hans hurriedly said. He didn't want to be left behind again. This isn't a direct fight, just a meeting and reconnaissance. You come along, but you must follow orders and not act on your own. Marin finally decided to bring Hans along. He wanted him to see more of the world, but had to ensure safety. Get ready. Tomorrow night, we go to the Mole Tavern to check it out. Groff, bring your big guy, but don't make too much noise. Groff chuckled and patted the cracked scale, leaning against the wall. Don't worry, I know when to hold back. At midnight the next day, in the Whitestone Town dock area, the air here is filled with the smell of fish, rotten garbage, cheap alcohol, and sweat, very different from the town center. The narrow street was muddy and messy, with low, crooked wooden houses on both sides. Most windows were boarded up with broken wood, and only a few let out dim, cloudy light. From the cracks in the doors, rough laughter, shouting, and faint sounds of music could be heard. The sign for the Mole Tavern was a rough mouse shape made from scrap metal, hanging at the entrance of a particularly dark alley. It swayed slightly in the night breeze, making a creaking sound that was almost painful to hear. Marin and his two companions wore old, dark cloaks, bought quickly, to avoid drawing attention as they entered the alley. Glover's large size was hard to hide, but the cloak at least covered his scary scars and his big battle axe. Hans was in the middle, his face tense, one hand resting near his short sword. Marin led the way, his sharp eyes scanning the shadows on both sides of the alley for suspicious figures. The tavern's door was heavy, made of wood and covered with metal. It creaked loudly when pushed open. Inside was even worse than outside. The room was dim, filled with smoke, and smelled strongly of cheap tobacco and around a dozen broken tables crowded with various customers, rough sailors with scarred faces and a salty smell, a small, thin man with darting eyes and quick fingers, a woman dressed provocatively with a stiff smile, and a few tough-looking men with weapons, sitting alone in the corners, drinking coldly. The air was thick with loud shouting, dice rolling, and a tense, dangerous feeling that could explode at any moment. Their arrival drew some attention. Glover's size was impossible to ignore, and a few glances with suspicion and malice were cast their way. Marin stayed calm and led the others straight to the bar. Behind the bar was a one-eyed man with a scarred face, wiping dirty glasses with a rag that was so stained it was hard to tell its original color. 3 mugs of the cheapest ale, Marin said quietly, placing a few copper coins on the counter. The one-eyed bartender glanced at them, but said nothing. He poured 3 cloudy, foamless drinks and pushed them over. Marin took one, handed another to Glover, and kept the last for himself. He leaned casually against the bar, pretending to look around the tavern, but he was actually searching for someone with 3 silver lines on his sleeve. Soon, he spotted his target in a dark corner at the back. A person sat alone there, wrapped in a gray cloak, head bowed, with an untouched drink in front of him. When Maluan's gaze swept over him, the man seemed to sense it and slightly raised his arm. Under the dim light, you could see 3 very fine patterns embroidered with silver thread on his cuff. Maluan exchanged a quick look with Graf and Hans. The 3 of them held their wine glasses and casually moved toward that corner. Some nearby tables cast curious glances, but no one stopped them. They reached the table, and Maluan whispered, "The gravekeeper in the moonlight." The cloaked man moved slightly, lifting his head. Under the hood was a young, slightly pale man with a nervous expression, probably not over 20 years old. He had big eyes that were now nervously shifting. He quickly glanced at Maluan and the others, especially pausing on Graf, then lowered his voice and spoke quickly. "Sit. We first need to know what you're after, where it is, and why you chose us," Maluan said as he pulled out a squeaky chair and sat down. Graf and Hans also took seats, forming a loose semicircle that kept the cloaked man somewhat separated from the outside. The cloaked man, an apprentice alchemist, Maluan judged from the faint herbal scent on his fingers and his light, mixed medicinal smell, licked his dry lips and lowered his voice further. "It is a urn, made of birch wood, with carved ivy patterns on the surface, about this big." He gestured with his hand to show the size of a small jar. "In the old cemetery to the west, in the abandoned Bonhart family graveyard, under the tomb with the broken angel statue at the far east. It's not buried underground but placed in a niche inside the tomb. It was stolen about a week ago, but the thief didn't know that inside. It's not entirely ashes." "What is it?" Graf interrupted, his voice not loud in the noisy tavern, but carrying a sense of pressure. The apprentice instinctively shrank back, glanced at Graf, then looked at the calmest Maluan. "It is a fragment of a rune stone, about the size of a fingernail, dark red, with silver patterns. That thing is very important for my teacher's research. It must be recovered. The reward, 20 gold coins, 6 up front, Then once we get it back and confirm it's correct, the remaining 14. As he spoke, he took out a small pouch from under his cloak and pushed it to the center of the table, the coins clinking softly. 20 gold coins. For a simple, retrieve lost item task. Even if the location is sensitive, the reward is quite generous. This also shows the value of the runestone fragment and the potential danger involved. Who stole it? Why steal the urn? Malwin asked. I don't know. Maybe a common tomb robber who liked the urn itself, the wood is decent, or someone who knows something. But my teacher doesn't want things to get out of hand, so he arranged this privately. You don't seem like talkative people, and the clerk said your performance in the Black Forest and the mine was solid, the apprentice said with a hint of pleading. Please bring it back. The fragment is unstable. If it falls into the wrong hands, it could cause trouble. Malwin looked into the apprentice's eyes for a few seconds, then nodded and put away his pouch. Describe the urn, the tomb's location, and the runestone features again to make sure. Also, is there anything special to watch out for? Guards? Traps? Or anything unclean inside the tomb? The apprentice carefully repeated the description and added, the Bonhart family has been fallen for a long time. The cemetery is almost abandoned, so there shouldn't be guards. Traps. Old noble tombs might have simple security devices, but they are probably broken after so many years. As for unclean things, he hesitated. Old cemeteries always have rumors. But my teacher is more worried about thieves or others looking for the fragment. You should do it quickly and quietly. Once you have the item, come back here. I'll wait for you at this spot, the day after tomorrow at the same time. The deal was made. Without saying more, the apprentice hurriedly stood up, pulled his cloak tight, bowed his head, and left the tavern quickly, disappearing into the darkness outside. Malwin and his companions sat for a while longer before leaving. Stepping out of the suffocating atmosphere of the Mole Tavern, they took a deep breath of the cold, though polluted, air. Hans finally let out a long sigh, his face still showing lingering tension and excitement. 20 gold coins. Wow. Graf weighed the pouch in his hand, listening to the cheerful jingling of coins, and grinned. This deal is worth it. Who cares about the runestone? Just exchange it for money. Don't celebrate too early, Malwin warned, watching the surroundings carefully to make sure they weren't followed. The higher the reward, the greater the risk. The Bonhart family. I think I remember them. They were a noble family that fell apart decades ago after getting involved in some political scandal. Their burial site hides fragments of runestones. This is not an easy matter. The apprentice's teacher is probably not an ordinary alchemist. Are we still going to do it? Graf asked. Yes. We've already taken the deposit, Malin said firmly. But we must plan carefully. During the day tomorrow, we'll scout near the graveyard and observe the area. We'll act at night. Hans, your hand isn't fully healed, so you'll mainly keep watch on the outside, alert and cautious. Graf, you and I will go inside. Remember, our goal is the urn with ashes. Once we get it, we leave quickly. Try to avoid unnecessary trouble. Understood, Hans nodded strongly. My axe has been eager for a fight for a long time. Graf's eyes sparkled with excitement. The three of them blended into the mysterious night at the dock area, while a small runestone fragment was about to lead them to a forgotten land of death and into deeper, hidden mists. The Bernhard family cemetery is located on a slightly elevated piece of land on the west outskirts of Whitestone Town. It's more like a small, forgotten patch of land surrounded by low, dilapidated stone walls. Over time, the walls have eroded, with many gaps. The rusty iron gate is long gone, leaving only an empty frame that looks like a toothless giant mouth silently swallowing the darkness of the night. Tonight, there is no moon, only a few sparse cold stars flickering faintly through thick clouds, casting a dim light. The night wind howls through withered bushes and fallen tombstones, carrying the scent of dust and decayed leaves. Occasionally, the distant cry of an owl or the rustling of small animals rushing through the grass can be heard. Malin, Graf, and Hans hide behind a slightly higher dirt mound outside the cemetery, dressed in dark cloaks that blend into the shadows. They have been observing here for nearly an hour. Inside, the cemetery is silent except for the wind and insects. Several taller tombstones and the ruins of a small family chapel look like crouching beasts in the night. It looks pretty quiet, Hans whispered, his throat dry. He tightly clutched his shield, this time a real one, and held a short dagger in the other hand. Dedeo was pressed close to his leg, its fur slightly raised, and a low growl rumbled in his throat. His amber eyes vigilantly scanned the darkness, clearly feeling uneasy about this silent place. Too quiet, Grove muttered, his hand resting on the cold, heavy axe handle of the split scale. His dull yellow eyes slowly turned in the darkness, like a nocturnal animal. I don't like this place. It smells musty, and there's something else. Malin didn't speak. He quietly knocked a plain feathered arrow on his bowstring. His sharp eyes searched carefully for the location described by the apprentice, at the far east, where a broken angel statue marked a tomb. With faint starlight, he could just make out a darker shadow in that direction, which seemed to be a domed tomb chamber, its outline faint but visible. Hans, you and Dui stay here, Malin whispered, pointing to a raised rock on the side of the hill where they were hiding. Watch the way we go in and listen for any sounds around. If something's wrong or someone gets close, use this. He handed Hans a small whistle made from grass and resin that could produce a sharp, short sound. Then run toward the town with Dui. Don't look back. Got it. Hans nodded hard, took the whistle, his hand trembling slightly, but his eyes firm. Got it, big brother. Be careful. Grove, let's go. Keep your distance. I'll go ahead. You follow behind. Watch your footing and sides, Malin said. Like a ghost blending into the night, he slipped out from behind the hill, bow bent, moving lightly through a broken gap in the wall into the tomb area. Grove took a deep breath, gripping his axe tightly, his large body surprisingly agile as he followed closely behind. As they entered the tomb area, the air suddenly felt colder. The smell of rotten earth, damp stones, and an indescribable mix of old leather and dust grew stronger. The ground was soft and overgrown with weeds and moss, with occasional broken bricks or fragments of tombstones with faint inscriptions buried in the dirt. Tilted crosses and broken statues cast twisted, eerie shadows in the dark, as if they might come to life at any moment. The two moved silently and quickly, using tombstones and bushes for cover, heading east. Malin's senses sharpened to the limit, listening for any sound besides the wind, his eyes adjusting to the darkness to spot the path and potential danger. Grove relied more on beast-like instinct and his strong body, ready to fight off any attack from any direction. They were getting closer to the target tomb chamber. It was a small domed building made of grayish-white stone with an old-fashioned style. The stone columns at the porch were broken, and the archway was half-collapsed, revealing a dark, hollow entrance. In front of the entrance, there was a stone angel statue, but years of weathering and human damage had taken its head and one wing. Its broken body looked especially lonely and eerie in the night. As they approached about 20 steps from the tomb entrance, Malin, who had been very alert, suddenly sensed a faint, bluish glow flickering in the tall grass to his front left. It was not fireflies. The light was colder and more hollow. At almost the same time, Hans, lying on the hillside and watching nervously, saw several flickering bluish lights in the shadows deep inside the cemetery, near where Malin and the others were. The lights moved slowly like ghostly flames, as if they were approaching the two men. Big brother, Hans's heart pounded in his chest. He instinctively clenched his whistle, but remembering Malin's warning, he held back from ing it. Malin also saw those lights. He immediately stopped, knelt behind a tombstone, drew his bow slightly, and aimed an arrow at the grass where the first light appeared. He lowered his voice and warned, Grove, something's there. Be careful. Grove had already stopped, holding his axe across his chest, his dull yellow eyes fixed on the flickering bluish lights. He sniffed the air and said, What kind of thing is that? It doesn't smell right. It's dead. Before he finished speaking, the grass where the first light appeared suddenly parted. A small, hunched, stiff, and twisted figure staggered out. Under the bluish glow, it was barely visible, but it looked like a dog's skeleton. Its bones were an unnatural gray-black, and its eye sockets, chest, and joints burned with bluish flames. It opened its jaw, which was just a skull, and let out a silent growl. Then, with a speed that didn't match its stiff appearance, it lunged toward Malin. A bone-chilling cold and a strong stench of decay filled the air. It was a ghostly dog, or rather, an undead spirit dog driven by negative energy. Whoosh! Malon's arrow shot out, aiming precisely at the glowing blue flames in the ghost dog's eye sockets. However, the arrow passed through the flames and the skull behind them without resistance, embedding itself in the dirt behind. It was as if he had hit only a phantom. The ghost dog paused slightly, the bluish flames flickering, then continued to charge forward. Physical attacks had little effect. Normal arrows are useless. Malon's heart tightened. In an instant, he abandoned his bow and quickly drew his curved dagger and combat knife from his waist. At the same time, several other faint blue glowing points appeared, revealing 3 ghostly dogs of the same shape and 2 decayed zombies that moved more slowly but were larger, covered in torn cloth strips and rotten flesh. Their eyes burned with the same blue flame, and they made hissing sounds like leaking air from a broken bellows, closing in from different directions. Roar! Nice timing. Try my new weapon, Groff shouted fiercely, rushing forward with his battle axe, split scale. He swung it fiercely at the closest ghostly dog. This time, the axe didn't miss. The dark gold patterns on the blade suddenly glowed faintly with a destructive, blood-red light when it touched the blue flames on the ghostly dog. Show! It was like a hot knife slicing through solidified oil or cold water pouring over red-hot iron. The blood-red light and blue flames fought fiercely, making a sizzling sound. The ghostly dog let out a silent scream, shaken to its core, as the split-scale axe struck it solidly. Its gray-black bones shattered and dissolved under the blade, and the blue flames in its eye sockets flickered violently before dying out with a pop. The ghostly dog's figure instantly became more transparent and sluggish, clearly badly hurt. Good. This axe can hurt them, Groff cheered, swinging his battle axe, creating streaks of blood-red afterimages that forced the other ghostly dog back. Malon also moved. He knew his ordinary sword and dagger probably couldn't do much damage to the undead, but he had a plan. His steps were quick and agile. He narrowly dodged a slow but powerful claw strike from a zombie. With his left hand, he flipped his combat knife to parry the attack and block the ghostly dog's bite. Then, with his right hand, he swung his curved dagger in an arc, not to attack the undead but to cut the dry, tough vines wrapped around a tilted tombstone nearby. He quickly cut several sections, then took a small leather pouch from his pocket. Inside was fine silver gray powder, special holy salt he bought with part of his advance payment before leaving, quite expensive. He quickly applied it to the vines, then suddenly shook the pouch, whipping the vines like a whip toward the nearest zombie. The vine coated with holy salt burned the corpse of the zombie, immediately releasing hissing white smoke and a foul smell. The zombie let out a painful scream, and the ghostly blue flames flickered wildly, causing its attack to pause. Holy salt is very effective against low-level undead creatures. Malon seized the opportunity. His curved dagger shot out like a venomous snake and stabbed fiercely into the zombie's burning eye socket, which was glowing with ghostly blue flames. This time, the blade felt solid, as if piercing into a gel-like core. The zombie shuddered violently. The blue flames instantly went out, and its huge body toppled backward like a collapsing mountain, kicking up dust and falling silent. Meanwhile, Groff had already finished off the injured ghost dog and was fighting with another ghost dog and the remaining zombie. The broken scale spell was clearly effective against spirits, but it seemed to consume a lot of energy. Groff's breathing grew heavier. After Malon took down one enemy, he quickly moved to support, using holy salt vines to interfere, while his combat knife kept the enemies at bay, creating an opening for Groff. The battle was short but fierce. Undead creatures lack intelligence, only driven by instinct, but their resilience, being unafraid of pain and emitting a chilling aura, and the fact that most physical attacks were ineffective made the fight dangerous. In the end, thanks to the magic-breaking power of Broken Scale and Malon's precise use of holy salt and teamwork, they managed to defeat the remaining ghost dog and zombie one by one. When the last zombie fell, its shattered bones and residual blue flames quickly vanished into the air, leaving only some decayed rags and a strong, foul smell. Groff leaned on his battle axe, gasping heavily and sweating profusely, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. That was awesome. This axe really packs a punch. Malin also caught his breath slightly, inspecting his curved dagger and combat knife. They were stained with some dark gray grime, but nothing serious. He glanced at Broken Scale, noticing the faint glow of the dark gold patterns on the axe's blades slowly fading. It seems the magic-breaking effect of this axe requires some kind of energy or depends on the user's condition. We can't rely on it too much. After a brief rest, the two hurriedly moved toward the damaged tomb. Inside the archway, darkness was thick and heavy, carrying a stale, earthy smell mixed with a stronger stench of decay. Malin lit a small torch he carried, made from beast fat and a little fluorite powder. The light was weak, but enough to illuminate the narrow corridor and the rough stone walls on both sides. The tomb was small, with a weathered stone coffin in the center. The lid was tilted open, and it was empty inside. The walls had a few niches, mostly empty and covered in dust and spider webs. Soon, they found their target in the innermost niche at the back, facing away from the entrance. It was not the birchwood urn described by the apprentice, but a small, plain, square-lead box about the size of a palm. Its surface was unadorned, covered with grayish-white marks from oxidation. The lead box was casually placed in the corner of the niche, with a thin layer of dust on top. Is that a lead box? Didn't he say it was an urn? Groff frowned. Maybe it's meant to hide the real thing, or the urn has already been taken. This might be what's inside, Malin said carefully, using the tip of his knife to poke at the box to check for traps before picking it up. It felt heavy and cold in his hand. Should we open it? Groff asked, leaning in. Malin hesitated, then placed the lead box on the ground. Carefully, he used his knife to pry open the lid. It wasn't locked. As the lid came off, no ashes or strange lights spilled out as he had expected. Instead, under the flickering firelight, he saw a black velvet lining at the bottom of the box, old and faded. On the velvet lay a small, irregularly shaped dark red fragment about the size of a fingernail. The fragment was neither metal nor stone, covered with extremely intricate, hair-thin silver patterns that seemed to flow and change slowly, emitting a faint but unsettling energy. It was a piece of a rune stone. Malin carefully pushed the fragment onto a clean cloth with his knife, then lifted it with the cloth. The moment his fingertips touched the fragment through the fabric, a bone-chilling cold, as if it could freeze the soul, shot up his arm. At the same time, his vision blurred, and countless images of broken, twisted scenes filled with despair and destruction flooded his mind like a raging torrent. He saw a towering spire reaching into the clouds, built entirely from dark metal and glowing crystals. The tower was covered with the same, but more elaborate and complex, silver patterns as the fragment. These patterns seemed alive, writhing and pulsating with destructive energy. But the tower was collapsing. From inside, an endless surge of golden and dark red destructive energy burst forth. The tower shattered, crystals exploded, and the silver patterns fractured and faded away, piece by piece. Countless tiny figures, possibly humans or something else, scream and evaporate in the surge of energy. Finally, the view quickly zooms in and focuses on a cracked wall somewhere on the tower. A dark red shard with silver patterns shoots out from the explosion flames, streaking through the long darkness and falling into the endless unknown. The illusion appears suddenly and disappears just as quickly. In just a breath or two, Marin suddenly wakes up, soaked in cold sweat, with a pounding heart, and his hand trembling slightly as he holds the shard. The scene of destruction and the terrifying pressure it contains are far beyond any battle he has experienced before. What's wrong? Grove notices Marin's unusual state and looks around cautiously. I'm fine. Really. Marin takes a few deep breaths, forcefully suppresses his shock, carefully wraps the rune stone shard with cloth, and puts it into his pocket close to his body. With the item in hand, let's go quickly. Marin puts away the torch and whispers. It's not safe to stay here long. The two quickly leave the tomb chamber and return to the cold, silent graveyard. The night is still deep, but the surrounding silence seems even heavier. They carefully and swiftly retreat along the original path toward the gap in the wall. However, just as they are about to reach the gap and can see Hans's faint figure on the hillside outside, an unexpected change occurs. Behind a half-collapsed, vine-covered tombstone on the side, shadows suddenly stir. Three agile black figures silently leap out like ghosts, aiming directly at Marin. No, they are targeting the runestone shard he is carrying close to his chest. They hold shimmering, poison-tipped daggers, moving quickly and fiercely, obviously experienced ambushers who have been lying in wait for a long time. It's an ambush, and the timing is perfect, just as they have just escaped the dangerous tomb chamber, relaxed their vigilance, and are about to leave the graveyard. Be careful, Grove reacts very quickly and shouts angrily. His broken scale attack sweeps out, forcing the two black figures attacking from behind Marin to retreat. But the third figure is even faster, with a more tricky angle, and the dagger is already at Marin's side. Marin sensed danger the moment the shadow lunged, twisting his waist to dodge at the last second, while his right hand swung his curved knife upward from below. Clang! The blade clashes with the dagger, sparks flying. The attacker is strong, causing Marin's arm to go numb. With a powerful strike, the attacker twisted his body strangely, and his other empty hand shot out like an eagle's claw, aiming straight at Marin's chest. Clear target, the runestone shard. Just at this critical moment, whoosh, a small crossbow bolt shot from the hillside, whistling sharply through the air, accurately hitting the attacker's outstretched wrist. It was Hans. Seeing the danger, he ignored hiding and used his still movable right hand to fire the lightweight crossbow left for him by Marin for self-defense, shooting a crucial arrow. The attacker clearly didn't expect there to be hidden enemies outside, nor did he expect such a precise shot from this seemingly insignificant arrow. He had to pull back his hand to defend, using a dagger to deflect the bolt, but he was a moment too slow. That split-second delay was enough. Marin's fighting knife, like a venomous snake spitting venom, stabbed from a very tricky angle, opening a shallow wound on the attacker's arm. At the same time, he quickly retreated, creating distance. Grove roared angrily, swinging his axe to force the other two attackers back. The fierce power of broken scale and Grove's violent strength made the attackers afraid to face him directly. "Let's go," Marin shouted without hesitation, calling out to Grove and Hans on the hillside. There were 3 attackers, all skilled, and their goal was clear, the runestone. Staying to fight here could mean more enemies or surprises, especially in this creepy graveyard. Who knew what other ghosts or monsters might appear? The 3 quickly regrouped. Marin pulled Hans up, Grove covered their retreat, and they sprinted toward the town. The attackers, caught off guard by their quick retreat, hesitated. One of them seemed to want to chase, but was stopped by the leader, the one Marin cut, who whispered sharply. They looked coldly at the fleeing figures and did not pursue, disappearing quickly into the darkness on the other side of the graveyard. They ran nearly a mile before seeing faint lights at the edge of the town. Exhausted, the 3 stopped to rest against the wall of an abandoned mill. Hans looked pale, partly from fear and partly from running. Grove's chest heaved heavily, but his eyes were fierce as he looked back at the way they came. Marin immediately checked the ruined stone shard in his hand, intact and undamaged. Was that apprentice right? Or was it a black and white fight? Grove asked, panting. I don't know, but they knew we were coming, knew what we wanted, and ambushed us in advance. And judging by their skills and clothes, they don't look like ordinary thieves or adventurers, Marin said grimly. The water I was entrusted with this time is deeper than they imagined. There are not only undead guards, but also skilled ambushers. That fragment of the runestone is probably a risky item. Did you get the thing? Hans whispered. Malin nodded and patted his chest. Yes, I got it. Hans, that shot just now was perfect. Thanks. Hans blushed a little and shook his head. What do we do now? Should we go to the Mole Tavern to deliver it? Glover asked. Malin thought for a moment and shook his head. No, things have changed. The ambushers might know where we're supposed to deliver. Let's not go back to the inn. We should find a safe place to hide until morning. We need to think carefully about what to do with this fragment. In the night, the 3 rested briefly before quietly moving again. Like startled animals, they slipped into the shadowy, winding alleys on the edge of Whitestone Town. Behind them, the abandoned graveyard returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. But the Dawn Squad knew they had just taken a small fragment from a group of trained attackers, something that could cause big trouble or hide great secrets. The real danger might just be beginning. In the shadows of the abandoned mill, time seemed to stretch in the thick darkness, nerves tense. The three leaned against cold, rough stone walls. Their breathing echoed in the silence, contrasting strangely with the faint, distant noise of the town. Hans sat on the ground, trembling slightly while clutching his shield. Whether from fear or exhaustion, they weren't sure. Glover, like a wounded but still alert beast, kept watch by a broken window, his yellow eyes flickering with danger in the dark. His ears were alert, catching any strange sounds in the wind. Malin turned away from them, facing deeper into the darkness inside the mill. His left hand held a curved dagger, while his right pressed against a cold, hard lead box under his clothes. The icy chill and destructive illusions from touching the rune's stone fragment still lingered vividly in his mind. "Those three guys earlier," Glover whispered, breaking the tense silence. "They moved quickly and worked well together. Not like they were just acting on impulse. That apprentice alchemist tricked us." Malin shook his head slowly, his voice low. "No, it doesn't seem like it. He looked more scared than us. The ambusher's goal was clear, just the rune stone. It might be that another group is also looking for this item. The apprentice's teacher is collecting it, and others might be collecting it too." He remembered the collapsing giant tower in the illusion, with countless fragments flying everywhere. These fragments are probably more than just research materials. "What should we do now? Should we hand over this hot potato?" Groff glanced back toward Marin. 20 gold coins is a lot, but is it worth the trouble for this thing? Plus, the delivery point might be watched. Marin didn't answer immediately. He was weighing his options. The secret of the rune stone was unsettling, and the potential danger was clear. But the remaining 20 coins were urgently needed by the team, who had just spent a lot on supplies and had little money left. More importantly, they were already involved. Giving up the deal would be a waste of effort, and they might offend the client who knew about this, as well as their mysterious teacher. The ambushers probably wouldn't let them go either. They had seen each other before. "Let's do it," Marin finally decided firmly. "But not as planned. We can't go to the Mole Tavern anymore. It's too dangerous. We need to find another way to contact the apprentice, or have him come to us." "How to contact him?" "That kid is very secretive, only giving a time and place." Groff frowned. "Since he needs this item, he will definitely watch the Mole Tavern. If an ambush happened, whether he was involved or not, he would know something went wrong. If he truly wants to trade and not set a trap, he will find a way to contact us again." Marin analyzed. "Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the guild and leave a subtle message through the clerk. Say that Moonlight Orchid needs to find him. If he's smart, he'll understand. We'll agree on a new, safer meeting place. What about tonight? Back to the inn?" Hans asked quietly, sounding tired. "No, the inn might also be watched. We'll stay here until dawn. Take turns resting, stay alert." Marin looked around the rundown mill. It was dirty and messy, but the structure was solid and hard to attack. "Groff, you rest first. I'll watch the first half of the night. Hans, you get some sleep too." The second half of the night passed slowly, filled with tension and exhaustion. Luckily, no uninvited guests arrived. At dawn, when the first hint of dawn appeared on the horizon and the rooster's crow was faintly heard in the town, the three of them had already packed up. They moved like ordinary early risers, blending into the gradually bustling streets. They did not go directly to the guild, but circled around a few times to make sure they were not followed. Then, Malin went alone to find the middle-aged clerk who handled messages. After paying a few silver coins as a message fee, the clerk agreed to pass along a message. "Moonlight Orchid has something to discuss. The usual place, don't be late. Please meet at the 3-Barrel Inn in the afternoon corner." The message seemed simple, but Moonlight Orchid referred to a previous herb collection mission. The location changed from Mole to the more public 3-Barrel, and the time was set for a busy afternoon, indicating a change in the meeting place and a desire for a safer environment. In the afternoon, the 3-Barrel Inn was much quieter than at night, with only a few scattered customers drinking and chatting. Malin and his companions chose a corner at the back, leaning against the wall with a clear view. Grove placed the broken scale within easy reach under the bench, and Hans kept a nervous eye on the door. The wait was not long. After about 20 minutes, a person dressed in plain linen clothes, wearing a hood, but with a build similar to last night's apprentice, hurried into the inn with his head down. He quickly scanned the room, saw Malin and the others, and noticeably quickened his pace. He approached the table, hesitated for a moment, then sat down in the empty seat opposite Malin, still with his head lowered. His face was pale, with bloodshot eyes, clearly exhausted from a sleepless night. "Did you get it?" The apprentice's voice was hoarse and dry, filled with anxious urgency he couldn't hide. Malin did not answer. He simply looked at him calmly. "Last night in the graveyard, besides us and those old friends, 3 other people were waiting too. They seemed very interested in what was inside the lead box." The apprentice trembled suddenly, looked up, and a flash of fear crossed his eyes. They attacked? You guys. The item is still safe," Malin interrupted, pulling out the unremarkable lead box from his pocket and placing it on the table, though his hand did not leave it. "But we need an explanation. What exactly is this? Why would professionals ambush us to steal it? And your teacher, what does he want to do with it?" The apprentice's face flickered with uncertainty, and his hands unconsciously clenched together under the table. He looked at the lead box, then at Marlin with his cold expression and Glover next to him, fierce and intimidating. Finally, his gaze shifted to Hans, who still looked young but alert. It seemed he had made a decision. He lowered his voice again, speaking very quickly, as if afraid someone might overhear. "Yes. It's the key, a fragment of the ancient mage tower's key." He licked his dry lips. "Legend says deep in the southern Blackwater Marsh, there is an ancient high elf, or even an earlier magical civilization's ruins called the Starwatch Tower. The tower is said to hold many lost secrets and treasures, but the tower is protected by a strong seal, which can only be opened by collecting scattered tower heart, runestone fragments, or by safely entering certain areas inside. My teacher is a hermit mage. He's very interested in some ancient alchemy and energy fusion knowledge inside the tower, and has been secretly collecting these fragments. This fragment was found after a long search, confirmed to be in the Bonnet family's tomb. But unexpectedly, the news leaked. Mage Tower? Key fragment? Marlin was shaken. This explanation seemed to fit the image of the collapsed giant tower in the illusion, and also explained why a single fragment could cause a fight. But a hermit mage, capable of collecting such dangerous items? Your teacher isn't worried about attracting bigger trouble? Like those people last night, Glover snorted. The apprentice smiled wryly. My teacher is quite persistent. He believes knowledge is priceless, and he trusts his own hiding skills. This time, maybe we slipped up, or perhaps the Bonnet family itself has records about this, and others have found out too. Anyway, you've got the item back, and we'll pay the reward. Also, he clenched his teeth and took out a small leather pouch from his pocket, pushing it to the center of the table. As extra thanks and compensation, my teacher asked me to give this to you. He said you're capable adventurers, and this was a pleasant cooperation. Maybe in the future, there will be more times you need help. Marlin opened the pouch. Inside were 2 glass tubes sealed with corks, about finger thick, containing a bright red, thick liquid that radiated strong life energy, healing potion, and of standard quality. It wasn't as clear and sparkling as the one he bought from the Silent Dew, but the energy fluctuations were just as strong. These 2 bottles of potion could be life-saving at critical moments. In addition, there was an old rolled-up parchment bound with silver thread. The apprentice pointed to the parchment and said, "This is a limited-use communication scroll. Tear it open to send a short message to my teacher. He will sense it on his end. It's only for emergencies, or if you find clues about other runestone fragments. You can contact us through this. Of course, if there are more such tasks, the reward will be worth your effort." There were 2 bottles of healing potion, a communication scroll that might connect to a mysterious mage, and an unpaid balance of 14 gold coins. The reward far exceeded the initial agreement. It seemed that, whether to keep quiet or to build a long-term connection, the hidden mage showed enough sincerity, or perhaps realized the value of the Dawn Squad. Marin and Groff exchanged a glance. The potion master's teacher was quite influential and appeared to be seriously collecting rune stones. The plans were not small. Building a relationship with such a person carried both risks and opportunities. We accept the reward and the items, Marin said, pushing the lead box toward the apprentice while packing away the leather bag and parchment scroll. This mission ends here. We have no intention of probing into the rune stones or the mage tower further. But please tell your teacher that the Dawn Squad only takes on tasks we can complete at a fair price. If there are more surprises like last night, Our cooperation might not last. The apprentice nodded quickly, looking relieved. He hurriedly packed the lead box, placed a heavy pouch of coins on the table, containing 14 gold coins, and whispered, "I will pass on your message. Thank you. I have to go now." Without lingering, he pulled his hood down and hurried out of the tavern, quickly disappearing into the crowd outside. Groff picked up the pouch, waited, and listened to the pleasant clink of coins. He then looked at Marin carefully storing the healing potions and scroll, and grinned. "Hey, we made a good deal. 2 life-saving potions. More valuable than gold. That old mage is quite clever." Hans also looked at the 2 red vials with curiosity, his eyes full of envy. He knew how precious those were. Marin carefully stored the potions and scroll close to his body, but his mind was not at ease. The secrets behind the rune stone fragments, the mage tower, last night's ambush, and the mysterious hermit mage. These seemed to be just the edge of uncovering a huge mystery. But as he said, this is not something their small, just starting team can investigate right now. Let's go back. Hans needs to rest, and we need to process what we gained. Malin stood up. These 2 bottles of potion are our most valuable assets. We shouldn't use them unless absolutely necessary. The communication scroll is the same. As for the mage tower and the rune stone, he paused. Forget about them for now. But we still have a connection with that apprentice mage. It might be useful later. The 3 left the 3-barrel inn. The afternoon sun was a bit harsh, slightly easing the coldness of the graveyard last night and the tension from the tavern deal. They now had 14 more gold coins, 2 life-saving potions, and a scroll that could bring opportunity or trouble. More importantly, they had fought undead creatures and a professional ambusher, completed their task, and made a fragile, initial contact with a mysterious magic user. The path of adventurers is like this. Each mission can lead you into unexpected places. After surviving the initial life and death test and this strange night adventure, the Dawn Squad is carefully expanding its boundaries and connections in this world full of danger and opportunity. The next quest posted on the bulletin board might be very different because of the bonds formed today. Back in the familiar, musty, dusty inn room of Flea and Ale, after carefully storing the heavy purse, cold healing potions, and that mysterious sheepskin scroll, a deep sense of exhaustion and lingering fear washed over Malin like a tide. He sat on the squeaky wooden bed, his gaze falling on the purple cedar longbow standing in the corner. The bow still looked smooth and elegant, and the string shimmered faintly in the dim light. But what kept replaying in Malin's mind was last night in the graveyard. The arrow shot into the ghost dog's eye socket, only to fall uselessly, as if passing through air. Was it the arrow's problem? No, it was the target's. Ordinary arrows are less effective against undead, energy creatures, or enemies with tough hides or special resistances. The bow and arrow are his foundation, the key to his role in the team. However, after passing through Stonehammer Village's Dragonborn, arrows ineffective against gold flames, and last night's ghostly hound, he realized deeply that relying only on accuracy and speed was no longer enough when facing increasingly complex adventures. He needed stronger methods to deal with special enemies, and even a touch of extraordinary qualities. He thought of the shining magic weapons in the dwarf blacksmith shop and the enchanted arrows in Silent Dew, which were priced beyond his reach. Enchantments are the most direct way to boost equipment power, but they also come with sky-high costs. I need to find a way, at least make my bow stronger, Malin whispered to himself. He remembered a somewhat special shop in town, the Whispering Woods Bow and Crossbow Shop. The owner was a quiet half-elf, known for excellent craftsmanship, especially in making and repairing ranged weapons. Sometimes, the shop also had strange or failed experiments from distant lands, with relatively friendly prices. The next morning, he told Groff to continue recovery training with Hans, mainly helping Hans adapt to the shield, while Groff familiarized himself with cracked scales. Malin went alone to Whispering Woods, located in the southeast corner of the town near the old city wall. The shop was smaller and more cluttered than he imagined. Opening the hanging wind chime door made of oak, a mixture of scents hit him: wood, varnish, animal glue, metal, and a faint herbal aroma. The walls were lined with various bows, long bows, short bows, crossbows, hand crossbows, ranging from rough apprentice works to elegant, polished high-quality pieces. Glass cases displayed arrowheads, bowstrings, sights, and many small, unidentifiable parts. The back of the shop was separated by cloth curtains, with faint sounds of tools being struck. The shopkeeper was a man around 40, with pointed ears, light blonde hair, and fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He wore a leather apron stained with wood shavings and oil, carefully filing the notch of an arrow shaft with a small file. When he saw Malin, he only glanced up, nodded slightly, and continued working, clearly not a very enthusiastic merchant. Malin didn't mind. He browsed the shop on his own. His first focus was on the finished bows. The most eye-catching was a longbow glowing faint blue, with intricate wind runes embedded in the limbs, priced at an astonishing 80 gold coins. Another bow arm is dark red, looking like molten lava flowing inside, priced at 120 gold coins. It comes with a note saying, extra damage to fire creatures. These are real enchanted weapons, with good effects, and the price is so high that Marin immediately looks away. His eyes shift to ordinary bows that have no obvious magic glow but are well made. They cost between 5 and 20 gold coins. These bows might be better in material, draw strength, and feel than his purple cedar longbow, but they don't solve his main problem, his weakness against unusual enemies. Finally, his gaze lands on a dusty wooden rack in the corner of the shop. It is cluttered with some bows and crossbows that show signs of use, strange shapes, or obvious repairs. Next to it is a sign. Defective, experimental/secondhand, no returns, price negotiable. Marin's heart moves, and he walks over carefully. He looks through the items. There is a bow with vines of metal wire wrapped around it, trying to imitate natural growth but clearly failing. A complex crossbow with many rusted parts, and a few old bows that look intact but have tiny cracks or obvious repainting. Just as he is about to give up and consider buying a better normal bow, his eyes are caught by a longbow at the bottom of the shelf, with only a small part of a deep purple tip showing. The tip is as dark as dusk, made of a material that is neither wood nor metal, with faint, shimmering silver spots that seem to breathe. He pulls out this bow. It feels heavier than it looks. The limbs are smooth and tense, with a uniform dark purple color all over. It looks like wood but feels cold like metal and has the toughness of animal horn. The bow has no fancy decorations, only a tiny silver thread near the grip, embedded with an abstract symbol that looks like overlapping arrow paths or sound waves spreading out. The symbol is dull and almost the same color as the bow. The most unusual part is the bowstring. It is not made of common beast tendons or magical creature tendons, but a nearly transparent, pearl-glossy, strange silk thread. It is stretched across the limbs, almost invisible, but you can feel its incredible elasticity and strength. Marin gently pulls the string without an arrow. It feels very smooth, with even resistance increasing, and snaps back quickly and silently. This is definitely a good bow, possibly as good as those costing 20 or 30 gold coins. But why was it thrown into the defective items pile? He focused his mind, a faint light flashing in his eyes. His silent appraisal ability activated, concentrating on this dark purple longbow. Item: unnamed experimental enchanted longbow. Status: semi-activated/unstable. Material: Shadow Realm purple cedar core, small amount. Starfall iron powder coating void butterfly wing membrane. Bowstring. Physical traits: draw weight 80 pounds, 15% range and accuracy, -30% vibration and noise. Enchantment name: Hunting Echo. Main effect: requires active trigger/conditions when hitting the same target repeatedly. Each arrow gains slight kinetic energy stacking and trajectory correction. Specifically, slight increase in arrow speed, 3% 5%, slight increase in armor, 2% 3%, and slight energy consumption increase. Effect can stack up to 5 times. Resets after leaving combat or switching targets. Activation condition: inject a small amount of mental energy and focus to lock onto the same target. Unstable factors: the enchantment circuit has minor energy leakage and resonance imbalance. Prolonged or intense activation of Hunting Echo may cause temporary overload, disabling the enchantment. Cool down about 1 hour. or very rarely cause bowstring vibrations that affect the next shot's accuracy. Creator's note, scribbled custom-made for Hunter, Kevin. Concept feasible, material conflicts not fully resolved. Debt unpaid, leaving the bow here. If not retrieved within a year, handle accordingly. Old Yi, evaluation, a weapon full of genius ideas and flaws. In a skilled archer's hands, it can be a powerful tool for sustained pressure and finishing off strong enemies. But for most people, its instability and strict activation conditions may do more harm than good. Its value depends on whether you trust your aim and luck. Hunting Echo. Malin's heart suddenly pounded. Consecutive hits, growing stronger. This enchantment effect seemed tailor-made for him. He seeks precision and continuous suppression. Despite the instability and trigger conditions, compared to those expensive standard enchanted bows, this one's performance clearly suits his fighting style and the price. He looked at the half-elf shopkeeper. "Boss, how much for this bow?" The shopkeeper paused his work, approached, and glanced at the dark purple longbow in Malin's hand. His expression was calm, but a faint, complex look appeared, part regret, part relief. The hunter's lament. Kevin's crazy order. He brought all sorts of strange materials, and his ideas were wild. When finished, the result was somewhat interesting, but also had problems. He tested it 3 times. Twice it succeeded and stacked onto the 4th arrow, and the power was impressive. But the 3rd time, the bowstring snapped on its own and almost hit his face. He said he wanted to get some void whale oil to smooth things out, but he never came back after leaving. He also didn't pay the full amount. It's been about a year since then. He looked at Malin. "Do you like it? Just so you know, the enchantment on this bow is unstable. It requires the shooter to have excellent control and a bit of luck. Also, it only works if you hit the same target repeatedly. It's not useful for moving targets or in chaos." The prices: 12 gold coins. No bargaining. Just cover the materials and my craftsmanship. It's worth that, or it might be worthless. 12 gold coins. For a real enchanted longbow, even if it's just an experiment, that's a very low price. But for Malin, who just earned 14 gold coins and still needs to support his team, it's a careful decision. He gently touched the cold, smooth bow, feeling the almost invisible, strange bowstring's resilience. He remembered the Dragonborn's tough armor and the ghost dog's intangible body. He needed a way to keep pressing, to eventually break the deadlock. "I'll take it," Malin said without hesitation. He counted out 12 gold coins and placed them on the workbench. Then he spent 3 more gold coins to buy 30 high-quality armor-piercing arrowheads, 10 heavy dragon-slaying arrows, designed to pierce thick scales, and 5 holy water arrows, with hollow arrowheads that could be filled with holy liquids, effective against undead or evil creatures. Finally, he spent 50 silver coins on a small jar of pungent Black Widow spider venom concentrate, which could be applied to arrows to cause nerve paralysis and ongoing damage. Very effective against living beings, but must be used carefully and is ineffective against undead or constructs. The half-elf shopkeeper took the money, counted it carefully, and stored it away. His face remained expressionless, but he nodded and took out a matching deep purple quiver, seemingly made from leftover material of the same kind, and a small box of silver oil with a cool scent, used to maintain the bowstring. The bowstring is made from void butterfly wing membrane, very tough, but it dislikes extreme temperature changes and certain negative energy environments. Usually, you should wipe it with this oil. Good luck, Archer. I hope Kevin's theory can be somewhat useful to you. With the new longbow, arrows, and poison, Malin felt like he had made an important upgrade. The hunter's sigh, he decided to keep the shopkeeper's name, even if it wasn't very lucky, because it suited it. Might not be very stable, but it represented a new possibility. Back at the inn, he ran into Groff, who had just returned from the guild. The half-orc warrior looked excited. "Hey, Archer, we leveled up. E-level. The guild folks finally did something right. They said the Stonehammer Village mission was good, and since that private request had a good record, they promoted us. Now we can take on higher-level jobs." That was good news. E-level meant they had officially moved out of the lowest F level, where they were just helpers. They could now accept better-paying, more challenging tasks, and their reputation in the guild and among adventurers would improve. In the afternoon, the 3 of them went to the Adventurers Guild Hall. Sure enough, their team level was now listed as E. The notice on the E-level section of the bulletin board had fewer trivial notices and more important ones. Maluin carefully read, E-level mission, a small caravan of the Blackstone Guild, heading northeast to the valley town. The trip takes about 5 days. The route is mostly safe trade roads, but they need to watch out for refugees, wild animals, and small gangs. Payment: 50 copper coins per person per day, totaling 2 silver and 50 copper coins per person for the whole trip. Team requirements: at least 1 reliable ranged fighter and 2 melee fighters. Status: recruiting. E-level elimination mission: clear out mud-scaled crocodiles near the southern Blackwater swamp of the town. Target number: 5 to 8 adult crocodiles. These crocodiles have tough skin, are very strong, and excel at ambush attacks and death rolls. Payment: 15 silver coins total, plus 1 silver coin for each complete crocodile skin. Warning: the swamp environment is complex and may have poisonous insects or gases. Team requirements: capable of fighting heavily armored enemies, preferably with antidote skills. Status: available. E-level investigation mission: investigates strange knocking and deep roars coming from the old mine deep west of the town, not towards Stonehammer Village. Miners are afraid to go in, suspecting unknown creatures have taken over. Find out the source and assess the threat. Payment: 8 silver coins. Note: fighting may be required. It's recommended to bring lighting and exploration tools. Status: available. Each of these tasks has its own features. Missions are steady but take a long time, and the income is fixed. Investigation missions are uncertain and usually pay less. Elimination missions are dangerous but offer high rewards, and the materials are valuable. Honestly, I say we go after those big lizards. Groff pointed at the elimination quest, eyes shining, fingers unconsciously rubbing the handle of his cracked scales axe. My new axe needs to test its strength on a tough hide. Crocodile skins can sell for good money. It's worth it. Hans looked at the description of the quest: thick skin, great strength, death roll, and clenched his teeth but said nothing. He knew he needed experience and couldn't keep hiding in the back. Malin was also thinking, missions are too slow, and the fixed pay isn't enough for them, who need quick money and real combat practice. Investigation missions have too many unknowns. They've already suffered enough in the mines. Killing mud-scaled crocodiles is risky, but the goal is clear. The swamp environment is tough, but with good preparation, they can handle it. Groff's new bow and poison arrows might work well, and Groff can test his new armor-piercing weapon. Plus, the reward is generous, with extra materials. Let's take the mud-scaled crocodile quest, Malin decided. Groff needs real combat to get used to his new weapon, and we need quick cash to cover expenses. The swamp is tricky, but if we prepare well, we can manage. Hans, he looked at the young boy, your job is to stay safe. Use your shield to help Groff defend. Observe, learn, and don't take unnecessary risks. Understand? Hans nodded firmly. Got it. Big brother. Good. Then let's go find some swamp trouble, Groff said excitedly, rubbing his hands as if he already saw shining crocodile skins and gold coins waving at him. The three went to the counter and registered for the mud-scaled crocodile quest. The clerk looked at them carefully, especially at Groff's prominent battle axe and Malin's new dark purple longbow. He nodded without saying much, just reminding them of the swamp's dangers and the time limit. Leaving the guild, the sunsets stretched their shadows long. New weapons, new levels, new challenges. Their target: Blackwater Swamp, mud-scaled crocodiles. Get ready at home. Check your gear, buy necessary antidotes and insect repellents. We leave early tomorrow, Malin ordered. His fingers gently brushed the cold bow of the hunter's lament, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. The thick-skinned prey in the swamp is the best test for this new bow filled with uncertainty, as well as for his own growth. Blackwater Swamp is south of Whitestone Town. It is a place covered in a constant grayish-white fog with a foul, sweet, rotten smell. When the Dawn Squad, 3 people stepped to its edge, even though they were prepared, the heavy, damp, decayed, and lively yet strange smell made them frown. What they saw was an unsettling mix of green and brown in different shades. Thick moss and water plants, dark green and soft like carpets, covered most of the ground. Bright, Strange-shaped mushrooms and wetland plants were scattered around. Murky, blackish water puddles were everywhere, some with rainbow-like oil slicks and rotting plant debris floating on the surface, bubbling suspiciously. Twisted, strange dead trees reached out of the water with bare branches, like desperate arms trying to grasp the sky. The air was filled with a strong smell of decayed organic matter, mixed with the scent of aquatic creatures and the buzzing of tiny insects, making it hard to breathe. Such a cursed place. Groff stepped on the seemingly solid but slightly sinking mossy ground, spat, and said, "Even more uncomfortable than a mine. There's no stable footing at all. Stay close and watch where I step." Malin led the way, holding a sharpened wooden stick, carefully probing the mossy ground or water edges ahead. His hunter's sai was wrapped in oilcloth on his back to protect it from the damp air. His keen eyes could tell, based on experience, which areas might have firm mud beneath the moss and which might be deep, swallowing water. Try to step on exposed grass patches, tree roots, or darker, drier-looking moss. Avoid water puddles that look very dark or have many bubbles. Hans nervously followed Malin, trying to imitate his careful steps. He carried his round shield and also held a short stick. Dull seemed to dislike the swamp environment very much, tail tucked, walking carefully, sniffing the air from time to time, and making warning sounds. Even with such caution, trouble kept coming. They had not gone a full mile when Hans suddenly stepped into thin air. The seemingly solid moss beneath his feet suddenly collapsed. He shouted out loud as his entire right leg sank into cold, black mud up to his thigh. The sticky, slippery mud seemed alive, pulling him down. "Don't move," Marlin shouted sharply. Glover immediately stepped forward. Glover stuck his axe into the ground nearby and grabbed Hans's shoulders with his strong arms. Marlin held a long stick in front of Hans's chest to support him. Together, they managed to pull Hans out of the muddy pit. His boots stayed behind in the mud, and he was left barefoot, looking very embarrassed. But this was just the start. Tiny black insects and long-legged mosquitoes, like moving clouds, swarmed and bit their exposed skin. Even though they used cheap insect repellent, which smelled very strong, it only helped a little. Soon, their faces and necks were covered with red, itchy bumps. Hans was bitten so much that he kept shaking his head and scratching with his claws. The hardest part was choosing the path. The swamp looked flat, but was full of hidden ditches and water channels. They had to keep detouring to find safer routes, so progress was slow. The hot, humid air made them sweat, but it also felt cold and uncomfortable. As they passed a thick patch of deadly water lilies with large white flowers, Marlin noticed a shallow water area ahead. The edge of the water had fresh, huge three-toed footprints and a wide trail that looked like something heavy had been dragged. The trail disappeared into the murky water. "There's a mud-scaled crocodile nearby," Marlin said quickly, signaling them to stop. He squatted down and carefully examined the footprints and trail. "The tracks are fresh, less than half a day old. There might be more than one." He took out a broken arrow from his quiver and knocked it, signaling Glover and Hans to stay alert. Glover gripped his split scale sword and stood on a small mound of grass, watching the calm but strange water surface. Hans raised his shield, ready to defend, his heart pounding. They waited. Only the sound of the wind rustling the dry grass and insects chirping filled the silence. Suddenly, about 10 steps to Glover's left, the calm water surface with floating duckweed suddenly exploded. Amidst splashing muddy water, a huge shadow covered in thick brown scales suddenly burst out of the water like a torpedo. It opened its large mouth filled with sharp, cone-shaped teeth and lunged at Groff's waist. It was a mud-scale crocodile. It had been hiding under the shallow, muddy water, perfectly camouflaged to blend with the environment, only attacking when it suddenly struck. It was too fast, but Groff was always alert. He roared loudly, didn't retreat but moved forward, stomping his feet and swinging his weapon, cracked scale, to meet the crocodile's huge mouth. He aimed a powerful slash at the crocodile's upper jaw. A heavy thud echoed. The axe hit the tough scales on the crocodile's snout, sparks flying. The crocodile's charge was stopped, and it roared angrily. Its head tilted to one side from the cracked scale couldn't fully break through its thick, rock-like scales, only leaving a deep dent and cracked scales. Pain made the crocodile's thick tail swing like a steel whip, kicking up muddy water and rushing toward Grof's legs. At the same moment, the crocodile lunged and Groff prepared to fight back. Marin's bowstring sounded. His target wasn't the crocodile's heavy back armor, but its slightly open mouth caused by the bite, and its cold, cruel yellow vertical pupils on top of its head. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 arrows shot almost simultaneously. The first arrow precisely slipped into the crocodile's open mouth, embedding deep into the softer inner wall. The second arrow aimed straight at its right eye. The crocodile seemed to sense danger. It suddenly its head at the moment the arrows hit. The arrow aimed at its eye brushed past the eye socket with a puff, leaving a bloody scratch on its tough eyelid, but missing the eyeball. However, the arrow in its mouth caused obvious pain, making the crocodile roar even more fiercely. Its attack became a little chaotic. Groff seized the chance. He dodged skillfully to the side to avoid the sweeping tail, then swung his battle axe again, striking the vulnerable side of the crocodile's neck exposed by its head. This time, cracked scale showed its armor-breaking power. Its blade tore through the scales, cutting into flesh, and dark red blood flowed out. The crocodile went completely mad. Its huge body thrashed violently in the water, trying to use its death roll to drag Groff into the deep. Murky mud was stirred up, turning the water upside down. "Hans!" Malin shouted loudly, already knocking his third arrow. His focus was intense as he aimed at the crocodile's constantly moving, injured right eye. He first tried to activate the hunter's sigh, a faint mental force flowing along the bow's grip. He could feel a slight warmth from the silver symbol on the bow arm, and a strange, tense vibration from the bowstring. Hans heard the shout and clenched his teeth. He charged forward with his shield. Instead of attacking, he waited for the crocodile to open its huge mouth again, trying to bite Groff. At that moment, he forcefully pushed his heavy iron shield into the crocodile's mouth. He used all his strength to hold the shield, his feet sinking deep into the mud. Click! The crocodile's sharp teeth bit into the metal-edged shield, making a grating sound that was almost painful to hear. The shield was badly deformed, but it temporarily blocked the crocodile's mouth, stopping it from biting effectively. Now was the moment. Because of the shield, the crocodile's head was briefly fixed in place. Malin's eyes shone brightly as he loosened his bowstring. Bang! The hunter's sigh produced a deeper, more penetrating sound than before. The arrow shot out faster than usual, leaving behind a faint silver trail in the air, or so it seemed. It precisely entered through the injured eyelid of the crocodile, hitting right where the eye was wounded, and the arrow shaft disappeared inside. Roar! A terrible, piercing scream echoed through the swamp. The mud-scaled crocodile was hit fatally. It wildly shook its head, flinging Hans and his shield into the mud several meters away. It lost its balance and rolled painfully, its wounds and the arrow in its eye making its movements weaker and weaker. Groff saw his chance. He roared loudly and charged, swinging his heavy, cracked scale, with the force of a mountain splitting rocks, smashing it into the crocodile's relatively soft belly. It tore through the tough hide, creating a terrible open wound. The mud-scaled crocodile's struggling weakened quickly. It finally collapsed in the shallow water mixed with blood and mud, its limbs twitching aimlessly. The battle was over, but all three were exhausted, panting heavily, covered in mud and blood. Grov checked the edge of the cracked scale and nodded with satisfaction. Hans crawled out of the mud, pale-faced, looking at his nearly ruined shield with a mix of pain and fear. Malin gently touched the hunter's sigh, and the silver symbols on the bow slowly dimmed. The strange tremor of the bowstring disappeared. He could clearly feel the difference from his last shot. Faster, steadier, as if the arrow itself desired to hit the target. It seems that the hunting echo has an extra boost after locking onto and finally hitting a vital point. This unstable test subject's first real combat performance was surprisingly good. They quickly dealt with the crocodile's body, removing its relatively intact skin and the longest sharp teeth. Just as they prepared to find their next target, distant sounds of fierce fighting, weapon clashes, and a short, pained human cry echoed from deep in the swamp, along with a deeper, more intimidating crocodile roar. Are there other adventurers? Fighting? Sounds intense. Groff immediately looked toward the source of the noise. Malin paused briefly. Let's go see. Be careful. Could be a bigger crocodile or other trouble. The three of them carefully moved through the swamp, following the sounds. They bypassed a dense reed patch and came to a larger, faster-flowing river fork. The scene before them made them gasp in surprise. On the riverbank, two ordinary mud-scaled crocodile corpses lay on the ground. In the deeper part of the river, a fierce battle was underway. A huge crocodile, much larger than the one they had just hunted, with darker, almost black scales and fierce bony spines along its back, was frantically attacking two people trapped on a lone rock in the water. The two were back-to-back, in a dangerous situation. One was a young warrior wearing chainmail, though it was damaged in many places, with blood and flesh on his shoulders, holding a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right. He was desperately blocking the crocodile's fierce lunges and bites, staggering and clearly injured. The other was a young female mage apprentice, wearing a muddy light blue robe, with a pale face and a short staff flickering with faint light. She kept casting weak ice spikes or wind blades to bother the giant crocodile, but their power was limited, only delaying its attack. Her magic was nearly exhausted. The small rock was barely big enough for them to stand on, surrounded by deep water, with no way to retreat. The giant crocodile seemed to have targeted them, repeatedly smashing the rock with its massive body or splashing water with its tail, trying to knock them into the water. It was the king crocodile. This small team of two people, a warrior and a mage apprentice, clearly underestimated its strength or was led into unfavorable terrain, putting them in a desperate situation. Is it the Grey Eagle team? Doesn't seem like it. Groff squinted, remembering that the Grey Eagle team had 5 members and different equipment styles. Should we help? Hans looked at Marlin. Marlin quickly assessed the situation. The Crocodile King looked tough and probably had thicker skin and more strength. But the two adventurers couldn't hold out much longer. Not helping would be unkind, and having more allies would be safer when facing the Crocodile King. In the swamp, having one more friend is better than one more enemy or a corpse. Help, Marlin decided immediately. Groff, distract it from the side. Don't fight head-on, just keep it busy. Hans, prepare your shield. If it charges, try to block like before. I'll find a chance to shoot its eyes. Watch the positions of those two. Don't accidentally hurt them. Got it, Groff roared excitedly. He dragged his split scale sword and charged into the knee-deep water from the side, shouting a challenge at the Crocodile King. Hey, big guy, look over here. The Crocodile King's attention was indeed drawn. It temporarily stopped attacking the two on the lone rock, its cold vertical pupils turning to Groff, the new and more daring challenger. It let out a deep growl, turned its massive body, pushed aside the muddy river water, and charged at Groff, its speed not much slower than a normal crocodile. Come on, Groff prepared himself. As the Crocodile King neared, he leapt sideways, swinging his battle axe to strike the joint of its front limb. Sparks flew, scales cracked, but no deep wound was caused. The Crocodile King, in pain, swung its huge tail. Groff was ready, quickly retreating backward, splashing water everywhere. At the moment the Crocodile King was distracted by Groff, Marlin's arrow was ready. He didn't immediately activate the hunting echo, but first shot a normal armor-piercing arrow at the other healthy eye of the Crocodile King. However, the Crocodile King was very alert. It suddenly closed its heavy eyelids at the moment the arrow was about to hit. Ping! The arrow bounced off, leaving only a white dot on the eyelid. Such thick skin, Marlin's heart tightened. He didn't hold back anymore. Focusing again, he poured his mental energy into his longbow. Activating the hunting echo, he targeted the injured, scaled, blood-stained joint of the Crocodile King's front limb, where the defense was relatively weaker. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows in quick succession, almost connected end to end, all aimed at the same spot. The first arrow pierced into the cracked scales, the second followed closely to widen the wound, and the third, with the faint acceleration and armor-breaking effect from the hunting echo overlay, forcefully struck the soft tissue at the joint connection. The Crocodile King roared in pain, its front limb weakening, causing its charge to falter. Its massive body staggered in the water. Seeing this, the warrior on the lone rock was greatly encouraged. Ignoring his shoulder injury, he shouted loudly and leapt down from the rock, water reaching his chest. He gripped his sword tightly and stabbed fiercely at the slightly raised, relatively soft area below the Crocodile King's throat caused by pain. The apprentice mage also used his last magic power to cast a stronger frost ray, hitting the Crocodile King's other eye. Although it didn't pierce the eyelid, the extreme cold made its movements slow again. Grove seized this rare opportunity, roaring loudly and charging forward with all his strength. His split scales attack, glowing with dark red blood light, struck the exposed jaw and neck area of the Crocodile King, which lacked heavy bone armor, with the force of a mountain splitting. This time, the axe blade cut through the relatively fragile flesh without resistance, embedding deeply and nearly splitting the Crocodile King's lower jaw in half. The dark red, nearly black blood gushed out like a waterfall. The Crocodile King, suffering a fatal, let out a deafening death cry. Its huge body twisted and rolled wildly, turning the surrounding river water into a sea of blood. Eventually, it collapsed weakly into the blood, with only slight convulsions remaining. The battle was over. The riverbank was a mess, filled with blood and chaos. Grove leaned on his battle axe, gasping heavily, and looked at the Crocodile King's corpse with a grin. Malin slowly lowered his bow, feeling the slight warmth and faint exhaustion from the hunter's lament bowstring, more noticeable than before. It seemed that continuous enchantment use was taking a toll on both the bow and himself. The warrior on the lone rock struggled to climb ashore, collapsing onto the muddy ground with a pale face, his shoulder wound still bleeding. The apprentice mage also sat weakly on a stone, nearly unable to hold his staff. Malin and the others approached. The warrior looked up at them, especially at Grove's terrifying battle axe and Malin's uniquely shaped longbow, with a hint of gratitude and amazement in his eyes. He struggled to stand and salute, but was held back by Malin. "Don't move. First, tend to your wounds." Malin signaled Hans to take out the prepared bandages and common medicines. Treatment potions are too precious to use lightly. "Thank you. Thank you all." The soldier's voice was hoarse, filled with relief after surviving. "I'm Dane, a warrior. This is my companion, Ellie, a mage apprentice. If it weren't for you, we might not have made it today." The young mage apprentice named Ellie nodded weakly and quietly thanked them. She looked very young, about 16 or 17, with muddy brown hair stuck to her face. Her blue eyes still showed fear, but also curiosity, as she looked at Malouin's bow and Grof's axe. "Sunrise Squad, Malouin, Grof, Hans." Malouin introduced simply, busy helping Dane clean the deep claw marks on his shoulder, applying medicine and bandaging. The wound was frightening, but it didn't hit major bones or muscles. The warrior's strong body should be able to handle it. "Sunrise. I've never heard of it. Is it a new team?" Dane asked through the pain. "Just leveled up to E," Grof grunted, walking over to examine the Crocodile King's more valuable leather armor. "Level E." Dane and Ellie looked at each other in surprise. The coordinated, deadly attack just now didn't seem like something an ordinary level E team could do, especially the archer's terrifying accuracy and the half-orc warrior's savage strength. "What about you? Are you here to hunt crocodiles too?" Malouin asked. Dane forced a smile. "We were originally on a small task to investigate water pollution at the swamp's edge, but we accidentally entered this deep water area and were targeted by these crocodiles. We killed 2 small ones, but the big one cornered us. Our team, actually, it's just the 2 of us, recently formed. It turned out to be a tiny team of 2 newcomers, inexperienced and misjudging the danger." Malouin understood. Surviving so long against the Crocodile King showed Dane's good defense and willpower, and Ellie's magic support was also impressive. The Crocodile King's skin and teeth are valuable. "Everyone who sees them gets a share," Malouin said, glancing at Grof, who was struggling to peel the skin, then speaking to Dane. Dane quickly shook his head. No, you saved us and killed that beast. The loot belongs to you. We're just grateful to have survived." Malouin nodded without fuss. In the world of adventurers, clear division of benefits is important. "All right then. However, you all are injured quite badly, and the swamp is still dangerous. It's better to travel with us and leave here first. We can you to the edge of the swamp." Dane and Ellie were very happy to hear this and thanked them repeatedly. Together, everyone removed the most valuable skins and teeth from the Crocodile King and the other 2 normal crocodiles. The heavy loot made everyone smile, especially the nearly black, thick skin of the Crocodile King, which was very tough and large, probably worth a lot of money. On the way back, the mood became much lighter. Dane was a cheerful and talkative young man. Although injured, he was in good spirits, sharing funny and unlucky stories from their previous adventures. Ellie was quieter, but very curious about magic and adventures. She often whispered to Hans about the past missions of the Dawn Squad. Hans, after this fight, became braver and could speak a few words more clearly. Graf kept criticizing Dane's almost deformed shield and boasted about how powerful his cracked scale armor was. Marin mostly listened quietly, watching carefully around him. During a dangerous swamp cleanup, they not only gained a lot of loot and proved the power of new weapons, but also unexpectedly made 2 new friends. Although they just met, the bond formed through life and death experiences is often stronger than ordinary friendship. Maybe, someday in the future, this tough warrior and the promising young mage apprentice will become reliable allies of the Dawn Squad. As the sun set, casting a golden-red glow over the swamp's mist, the group, tired but satisfied, carried their heavy loot and headed back to Whitestone Town. The dangers of the swamp were left behind, and new friendships and possibilities were slowly unfolding ahead. Leaving behind the suffocating, rotten air at the edge of Blackwater Swamp, they stepped onto a firmer, earthy trail filled with the scent of soil and grass. Everyone took deep breaths, despite the lingering smell of mud on their bodies. The setting sun stretched their shadows long and made the group look a bit funny, like a bunch of muddy farmers returning from harvest, except their crops were fierce crocodile skins and gleaming white teeth. Traveling with Dane and Ellie, the journey home became much more lively. Dane is a cheerful young warrior, with a bandage wrapped around his shoulder given by Marlin. Despite his injury, he is in good spirits and talks nonstop. He vividly describes how they were led into the deep water area by 2 ordinary crocodiles, and how Ellie's last icy ray accidentally froze one of the Crocodile King's claws for half a second. Ellie is much quieter, mostly listening and occasionally adding a few details. Her eyes often drift toward the dark purple longbow behind Marlin and Gruffa's bloodstained, terrifying battle axe, filled with pure curiosity about their fine equipment. "Thanks to you guys this time," Dane said again, patting his uninjured right chest. His chainmail clanged loudly. Otherwise, Ellie and I would have turned into swamp fertilizer, nourishing those poisonous water lilies. By the way, your Dawn team works really well. That big guy's final strike with his axe was perfect. Groag snorted through his nose, carrying split scale with several heavy crocodile skins hanging from the axe handle. He just tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, "Huh, I've been chopping for years. As for you, kid, your shield's okay, but your footing's too soft. Next time, stand firm." Dane wasn't annoyed and chuckled happily. Ellie quietly asked Hans, "Is your big archer brother always so calm? When he shoots, it looks like he doesn't even breathe." Hans puffed out his chest proudly, despite being covered in small crocodile teeth and bone spikes. "My big brother is always amazing. He just bought a new bow, and it's really powerful." He was eager to share how impressive Marlin was. Before nightfall, they set up camp beside a clear little stream. Groag skillfully started a fire, while Dane contributed a small bag of coarse salt and dried spices. Marlin used his hunting knife to cut several thick, finely textured strips of meat from the largest Crocodile King's hide. The crocodile meat was dark red, with coarse fibers and a strong, fishy smell, but rich in fat. "This stuff, I don't know what it'll taste like when roasted." Groag licked his lips and skewered the meat with a sharpened stick, placing it over the fire. The flames licked the meat, and soon a strange aroma filled the air, an unusual mix of fresh fish and wild beasts' rich scent. Fat dripped into the fire with a crackling sound, making everyone's mouth water. The roasted crocodile meat turned out much better than expected. The meat is firm and chewy, similar to a mix of chicken and fish. The thick fat melts during roasting, creating rich juices. The right amount of coarse salt and spices mask any remaining fishy smell and instead bring out a wild, fresh flavor. Even Grove, who is usually picky about food, enjoyed it greatly and kept praising it. Malin also ate quite a bit, feeling that once the meat was in his stomach, it turned into a warm, solid flow of energy, which seemed helpful for restoring his strength. He carefully blew on the best pieces of tenderloin and placed them in front of Dui. The little wolf cub had been eagerly circling the fire, and once given permission, it immediately pounced on the meat, tearing at it and making satisfied purring sounds. Watching it eat so greedily, Malin's heart moved slightly. Odin had mentioned that some powerful wild beasts or magical creatures have traces of vital energy in their flesh, and eating them regularly might gradually strengthen the eater's body. Dui is a wolf, so maybe eating more of this kind of almost elite prey could really help its growth in the future? He took note of this idea. During the meal, Dane took a sip of his own beer, watched the flickering flames, and suddenly lowered his voice. By the way, our accidental entry into the deep water zone wasn't all bad luck. When we were chased by that big creature, we panicked and ran blindly, and I think we saw something unusual. Oh, Malin looked up. Deeper in the swamp, near the main Blackwater River, in a rotting forest area, Dane traced lines on the ground with a stick. There are some very thick, carved stone pillars sticking out of the water. They're covered in moss and barnacles, but their shapes are quite regular. We didn't dare look too closely at the time, but Ellie said she sensed faint, unnatural magical fluctuations there, like remnants of a spell that's been sealed or hidden. Ellie nodded and confirmed, yes, it's very old and faint, but definitely there. Not natural at all. My former teacher once mentioned that the Blackwater Swamp wasn't always like this. Long ago, there were ancient ruins buried beneath. Those stone pillars might be part of an entrance or something. Ancient ruins? Magical seals? Malin's mind stirred, recalling the ruined stone fragments and the legend of the Star Observation Tower. Could there be a connection deep in the Blackwater Swamp? He kept his expression calm and simply nodded. The swamp's depths are indeed mysterious and dangerous. Without proper preparation, it's best not to go in lightly. Dane agreed deeply. Of course, we've learned a hard lesson this time. However, a spark of adventure flickered in his eyes. Once we heal and gather more supplies, maybe someday. This topic added a mysterious touch to the campfire at night, like a seed quietly planted. The next noon, the group finally returned to Whitestone Town. They didn't delay and went straight to the market with their loot. Malin found an acquaintance, the merchant Old Eye, who buys monster materials and a leather shop. After some lively bargaining, mainly Malin and Grolf doing the talking, Dane helping, and Hans and Ellie acting like the items are very valuable, they successfully sold all the crocodile materials. Half of the Crocodile King's leather, slightly damaged 4 gold coins and 8 silver coins. 4 longest fangs plus smaller teeth, 1 gold coin and 5 silver coins. Bone spikes and other fragments, 35 silver coins. 2 ordinary mud-scaled crocodile skins, 2 gold coins. Total earnings, 8 gold coins and 28 silver coins. This doesn't include the 15 silver coins from the guild quest, eliminate mud-scaled crocodiles, or the extra 1 silver coin per crocodile skin promised for purchase. The 2 normal skins are included above, and the premium Crocodile King's leather is already priced in. Just from selling materials, the income far exceeded expectations. Old Eye examined the main fang of the Crocodile King, impressed. The quality is really good. The texture, the hardness. Perfect for making dagger handles or charms. If you find more good stuff like this, remember to think of me first, holding the heavy purse, feeling the reassuring weight of the coins inside. The fatigue from the days past seemed to fade a bit. Grolf grinned and started planning how to spend the money. Hans looked excited, having never seen so much money before. They parted ways with Dane and Ellie at the market entrance. Dane shook Malin's hand firmly, carefully avoiding his wound. I really don't know how to thank you this time. We won't split the money. It's your lives we saved. If you ever need me in Whitestone Town, just ask. We're staying at the Oak Shield Inn. Cheap. Ellie also gave Malin and Grolf a formal mage's bow, a bit awkward, and smiled at Hans. Thanks for the medicine. Goodbye. Stay in touch, Malin nodded. These 2 young people might not be the strongest yet, but they have good hearts and are worth knowing. After sending off their temporary allies, Malin did not rush to spend the loot. Instead, he took Grolf and Hans to the Anvil and Courage. The dwarf Malrock saw the thick, dark Crocodile King hide, and his single eye lit up. Great material. This hide is almost as tough as some dragon scales. And it has some cold resistance from swampy areas? Nice, very nice. Malrock rubbed his hands together. What do you want to do with it? Use this hide to make a close-fitting inner lining armor that is light and flexible. Malin pointed at Hans and then at himself. Make me a thickened leather chest plate and arm guards, with key areas reinforced by this hide. The leftover scraps could be used to make a small arm shield or a neck guard. He needed to stay agile, but vital areas like the chest and stomach must be well protected. Hans urgently needed to improve his overall resistance to hits. Inner lining with this hide, and then add chainmail on top. Graf looked at Hans's small frame. Are you planning to turn into a tin can? Hans nodded firmly, eyes determined. Yes, I want to be able to withstand hits. Malrock estimated the amount of hide and quoted 3 gold coins, including craftsmanship, necessary metal fittings, and lining fabric. Malin paid a deposit of 1 gold coin happily, and they agreed to pick up the armor in 5 days. Next, they went to the 3-Barrel Inn. This was not the noisy, chaotic tavern for bottom-tier adventurers like Flea and Malt, but a mid-range place in town that hosted small merchants, wealthy craftsmen, and some notable adventurers. The wooden tables and chairs were sturdy and clean, and the air smelled of baked bread, stewed meat, and malted ale, not cheap alcohol and sweat. Malin ordered a whole roasted chicken, a large plate of beef stew with onions and turnips, a sausage platter, fresh black bread, and a pot of decent quality ale. It cost nearly 1 silver coin, but no one minded. This was a celebration earned through their hard-fought survival. The food was quickly served, filling the air with delicious aromas. Graf tore off a chicken leg and bit into it eagerly. Hans also tried to eat the fragrant beef stew with a knife and fork, cheeks puffed out. Malin ate more slowly, but each bite of hearty food brought real satisfaction. He had deliberately kept some meat with little sauce, boiled in water, wrapped up to take back to the inn for Dullard. The tavern was lively but not loud, with warm lighting. After a few glasses of ale, everyone felt more relaxed. Hans licked the oil stain off his finger and looked at Graf's face, where a long, old scar ran from his brow bone across his cheek and disappeared into his beard. His curiosity got the better of him, and he quietly asked, Uncle Graf, how did you get this scar on your face? It looks pretty scary. Graf paused for a moment while chewing. His dull yellow eyes flickered in the candlelight, as if a distant shadow crossed his mind. He took a big sip of beer, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and was silent for a few seconds. Then, in a deeper voice than usual, he said briefly, up north, at the Karaklan Pass. I fought a group of orc wolf riders. There was a rogue with twin blades, and his axe was fast. I almost got split open. He spoke casually, but the words, Karaklan Pass, and orc wolf riders, carried the cold wind and bloody smell of the northern wilderness. That was a border area where human kingdoms often clashed with orc tribes, and the fighting was much more brutal than the monster extermination missions in the south. Orcs, are they really strong? Hans asked. They're tough, with thick skin and great strength. They fight without fear, Graf hummed. But that time, there were too many of them. He didn't say more, seeming unwilling to recall further, and took another sip of his drink. Malin didn't speak. Everyone has their own past, especially warriors like Graf, who grew up in the conflict between humans and orcs. His experiences are surely complicated. That scar might just be a small mark of a big, heavy story. At that moment, a bard in the corner of the tavern tuned his lute, cleared his throat, and began to sing. He wasn't singing a heroic epic, but a funny little tune called The Swamp Crocodile Tears. Oh, brave adventurers go into the swamp. Their boots stuck in the mud and can't be pulled out. They see the crocodile open its big mouth, scared so much they fly up into the trees. The crocodile says, "Don't be afraid. I'm just taking a walk after dinner." But the brave warrior's axe shines, and I can't stop crying. Oh dear, my skin became armor, my teeth became jewelry. Only 2 cloudy tears remain, flowing into the dark water swamp puff. The lyrics are silly and funny, with a lively tune. Laughter filled the tavern. Graf listened happily and hummed along, but his rough, off-key singing and loud shouting suddenly startled a few businessmen at the next table, who looked over in surprise. Hans couldn't help but chuckle softly and quickly covered his mouth. Marlin also shook his head with a smile, raising his cup to hide the curve of his lips. At this moment, the danger of battle, the fierce monsters, the secrets of the runes, and worries about the future all seemed to fade away for a while. There was only the warm tavern, delicious food, off-key singing, and the relaxed atmosphere shared quietly among friends. Coins jingled in their pockets, new armor was being crafted, allies had been made, and their team was steadily growing stronger. As night deepened, the lights from the Three-Barrel Tavern shone through the windows, casting a warm glow on the streets of Whitestone Town. For the Dawn team, it was a night of rest and achievement. Tomorrow would bring new tasks and challenges, just as the dawn arrived. Appendix. History is not a straight line, but a cycle. Every destruction hides the seed of rebirth. The sound of that seed breaking through the ground is often so faint, like morning dew falling, that only after 1,025 springs can someone truly hear it. Era, Starfall Disaster. A global catastrophe that nearly destroyed the old civilization, causing the gods to fall or fall silent. This marks the dividing line. BF means before the fall, used to mark the time before the disaster. It is now mostly lost to history and often found in ancient inscriptions. AS means after the starfall. The current era begins the year after the starfall disaster, starting from the first year of rebuilding. The story takes place in 1024 AS. At the beginning of Malouin's crossing, it was the year 1023 AS. The season of dawn ice-cracking month, January. The river ice begins too, a month of both danger and opportunity. Cawing month, February. Crows start to call, marking the end of winter and a time of great hunger. Plowing month, March. The first plow turns the frozen earth, filled with hope and worry. The season of flame-crown greening month, April. Plants grow rapidly, almost as if they can be heard. Red sun month, May. The sun feels like a hot iron, a time when magic is said to be most unstable. Thunder month, June. Heavy rains and thunder, also when pirates become more active. The season of hidden wealth harvest month, July. A time for gathering crops and collecting taxes. Fog lock month, August. Thick fog covers roads and coasts, and bandits roam freely. Blood brew month, September. Preparing wine and slaughtering animals for winter, the land looks bloodstained. The long darkness, bone-chilling month, October. Cold winds cut like knives, piercing to the bone. Spirit night month, November. The time of the spirits festival, avoid going out alone at night. Longest night month, December. The winter solstice, the longest night of the year. The crocodile leather armor was finished in 3 days. When Malouin and Han stepped out of Anvil and Courage, they both felt more confident. Malouin's new chest armor and arm guards used a layered design. The inner layer was tough, tanned cowhide, while the outer layer at key points, chest, stomach, shoulders, elbows, was decorated with special treated black crocodile king scales. These scales were cleverly overlapped and embedded, offering both flexibility and much better protection than ordinary leather armor. The arm guards were also reinforced at the wrists and outer forearms. The whole set was heavy but well-balanced, allowing free movement, and had a calm yet dangerous shine, matching the dark purple tone of Hunter's Sigh. Hans's gear changed even more. He wore a close-fitting lining made from the softest leather from the Crocodile King's belly, covered by a somewhat old but well-maintained chainmail shirt, which he bought with some of his earnings from selling hides from a retired veteran. Over that, he wore a larger, hard leather vest with small crocodile scales embedded at key points. Though it made him look a bit bulky, his defense was unquestionable. His nearly ruined old shield was also left at the blacksmith shop. Malrock promised to repair and reinforce it, deducting the cost from the remaining balance. The young man put on his armor. Although his movements were a bit clumsy, he stood straight with confidence, and his eyes showed a calmness he didn't have before. Grav was not interested in fancy armor. He only asked Malrock to clean the cracked scale with the best oil and add a few throwing axes. He trusted his muscles and battle axe more. The feeling of safety from new gear lasted only a few days before a sudden news spread through the town. That morning, Malin was practicing dual-wield coordination in the inn's backyard. After days of training, he was still not very skilled, but at least his swings with both hands no longer clashed often. He could set up basic moves from the initial solution, training, and sometimes even perform simple attack then stab combos in his mind. Sweat soaked his hair, helping him adapt faster to the new armor. Unusual noise came from the front yard, as if many people were talking nervously. He put away his sword, wiped his sweat, and went to see. Grav and Hans had already come out, standing at the Flea and Malt tavern entrance, listening to excited stories from adventurers just back from the market. Really, it was the Old Oak Trading Company. They returned yesterday evening. Only 3 or 4 people left, and they were all injured. I heard it happened in the Black Pine Forest. Still a day's journey from Double River Town. It's not bandits. Absolutely not. The survivors said those people wore the same dark brown leather armor, used similar weapons, and when they attacked, they said nothing, just killed everyone they saw, stole the goods, and left. They were very well trained. How many people died? At least a dozen. The caravan guards were all wiped out. Most of the workers died too. The goods were completely stolen. Oh my God. Wasn't this route usually safe? I've never heard of such ruthless bandits. Who knows? Now it looks like the trade route to Double River Town might be cut off. Double River Town is a medium-sized town about a week's journey northeast of Whitestone Town. It's an important trade hub leading to the northern provinces. The Old Oak Trading Company is somewhat known in Whitestone Town. A nearly wiped-out merchant convoy is no small matter. Sure enough, before noon, the Adventurers Guild's emergency bell rang out. When Marin and the others arrived, the hall was already crowded with people, talking excitedly, and the atmosphere was serious. At the top of the notice board, a new parchment was posted, stamped with the guild's emergency seal and the local guard's emblem. Urgent investigation mission, D-rank assessment. Target: investigate the ambush on the Old Oak Caravan in Black Pine Forest, about 5 days' journey northeast of Whitestone Town. Find out who the attackers are, how many there are, their motives, and possible hiding spots. Requirements: gather reliable information, avoid direct conflict if possible. If encountered, self-defense and retreat are allowed. Warning: the attackers are highly organized and skilled in combat, making them very dangerous. This mission is rated D rank. It is recommended for experienced, mature teams of D rank or higher. New or less capable teams should be cautious. Reward: basic reward of 20 gold coins for information. If you can provide solid details about the attacker's identity or hideouts, an extra bonus of up to 30 gold coins may be awarded based on the value of the information. Recovering the bodies of the victims will have additional compensation. Issuer: Whitestone Town Adventurers Guild and Whitestone Town Guard. Status: open for acceptance. D rank: 20 gold coins as the basic reward. Up to 50 gold coins possible. A gasp of surprise echoed through the hall, followed by more lively discussion. The 20 gold coins as a basic reward is quite generous for a D-rank task, not to mention the potential extra bounty. This could tempt any small team. But at the same time, the warnings of extremely dangerous and recommended for D-rank or higher teams are like a cold shower, making many E-rank teams hesitate. The notice clearly states, avoid direct conflict, and retreat allowed, almost implying, your task is not to fight the bandits, but to find out who they are and bring back the information alive. Confrontation head-on could mean no return. 20 gold coins. Grolf licked his lips, his dull eyes flickering with excitement and greed. His fingers unconsciously stroked the handle of his split-scale axe. They really went all out. Well-trained, unified leather armor. Sounds like a tough nut too. Hans's face turned pale. He instinctively touched the crocodile leather lining inside his new armor, seeming to draw some courage from it. Big brother. D-level, and you say it's very dangerous. Malin didn't speak immediately. He stared at every word on the parchment, his mind racing. The reward was very tempting, almost equal to all their previous earnings combined, and possibly more. With this money, many things they hadn't dared to imagine before, like stabilizing enchantments for Hunter's Sai, buying real magic arrows or charms for the whole team, or even saving for a down payment on a standard enchanted gear, would become possible. But the risk was also extremely high. Attacking a guarded merchant convoy almost completely wiped out. The attacker's strength was far beyond ordinary goblins, crocodiles, or typical bandits. Unified leather armor, well trained. This sounded more like an army or a large mercenary group, not a ragtag bunch. The guild's D-level assessment and advice were not to be taken lightly. The Dawn Squad had just stabilized at E-level. Their equipment had been upgraded, but their overall strength was still far from a mature D-level team. Hans was still inexperienced, his dual-wielding skills not yet perfected, and the new bow needed more testing for stability. Graf was strong, but 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. Should they accept or not? We need more information, Malin whispered to Graf and Hans, pushing through the crowd and walking toward the counter. The familiar middle-aged clerk looked especially serious today. Regarding the investigation of the attacked convoy, Malin asked directly, "Is there any more detailed information? For example, descriptions of the survivors, the approximate number of attackers, or the weapons they used?" The clerk looked at him, then at Graf and Hans behind him, lowering his voice. "Mr. Malin, from a personal perspective, I advise you to be cautious. One of the surviving guards is badly injured but managed to give some details. There were about 15 to 20 attackers, all wearing dark brown, uniformed leather armor. Their weapons were mainly long swords and crossbows, coordinated well, moving quickly and efficiently, almost without speaking. Their goal was clear: kill, steal the goods, and then quickly retreat. They headed northeast, into the deeper hills of Black Pine Forest. The terrain there is complex, near the border. Border? Malin caught this keyword sharply. The area where Baishur town is located is, strictly speaking, on the edge of the southern province of the empire. Beyond a hill and unclaimed land to the northeast, there is. The Knight's territory to the west is still far away, but the unclaimed land to the northeast has always been unstable. Various exiles, defeated soldiers, and even suspicious spies could be there. The clerk's voice lowered almost to a whisper. The captain of the guards privately thinks this isn't ordinary bandit activity. Offering such a high reward for this task is probably to find out quickly who is behind this and what they want. This is no longer just a quest for adventurers. Spies from the neighboring country? Malin was startled. He remembered some scattered rumors. The Western Kingdom, known for knights and refined culture, often called Iris or Knight's Land, has been fighting a long war of roses and thorns with the Golden Thorn Kingdom, which is based on a large island overseas. It seems they recently paused with an unclear ceasefire agreement. Could it be that after the century-long island conflict, the Knight's Land is now turning its attention back to the vast but somewhat loose Holy Empire? If so, attacking merchant caravans on the Empire's border provinces, are they testing defenses? Creating chaos? Or do they have a more specific plan? This situation is deeper and more dangerous than it seems. Getting involved could easily lead to disaster and death in an unclear way. "Thank you," Malin nodded to the clerk. He didn't immediately respond, but turned to leave the noisy guild hall with Graf and Hans. Back at the quiet courtyard of the inn, the three began to discuss seriously. "Let's do it." Graf slammed his fist into his palm, eyes burning with determination. "Whether they're bandits or soldiers, stealing goods, killing people, and it's worth a lot. Why not go see? 20 gold coins. Plus, we have new armor and weapons now, perfect for testing. That big lizard in the swamp didn't do us any harm." "But, Uncle Graf, that's an army. Or in other countries." Hans looked worried. "We only have 3 people, and my brother said they might be spies. Could there be more ambushes?" "That's why it's called investigation," Graf said nonchalantly. "Sneak over, see clearly, fight if you can, run if you can't, and bring back the information. That's 20 gold coins. This deal looks very profitable." Malin watched the two arguing and thought quietly. Glover made some good points. High risk, high reward. And the task was clearly investigation rather than elimination, leaving room for negotiation. Their mobility was decent, except Hans's gear was a bit heavy. Malouin's bow was good for long-range scouting and sniping. Glover was strong in direct combat, and Hans could provide necessary cover. If they were careful enough, they might have a chance. More importantly, he had a feeling. The rune-stone fragments, clues from the swamp ruins, and now a suspicious armed attack by what seemed to be spies from a neighboring country. These seemingly unrelated events might be signs that this border area is about to face bigger trouble. If a storm is coming, it's better to get ahead, learn about potential enemies, and gather first-hand information. This 20 gold coins are not just payment, but also a ticket to deeper secrets and opportunities, even if it might be stained with blood. Agreed, Malwin finally decided, his voice steady and firm. But we won't attack recklessly. The goal is clear. Sneak into the Black Pine Forest Hills, find traces or camps of the attackers, and identify who they are, how many, and what they want. Focus on reconnaissance, avoid fighting if possible. Once we gather enough information, or if we're exposed or in danger, we retreat immediately to keep the team safe. He looked at Glover. Especially you, Glover. Without my signal, don't rush ahead. We need intelligence, not reckless victory. Glover grinned and patted his armor. Don't worry, I know when to hold back. Stealth and secret scouting. I'm good at that too. He then looked at Hans. Hans, your task is very important this time. Your new armor is the thickest. You need to watch our back during the reconnaissance, and if something unexpected happens, raise your shield immediately to defend us and buy us time. Remember, your main goal is to protect yourself first, then help us. Can you do that? Hans took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Though he looked nervous, he was serious about the heavy responsibility. I can do it, big brother. Good. Let's prepare separately. Glover, go restock food and water, and buy some durable dried meat. Hans, check all our ropes, hooks, fire-starting tools, and first aid supplies. I went to gather more arrows, especially silent arrows, special feather treatment for very quiet flight, and illumination arrows. I also bought 2 bottles of better antidote and alertness potion. The money came from public funds. We will leave early tomorrow morning. The mission is clear. A mix of tension, excitement, and seriousness about unknown dangers surrounds the Dawn Squad. Behind the 20 gold coin reward are shadows of spies from neighboring countries and hidden currents beneath the border clouds. This time, their enemies are no longer monsters, but clever, trained people who may represent the will of their nations. Far to the west, the remnants of the 100 Years' War between the Night Kingdom and the Island Alliance are still settling. To the east, a large empire continues to move slowly on its path. In the small town of Whitestone, a seemingly random attack on a merchant convoy might be the first ripple of a big storm that will soon sweep through the land. The Dawn Squad is about to step into this small wave. Once the decision to leave was made, the preparations followed quickly and with purpose. The 20 gold reward was a tempting lure, while the shadow of spies from neighboring countries was an invisible whip, urging the Dawn Squad not to delay. At dawn the next day, just as the sky was turning pale, the town was still quiet and covered in mist. The 3 of them and a wolf quietly left the backyard of Flea and Malt Beer. They didn't wake anyone they knew, disappearing quickly like a stone thrown into water, heading northeast along the dirt road toward the Black Pine Forest and distant hills. Marin led the way, carrying the Lament of the Hunter in a special oilcloth bow bag, ready to use at any moment and protected from dampness and scratches. His new crocodile leather chest armor made a faint rustling sound as he walked, heavy but strangely reassuring. His sharp eyes scanned the road ahead, the bushes on both sides, and the distant tree line. His ears stood upright, listening for any sounds beyond the wind and bird calls. Grove walked a few steps behind him, a large figure like a moving wall. His split-scale axe was wrapped with cloth strips, reducing glare, and slung across his back. He mainly watched the sides and behind, his yellowish eyes constantly moving, nostrils twitching as if he could smell hidden dangers in the air. His equipment was simple, but the fierce aura of someone who had been through many battles was itself a warning. Hans walked in the middle of the group. This was his first time wearing such full armor for a long journey. The soft leather lining, the chainmail shirt, and the scale-embossed leather vest added up to quite a weight. He could clearly feel the heaviness on his shoulders and chest. Breathing was a bit harder than usual, and his steps were heavier. But he clenched his teeth, trying to adjust his pace and breathing so he could get used to it quickly. His shield was strapped to his back, and he held a sturdy wooden short spear, which could be used as a walking stick or for close combat. The boy's face had lost some of its innocence, showing more focus and alertness. He closely followed Marlin's footsteps. Dai Dai had become the most agile lookout in the team. It no longer ran around aimlessly but followed Marlin's silent commands. Sometimes it ran a few dozen steps ahead, sniffing the ground and bushes, Sometimes it moved to the side of the forest, listening with perked ears, and sometimes it returned to Hans's side, nudging him with its head as if checking on its young master. It seemed to understand that this trip was unusual, and it was especially alert. On the first day, they traveled along a familiar trade route. The road was hard-packed earth, worn smooth by years of carts. On both sides were open farmland and scattered farms. The air was fresh, and they occasionally saw early risers or carts carrying goods. Everything looked peaceful, but Marlin noticed that most farmers and travelers had a faint, hard-to-see worry on their faces. Their conversations were quiet, and their eyes quickly flicked over the three strangers in full armor, filled with suspicion and unease. News of the ambush had clearly spread like a plague. At noon, they stopped by a stream away from the road. They ate cold-dried meat and hard bread, drinking water without lighting a fire. Groff checked the bindings of shattered scale, and Marlin carefully examined each arrow in his quiver, especially the new silent arrows with specially cut feathers and the lighting arrows with hollow tips that could hold phosphorus powder and other flammable materials. Hans, copying Marlin, sharpened the tip of his short spear with a whetstone, even though it wasn't really necessary. At this pace, we still need at least 3 or 4 days to reach the edge of the Black Pine Forest, Marlin said, spreading out a rough regional map bought from the guild. He pointed to the rough lines on it. Tonight, we need to find a hidden place to rest. Starting tomorrow, the road probably won't be so peaceful. Grove let out a grunt and grabbed his water bag, taking a big sip. No worries if you don't come, but if you do, it's a good chance to eat some real food. Hans didn't speak. He just sharpened his spear tip a little more. In the afternoon, they left the main road and turned onto a narrower side path with fewer wheel tracks. According to the map and some scattered information, this road also led toward the Black Pine Forest, but it would avoid some areas where refugees or small groups of bandits might be hiding. It was quieter, but also more deserted. The road got worse. The trees on both sides grew thicker, and sunlight broke into patches through the tall canopy. Bird sounds seemed fewer, and the air grew cooler, carrying the smell of fallen leaves and decayed plants. They stopped talking and moved forward silently, senses on high alert. At dusk, they found a good place to camp, a hollow behind a small hill, surrounded on 3 sides by rocks and thick bushes. The open front view allowed them to see the small path below and a clearing in the woods. Nearby, there was a tiny mountain spring. They didn't build a big fire. Instead, they made a small fire pit with a few stones, barely smoking, using dry twigs and resin to start it. They boiled water, softened hard-dried meat and bread, and made a warm, thick stew. Days got a large piece of dried meat and happily chewed on it. As night fell, the forest darkened quickly, like thick ink spreading everywhere. The sounds of night animals began. Owl hoots, the rustling of small creatures in the bushes, and distant wolf howls. The temperature dropped fast, and their breath turned to mist. They took turns keeping watch. Malin was on first. He leaned against a cold rock, with Hunter's Lament resting on his lap. His fingers unconsciously stroked the cool, dark purple wood and slightly raised silver runes on his bow arm. His eyes had adjusted to the dark, like a nocturnal cat, slowly scanning the faintly starlit clearing below. His ears listened carefully for any strange sounds. Grove's loud snoring came from behind, and Hans curled up in his cloak, breathing evenly. Only the occasional spark from the fire pit and Daze's alert ears showed there was life in the darkness. The first night passed peacefully. The next day, the journey became even harder. They completely left any proper path, relying only on maps, the sun's position, and Marlin's outdoor experience as they moved through increasingly dense forests. Occasionally, they had to chop through tangled vines and bushes with a machete. The ground was covered with thick, soft fallen leaves hiding twisted roots and slippery moss, making slips easy. Hans's heavy armor was a big burden. He was panting and sweating, but never complained, just kept trying to keep up. At a short rest at noon, Marlin noticed Hans walking a bit awkwardly. "What's wrong with your foot?" Hans took off his boot, revealing 2 large blisters on his sole that had burst, blood and sock visible. "It's fine, brother. I can walk," he said through the pain. Marlin didn't say anything. He took out clean cloth and ointment from his bag, signaled for Hans to sit down, and carefully cleaned and treated his foot. Then he wrapped it with soft cloth. Change into spare dry socks. The armor can't come off, but your feet must be protected. Tonight, soak them in hot water. Okay, Hans replied softly, feeling warm inside. In the afternoon, they crossed the edge of a swamp shrouded in light fog. The air was damp, cold, and sticky, with a sweet, rotten plant smell. Every step had to be tested first with a stick to avoid deadly traps, deep green, bubbling spots. Hans felt restless here, constantly making low sounds, as if warning that something was underwater or in the mud. Something's watching us. Graf suddenly stopped, squinting toward the thicker fog among the reeds on the right, hand on the handle of his scale-breaker axe. Marlin also sensed it, a hidden, cold gaze. He silently drew his longbow, nocked an ordinary feathered arrow, but didn't pull the string. Instead, he slowly moved the arrow tip in the direction Graf was watching. They stared at each other for a moment. From deep within the reeds came faint splashes and the sound of something quickly swimming away. The gaze disappeared. It might be a water lizard or some other swamp creature. Let's go, Graf said, releasing his axe handle and spitting. This place is cursed. They quickened their pace and finally, before nightfall, left the unpleasant wetland. They found a small, relatively dry camp nestled between some large, weathered rocks. The view was poor, but it was easy to defend. On the third day, the types of trees in the forest began to change. Pine and spruce trees became more common, and the ground was covered with thick, soft brown pine needles. Walking became quieter, but the air was filled with the fresh scent of pine resin and a sharper, colder smell. They had already reached the edge of the dark pine forest. After noon, Malin suddenly raised his fist to signal a stop. He crouched down and looked carefully at the ground. Under some disturbed pine needles, he found faint tracks, not animal hooves, but boot prints. There were more than one, about 4 or 5 people. The footprints were fresh, probably less than 2 days old. The pattern on the boots was special, showing signs of long-term use of a specific type of footwear. Not hunters, and not woodcutters, Malin whispered. He measured the size and stride of the boot prints with his fingers. The steps are even, and the direction is clear, like marching. The depth suggests they are carrying a heavy load. Grove came over to look and sniff the air. There's a faint smell of rust and leather oil. They headed in that direction. He pointed toward the northeast, toward the deeper mountain range. The clues appeared. They matched the description from the survivor, wearing uniform leather armor and well-trained. Let's follow them. But keep your distance and be very careful, Malin said in a low voice. He took out 2 silent arrows and placed them in the easiest-to-reach quiver. He signaled Hans to stay close, and Day to stay farther ahead, using his sharp nose and ears to warn of danger. The tracking became very tense. They were no longer just traveling. They were following a group that was likely very dangerous and skilled at tracking and avoiding being tracked. Every few steps, Malin stopped to look around carefully, making sure there were no ambushes or traps. Grove was responsible for hiding their obvious tracks. The boot prints appeared and disappeared, sometimes covered by leaves or streams, but the general direction kept pointing toward the deep hills. As they climbed higher, the air grew colder and the wind picked up, making a whistling sound through the pine trees. By evening, they reached a high with a view of the valley below. They found more signs, a small clearing in the woods with recent fire marks. The ashes were carefully buried, but the signs of the fire were still visible. Scattered around are small, clean bones, like those of birds or small animals, along with a few flattened, uniform leather water sacks, discarded after being damaged. Malin examined the ashes and bones. The fire wasn't big, burned for a short time, just to warm food. The bones are very clean, showing he's experienced in surviving outdoors. The water sacks are all the same style, made of good leather, worn but not new. He picked up a piece of the water sack, noticing a faint, deliberately scratched mark inside, with only a curved line remaining, making it hard to tell what it originally looked like. Is it them? Hans whispered, gripping his short spear tightly. Very likely, Malin replied, standing up and looking down the valley. The trees there were thicker, and the terrain more rugged. They rested here before moving further into the valley. There might be 5 to 8 of them. Night fell again. They dared not stay long where they had seen signs of the others. They retreated a bit and found a narrow gap in the rocks to hide. They couldn't start a fire tonight, so they had to eat cold rations. During the night watch, everyone stayed alert. The sound of the wind and rustling leaves, distant owl calls, even the falling of a leaf, all made their hearts race. In the dark, Malin touched his cold bow arm. They had tracked the prey to its tail, but that also meant they might be in the hunter's sight now. This was no longer just about fighting monsters. It was a deadly game with another group of intelligent, dangerous, and mysterious people in the dark forest. The real test might come after dawn.